In a serendipitous turn of fate, the impoverished young man Qin Xiaolong acquires the legacy of an immortal, leading him to defy the heavens, surpass the prodigies, conquer the world, and ultimately merge with the universal principles, transcending to become the sovereign of the realm. Chapter 1. You must hide quickly. In the sweltering summer of July, after a day of sweltering heat, Qin Xiaolong found himself unable to sleep in his stifling room. Akin to a steam chamber, he decided to take a dip in the clear water river to alleviate the oppressive heat. Upon finishing his swim, he felt considerably refreshed and began his journey home. As he passed by an old house at the eastern edge of the village, he couldn't help but stop. This was the residence of Lu Xiangxiao, the village's substitute primary school teacher. It was nearly 1 in the morning, and in the rural setting, where entertainment was scarce, most villagers would have long retired for the night. Yet, the lights in Lu Xiangxiao's house were still aglow. Xiangxiao must be struggling to sleep due to the heat as well, Qin Xiaolong mused. Lu Xiangxiao was renowned in Taoyuan village for her beauty, with her fair skin resembling snow and a figure that was both graceful and voluptuous, earning her the reputation of the village's enchanting widow. Unfortunately, fate had dealt her a cruel hand. Her father had married her off to Yangdige for a bride price of 50,000 yuan, only for him to perish from excessive drinking within half a year of their marriage. Thus, the young Lu Xiangxiao found herself a widow. It would not be an exaggeration to say that nearly all the men in Taoyuan village harbored thoughts of Lu Xiangxiao. Yet, she remained virtuous, and none had succeeded in their pursuits. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from Lu Xiangxiao's courtyard. Upon hearing the cry, Qin Xiaolong, fearing for her safety, immediately vaulted over the wall into her yard. However, to his surprise, there were no assailants, only Lu Xiangxiao herself. At that moment, she was taking a bath. Lu Xiangxiao, already stunningly beautiful, appeared even more alluring, her wet skin glistening like a lotus flower emerging from the water. "Xiaolong, help me. There's a snake," she exclaimed, her face a picture of panic upon seeing him. Qin Xiaolong quickly noticed a highly venomous 5-step snake coiled perilously close to her, its forked tongue flicking menacingly as if poised to strike. "Xiangxiao, please remain still," he urged her earnestly. Given the remote location of Taoyuan village, a bite from the 5-step snake could very well prove fatal before she could reach a hospital. "Xiaolong, please think of a way to get rid of it." Lu Xiangxiao's voice quivered with fear. "Do not worry, I will handle it," Qin Xiaolong reassured her. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a snake-skin bag nearby. He grabbed the bag and a stick and cautiously approached the venomous serpent. He slowly placed the stick in front of the snake, which instinctively coiled around it. Seizing the opportunity, he lifted the snake and swiftly placed it inside the bag, securing it tightly. "It's all right now, Xiangxiao," he declared, setting the bag aside and dusting off his hands. "Thank you, Xiaolong," Lu Xiangxiao said, relieved as she threw herself into his arms. With her soft warmth enveloping him, Qin Xiaolong felt a sudden dryness in his throat. "Cough, cough, Xiangxiao, perhaps you should put on some clothes," he suggested hastily, fearing he might lose control of himself in such proximity. Realizing her state of undress, Lu Xiangxiao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Without uttering a word, she dashed back into the house. After donning a floral dress and tidying her hair, she finally emerged from her bedroom, looking stunningly charming. Her hair still damp, and her complexion reminiscent of peach blossoms. "Xiangxiao, would you like to keep this 5-step snake? If not, I shall take it home to brew some liquor," Qin Xiaolong inquired, swallowing hard. "No, please take it away," she replied. "Then I shall take my leave. You should rest as well," Qin Xiaolong said, preparing to depart. "Wait, I have a bottle of liquor in my room. Would you accompany me for a drink? I still feel a bit shaken," she said, her voice trembling from the earlier scare. "Very well," he agreed, as the bowtie's invitation was too tempting to decline. This marked Qin Xiaolong's first entry into Lu Xiangxiao's bedroom, which was quite modest, lacking any substantial furniture. Yet, it was impeccably clean and bore a subtle fragrance of jasmine. Lu Xiangxiao retrieved a bottle of liquor from the cabinet and poured a glass for Qin Xiaolong. "To you, Xiaolong, I raise this glass in gratitude for saving me," she said, her eyes filled with appreciation. "There's no need for such formality. It was merely a small effort," Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. "While it may be a trivial act for you, for me, it is a matter of life and death. I shall forever remember your kindness," she said earnestly. Qin Xiaolong smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. After sharing 2 more glasses, Lu Xiangxiao suddenly asked Xiaolong, "Do you think I'm beautiful?" "Beautiful? In my eyes, you are akin to a celestial being," he confessed sincerely. His words were not mere flattery. Lu Xiangxiao truly possessed a beauty unparalleled, surpassing even many celebrities. "Then, would you consider staying here tonight?" she inquired unexpectedly. The atmosphere thickened with tension at her words. "Xiangxiao, are you sure you aren't intoxicated?" he asked, taken aback by her boldness. "Am not drunk, I desire you," she stated, unexpectedly grasping his hand. Qin Xiaolong was taken aback by her audacity, inhaling sharply. "Xiaolong, please stay with me tonight," her sultry voice rang out once more. For 3 years, Lu Xiangxiao had not been with a man her body craved the touch of tenderness, like parched earth yearning for rain. Qin Xiaolong, handsome and exuding masculine charm, had long captured her secret admiration. With the courage induced by liquor, she finally voiced her desires. The warmth emanating from Qin Xiaolong ignited a longing within her that she could no longer suppress. Simultaneously, a fierce flame ignited within Qin Xiaolong as well. Just as the moment teetered towards an irreversible act, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted the charged atmosphere. Lu Xiangxiao froze, as if caught in a compromising situation, and immediately released Qin Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, you need to hide quickly," she urged. "Okay," he replied, glancing around before swiftly crawling under the bed. "Why must I hide? I'm not a scoundrel," he muttered inwardly as he lay beneath the bed. Yet, as the saying goes, a widow's home is rife with rumors. Should anyone see him emerging from Lu Ziankio's house at such an hour, it would surely invite gossip. Once assured that Qin Xiaolong was concealed, Lu Xiangxiao approached the door and called out, "Who is it?" Chapter 2. The Dark Scheme. "I am your elder brother, Dehu. Open the door quickly. My younger brother just fell while hunting rabbits in the mountains and hurt his head, bleeding profusely. You must find some bandages for him." Outside the door, Li Dehu spoke with urgency. Li Dehu was the local bully, a man Lu Xiangxiao despised. However, upon hearing his words, she did not hesitate and swiftly opened the door. The moment the door swung open, Li Dehu and his brother, Li Erhu, rushed inside. Upon witnessing the brothers' sinister intentions, Lu Xiangxiao instantly realized she had been deceived. "Li Dehu, what are you planning?" she demanded, remaining relatively calm, as Qin Xiaolong was hidden within the house. "Xiangxiao, you poor woman. If you were to be with me, I promise you a life of luxury and indulgence." Li Dehu gazed at her with fervent eyes. Lu Xiangxiao resembled a ripe peach, and he had long coveted her. Today, he was determined to possess her no matter what. "Li Dao, stop dreaming. I would rather starve than be with a scoundrel like you. Get out now, or I will call for help." Lu Xiangxiao retorted with disgust. "How dare you refuse?" Seeing her rejection once again, the lustful Li Dehu lunged at her, covering her mouth as he prepared to drag her away. Li Erhu quickly shut the door behind them, realizing the brothers intended to assault Lu Xiangxiao. Qin Xiaolong could no longer remain concealed. He charged out without hesitation. With a powerful kick, he sent Li Erhu crashing to the ground, then dashed to Li Dehu, seizing his hair and delivering a flurry of blows to his face, finishing with a knee strike that sent Li Dehu sprawling on the floor. "Qin Xiaolong, it's you again. Today I will make you pay." Li Erhu, enraged by Qin Xiaolong's interference, shouted, "Come on, whoever backs down is a coward." Qin Xiaolong remained unfazed, grabbing a machete hanging on the wall. "Brother, don't act rashly. We need not stoop to his level," Li Erhu urged his brother. Upon hearing this, Li Dehu calmed slightly. He understood that Qin Xiaolong was not one to be trifled with. Should a fight break out, they would not emerge unscathed. "Qin Xiaolong, I will remember this. Just wait." After threatening him, Li Dehu fled with his brother. Pathetic. Qin Xiaolong spat contemptuously on the ground. In Taoyuan village, many feared the Li brothers, but he was not among them. He had always been the local tyrant, never having lost a fight, though he never sought trouble unnecessarily. "Are you all right, Xiangxiao?" Qin Xiaolong turned to Lu Xiangxiao. "I'm fine, thank you, Xiaolong," she replied gratefully, fully aware that had it not been for him, she might have been assaulted by the Li brothers. "Don't mention it. It's getting late, so I'll head home now," Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly before bidding her farewell. "Take care," she said, watching him leave. After he departed, she returned to her room, reminiscing about Qin Xiaolong's handsome, sunny demeanor, her eyes gently closing. Damn it, it's all because of those two scoundrels. Otherwise, I might have been able to help my sister with the fields, Qin Xiaolong muttered angrily. As the saying goes, a graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. Lu Shanxiao was undeniably exquisite, and as a normal man, Qin Xiaolong naturally admired her. Had Li De, who not appeared suddenly, they would have likely begun to deepen their connection. Yet, recalling Lu Xianxiao's actions earlier, Qin Xiaolong felt a thrill. Clearly, she held some interest in him. With a little more effort on his part, winning her affection seemed inevitable. With that thought, Qin Xiaolong strolled home leisurely, humming a tune. As he rounded a corner, he spotted a wallet on the ground. Picking it up, he discovered several hundred yuan inside. Wait, is this Li Dehu's wallet? Inside, he found an ID card confirming it belonged to Li Dehu. Had it been someone else's wallet, he would have returned it. But given Li Dehu's history of misdeeds, he pocketed the cash. Just as he prepared to discard the wallet, a shadow approached from behind, bringing down a brick with a thud. With a dull thump, Qin Xiaolong collapsed. You think you're so tough, huh? Keep being arrogant, Li De shouted, kicking him repeatedly. The wallet had been a trap set by Li Dehu to ambush Qin Xiaolong, and it had worked flawlessly. Brother, stop hitting him. Seeing Qin Xiaolong motionless, Li Dehu called out to his brother, checking for a pulse. His face paled suddenly. Brother, he is dead. Li Dehu's expression shifted in alarm. He had only intended to vent his frustrations, not to kill him. Now, faced with a potential murder, fear gripped him. What do we do? You've killed him. Will you be executed? Li Dehu asked, panicking. Shut up. Li De barked, feigning calmness. After ensuring no one was around, he commanded, Dehu, go home and get a sack. We need to dispose of Qin Xiaolong's body in the reservoir to cover our tracks. No one will find out. Brother, is that really okay? Li Dehu asked, trembling. Of course. We have no other choice. If I get caught, you won't fare any better. Li Dehu snapped. To avoid imprisonment, Li Dehu hurried home to fetch a sack. After placing Qin Xiaolong inside, the brothers carried him to the Wulong Reservoir outside the village. To prevent the body from resurfacing, Li Dehu stuffed the sack with stones before tossing it into the deepest part of the reservoir. As Qin Xiaolong's body sank, blood flowed from his wound, mingling with the sand atop a colorful stone. Suddenly, the stone emitted a brilliant light, enveloping Qin Xiaolong completely. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated in his ears. I am the Emperor of Divine Clouds. Today, you shall receive my legacy, destined to protect the world and face the great calamity. Chapter 3. Try touching me under the influence of the colorful light. Qin Xiaolong, as head wound, healed instantaneously, and the colorful stone transformed into a stream of light, entering his body. Just then he opened his eyes. Seeing himself submerged in water, panic set in, and with a forceful motion of his arms, the sack that bound him tore apart. Freed, Qin Xiaolong surfaced. What the hell? How did I end up in the reservoir? He exclaimed, bewildered. Quickly, he recalled being struck unconscious, then everything faded to black. Oh, my head hurts. At that moment, an influx of profound knowledge flooded his mind. Martial arts, medicine, feng shui, and various esoteric information, overwhelming him to the brink of explosion. Fortunately, this sensation subsided in under 10 seconds. Wait, the legacy of the Emperor of Divine Clouds? Am I not dreaming? Qin Xiaolong murmured, astonishment etched across his face. He pinched his thigh with force, wincing in pain. I'm not dreaming. I have truly inherited the legacy of an immortal. At that moment, Qin Xiaolong was overwhelmed with excitement, utterly astonished that something so fantastical, typically reserved for the pages of novels, had transpired in his life. However, he was acutely aware that this secret must remain undisclosed, lest he be captured and subjected to experimental dissection. Once he regained his composure, Qin Xiaolong reflected on the incident that had rendered him unconscious. While lacking concrete evidence, he strongly suspected that Li Dehu was likely involved, given the latter's notorious reputation for mischief. Cursing under his breath, he vowed to deal with him if he was indeed the culprit. After a brief tirade, Qin Xiaolong turned and returned home. Upon arriving, he forewent sleep and instead delved into the cultivation of the profound techniques he had inherited, the chaotic celestial scripture. According to the texts, This was an unparalleled skill, capable of bestowing eternal life upon those who mastered it. In mere moments, Qin Xiaolong sensed the flow of energy within him, successfully condensing his first strand of true qi. Under his guidance, this strand began to circulate within his body, adhering to an enigmatic rhythm. "Xiaolong, get up for breakfast." Suddenly, a voice jolted Qin Xiaolong from his reverie. Opening his eyes, he realized dawn had arrived. Despite having gone without sleep, he radiated vitality, devoid of any fatigue. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength, convinced he could fell a bull with a single punch. "Xiaolong, hurry up and eat," came his mother's voice, Liang Jing, from outside. "Coming." Qin Xiaolong called back as he swiftly exited his room. After a quick breakfast, his father, Qin Fugui, wiped his mouth and said, "Xiaolong, I'll be heading to town to sell grain. Remember to water our cornfield. It's been dry lately, and if we don't irrigate soon, our harvest will surely be affected." "Sure, leave it to me," Qin Xiaolong replied confidently. His father then loaded bags of grain onto the tractor and drove off to town, while Qin Xiaolong took a shovel to tend to their cornfield. After diverting water from the clear water river, he settled at the edge of the field to watch a film. Compared to the renowned teacher, his technique was slightly lacking, yet he found Qian Nai's voice delightful. Once he had the means, he resolved to attend a live show. After finishing a movie, Qin Xiaolong offered his critique. A casual glance at the irrigation ditch suddenly caught him off guard. There was no water flowing. Such a situation could only occur if someone had intercepted the supply. Without hesitation, he followed the ditch upstream and soon identified the culprit, Chen Guangfu, the village head of Taoyuan village. "Chen Guangfu, how audacious of you to cut off our water supply," Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, glaring at the smoking man. "I'm the village head, busy managing affairs for the village. What is wrong with me watering first?" Chen Guangfu retorted defiantly. "You're just a village head. Even if you were the county head, it wouldn't matter." Qin Xiaolong shot back nonchalantly, then forcefully cleared the blocked ditch and obstructed Chen Guangfu's water channel. "Listen well, Guangfu. If you dare block my family's water supply again, do not expect me to be courteous," Qin Xiaolong warned, pointing a finger at him. In Taoyuan village, where authority loomed large, Chen Guangfu was akin to a local tyrant, feared by many, yet Qin Xiaolong felt no trepidation in confronting him. "You are exceedingly arrogant, Xiaolong. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to deal with you?" Chen Guangfu glared back. "Come on, try to lay a finger on me. If you touch a single hair on my head, I will have my way with your daughter tonight." Qin Xiaolong shot back defiantly. Though Chen Guangfu was no saint, his daughter, Chen Xiaoyu, was the village's gem. Growing up together, they were childhood friends, yet Chen Guangfu often belittled Qin Xiaolong for his family's poverty, making their relationship strained. "If you dare touch my daughter, I'll end you," Chen Guangfu growled, his protective instincts flaring. "Don't take it to heart. I was merely jesting. I must go tend to the fields now." Qin Xiaolong abruptly switched to a conciliatory tone. He could dismiss Chen Guangfu's threats. Yet, as a matter of respect for Chen Xiaoyu, he refrained from severing ties. After finishing the irrigation in his cornfield, Qin Xiaolong made his way home. As he passed by the house of the village accountant, Li Gangxian, a thought struck him. His grandfather's welfare benefits had yet to be processed. He decided to visit Li Gangxian's home. Finding the door ajar, he entered the courtyard unannounced. There, a woman in her 30s, Li Gangxian's wife, Wu Jinlian, caught his eye. Despite Li Gangxian's rather unappealing appearance, his wife was undeniably beautiful. Wu Jinlian, with a complexion as radiant as peach blossoms, possessed a figure that turned heads. Her eyes sparkled like clear springs, rendering her enchanting. At that moment, she wore a sheer nightgown, the sunlight casting a tantalizing glow upon her figure, causing Qin Xiaolong to swallow hard. "Ah, Xiaolong, you've come at the perfect time. Could you help me steady this chair while I pick some peaches?" Wu Jinlian said. Glancing at him, Qin Xiaolong did not decline and quickly moved to assist her. As she climbed onto the chair to reach the peaches, a wasp suddenly buzzed near her, causing her to scream and tumble toward Qin Xiaolong. Chapter 4. Requesting a bribe. Ouch! Wu Jinlian cried out, having twisted her ankle upon falling. At that moment, Qin Xiaolong found himself pinned beneath her, the weight pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Hearing his voice, Wu Jinlian shifted slightly, allowing him to stand. Xiaolong, please help me. I've sprained my ankle, she implored, her brow furrowed. Of course, Qin Xiaolong replied, quickly assisting her. Let us move inside. I have some ointment, Wu Jinlian suggested. He nodded in agreement and helped her into the house. Sister, where's your ointment? He inquired. It should be in that drawer of the small table, Wu Jinlian pointed. Qin Xiaolong opened the drawer and found a bottle of ointment. Sister, don't move. Let me apply it for you. He approached her side. Thank you, she said, grateful for his assistance. Wu Jinlian's foot was delicate and smooth, resembling a perfect lotus blossom. Any admirer would surely find it irresistible. However, Qin Xiaolong was focused solely on his task, pouring the ointment and applying it to her ankle. Ouch, be gentle, that hurts, she exclaimed. Sister, your bone seems misaligned. I'll need to adjust it. It may hurt a little, so bear with me, Qin Xiaolong explained, assessing her injury. You can do that? Wu Jinlian asked, astonished. Yes, I learned a bit from Master in the past, he fabricated, with the knowledge he had gained. He felt he could rival even the great Hua Tuo in medical expertise, though he would never divulge this to her. All right, I'll try. On the count of 3. I'll help you, ready? 1, 2, crack. Qin Xiaolong counted to 3, but just as he reached 2, he exerted a sudden force, producing a crisp sound as Wu Jinlian's dislocated bone was realigned. Sister Jinlian, try moving it now and see if it still hurts. Oh, my foot doesn't hurt anymore. Xiaolong, you're truly impressive. Just moments ago, any slight movement had caused her considerable pain, yet now she could move freely without discomfort. Hee, I specialize in bone setting, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Not bad, not bad. I never expected you had such hidden talents. I truly underestimated you before. Wu Jinlian chuckled. In truth, I not only understand bone setting, but I also possess medical knowledge. If you ever fall ill, feel free to call on me. I am at your service. Qin Xiaolong continued. Oh, you talk as if you're serious. Why don't you diagnose me? What ailments do I have right now? Wu Jinlian said, half in disbelief. All right, Qin Xiaolong said, not hesitating as he grasped her arm. Moments later, he declared, Sister Jinlian, if I'm not mistaken, you have been experiencing insomnia lately. A lack of appetite and loose stools, correct? How did you know? Wu Jinlian exclaimed, astonished that he had pinpointed her condition so accurately. Based on my assessment, you seem to have a weak spleen, and the symptoms I mentioned are typical of that condition, Qin Xiaolong explained with a grin. Is there any way you can help me? I have been unable to sleep well and have little desire to eat lately, Wu Jinlian urgently asked. It's simple. Each day, take 5 grams each of white peony, white atractylodes, and white poria, along with 5 grams of licorice. Combine these with half a liter of water and simmer for half an hour. Drink this warm for a week and you'll recover. Moreover, this remedy not only addresses your ailment, but also enhances your complexion, Qin Xiaolong quickly advised. Since Wu Jinlian's condition was not severe, he prescribed her a decoction known as the 3 whites, precisely targeting her symptoms. When did you learn medicine? Wu Jinlian asked with great curiosity, having never known of Qin Xiaolong's medical expertise. After my father spent a considerable amount on his hospital stay, I began to self-study traditional Chinese medicine. I have made some progress. Qin Xiaolong fabricated a story. With your skills, you could easily set up a small clinic in our village. I can assure you, it would yield more than farming, Wu Jinlian suggested. That's a good idea. I will consider it, Qin Xiaolong replied. Though he was still burdened with debts, the inheritance he had received had alleviated the pressure of repayment. As they conversed, the roar of motorcycles echoed outside. They must have just returned. You should go out first. I need to change, Wu Jinlian said, still in her pajamas, wanting to avoid any misunderstandings from her husband. Outside, Qin Xiaolong picked up the scattered peaches from the ground. Just then, a portly man entered. It was Li Gangxian, the accountant of Taoyuan village. Qin Xiaolong? What brings you to my home? Li Gangxian asked, eyeing him. I came to inquire about my grandfather's social security benefits. It's been several months. When will it be processed? Qin Xiaolong asked with a smile. Don't worry, I'm already handling it for you. However, you know how these things work? It requires proper procedures. I will notify you as soon as it's approved, Li Gangxian replied nonchalantly. Come on, don't play games with me. Just tell me if you will process my grandfather's benefits, Qin Xiaolong said plainly. He had already approached Li Gangxian 4 or 5 times regarding this matter, but each time he was met with vague excuses and evasion, and his patience was wearing thin. To be honest, the town's leaders have stated that your grandfather does not quite meet the criteria, and they have returned the application several times. However, if you're willing to offer a little something, I could help facilitate the process, Li Gangxian replied slowly. Qin Xiaolong understood instantly that Li Gangxian was seeking a bribe. What exactly do you want? He inquired. It's not me. It's what the town's leaders want. How about this? You buy a pack of Furong cigarettes and 2 bottles of premium Yuhuang liquor, and I'll ensure this matter is resolved, Li Gangxian stated pompously. You want nearly 1,000 yuan just to process a social security application? You are quite greedy, Qin Xiaolong scoffed. He knew that in their village, one had to offer gifts to Li Gangxian for assistance. Well, I could accept a pack of cigarettes or a bottle of liquor. The cost of a pack of Furong at 250 yuan and 2 bottles of premium Yuhuang liquor at 500 yuan totaled 750 yuan. Given that Social Security recipients received only 450 yuan a month, Li Gangxian was effectively demanding 2 months' worth of benefits, a proposition Qin Xiaolong could not agree to. I made myself clear. If you refuse to accept the gift, that's fine. Just be prepared to wait indefinitely, Li Gangxian said, though merely a small official. He handled the processing of Social Security benefits. Qin Xiaolong understood that without a bribe, Li Gangxian would simply withhold the application materials, and he was determined to see who would outlast whom. Li Gangxian, do you believe I will report you for corruption? I can ensure you end up in prison, Qin Xiaolong declared, his patience evaporating in the face of Li Gangxian's arrogance. You dare report me? I'll break your legs. Li Gangxian raturta, glutting fiercely. You? Break my legs? You think you're capable of that? You worthless fool? Qin Xiaolong mocked disdainfully. You're asking for death. Li Gangxian was enraged and grabbed a nearby stick, ready to strike Qin Xiaolong. Just then, Wu Jinlian emerged from the house, having changed her clothes. Gangxian, stop, she shouted, rushing over to intervene. Let go of me. I must teach him a lesson. Li Gangxian shouta angrily. Calm down, Gangxian. Why must we resort to violence? Can't we discuss this like adults? Wu Jinlian pleaded. Sister Jinlian, don't interfere. If he wants to fight, I'm ready, Qin Xiaolong said with a smirk, aware of his reputation as the little tyrant of Taoyuan village. Xiaolong, just stay quiet. Wu Jinlian urged him with a glance. She was genuinely kind-hearted, and seeing her intervention, Qin Xiaolong decided to back down for her sake. Li Gangxian, I warn you, if you continue to obstruct my grandfather's Social Security application, I will report you to the authorities. Let us see if you dare to challenge me. With that, Qin Xiaolong turned and walked away. That little brat is so arrogant. Let me go. I will make him pay. Li Gangxian sata. Enough, Gangxian. Xiaolong has always been a troublemaker. Engaging him in a fight is merely self-inflicted suffering, Wu Jinlian admonished. Hearing this, Li Gangxian began to calm down. He realized that in a physical confrontation, he stood no chance against Qin Xiaolong. However, being humiliated by Qin Xiaolong had ignited a desire for revenge. Damn it, if I can't beat you openly, I'll find a way to retaliate covertly. Tonight, I will gather a few people to teach this brat a lesson. Let us see if he dares to act so brazenly again. Li Gangxian bua furiously. Gangxian, you must not retaliate against Xiaolong. You are the one at fault for delaying his grandfather's benefits, Wu Jinlian admonished, striving for fairness. Jinlian, are you my wife or his? Why are you taking a side? Li Gangxian snapat angrily. I assist in matters of principle rather than in personal relationships, as you well know. Given that Xiaolong's family is not well off, it is only just that they secure a low-income aid for his grandfather, argued Wu Jinlian. He deserves it. Who told that rascal not to present me with a gift? If everyone in the village were like him, I would be left to starve. Li Gangxian raturta defiantly. Everyone in the village must offer him gifts. Those who do not will find themselves at a disadvantage. You have profited enough over the years. Would it kill you to accept a little less from Xiaolong? Wu Jinlian countered again on behalf of Qin Xiaolong. Damn it. Why are you so protective of him? You wouldn't be having an affair with him, would you? Li Gangxian raised an eyebrow, questioning her motives. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I am that kind of promiscuous woman? Wu Jinlian shot back angrily. Despite her name, meaning Golden Lotus, she was a woman of strong morals. You better not be. If I find out you're cheating on me, I'll make you pay. With that, Li Gangxian waved his hand dismissively, commanding, hurry up and cook. I'm about to starve. Wu Jinlian recognized that further discussion would only lead to an argument, so she retreated to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolong had returned home. Seeing that his parents were still out selling grain, he prepared a pot of rice porridge and stir-fried some shredded potatoes and water spinach. Almost 5 minutes after finishing the meal, his parents finally returned. "Mom, why are you back so late?" Qin Xiaolong inquired with concern. "The grain buyer in our town pays too little. He only offers 1 yuan per jin of corn. The buyer in Mingao town pays 1 yuan and 28 cents. So, your father and I took the grain to Mingao town and made an extra 300 yuan. Liang Jing replied cheerfully. To many, a few cents may not seem significant, but for farmers who toil in the fields, every penny counts. And they would go to great lengths to sell their grain at a better price. By the way, I bought some pig's head meat. We're having a good meal today, Liang Jing said as she revealed the meat she had purchased on the way home. Seeing the pig's head meat made Qin Xiaolong's mouth water. His family had been living frugally to pay off debts, and he and T had meat in days. He grabbed a plate, placed the pig's head meat on it, and was about to join his parents for dinner when several unruly-looking men suddenly entered. The leader was someone Qin Xiaolong knew very well. It was Qin Xiaowi, the son of the village's wealthiest man, Chindapeo. "Ah, Xiaowi has arrived. Please, have a seat," Liang Jing said, quickly donning a flattering expression. This was no mere courtesy. Chindapeo was their creditor, and they owed him 60,000 yuan. "Aunt Liang, I want to sit. I'm here for one thing only, to discuss when you will marry Qinxue to me," Qin Xiaowi said with a smile. "Are you out of your mind? You think you can marry my sister? Go take a good look at yourself." Qin Xiaolong retorted immediately. His sister, Qin Qinxue, had been beautiful since childhood and had blossomed into a stunning young woman, one of the most sought-after girls in the village. However, she had just graduated high school and had achieved excellent marks for university. They certainly would not allow her to marry so young, especially not to someone like Qin Xiaowi. A good-for-nothing. Hearing Qin Xiaolong's insult, Qin Xiaowi's face darkened momentarily, but quickly shifted to a sinister grin. "Qin Xiaolong, open your eyes and read this clearly. This debt document states that if you do not repay the money by July 15th, you either marry your sister to me or forfeit your home to settle the debt. Are you really intending to default?" Qin Xiaolong examined the document and indeed saw those words inscribed. However, he had been present when his father wrote the note, and those conditions had not been included. It was clear they had been added later in a different handwriting. "Qin Xiaowi, do you think adding a few words will deceive me? Do you really believe I am uneducated?" Qin Xiaolong replied with a sneer. While it was only right to repay debts, he would not accept the additional terms. "Even if I did add them, what difference does it make? Your father's signature and fingerprint are right here. That is irrefutable evidence. I'll say this. If you don't repay the money by the 15th and refuse to marry Qinxue to me, I'll take your house and convert it into a pigsty," Qin Xiaowi boasted smugly. "I'll be waiting for you. Let us see how you manage to take my house." Qin Xiaolong shot back coldly. "Don't worry, I'm not like you brutes. I'm a civilized person. I'll file for enforcement through the court. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I have a relative who works in the court. Just a simple word from me, and you'll all be out on the streets." Qin Xiaowi sneered. He had been coveting Qin Qinxue for a year and was determined to force the Qin family to comply. "Xiaowi, please give us a little more time. We will repay you," Liang Jing pleaded, panic evident in her voice. "Aunt Liang, don't beg me. I told you before. If you agree to let me marry your daughter, I'll waive the 60,000 yuan debt and even offer you an additional 100,000 as a dowry. If you refuse, I'm afraid I'll have to see your family sleeping on the streets." With that, the haughty Qin Xiaowi and his entourage swaggered out. "What are we going to do? Where can we find 60,000 yuan in just 2 days?" Liang Jing murmured, on the verge of tears. "Don't panic. I'll go plead with Chundapeo for more time," Qin Fugue said, abandoning his meal to seek out their creditor. "Dad, you don't need to plead with him. I'll find a way to get the money." Qin Xiaolong immediately interjected. His father had suffered a fall from scaffolding while working, resulting in over 200,000 yuan in medical expenses, which plunged their family into debt, forcing him to drop out of school. As if that weren't enough, A month ago, his grandfather had also fallen and required 12,000 yuan for hospitalization. They had borrowed from all their relatives and friends to cover the medical bills, but were still short 60,000. At that time, Qin had offered them the money, and Qin Xiaolong had thought he was acting out of kindness. Now it seemed clear that he was merely trying to pressure them into marrying Qin Xiaolong to his son. Xiaolong, this is 60,000. How will you manage to get it? Qin Fuguei asked, his expression grim. I have a high school classmate whose family is quite wealthy. I can borrow from him. Qin Xiaolong fabricated a story. Will he lend you the money? Liang Jing asked. We were like brothers. He will definitely lend it to me. Don't worry. Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. All right, give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll go plead with Qin Fuguei conceded, having no one else to turn to. Mom, Dad, let us eat quickly. The food will get cold. Qin Xiaolong said, eager to shift the focus away from their worries. After finishing their meal, Qin Xiaolong pretended to step outside to make a phone call. A short while later, he returned to Liang Jing and said, Mom, my classmate has agreed to lend me the money. He will transfer it to me in the next couple of days. Upon hearing this, the worried couple couldn't help but smile once again. Mom, I'm going to the mountains to gather herbs. I might be a bit late returning tonight, so you two should eat without waiting for me. After informing his mother, Qin Xiaolong slung the herb basket over his shoulder and ascended Wulong Mountain. Wulong Mountain stretches for hundreds of miles and serves as a natural treasure trove, abundant with wild medicinal herbs. In order to repay his debts as quickly as possible, Qin Xiaolong frequently ventured up the mountain to gather herbs. However, due to the presence of wild beasts, he had previously limited his excursions to within 20 miles, ensuring he could return before nightfall. Now, having inherited the legacy of an immortal and cultivated spiritual energy within him, he no longer regarded ordinary beasts as a threat. Thus, he decided to venture deeper into the wilderness, hoping to stumble upon a rare wild ginseng or a prized lingji mushroom, which could easily fetch him 60,000 yuan. Of course, finding wild ginseng in the vast, untamed forest was no simple task. The odds were akin to winning a 5 million yuan lottery. Thus, Qin Xiaolong resolved that if he couldn't find wild ginseng in the next couple of days, he would sneak into Chun DePeo's home on the night of the 14th to tear up the IOU, leaving no evidence behind. He was eager to see how Chun Xiaolong would behave then. Wulong Mountain, rarely trodden by human feet, boasted breathtaking scenery with clear waters and fragrant blossoms. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaolong had little interest in the picturesque views at that moment. He pressed on for nearly 20 miles into the mountain before stopping. In the past, it would have taken him at least 2 hours to traverse such a distance, but after the transformation brought about by the immortal legacy, he accomplished it in a mere 40 minutes. Moreover, his physical attributes, including reflexes and strength, had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. His eyesight, for instance, rivaled that of a hawk. Even from dozens of meters away, he could clearly see a fly buzzing about, something unimaginable before. Having ventured deep into Wulong Mountain, he began to slow his pace, searching for hidden herbs among the underbrush. Soon, he stumbled upon a small patch of wild atractalodes, known for its ability to strengthen the spleen and stomach, dispel dampness, and promote diuresis. This herb was relatively common and inexpensive, priced at about 20 yuan per pound. Yet, as the saying goes, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. And Qin Xiaolong diligently dug up all the atractalodes he could find. As he continued his search, Qin Xiaolong discovered various other herbs, including astragalus, Pinellia, Rehmannia, and Gastrodia. Among these, Gastrodia was particularly rare, fetching nearly 300 yuan per pound. He managed to collect over 2 pounds, instantly earning 700 yuan. With the addition of other herbs, he had already made over 1,000 yuan in less than an hour. However, this was still a drop in the bucket compared to his debt of 60,000 yuan. After a brief rest, Qin Xiaolong resumed his search. As he passed a large tree, his gaze inadvertently swept across the ground and suddenly froze. He spotted an irregular purple-brown sphere beside a large rock, adorned with fine brown hairs. Hastily, Qin Xiaolong picked up the sphere and inhaled its rich aroma. Wow, it's truly musk. Upon confirming his find, a wave of elation surged through him. Musk is one of the 4 renowned fragrances, more precious than gold. The Qin herbal classic records that musk has various medicinal properties, including dispelling evil spirits, combating toxins, and alleviating ailments. Throughout history, musk has been regarded as a highly valuable medicinal material. For instance, the recently hyped-up exorbitantly priced medicine, Zai, contains musk as one of its key ingredients, with a single pill costing over 1,000 yuan. The small piece of musk in Qin Xiaolong's possession weighed approximately 12 to 13 grams. If sold in the city, it could conservatively fetch around 10,000 yuan. He quickly searched the surrounding area and eventually discovered more chunks of musk inside a small cave. The evidence suggested that this had once been a musk deer's den, but it appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. Musk is a secretion of the musk deer, and traditionally, hunters would kill the animal to extract the musk sacs. However, this method produced inferior quality musk. Typically, in May, when the musk sacs are full, the musk deer, feeling discomfort, would use their claws to scrape out the musk, covering it with their excrement, a process that yields premium quality musk. The musk Qin Xiaolong had found was evidently mature musk that the deer had naturally discarded, a rarity that one could hardly purchase even with wealth. What a pity. If only I could find a pound or two more, I would be instantly wealthy. Qin Xiaolong lamented softly, yet he understood that this was merely a daydream. After all, a single musk deer only produces 20 to 30 grams of musk per year. Finding 12 to 20 grams of mature musk was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. After carefully stowing away the musk, Qin Xiaolong resumed his search for other herbs in the forest. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was 5 in the afternoon. Noticing the encroaching twilight, he decided to descend the mountain. "My goodness, Xiaolong, how did you gather so many herbs today?" Liang Jing exclaimed, astonished at the sight of her son returning with a bountiful harvest. Although Qin Xiaolong often collected herbs, the quantity he amassed today was easily 4 to 5 times that of his usual efforts. Today was just a lucky day. I stumbled upon a valley that no one had visited before, which is why I found so many herbs, Qin Xiaolong replied with a harmless fib. After inheriting the immortal legacy, his eyesight had become almost radar-like, allowing him to search much more efficiently than before. Coupled with his agility, he navigated the rugged terrain with ease, making it entirely reasonable for him to gather such a large amount of herbs. However, he intended to keep this secret from everyone, including his parents. "By the way, Mom, I also found some musk today," Qin Xiaolong said, quickly retrieving the musk to show his parents. Their eyes lit up with joy at the sight of it. In the past, villagers frequently ventured into the mountains to hunt musk deer, but the local population had vanished over a decade ago, leaving the deep mountains untouched. The rarity of musk had only increased. Now, with Qin Xiaolong having found mature musk, Liang Jing felt as though the heavens had begun to smile upon their family. After chatting with his parents for a while, Qin Xiaolong sat down to eat. Once he was well fed, he was about to take a shower when his phone suddenly rang. It was Chun Xiaoyu, the village chief's daughter. "Xiaoyu, why are you calling me so late? Are you missing me?" Qin Xiaolong teased upon answering the phone. "Stop being so self-absorbed. Who would miss you?" Chun Xiaoyu retorted playfully. "Then what's the reason for your call?" Qin Xiaolong inquired. "I bought you a gift. Come to the utility pole in front of my house to pick it up. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, don't bother coming," Chun Xiaoyu instructed. "All right, I'm on my way," Qin Xiaolong replied before hastily leaving the house. When he arrived at the pole, Chun Xiaoyu was already waiting for him. "Xiaoyu, you've become even more beautiful. You're going to drive me crazy," Qin Xiaolong complimented with a broad smile. Chun Xiaoyu, naturally beautiful and often compared to his sister, Qin Xianxue, wore a light purple floral dress today, flaunting her long, fair legs, making it hard for anyone to suppress their admiration. "Stop with the flattery. I'm not falling for that." Chun Xiaoyu feigned indifference, though her heart was elated. She then handed Qin Xiaolong a neatly wrapped gift. "Here, this is for you." Qin Xiaolong tore open the outer packaging and discovered that it was a Casio watch. "Well, do you like it?" Chun Xiaoyu inquired. "I love it. As long as it's from you, I would cherish even a stone," Qin Xiaolong replied, swiftly fastening the watch around his wrist. "This is something I've saved for over 6 months. Henceforth, I want you to wear it every day. Do you understand?" Chun Xiaoyu continued. "As you wish, my queen," Qin Xiaolong retorted playfully, his whimsical expression eliciting laughter from Qin Xiaoyu. Look at your foolishness, she teased, poking his forehead with her finger. She then shifted the conversation, saying, by the way, I heard from my dad that you had another argument with him this morning and even contemplated hitting him. Your father is clearly playing the victim. He was the one who cut off our water supply and then scolded me, prompting my retaliatory remarks. Qin Xiaolong quickly clarified. Even if my dad is at fault, you shouldn't confront him. After all, he is an elder, Qin Xiaoyu remarked, giving him an exasperated look. Then from now on, if we have any conflicts, I shall not retaliate or raise my voice. Is that acceptable? Qin Xiaolong replied with a doting smile. Despite his strained relationship with Chen Guangfu, he was willing to make concessions for Qin Xiaoyu. That's more like it, Qin Xiaoyu said, her face finally lighting up with satisfaction. After casting a glance towards Chen Guangfu's house, Qin Xiaolong stepped closer to Qin Xiaoyu with a mischievous grin, saying, Xiaoyu, shall we go to the little woods up ahead for a chat? No, you'll just bully me. Qin Xiaoyu instantly rejected him, fully aware of his intentions. Are you certain you want to come? Qin Xiaolong said, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, his hands becoming bolder. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. If my dad sees you, you're finished, Qin Xiaoyu said in a flustered tone. Let him see then, Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. When he showed no intention of releasing her, Qin Xiaoyu had no choice but to relent. You rascal, fine, I will go with you to the little woods. But let go of me first. In the little woods, Qin Xiaolong cast aside any pretense of being a gentleman and kissed Qin Xiaoyu's cherry lips, his hands roaming freely. Just as he felt the urge to cross the line, Qin Xiaoyu firmly grasped his hand. You are not allowed to touch there, she insisted with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for negotiation. Although Qin Xiaolong longed to embrace her completely, he respected her wishes and suppressed the primal urges within. Xiaoyu, when do you think we could be together openly? This secrecy feels like living as an underground operative, Qin Xiaolong lamented, gazing at her with a pained expression. Qin Xiaoyu had promised to be with him during the new year, but due to Chen Guangfu's disdain for Qin Xiaolong, they were too afraid to let him see them together. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyu had laid down the law. They could see and touch, but not indulge before marriage, which was a torment for a young man like Qin Xiaolong. Do not fret. I have been working on convincing my dad. You should also strive to achieve something soon. Otherwise, you won't even have the dowry for marriage, and my dad will never allow me to marry you, Qin Xiaoyu gently reassured him. She cared for Qin Xiaolong deeply, yet she understood that her father's disapproval stemmed from a place of concern for her well-being. In his words, love could not be a substitute for sustenance. After all, Qin Xiaolong's family was impoverished and in debt, and Chen Guangfu would never allow his precious daughter to endure hardship with him. Rest assured, I will earn $1 million and confront your father. I want to see what excuse he will have to prevent our union then, Qin Xiaolong vowed earnestly. During a previous argument, Chen Guangfu had derided Qin Xiaolong, likening him to a toad unworthy of his swan-like daughter, insisting that he produce $1 million to marry her. For the former Qin Xiaolong, $1 million was an astronomical figure. However, now that he had encountered a fortuitous opportunity, earning that amount would be a trivial matter. He was determined to confront Chen Guangfu with the money. I believe you will succeed, Qin Xiaoyu said, feeling a surge of pride for Qin Xiaolong's ambition. Just then, her phone rang. Upon seeing it was her father, she quickly signaled for silence. Hello, Dad, is there something you need? She asked after answering the call. Where have you been at this hour? Chen Guangfu questioned. I went to Lily's house. I'll be home shortly, Qin Xiaoyu lied. All right, hurry back, Chen Guangfu said before ending the call. Xiaolong, I have to go now. You must keep striving, she encouraged him, giving him a tender kiss before hastily returning home. Qin Xiaolong savored the lingering sweetness of the kiss, feeling a mix of longing and frustration. Goodness, being a gentleman is truly challenging, he grumbled to himself. While others might have taken advantage of the moment, Qin Xiaolong refrained out of respect for Qin Xiaoyu. Nevertheless, he felt an intense fire within him, leaving him restless. To cool down, he decided to swim in the river outside the village until he calmed down completely before heading home to sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Qin Xiaolong gathered all the herbs he had collected over the past few days and asked his father to drive him to town with a tractor before boarding a bus into the city. In the past, he had sold herbs directly to local vendors, but this time he needed to sell some musk as well. So he decided to take all the herbs with him to maximize his earnings. Upon arriving at Deshun E Street Station, he transferred to the 418 bus for 5 stops, then switched to the 316 bus, followed by a 5 to 6 minute walk, finally reaching his destination, the Shengdetang Pharmacy. Shengdetang Pharmacy was the largest in Lin City and accepted all kinds of medicinal materials. By now, it was nearly noon, and the store was not very crowded, likely due to the lunch hour. "Hey brother, I'm here to sell some herbs. Could you help me appraise them?" Qin Xiaolong approached one of the staff members. The clerk glanced at Qin Xiaolong, a hint of disdain flickering across his face, and casually asked, "What kind of herbs do you have?" "I have quite a variety. Astragalus, Angelica, white atractylodes, and gastrodia. The most valuable is this," Qin Xiaolong replied, placing the bag of herbs on the ground before pulling out the musk wrapped in newspaper from his pocket. "What is this?" the clerk asked, eyeing the musk. "This is musk I found on the mountain," Qin Xiaolong quickly responded. "Musk?" The clerk's interest peaked at the mention of musk, and he eagerly picked it up, sniffing and squeezing it. However, he still seemed uncertain and said to Qin Xiaolong, "Please wait a moment. I will have our herbalist authenticate it." After saying this, the clerk took the musk into the back room. After 7 or 8 minutes of anxious waiting, the clerk finally emerged, declaring, "This musk is synthetic. It's worthless. Take it away." He tossed the newspaper-wrapped musk back to Qin Xiaolong. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong could not help but scoff. "Do you even know your stuff? This is genuine wild musk." "Genuine? Nonsense. Take your garbage and leave. We don't welcome filthy farmers like you here," the clerk retorted impatiently. "With such poor judgment, you dare run a store? I wish you all the best in going out of business soon." Qin Xiaolong shot back. Qin Xiaolong initially approached Shengda Hall due to its esteemed reputation. However, upon realizing that they could not even distinguish between genuine and fake musk, he lost interest in engaging in a verbal dispute. He simply tucked the musk into his pocket and headed to a nearby traditional medicine shop. "Do you buy musk?" "I have premium wild musk," Qin Xiaolong asked directly. The shop owner instantly perked up at his inquiry. Qin Xiaolong produced the musk once more and unwrapped it from its newspaper. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The wild musk he had placed in the newspaper had inexplicably been replaced with synthetic musk. "Damn this black shop." In an instant, Qin Xiaolong understood that his musk had been swapped by the shop staff, which explained why the previous employee had been so rude, hastening him to leave. Chapter 9. The Enchanting Beauty. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaolong grabbed the herbs and raced back to Shengda Hall. He quickly spotted the staff member engrossed in a conversation on his phone. Qin Xiaolong dashed over and seized the man by his collar. "Where's my musk? What are you doing? Let me go." The staff member shouted angrily. "I'll ask you one last time. Where's my musk?" Qin Xiaolong's gaze turned icy, and a palpable aura of menace surrounded him. The staff member, feeling guilty, averted his eyes from Qin Xiaolong and began to yell, "Help! He is hitting me! Help!" Upon hearing his cries, other employees rushed out from the back. "What do you want? Let Shun Jun go. Do you want to die by causing a scene in Shengda Hall?" They shouted at Qin Xiaolong. Yet he paid them no heed. Suddenly, a man threw a punch at Qin Xiaolong. He merely smiled disdainfully and kicked out, sending the man flying. The others, witnessing Qin Xiaolong's formidable strength, hesitated to make a move. Ignoring them, Qin Xiaolong lifted his leg and kicked Shun Jun's knee, causing him to collapse onto the ground. He then placed his foot on Shun Jun's face. "Speak. Where did you hide my musk?" Qin Xiaolong had come to Shengda Hall hoping to earn a little more due to its reputation, yet his musk had been swapped. This infuriated him to the point of wanting to teach the scoundrel before him a harsh lesson. "You filthy peasant, let me go, or I swear I'll kill you." Shun Jun threatened angrily, still oblivious to the severity of the situation. "Foolish." A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Xiaolong's eyes as he prepared to deliver a memorable lesson to Shun Jun, when a sharp voice suddenly interrupted. "Stop!" Turning around, Qin Xiaolong saw a girl in a black dress approaching. She possessed an exquisite beauty, with skin as smooth as jade and eyes sparkling like stars. Below her delicate nose, her rosy lips resembled glistening cherries, evoking an irresistible desire to kiss them. With a perfectly sculpted face, she seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens, embodying the essence of unparalleled beauty. Additionally, her alluring figure, curvaceous in all the right places, stirred the spirits of men. Goodness, this woman is stunning. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but exclaim internally. He knew that Qin Xiaoyu and Lu Xiangxiao from his village were considered beauties. Yet they paled in comparison to the girl before him. She was undoubtedly a rare gem of humanity. The mere thought of sharing a night with her stirred his blood. Nevertheless, Qin Xiaolong maintained his composure and calmly asked, "Who are you?" "I am Mu Qiotong, the owner of Shunda Hall." "Release my employee," the girl replied, her demeanor frosty. "Oh, so you're the owner of Shunda Hall. That simplifies matters." Qin Xiaolong smirked and released Shun Jun. "Miss Mu, I initially believed that Shunda Hall, as a time-honored establishment in Lin City, would uphold its reputation. Yet, it appears you are merely a black shop, profiting from dishonest dealings over the years. How dare you slander Shunda Hall? If you continue to defame our reputation, do not blame me for being impolite." A middle-aged man accompanying Mu Qiodong admonished sternly. "Huh, your employee swapped the wild musk I found on the mountain for synthetic musk and then refused to take responsibility. What else would you call it if not a black shop?" Qin Xiaolong scoffed. "Miss, do not listen to this fool. The musk he brought is synthetic. He is just desperate for money and trying to extort us." Xin Yun immediately counseled. "Say that again, and I swear I'll tear your mouth apart." Qin Xiaolong's anger surged upon hearing Shun Jun distort the truth. "Miss, just look at what this guy is wearing. He is clearly a filthy peasant trying to scam us. Don't let him deceive you." Shun Jun continued to slander Qin Xiaolong, who was dressed in $10 shorts and a t-shirt promoting a fertilizer brand, making it easy to identify him as a farmer. "I may not dress well, but my heart is clean, unlike you, who appear polished on the outside, but harbor malice within." Qin Xiaolong retorted coldly. Mu Qiodong did not judge based on appearances. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Do you have any evidence to prove that your musk was swapped?" "You want evidence? Very well, wait here, I'll get it for you." Qin Xiaolong smirked and walked straight toward Xin Jun, knowing Qin Xiaolong's strength. Xin Jun quickly hid behind Mu Qiodong. "Miss, this guy's a lunatic. You need to get rid of him," he said with evident fear. "What is your name?" "Mu Qitong inquired, looking at Xin Yun. "My name is Shun Jun," he replied hastily. "Do not be afraid. As long as you are innocent, no one can harm you." After saying this, Mu Qiotong turned her attention back to Qin Xiaolong. "And you, do not resort to violence. I will get to the bottom of this." Then, she addressed the middle-aged man beside her, Lao Chu. "Check the surveillance footage to see if Shun Jun swapped this gentleman's musk." "Miss, the surveillance system broke down yesterday, and the repairman will only arrive this afternoon." Chu Hong replied awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Mu Qiotong's brows furrowed once more. Without the surveillance footage, it would be impossible to verify Qin Xiaolong's claims. Did anyone see Shun Jun switch this gentleman's musk? She asked the surrounding employees. No, they all shook their heads. "Sir, as you can see, I am trying my best to assist you. Unless you can provide evidence, I have no reason to believe you," Mu Qiodong reiterated, looking at Qin Xiaolong. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong, who had intended to force Shun Jun to confess, suddenly conceived a more clever plan. "Today I concede. Just you wait." With that, he pretended to turn and leave. Everyone assumed the matter was settled, but unexpectedly, Qin Xiaolong darted back to Shun Jun and snatched his phone before he could react. Noticing it was fingerprint locked, Qin Xiaolong forcibly pressed Shun Jun's finger to unlock it. "Let Shun Jun go." Mu Qiodong thought Qin Xiaolong was about to strike, and her expression darkened. Disregarding her reprimand, Qin Xiaolong opened Shun Jun's WeChat and took a glance. "You can see for yourself," he coldly remarked, handing the phone to Mu Qiotong. Chapter 10. Fury unleashed on Shun Jun's WeChat. There was a contact saved under the name Boss Zhao. Just a few minutes prior, he had sent Boss Zhao a photograph featuring musk. Xin Jun informed him that he had recently acquired some exquisite musk, and they had arranged to conduct the transaction in person that evening. Mu Qiotong scrolled through the previous chat history and soon realized that Shun Jun had repeatedly sold the shop's medicinal herbs to this Boss Zhao. The scoundrel! It turned out that the malignant tumor hidden within their store was none other than him. After reading the chat records, A frosty glare instantly appeared on Mu Qiaotong's delicate face. In the last half-month, they had received several complaints about the quality of the herbs purchased from their store. Mu Qiaotong had come to the shop today specifically to investigate this issue, and it was evident that the culprit was indeed Shunjun, with the truth unveiled. Shunjun could no longer defend himself and felt his knees, pleading, "Miss, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. Please, spare me this once." Upon seeing that Qin Xiaolong brought genuine exquisite musk and realizing that Qin Xiaolong was clearly a farmer, Shunjun had succumbed to temptation and deliberately replaced the wild musk with the inferior synthetic version from a store. He had initially thought that even if Qin Xiaolong discovered the truth, a mere farmer would not cause much of a stir. Little did he know that Qin Xiaolong was a formidable individual who even unearthed the good deeds Shunjun had previously committed. "Where's the musk?" Mu Qiaotong inquired coldly. "In the cabinet inside the room. I'll fetch it right away," Shunjun replied, not daring to delay as he hurriedly retrieved the hidden musk. "Lao Chu, confine this man for now. He will be handed over to the police shortly," Mu Qiaotong instructed. If Shunjun's actions were merely a first offense, Mu Qiaotong might have considered forgiving him. However, his repeated deception of substituting inferior herbs for their high-quality products had caused significant damage to the reputation of Shengdahal, an act utterly unforgivable. "Understood," Chu Hong acknowledged, ignoring Shunjun's desperate pleas and forcibly escorting him to the inner courtyard. "Sir, on behalf of Shengdahal, I extend my sincerest apologies," Mu Qiaotong said, bowing slightly to Qin Xiaolong. Due to the angle, Qin Xiaolong caught a glimpse of the hidden beauty within Mu Qiaotong's attire, causing him to swallow hard. "Never mind. I shall not dwell on this matter." Qin Xiaolong hastily averted his gaze. "Thank you for your understanding. By the way, I am curious if you still have any herbs for sale. I am willing to purchase them at a high price." Mu Qiaotong continued. "Of course I am selling. Please provide an estimate," Qin Xiaolong replied, handing over the musk. Mu Qiaotong inspected the musk and quickly confirmed its quality as mature, exquisite musk. She then instructed her staff to empty the fertilizer bags containing the herbs for further classification. "Sir, the quality of your musk is exceptional. I can offer you a price of 100 per gram. What do you think of this offer?" Mu Qiaotong inquired. "That works," Qin Xiaolong responded. His initial expectation was only 800 per gram, so Mu Qiaotong's offer exceeded his anticipation. Upon hearing this, Mu Linglong summoned a precise electronic scale and weighed the musk, totaling 35 grams. To express her apologies, Mu Qiaotong promptly settled the payment at 30,000, as Qin Xiaolong was currently in need of funds. He certainly did not mind the extra money. After calculating, the other herbs amounted to over 600, and Mu Linglong rounded it up, ultimately handing Qin Xiaolong a total of 36,000 yuan. "Sir, let us exchange contact information. Should you have any more musk or other medicinal herbs in the future, I will gladly purchase them at high prices," Mu Qiaotong added. She understood well that the herbs Qin Xiaolong provided were purely wild, with far superior efficacy compared to artificially cultivated ones, making them highly sought after in the market. Shengdahal desperately needed such quality herbs. "All right," Qin Xiaolong nodded, exchanging WeChat details with Mu Qiaotong and sharing his name. After the transaction concluded, Qin Xiaolong spent over 800 to buy a set of silver needles before leaving. Outside, the sun blazed overhead and hot winds swept by, yet Qin Xiaolong felt elated. After all, he had earned over 30,000 today, and with his current earning pace, repaying his debts seemed effortless. Glancing at the clock, it was nearly 1 o'clock. He casually found a small restaurant and indulged in 3 meat dishes along with a bottle of beer. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Qin Xiaolong did not rush home, but instead took the bus to the Guanyin CAF on College Road, where his sister, Qin Xianxue, worked. Qin Xianxue was a remarkably sensible young lady. Aware of their family's financial struggles, she began working at the CAF as a summer job immediately after her college entrance examinations. The work was not overly taxing, with accommodation provided but meals not included, and the salary was reasonable at 4,800 a month. After 2 months, her earnings would cover her tuition and living expenses, significantly alleviating the family's burden. "Excuse me, where's my sister?" Upon entering the CAF, Qin Xiaolong inquired of one of the staff members. "She is feeling a bit unwell and took the day off to rest in her dormitory," the staff replied, recognizing him as Qin Xiaolong's brother. "Thank you," he said, preparing to head to the dormitory behind the CAF when the staff suddenly called out to him. "Brother Xiaolong, has Qin Xiaolong mentioned anything to you? There's been a man bothering her lately," the staff asked. "No, she has never brought it up. Could you tell me more about what happened?" Qin Xiaolong replied promptly. "About a week ago, a man came in for coffee and claimed he had feelings for Qin Xiaolong, frequently coming to ask her to be his girlfriend. He looks quite wealthy, probably a rich second generation, but I sensed he was not a good person. I thought it best to inform you so you could advise Qin Xiaolong to be cautious and not get deceived," the staff member explained. "I understand. Thank you for letting me know." After noting this, Qin Xiaolong exited the CAF and headed straight to the residential building behind it. The top floor housed the communal dormitory arranged for Qin Xiaolong by the CAF. "You scoundrel, today I will have my way with you. Help! MMM." Just as Qin Xiaolong was about to knock on the door, he heard a voice from within. Realizing something was amiss, he wasted no time and kicked the door open. In the living room, a young man was pinning Qin Xiaolong to the sofa, preparing to commit an indecent act. "You're asking for death." Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Xiaolong's fury ignited. Chapter 11. 100,000 yuan. Stepping forward, Qin Xiaolong seized the young man's hair and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The young man instantly bled from his nose. Yet Qin Xiaolong was not satisfied. He continued to rain down punches and kicks upon him. "Brother, stop. If you keep hitting him, he might die." Seeing Jiang Jija battered and bloodied, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly intervened. "Qin Xiaolong, don't worry about me. I will make sure this beast pays." Qin Xiaolong roared with murderous intent. "Brother, please listen to me. There's no need to ruin your future for someone like him." Though Qin Xiaolong also wished to eliminate Jiang Jija, she was aware that killing was a crime, and she did not want Qin Xiaolong to jeopardize his future over such a wicked person. After delivering a few more kicks to Jiang Jija, Qin Xiaolong finally ceased his assault. "Listen carefully. Keep your distance from my sister. If you dare harbor any ill intentions towards her again, I will end you." "Yes, yes." Jiang Jija, now resembling a pig's head, quickly complied. "Get lost." At the sound of this furious command, Jiang Jija fled the scene in terror of receiving further blows. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xiaolong tried to stabilize his emotions before turning to Qin Xiaolong. "Qin Xiaolong, that beast didn't harm you, did he?" "No." Qin Xiaolong shook her head. "What on earth happened? How could you allow that brute into your dormitory?" Qin Xiaolong inquired. "At first, he claimed he came to deliver medicine, so I let him in. Little did I expect he would confess his feelings and ask me to be his girlfriend. When I declined, he suddenly became violent." Qin Xiaolong recounted, a hint of fear in her voice. She was grateful for Qin Xiaolong's timely arrival, which had thwarted Jiang Jija's intentions. Otherwise, she feared she might have faced a grave violation. "You must remain vigilant in the future. The world outside is vastly different from school. Some individuals may appear well-mannered, but are, in reality, treacherous and beastly." Qin Xiaolong continued his admonishment. "Yes, I understand," Qin Xiaolong replied. Today's incident had undeniably imparted a profound lesson on the malice that lurks within human hearts. "Perhaps you should consider leaving this job. We could return home and rest. I will find a way to manage your tuition," Qin Xiaolong suggested after a moment of contemplation. Although their family was relatively poor, Qin Xiaolong was undoubtedly the most cherished, and he wished to spare her from hardship. "That won't do. I've already committed to my boss for 2 months, and I cannot go back on my word. Besides, working here isn't too taxing, and our dormitory has air conditioning, which is far better than our home," Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Children of the less fortunate often mature early. She understood her circumstances and was willing to endure hardship to alleviate her family's burdens. "Very well. Should you ever wish to quit, just call me, and I will come to fetch you," Qin Xiaolong conceded, fully comprehending his sister's sentiments. After chatting for about half an hour, he bid her farewell, intending to return home and search the mountains for precious medicinal herbs to settle the debts owed to Qin, lest Qin Xiaolong harbor inappropriate intentions towards his sister. As he approached the bus stop, Qin Xiaolong noticed a crowd gathered ahead. Driven by curiosity, he joined them. Upon closer inspection, he saw an elderly man lying on the ground, his mouth and eyes askew, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He had lost consciousness. Instantly, Qin Xiaolong deduced that the man had suffered stroke. A stroke is an emergency condition that can lead to paralysis, incontinence, or even death. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Qin Xiaolong did not hesitate and immediately crouched down to assist the elder. What are you doing?" A woman nearby abruptly grasped his arm. Saving him, Qin Xiaolong replied, momentarily taken aback. "Don't blame me for cautioning you. It's best not to touch this old man. In these times, being a good Samaritan can be perilous. If anything happens to him, his family might turn against you," she warned, her concern evident. "It's all right. If I am blamed, I will accept it. A life is at stake," Qin Xiaolong replied, his mind resolute as he felt for the elder's pulse. His assessment revealed that the man had suffered a stroke due to weakened yang energy and dampness obstructing blood flow. Quickly, he loosened the elder's clothing and retrieved the silver needles he had purchased earlier. In a moment of urgency, he neglected to sterilize the needles and swiftly inserted several into key acupuncture points. Concurrently, he discreetly infused the elder with vital energy, stimulating the yang within to restore the flow of qi and blood. After several tense moments, Qin Xiaolong withdrew the needles in reverse order, and dark blood oozed from the puncture sites. Gradually, the elder's convulsions ceased, and his facial features began to realign. However, he remained unconscious due to his frail state. He is fine now," Qin Xiaolong sighed in relief after wiping away the dark blood. "Young man, I didn't realize you possessed such skill," the woman who had initially stopped him exclaimed, astonished at the recovery. "Just a minor technique," Qin Xiaolong replied humbly, a modest smile gracing his lips. As they spoke, a luxurious Bentley suddenly pulled up. "Clear the way." A man rushed out of the vehicle, his expression shifting dramatically upon spotting the elder. "Dad, what happened? Please don't scare me," he shouted, but the elder was unresponsive. "Your father suffered a stroke, but I have treated him. He is merely unconscious. I will write a prescription for him to ensure a full recovery," Qin Xiaolong informed the middle-aged man. "Thanks to this young man's miraculous skills, your father might have otherwise perished," the woman interjected again. "He is indeed remarkable. His medical prowess rivals that of our city's renowned physician." Others chimed in, praising Qin Xiaolong. "Brother, thank you for saving my father." The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude fervently. "There's no need for thanks. It was a mere act of kindness," Qin Xiaolong replied with a gentle smile, feeling no desire for recognition. In that moment, the middle-aged man took out a checkbook and wrote a substantial amount. "Brother, this 100,000 yuan is a token of my appreciation. You must accept it." Surprised by the man's generosity, Qin Xiaolong hesitated. 100,000 yuan was a fortune that most farmers would struggle to earn in a year. Yet, he was not driven by greed and firmly declined. "Brother, please keep this money. I did not save your father for a reward. I know you did not seek payment, but this is my heartfelt gratitude. You must accept it." The man insisted firmly. "Please accept it. You deserve it," the woman added her encouragement. Finding impossible to refuse, Qin Xiaolong ultimately accepted the check. "I need to take my father to the hospital for further examination, so I must take my leave," the middle-aged man said before carrying the elder into the Bentley and driving away. Watching the luxurious vehicle disappear, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but marvel at the disparity. For the wealthy, 100,000 yuan was likely akin to pocket change. Amidst the envious gazes surrounding him, Qin Xiaolong made his way to a nearby bank, where he converted the check into cash alongside several thousand yuan from selling medicinal herbs. Holding a substantial sum in hand, he walked with a newfound confidence. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, for he was the inheritor of divine wisdom and knew that with time and effort, accumulating wealth would become effortless. He then purchased some nutritional supplements he had previously deemed too extravagant before boarding a bus back to town. Originally, he had planned to gather more herbs at dawn, but with a newfound fortune, he felt no urgency. Upon arriving in town, he immediately went to an appliance store and spent 13,000 yuan on 4 air conditioners. One for the living room, one for his room, one for his parents' room, and one for his sister's room. ensuring comfort regardless of the heat. "What is this?" Liang Jing asked, emerging from the yard as workers unloaded the air conditioners. "These are air conditioners I bought in town," Qin Xiaolong replied. "Why on earth are you buying an air conditioner? Our home is hardly suited for such luxury," Liang Jing exclaimed, her irritation palpable. Burdened with nearly 200,000 yuan in debt, she scrimped and saved daily in hopes of clearing their financial obligations sooner. Yet, Qin Xiaolong's impulsive purchase of an air conditioner right after selling herbal medicine seemed nothing short of reckless extravagance. "Mom, don't worry. Look at this," Qin Xiaolong said with a slight smile as he handed her a bag filled with cash. Upon seeing the stack of bills, Liang Jing was momentarily speechless. "Xiaolong, where did you get this much money?" she asked incredulously. "Over 30,000 is from selling herbs, and the other 100,000 is from saving someone today. That person's son gave it to me," he explained succinctly, recounting the events of the day. Despite knowing her son was truthful, Liang Jing felt as if she were caught in a dream. "Even if you have money now, we should prioritize paying off our debts. The air conditioner can certainly wait," she suggested, calming her racing heart. "Mom, you need to worry about the debts. From now on, you and Dad can simply enjoy life," Qin Xiaolong reassured her with a smile. After all the sacrifices his parents had made for the family, he was determined to ensure they would no longer endure hardship. Purchasing the air conditioner was merely the first step. Seeing her son's filial piety, Liang Jing chose to hold her tongue. With 4 installation workers arriving, the air conditioners were set up and operational in just an hour and a half. As the refreshing cool air filled the room, Qin Fugue, Qin Xiaolong's father, remarked with delight, "This air conditioning is far more comfortable than a fan. The money was well spent, having only endured the stifling heat of fans during summers." He had never dared to dream of a day when their home would be graced with an air conditioner. "Sit here and rest. I'll prepare dinner," Liang Jing said. Her spirits lifted as she headed to the kitchen. After they finished their meal, Qin Xiaolong turned to his father. "Dad, your back has been bothering you. Let me treat it." "Did I hear you right? You want to treat my back injury?" Qin Fugui responded, astonished. "You heard correctly. I recently self-studied traditional Chinese medicine and made some progress. If you don't believe me, lie down, and I'll give you acupuncture to demonstrate," Qin Xiaolong replied confidently. Though skeptical about his son's self-taught skills, Qin Fugue complied and lay down. As Qin Xiaolong examined his father's back, he quickly identified the issue. A fall from scaffolding had damaged several nerves, causing significant pain with any exertion. After pinpointing the problem, he began acupuncture to restore his father's health, channeling his energy to repair the injured nerves. 20 minutes later, he concluded the treatment, also addressing some underlying health issues. "Dad, try getting up now and see if you have any strength," he instructed. Qin Fugue twisted his waist and was astonished to find no pain at all. He attempted to lift 100 pounds of grain effortlessly. "Xiaolong, your medical skills are truly miraculous. My back is healed," he exclaimed, elated. The lingering injury had prevented him from doing heavy work and had forced him to spend money on medication. Now, with his back recovered, he would no longer be a burden to the family. Excited, Qin Fugue rushed outside to share the good news with Liang Jing. Just then, someone called out for Qin Xiaolong. Recognizing the voice, he hurried outside to find his childhood friend, Yang Dazhu. "Xiaolong, want to go catch some eels?" Yang Dazhu asked. "Absolutely," Qin Xiaolong replied without hesitation. Catching eels was another significant side venture for him, alongside collecting herbs. Every summer, he and Yang Dazhu would venture out to catch eels, sometimes earning several hundred yuan in a single night. "Mom, I'm off with Dazhu to catch eels," he said before leaving the house with Yang Dazhu. In Taoyuan village, many ventured out at night to catch eels for extra income. To maximize their catch, they walked for over 20 minutes until they arrived at a large pond outside the village. According to local lore, this pond had once claimed lives, and tales of water ghosts haunting the area at night deterred most from visiting. However, Qin Xiaolong and Yang Dazhu, brimming with youthful bravado, dismissed such superstitions, knowing the eels here were plentiful and sizable. As an experienced eel catcher, Qin Xiaolong quickly spotted a round hole, deducing from the bubbles on the water's surface that an eel was likely inside. He produced a hook fashioned from an umbrella rib, threaded it with a worm, and placed it at the whole S in trance, gently teasing it. Moments later, an eel's head emerged and snapped at the bait. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaolong lifted the hook while simultaneously grasping the eel to prevent it from escaping. Wow, this eel is quite hefty. We can't let any female streamers see this. Young Dezhu exclaimed. Now, that is an interesting thought. We should find a female streamer. It would fetch a good price, Qin Xiaolong joked. While most people bought eels for consumption, some had different intentions. Good idea. Hold on. I'll check the live stream to see if anyone is interested, Yangdu said, pulling out his phone and opening the Shark Live app. Seriously? You follow so many female streamers? Qin Xiaolong scoffed, noticing all the provocative avatars Yang Deju had subscribed to. Hey, it doesn't cost anything to follow them. And I've never spent a dime on gifts, Yang Deju chuckled, then entered a random live stream. Posting a message, just caught a massive eel. If the streamer wants to buy it, message me for a fair price. Within a minute, however, the system notified him that he had been muted for 365 days. As a freebie seeker, Yang Deju shrugged it off and switched to another stream, only to receive another mute notification for the same duration. Seriously? They act so flirty, but play innocent now. He grumbled after getting hit with multiple bans. If you weren't a freeloader, imagine if you were a king or an emperor. Those streamers would treat you like royalty. Qin Xiaolong teased. Yeah, right? I'd rather spend that money on a model. Yang Deju rolled his eyes. Becoming a king on Shark Live cost 60,000 yuan, and an emperor a staggering 120,000. Not only did Yang Deju lack such funds, but even if he did, he had no interest in such frivolities. Enough of this. Let us focus on catching eels, Qin Xiaolong urged, hoping Yang Deju might actually find a buyer in the live stream. After placing the eel in a bucket, they continued their hunt along the shore. Having had a successful start, Qin Xiaolong eagerly anticipated their next catch. Before long, they hooked a second eel, slightly smaller but still weighing around half a kilogram. With each eel they caught, their spirits soared. By the time they finished exploring the pond, they had amassed nearly 12 kilograms of eels. According to the price set by the eel merchant, the purchase price for such pure wild eels is 50 yuan per pound. Divided between the two of them, each could earn approximately 300 yuan. Xiaolong, why don't we head over to the Lotus Pond and see if we can set a record tonight by catching 20 pounds of eels? Yang Deju proposed excitedly, as they had not achieved such impressive results in many days. Sure, although it was already past 10 in the evening, Qin Xiaolong did not feel fatigued since catching eels was profitable. As they were preparing to head to the Lotus Pond, Qin Xiaolong's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and was surprised to see that it was Lu Xiangxiao calling. Hello, Sister Xiangxiao, what can I do for you? Qin Xiaolong inquired upon answering the call. Xiaolong, I have stomachache. Do you have any painkillers at home? Please bring me a couple. Lu Xiangxiao's gentle voice came through the line. All right, I will bring them right over, Qin Xiaolong replied without hesitation. Xiaolong, why is Sister Xiangxiao calling you this late? Yang Deju asked with a curious look. She has a stomach ache and asked me to bring her some painkillers, Qin Xiaolong explained. I bet the request for medicine is just a pretext. Sister Xiangxiao is probably feeling lonely and wants some company, Yang Deju said with a mischievous grin. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Xiaolong shot him a glare. Don't worry, my brother. I will keep your secret safe. Hurry up and go. Don't keep Sister Xiangxiao waiting. Yang Deju said knowingly. Enough of this chatter. I'm leaving. You can catch the eels later, Qin Xiaolong said before heading out. Yang Deju, not in a hurry to return, decided to go to the Lotus Pond alone. Upon arriving home, Qin Xiaolong grabbed a pack of painkillers and made his way to Lu Xiangxiao's house. He sent her a WeChat message to inform her that he was at her doorstep, prompting her to come out for the medicine. Lu Xiangxiao replied that the door was not closed. When Qin Xiaolong pushed the door, he found it ajar. Could it be that the request for medicine was merely an excuse? His heart began to race at the thought. He quickly shut the door behind him and hurried to Lu Xiangxiao's room. However, he soon realized he was overthinking. Lu Xiangxiao was lying on her bed, clutching her abdomen with a pained expression, softly moaning, and beside her lay half a bowl of unconsumed brown sugar water. Clearly, her menstrual cycle had arrived, causing her discomfort. As Qin Xiaolong entered, Lu Xiangxiao struggled to sit up. Sister Xiangxiao, I brought the medicine. Please take it quickly, Qin Xiaolong said urgently. All right. Lu Xiangxiao nodded and took the painkillers with the remaining brown sugar water. As the medication took effect, the pain lessened, though a dull ache persisted in her lower abdomen. I'm so sorry for making you come out so late, Lu Xiangxiao said apologetically. Don't mention it. It was an easy task, Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. By the way, sister, is this menstrual pain? Yes, it gets unbearable every time my period comes. It's so uncomfortable, Lu Xiangxiao admitted. Let me see your hand, Qin Xiaolong suddenly said. Lu Xiangxiao, unsure of his intentions, extended her hand. He placed his fingers on her wrist to check her pulse. Now stick out your tongue for me to see, he instructed. Lu Xiangxiao complied. Your menstrual pain is caused by coldness in the uterus. It needs to be treated, or it will worsen, Qin Xiaolong said seriously. He observed her pulse, which was deep, thin, and weak with a white coat on her tongue and teeth marks at the edges. Clear signs of coldness in the uterus. Coldness in the uterus? Do you know how to treat it? Lu Xiangxiao asked anxiously. Menstrual pain is a common issue for women, but her recent episodes have been particularly severe, sometimes unrelieved even by painkillers. Of course, I know, Qin Xiaolong assured her, then glanced at Lu Xiangxiao. Sister Xiangxiao, just lie back. I'll give you a massage. I assure you it will be more effective than medication. Chapter 14. Secrets in the Phone. Lu Xiangxiao, still feeling discomfort, did not refuse and lay back down. Qin Xiaolong positioned himself beside her, placing his hands on the acupuncture point in her lower abdomen and began to massage gently. The treatment for coldness in the uterus involves 4 key steps: warming the yang, warming the spleen and stomach, dispelling cold accumulation, and promoting blood circulation. The point he was massaging would enhance her body's yang energy and replenish deficiencies. As he massaged, Qin Xiaolong also discreetly infused some of his own vital energy into her. A warm sensation spread through her, and the pain in her abdomen diminished significantly. After 5 minutes of focusing on that acupuncture point, he moved on to massage the Shunkei point, a key point in the Ren meridian, which helps balance yin and yang. After the massage, the sharp pain had vanished, replaced by a soothing sensation that Lu Xiangxiao found delightful. How about now, Sister Xiangxiao? Is it still hurting? Qin Xiaolong asked, pausing his movements. It's gone. Your massage is truly effective, Lu Xiangxiao replied, shaking her head in surprise. Let us leave it at that for today. Get some rest, and try to avoid cold water. Tomorrow, I will bring you some herbal medicine, and, after a few days of taking it, you should be fine, Qin Xiaolong said as he prepared to leave. Okay, take care on your way back, Lu Xiangxiao responded reluctantly. She wished for him to stay overnight, but the words did not come out. After seeing Qin Xiaolong off, Lu Xiangxiao returned to her bedroom. As she lay in bed, images of Qin Xiaolong's sunny, handsome face filled her mind. Moments later, she grabbed her summer blanket and hugged it tightly, letting out a soft, low moan. As Qin Xiaolong passed by Wu Jilian's house, a glimmering object on the ground caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an Apple phone. From the phone's case, he instantly recognized it belonged to Li Gangxian. At that moment, a contact named Little Darling was sending a video invitation to Li Gangxian, causing the phone to light up. In the past, Qin Xiaolong would have simply returned the phone to Li Gangxian. However, the latter had been obstructing his grandfather's welfare benefits out of spite for his own authority, leaving Qin Xiaolong quite irritated. Thus, he decided to pocket the phone instead. Once home, he gazed at Li Gangxian's phone and thought, this device may very well contain evidence of Li Gangxian's corruption. If I can obtain these proofs, I wonder if he will still dare to flaunt himself in front of me. With this thought, Qin Xiaolong began attempting to unlock the phone. He remembered the general gesture Li Gangxian had used to unlock it in the past and started trying again and again. After several failed attempts, he finally succeeded on his 8th try. He first accessed Li Gangxian's WeChat. At the top of the contacts list was the one labeled Little Darling. Initially, Qin Xiaolong thought this person might be Wu Jinlian, but upon opening the chat, he discovered it was an entirely different, extraordinarily alluring woman. Their conversation was explicit and filled with suggestive remarks, and the woman had sent Li Gangxian numerous revealing photographs. Through their exchanges, Qin Xiaolong quickly deduced the individual referred to as Little Baby is evidently nothing more than a superficial beauty, apart from her ample bosom. She pales in comparison to Wu Jinlian. It is perplexing to consider what Li Gangxian was thinking when he chose such a woman as his mistress. Qin Xiaolong examined the chat records between Li Gangxian and several village officials from Taoyuan village. Regrettably, Li Gangxian was quite cunning. Whenever sensitive topics arose, he resorted to voice calls, leaving Qin Xiaolong with no incriminating evidence. What astonished Qin Xiaolong the most was the close relationship between Li Gangxian and Chen Depeo. Transfer records revealed that Chen Depeo had sent Li Gangxian hundreds of thousands of yuan via WeChat over the past 6 months, and their communication consisted entirely of voice calls. Devoid of any text messages, this strongly suggested that there must be some unspeakable secrets between them. After noting this matter, Qin Xiaolong searched through the file management system and soon discovered numerous videos of Li Gangxian with different women, most of whom appear to be escorts. This scoundrel truly knows how to indulge himself. After watching the videos, Qin Xiaolong was filled with rage. It is worth noting that Li Gangxian was merely a village accountant, earning a modest salary of 3,000 yuan per month. It was inconceivable that he could afford to indulge in such debauchery, let alone support a family. Yet, he possessed an Apple phone, wore an expensive Longines watch, and rode an 80,000 yuan Kawasaki motorcycle. Who knows how much this rascal has embezzled over the years? The more Qin Xiaolong pondered, the angrier he became. He copied all the information from Li Gangxian's phone. To avoid raising suspicion, he decided not to reveal this information just yet, planning to gather more evidence before reporting Li Gangxian to the authorities. As the hour grew late, Qin Xiaolong stepped outside and threw the phone back at Li Gangxian's doorstep before heading home to sleep. The following morning, around 8 o'clock, Qin Xiaolong arrived at Qin Xiaolong's home with a few thugs. Among them were the notorious brothers Li Dahu and Li Eru. Damn, this kid is still alive, Li Dahu muttered upon seeing the lively Qin Xiaolong. After that fateful night when they had submerged Qin Xiaolong in the reservoir, the two brothers had fled to a nearby city, fearing exposure. However, upon hearing the news of Qin Xiaolong's survival, they returned to Taoyuan village. Qin Xiaolong, return the money. If you dare not pay today, I will break your legs, Qin Xiaolong threatened, brimming with bravado. Just wait, Qin Xiaolong replied coolly as he retrieved 63,000 yuan from inside his home. This amount included 60,000 as principal and 3,000 as interest. Count it yourself. This is 63,000 yuan, he stated. Where did you get so much money? Qin Xiaolong asked incredulously. He was well aware of Qin Xiaolong's financial struggles, knowing that even if he sold everything he owned, he could never gather 60,000 yuan in just 2 days. That's none of your business. Take the money and get lost, but leave the IOU, Qin Xiaolong retorted coldly. Chapter 15. The executioner does not bury the dead. Qin Xiaolong counted the money, 63,000 yuan. Every cent accounted for. With this, his plan to coerce Qin's family into marrying Qin Xianxue to him crumbled. Reluctantly, he returned the IOU to Qin Xiaolong, who promptly tore it to shreds. Qin Xiaolong, I truly have feelings for your sister. If you agree to marry her to me, I will offer you 200,000 yuan as a bride price. How does that sound? Qin Xiaolong continued to press, his ambition undeterred. With a scum like you, you should take a good look in the mirror. Qin Xiaolong scoffed without reservation. Qin Xiaolong, a notorious well, was not worthy of marrying his sister, regardless of the sum. Fine, don't say I didn't warn you. Qin Xiaolong's frustration boiled over being rejected once more. Get lost. Keep talking, and I will deal with you. Qin Xiaolong shot back, his eyes narrowing. We're leaving. Qin Xiaolong, unwilling to engage Qin Xiaolong further, turned to depart. Li Dahu and Li Eru, you two stay. Qin Xiaolong commanded. What for? Li Dawalta, Kumfusa. You attacked me from behind and tossed me into the reservoir. Had it not been for my resilience, I would have become a wandering spirit by now. How do you intend to resolve this? Qin Xiaolong posed coldly. Don't slander me. I did no such thing. You're making baseless accusations. Do you have any evidence? In truth, Qin Xiaolong could not definitively prove that the brothers had been responsible for his near demise. He merely sought to provoke them. However, their evasive demeanor was enough for him to conclude their guilt. Need proof? I will provide it, he said with a falsely cheerful demeanor before suddenly lunging at Li Eru. Thud! Li Eru was knocked to the ground by a swift kick. Damn it! Seeing his brother down, Li Dahu roared and charged at Qin Xiaolong with a punch. Qin Xiaolong, unfazed, caught Li Dahu's fist and executed a shoulder throw, bringing him crashing to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Xiaolong's fists rained down on Li Dahu's face, blood streaming from his nose in mere moments. To save his brother, Li Eru scrambled to his feet, grabbing a wooden stick to strike Qin Xiaolong. Yet, Qin Xiaolong deftly sidestepped, avoiding the blow as if he had eyes in the back of his head. In one swift motion, he closed the distance to Li Eru, and soon enough, Li Eru's face resembled that of a butchered pig. Xiaolong stopped. Liang Jing rushed out from the house, fearing for Qin Xiaolong's impulsive actions. You two scoundrels. Listen carefully. Behave yourselves from now on. If you dare to play tricks again, I will deal with you mercilessly. After delivering his warning, Qin Xiaolong spat at the brothers. He then cast a stern glance at Qin Xiaolong. And you, behave yourself as well, or I will show no mercy. Witnessing Qin Xiaolong's audacity, Qin Xiaolong seethed with anger. However, after witnessing how easily Qin Xiaolong had dispatched the Li brothers, he dared not utter a word. All right, Xiaolong, can't we discuss this civilly? Liang Jing interjected, perplexed by the escalating situation. It's fine. These scoundrels need a lesson. Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin, then directed his words at the brothers still sprawled on the ground. Stop pretending to be dead. Get lost. The Li brothers, genuinely intimidated, hurriedly scrambled to their feet and fled the scene. Qin Xiaolong followed suit. After breakfast, Qin Xiaolong, along with his mother, took the remaining cash to repay their relatives and friends. They soon arrived at the home of his uncle, Qin Zhengwo. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong and his mother approach, Wang Mei, Zhengwo's wife, quickly turned to retreat inside, hastily shutting the door as if they were harbingers of misfortune. Wang Mei, open the door. Liang Jing knocked. You two should leave. We have no money. Wang Mei shouted from behind the door. You've misunderstood. I'm not here to borrow money. I'm here to repay what we owe, Liang Jing clarified urgently. Repay. Upon hearing this, Wang Mei opened the door. Here, this is the 3,000 yuan we borrowed from you before. I sincerely apologize for the delay. It took us over a year to return it, Liang Jing said, filled with remorse. If you hadn't returned it, it would have been fine. I would have considered it a gift to the dogs, Wang Mei replied indifferently. Aunt, we are relatives. There's no need to speak so harshly, Qin Xiaolong interjected. Qin Xiaolong furrowed his brow. His uncle's family was relatively well off in their village, yet they were particularly snobbish, always looking down on his family. Previously, his mother had pleaded extensively just to borrow 3,000 yuan from his uncle. But since they had been unable to repay it, his aunt had not missed an opportunity to mock them both openly and covertly. Furthermore, whenever they met, it was as if they were invisible to one another. His aunt never took the initiative to greet them. Who considers you relatives? I have never claimed any kinship with you, Wang Mei disdainfully remarked. Very well, you said it. Do not come to curry favor with me in the future. Observing Wang Mei's condescending attitude, Qin Xiaolong had initially thought about helping his uncle's family once he became successful, but he immediately dismissed that notion. Curry favor with you? Huh, Qin Xiaolong, have you lost your mind? What is there about you, a mere pauper, that warrants my attention? Wang Mei scoffed without reservation. Mom, let us go. Qin Xiaolong, weary of engaging with such a superficial person, took his mother and left. With the family's debts mounting, Qin Xiaolong had exhausted all his cash and still owed over 30,000. To settle the remaining debts swiftly, he prepared to head into the mountains again to gather medicinal herbs. As he passed by Li Gangxian's house, Qin Xiaolong intentionally paused. Standing at the entrance, he caught a glimpse of Wu Jinlian washing clothes by the water basin. As she scrubbed, her clothing shifted enticingly, leaving Qin Xiaolong momentarily parched. Cough, cough, Sister Jinlian. Is Li Gang at home? He hastily redirected his gaze and cleared his throat. Oh, it's Xiaolong. Your brother is not home. He went to town early this morning because a friend needed him, Wu Jinlian replied. Sister, there's something I'm uncertain whether to mention. Qin Xiaolong feigned hesitation. You mean the issue with the subsistence allowance? That matter is in my hands. I will ensure your brother takes care of it promptly, Wu Jinlian smiled. Sister, that's not what I wanted to discuss, It's about Li Gang currently keeping a mistress. Without further ado, Qin Xiaolong divulged Li Gangxian's sordid affair. Chapter 16. The enchanted weasel Li Gangxian has a mistress? You must be joking. Wu Jinlian's expression shifted dramatically. Take a look at this, and you will see. Qin Xiaolong then revealed the save chat screenshots to Wu Jinlian. As she observed their flirtatious exchanges and various inappropriate selfies, her fury surged. That scoundrel. I wondered why he never initiated intimacy at night. It turns out he has been keeping a vixen. For the past 2 months, Wu Jinlian had often found herself alone, with only brief encounters with Li Gangxian, who hastily dismissed their marital duties. This had fueled her suspicions that he might be involved with another woman. However, Li Gangxian had brushed her off, citing exhaustion from work, and even enlisted the village chief as a witness. Now, Wu Jinlian finally comprehended that his lack of interest was solely due to his entanglement with a seductive outsider, leaving him devoid of energy for their conjugal life. Xiaolong, this Li Gangxian is truly despicable. He has such a beautiful wife, yet chooses to keep a mistress. He's no better than a beast. Qin Xiaolong, relishing the drama, continued to stoke the flames of her anger. Wu Jinlian was indeed striking, possessing an alluring figure that could make anyone envious, including Qin Xiaolong himself. It was utterly wasteful for Li Gangxian to forsake such a gem for a common floozy. For this alone, Qin Xiaolong felt compelled to ensure he faced justice. I'm not discussing this with you any longer. I'm going to confront that scoundrel right now. Furious, Wu Jinlian abandoned her laundry and hopped onto another motorcycle, speeding off towards town. Sister, be careful. Don't cause a scene that ends badly. Qin Xiaolong called after her, but she had already vanished into the distance without a word. Regrettably, he still had to gather herbs. Otherwise, he would have loved to witness the unfolding drama. Without wasting any more time, Qin Xiaolong ventured back into the mountains. As before, to maximize his harvest, he skipped lunch and made do with some dry rations. He diligently collected various valuable herbs, and by 4 in the afternoon, his basket and a snakeskin bag were brimming with his findings. He estimated that this expedition could net him at least a few thousand yuan. Realizing he could not carry any more herbs, he decided to descend a mountain. As he neared the foot of the mountain, a sudden flash of yellow darted from the thicket, startling him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a weasel, known as the yellow weasel or Huang Pitzi. These creatures were once plentiful in their village. They were notorious for sneaking into homes at night to pilfer chickens, and they possessed a penchant for blood, often draining the life from fowl before devouring their innards. He vividly recalled an incident 3 years ago when his family lost over 10 chickens to one of these creatures, much to his mother's dismay. The weasel before him was considerably larger than average, nearly the size of a small dog. As it approached, Qin Xiaolong instinctively stepped back and raised his sickle defensively. "Get away from me, or I'll end you," he shouted at the weasel. He refrained from attacking outright, as the village elders warned that weasels bore grudges. If one did not kill it, it would surely seek revenge. Moreover, the foul-smelling liquid they secreted was akin to a biochemical weapon. He had witnessed a villager nearly suffocate from its stench. However, to his astonishment, the weasel stood upright on its hind legs and clasped its front paws together, bowing to Qin Xiaolong in a manner strikingly human-like. What on earth? This weasel has become sentient. At this bizarre sight, even Qin Xiaolong, who usually prided himself on his bravery, felt a chill run down his spine. The weasel emitted a series of chattering sounds. Thankfully, it did not speak human language. Had it done so, he might have been too frightened to remain standing. As it chattered, the weasel waved its front paws to the left, its small eyes radiating a clear expression of pleading. "Are you asking me to follow you?" Though Qin Xiaolong did not understand animal language, he deduced some meaning from its gestures. The weasel nodded eagerly and darted to the left, glancing back at Qin Xiaolong after a few steps. Understanding its intent, Qin Xiaolong decided to follow. After traversing roughly 200 meters through the underbrush, the weasel abruptly halted. Qin Xiaolong then spotted another weasel caught in a trap. The weasel that had led him turned to Qin Xiaolong, chattering insistently and gesturing towards the trapped weasel, the meaning unmistakable. It was evident that the weasel that brought him here was male, while the one in the trap was female. The male weasel had risked itself to seek help for its mate, stirring Qin Xiaolong's compassion. I can save her, but you must promise never to raid our village's poultry again. Understood? Qin Xiaolong addressed the weasel. The weasel nodded vigorously in agreement. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Xiaolong set down the herbs on his back and approached the animal trap, effortlessly rescuing the female weasel. Observing that her leg was still bleeding, he prepared some hemostatic herbs and performed a rudimentary bandaging. The male weasel, seeing his mate saved, gratefully nudged Qin Xiaolong with his paws, radiating a remarkable aura of intelligence. All right, I must take my leave. Remember, do not engage in mischief in our village again. As the day began to wane, Qin Xiaolong shouldered his herbs and descended the mountain. When passing by Li Gongxian's home, he glanced intentionally into the yard. Initially, he intended to see if Li Gongxian was kneeling on the washboard, but through the crack in the door, he was taken aback to discover Wu Jinlian had tied a rope to the old peach tree in the yard, intending to hang herself. Chapter 17. Persuading Wu Jinlian. As Wu Jinlian prepared to kick the stool out from beneath her, Qin Xiaolong dashed over at lightning speed, rescuing her just in time. Sister Jinlian, what troubles you so? Why consider such a drastic action? He implored. I toil all day like a maidservant for Li Gongxian, only to be treated poorly by that scoundrel, who insults and beats me for that shameless vixen. If that is the case, I shall die for him to see. I will haunt those two wretched souls. Wu Jinlian wept, her tear-streaked face tugging at Qin Xiaolong's heartstrings. Sister, I must say, seeking revenge through your own demise is foolish. That mistress would surely rejoice at your death, allowing her to take your place without shame. Thus, you must not only survive but thrive to infuriate that mistress. Qin Xiaolong continued to counsel her. Upon hearing his words, Wu Jinlian, who had been on the brink of despair, suddenly regained her composure. You are right. I cannot die. That would be too lenient on those two, she affirmed, quickly aligning with Qin Xiaolong's perspective. Now that I see the real Jinlian, I can breathe easier, Qin Xiaolong thought, relieved that she had abandoned thoughts of suicide. He informed her of Li Gongxian's infidelity, hoping it would incite her to confront him. He feared he would carry guilt for a lifetime if she took her life over this matter. Xiaolong, thank you for dissuading me. Otherwise, I might have truly let those two drive me to my end today, Wu Jinlian confessed, her earlier impulsiveness now tempered by clarity. Why thank me? I did nothing, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. By the way, Xiaolong, please come inside for a moment. I have something for you, Wu Jinlian said, shifting the subject. Uncertain of what she intended to give him, Qin Xiaolong followed her inside. Xiaolong, do you think I am beautiful? Wu Jinlian suddenly inquired. Of course you are beautiful, he replied without hesitation. Wu Jinlian was renowned for her beauty, and many whispered that Li Gongxian was exceptionally fortunate to have married such a stunning woman. Would you desire me? Wu Jinlian asked, her eyes glistening like spring water. Sister, please do not jest. That is not a humorous matter, Qin Xiaolong stammered, genuinely taken aback by her question. I am not joking. Since Li Gongxian is unfaithful, if he can be heartless, then I shall be as well. Today, I will give him a taste of his own medicine, Wu Jinlian declared with palpable resentment. Having adhered to the virtues of marriage since her union with Li Gongxian, she had now lost all hope in him after he conspired with his mistress to harm her. If he was to keep a mistress, she would ensure he bore the mark of her betrayal. Sister, please reconsider. This is unwise, Qin Xiaolong urged. Wu Jinlian was undoubtedly a beauty, and to claim he harbored no feelings would be self-deception. However, it was clear she sought revenge on Li Gongxian, and he couldn't acquiesce to that. Xiaolong, I will be honest with you. I have feelings for you. Do you feel the same? Wu Jinlian gazed at him with yearning. Li Gongxian had never treated her well, and she yearned for the affection she had long been deprived of. Sister, please calm down. I must take my leave, Qin Xiaolong said, anxious about losing control. To his surprise, Wu Jinlian suddenly embraced him. Xiaolong, I do not want you to leave. Her gentle voice resonated in his ears, and in that moment, Qin Xiaolong felt the dormant demons within him surge forth, nearing his breaking point. Sister, please release me. We must not proceed this way. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the last remnants of his composure. Yet, Rather than releasing him, Wu Jinlian leaned in to kiss him. Qin Xiaolong was no sage. He was merely a passionate young man. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering to temptation, a sudden knock echoed from outside, followed by a woman's voice. Jinlian, is Gangxian home? Startled, both Qin Xiaolong and Wu Jinlian froze. Quick, hide on the bed, Wu Jinlian urged. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaolong swiftly dove beneath the bed. Why is it that every time there is a crucial moment, someone interrupts? Is fate conspiring against me? He muttered under his breath. He recalled a similar incident at Lu Xiangxiao's house, and now it was happening again. He felt like crying. Meanwhile, Wu Jinlian, having donned her clothes and tidied her disheveled hair, feigned calmness as she stepped outside. Wangpo, what brings you here? Wu Jinlian inquired, addressing the elderly villager before her. I brought a wild rabbit for Gangxian. He caught a few on the mountain, and I thought you might like to try one, Wangpo replied with a broad smile. Thank you. Wu Jinlian accepted the rabbit without hesitation. Why the formality? It's not worth much, Wangpo chuckled before continuing. Jinlian, I actually came today with a favor to ask of Gangxian. Could he help me and my husband secure a low-income subsidy? Wangpo, your family is not in need. Why seek such assistance? Wu Jinlian frowned. Who would turn down extra money? It's a few hundred a month, after all. If you could persuade Gangxian, I would even offer him a fine cigarette each month for his help, Wangpo replied with a smile. Very well, I will mention it to him, Wu Jinlian said, wishing to avoid wasting time on idle chatter. Thank you, Jinlian. I will return tomorrow, Wangpo said, satisfied with the agreement, and took her leave. Once the door was closed, Wu Jinlian hurried back inside. Xiaolong, Wangpo has left. Let us continue, she said, her eyes sparkling with a sense of urgency. Chapter 18. An interruption. Gazing at the alluring Wu Jinlian before him, Qin Xiaolong found himself parched with desire. Truth be told, after 20 years of being single, he longed to experience the warmth of a woman's embrace. Yet, he felt an unsettling sense of taking advantage of her vulnerability, leading him into internal conflict. Noticing his hesitation, the perceptive Wu Jinlian understood immediately. With a gentle smile, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her fragrant lips to his. In that instant, Qin Xiaolong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, losing all control as he swept her into his arms and onto the bed. Under the soft, golden light, the air was thick with the intoxicating scent of desire, reminiscent of spring's awakening. Just as the two were on the brink of consummating their union, a rapid knocking echoed once more. Knock, knock, knock. Startled by the interruption, Qin Xiaolong and Wu Jinlian instantly pulled apart. After a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Wu Jinlian called out, "Who is it?" "It's me, Wangpo. I forgot to mention something important," came the swift reply. Upon hearing Wangpo's voice, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. "Xiaolong, please wait a moment. I shall send her away," Wu Jinlian remarked before donning her clothes and stepping outside. "Jinlian, why are you locking the door in broad daylight?" Wangpo inquired with a curious expression, peering into the room. "What? Do you think I'm hiding a man in here? Perhaps you'd like to come in and search?" Wu Jinlian retorted with a cold demeanor. "I meant no offense. I was merely asking. Please don't be angry," Wangpo hastily replied with a smile. "Rest assured, I am not angry. I locked the door simply to take a bath. I don't wish to be spied upon by those rascals from our village while bathing." Wu Jinlian's expression softened slightly. "Oh, I see. I thought perhaps you were unwell and wanted to sleep early," Wangpo chuckled in response. "Now, what else do you need?" "If there's nothing, I shall return to my bath," Wu Jinlian inquired with indifference. After scanning the street to ensure no one else was around, Wangpo withdrew a card from her pocket and handed it to Wu Jinlian. "Jinlian, this is a gas card from our town with 300 yuan on it. Give it to Gangxian. I forgot to give it to you earlier." "I cannot accept this," Wu Jinlian firmly declined. "Oh, don't be so polite. Just take it. Just don't forget to have Gangxian help us apply for subsistence allowance," Wangpo insisted with a flattering smile. "Very well. I shall accept it for now." Wu Jinlian, eager to focus on her private matters with Qin Xiaolong, reluctantly took the card. "Do not forget to mention this to Gangxian. Once everything is settled, I shall treat you both to a meal." After giving Wu Jinlian one last reminder, Wangpo finally took her leave. "Jinlian, it's getting late. I must head home," Qin Xiaolong said as Wu Jinlian re-entered the house. Why the rush? Don't you wish to enjoy some time with your sister? Wu Jinlian teased. Let it be. Such matters are best kept in the shadows. We should act as if nothing happened. Qin Xiaolong replied with a wry smile. Of course. He desired to be intimate with Wu Jinlian, but Wang Pa had interrupted him twice, leaving him feeling wary. Most importantly, Wang Pa had clearly begun to suspect something, and she was notorious for her loose tongue in the village, often gossiping behind people's backs. If she were to spread any rumors, Qin Xiaolong could brush it off. But Wu Jinlian would find it unbearable. No, sister will not let you leave. Wu Jinlian grasped Qin Xiaolong once more. She felt an intense yearning within her, a desire only he could fulfill. Just then, Qin Xiaolong's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was his mother calling. Hello, Mom, what is wrong? He asked upon answering. Your grandfather has broken his leg. Your father and I are taking him to the hospital in town. You should return home and cook for yourself. Don't worry about us, Liang Jing replied anxiously. Wait for me. I'll be home shortly, Qin Xiaolong said before turning to Wu Jinlian. Sister, my grandfather has injured his leg. I must hurry back. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed some herbs from the yard and dashed off. Watching Qin Xiaolong's retreating figure, Wu Jinlian felt a deep sense of loss. To alleviate her loneliness, she entered the kitchen and eventually found her gaze resting on a fresh cucumber. Before long, Qin Xiaolong arrived home. His grandfather, Qin Jinkai, had already been lifted onto a tractor, and Qin Fugue and his wife were preparing to take him to town. With a single glance, Qin Xiaolong recognized that his grandfather had merely dislocated his joint. It was not particularly severe. Dad, please help me lift grandfather down. His leg is just dislocated, and I can fix it, Qin Xiaolong urgently instructed his father. Upon hearing this, Qin Fugue recalled that his son had self-studied medicine and quickly assisted in lowering the old man. After ensuring his grandfather was lying comfortably, Qin Xiaolong exerted his strength, and the dislocated joint was immediately realigned. Subsequently, he infused some vital energy into his grandfather's body to aid in repairing the damaged bone. Grandfather, please try to stand and see if you can walk, Qin Xiaolong said to the elderly man. Slowly, the old man stood and took a few steps forward without feeling any pain. Xiaolong, who taught you this bone-setting technique? The old man asked, astonished. I'm self-taught. Today is my first practical application, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Our Xiaolong is becoming more accomplished. You will surely make a name for yourself. The old man expressed with pride. Grandfather, how did you injure your leg? Qin Xiaolong inquired, shifting the conversation. I was digging up some dandelions to dry for tea, and unfortunately, I missed a step while climbing the stairs, the old man explained. Grandfather, perhaps you should consider moving in with us. It would be easier for us to care for you, Qin Xiaolong suggested. Ever since his grandmother passed away, his grandfather had been living alone in the old house. They had proposed numerous times for him to move in, but he had always refused. No, I prefer to live alone. I'm not accustomed to being with you. The old man reiterated. Grandfather, why are you so stubborn? Qin Xiaolong said, feeling somewhat helpless. I enjoy solitude. It's peaceful. Please don't persuade me. The old man asserted firmly. Understanding his grandfather's obstinacy, Qin Xiaolong tried a few more times, but seeing that he could not sway the old man, he chose to relent. After dinner, Qin Xiaolong took his grandfather to the village shop to buy some provisions before personally escorting him back to the old house. Grandfather, I'll head back now. Remember to call me if you need anything, he said as he bid farewell. However, upon returning home, Qin Xiaolong discovered that guests had arrived. Among them were the renowned matchmaker from Taoyuan village, Du Meifeng, and the daughter of the security chief, Li Siyuan. What brings these two here? Surely they are not here to arrange a blind date for me? Qin Xiaolong speculated internally. Xiaolong, you're back. Come, sit down. Annie Feng has great news for you. Du Meifeng greeted him warmly. What good news? Qin Xiaolong inquired. Annie Feng has brought you a potential bride. Du Meifeng replied with a smile. You're not referring to Li Siyuan, are you? Qin Xiaolong raised an eyebrow. Clever boy, it is indeed Siyuan. She has mentioned that she has admired you since childhood. And now that you are both at the age for marriage, all you need to do is give your consent, and she will become your wife, Du Meifeng continued. Li Siyuan likes me? Are you joking? Qin Xiaolong scoffed. Li Siyuan was his peer. They had once been classmates, but she had been spoiled by her father, exhibiting a willful and arrogant demeanor. Moreover, she smoked, drank, and had tattoos. Most importantly, her personal life was scandalous. She had been rumored to have simultaneously dated 3 men, earning her a poor reputation in the village, where many privately labeled her as promiscuous. The two were completely incompatible, as they hardly spoke to each other. Now, Du Meifeng claimed that Li Siyuan had feelings for him. It was utterly absurd. Xiaolong, I'm not joking. Siyuan truly likes you, right, Siyuan? Du Meifeng gurged, casting a knowing glance at Li Siyuan. Yes, I have always liked you. I just didn't have the courage to say it before, Li Siyuan confessed. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Siyuan, I think we're not well suited. Let us forget about it, Qin Xiaolong stated decisively. Qin Xiaolong politely declined. Qin Xiaoyu was as beautiful as a flower, and her shyness made her even more enchanting, stirring a longing within Qin Xiaolong. However, Li Siyuan was merely a superficial woman. Her shy demeanor was akin to the feigned modesty of Dongshi, nearly making Qin Xiaolong lose his dinner. Xiaolong, don't be too hasty in your rejection. You see, Siyuan's father has stated that if you two marry, he won't ask for a bride price, but will instead provide a dowry of 100,000 yuan. Du Meifeng continued to persuade. About 2 or 3 months prior, Qin Xiaolong's mother, Liang Jing, had approached Du Meifeng, seeking assistance in introducing a marriage prospect for her son. Yet, Du Meifeng had responded that their family was so impoverished that no sensible woman would consider marrying into it. However, merely 2 months later, Du Meifeng's stance had undergone a complete reversal, presenting such an enticing offer. If there were no ulterior motives at play, Qin Xiaolong would never believe it. With this thought, he turned his gaze back to Li Siyuan. Upon closer inspection, he indeed uncovered the truth. Siyuan, I have your hand for a moment? Qin Xiaolong inquired once more. Li Siyuan, unsure of his intentions, extended her hand. Qin Xiaolong placed his hand upon her wrist and quickly confirmed his suspicion. Li Siyuan was pregnant. Damn it, I knew that you, woman, had ulterior motives. Qin Xiaolong silently cursed Du Meifeng. Aunt Feng, are you suggesting that I consider her as a wife? You clearly wish for me to take on the role of a scapegoat, don't you? Qin Xiaolong asked with a cold smile. What do you mean by scapegoat? I don't quite understand. Du Meifeng feigned ignorance. Enough with the charade. Li Siyuan is already pregnant. What exactly does that imply for me? Qin Xiaolong replied icily. If he were to agree to Du Meifeng's proposal, they would be thrust into the role of unexpected parents. If word got out, the Qin family would surely become the laughingstock of the entire Taoyuan village. Upon hearing Qin Xiaolong's words, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Du Meifeng's face. She had never anticipated that he would uncover Li Siyuan's secret. Meifeng, is it true that Siyuan is pregnant? Liang Jing, who had remained silent, immediately inquired. She had few requirements for a daughter-in-law, as long as she was respectful and capable, but she would never accept a woman who was already with child before marriage. Yes, Siyuan is indeed pregnant. However, I see no issue with that. Your family will be blessed with many children, which is wonderful. Moreover, Siyuan's father will certainly contribute to raising the child, Du Meifeng admitted, realizing she could no longer conceal the truth. How charmingly you speak. If that's the case, why not have your son marry her? You could easily cradle a grandchild. Qin Xiaolong retorted with a cold laugh. My son is not like you. I'm telling you, this is for your own good. Just think, with your family's circumstances, which woman would be willing to marry you? Do you intend to remain a bachelor for life? Du Meifeng's tone turned slightly unfriendly. You are correct. I would rather remain single for life than marry her. Qin Xiaolong replied emphatically. Li Siyuan was known for her promiscuity. There were several men in their village who had been with her. To marry such a woman would surely bring him nothing but shame, especially considering she was pregnant. If he was not mistaken, Li Siyuan probably had no idea who the child's father was. Qin Xiaolong, who do you think you're to look down on me? I tell you, it would be a blessing for you if I were to marry you. With Qin Xiaolong's refusal to marry her, Li Siyuan dropped her pretense of being a demure lady, revealing her true nature. Thank you for your flattering opinion, but I, Qin Xiaolong, am but a poor boy and unworthy of such a princess as yourself. I suggest you seek another suitor, Qin Xiaolong said, intentionally speaking in contradiction. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. Li Siyuan shot back coldly at Qin Xiaolong. just as he suspected. She had no notion of who the father of her child might be. However, after having undergone several abortions, her doctor had warned her that another procedure could result in infertility. Thus, her father suggested she find a scapegoat in the village, and Qin Xiaolong was deemed the prime candidate. They figured they could deceive him into marrying her quickly, and once the marriage was finalized, it would be too late for him to back out. Little did they know, Qin Xiaolong had discerned Li Siyuan's pregnancy at first glance and outright rejected her, thereby shattering their plans completely. Rest assured, whoever regrets will be the fool. Qin Xiaolong replied with a cold smile. He held no affection for a woman like Li Siyuan, especially now that he had inherited celestial wisdom. He need not worry about finding a wife. What a farce. Aunt Feng, let's take our leave. Seeing their scheme to make Qin Xiaolong a scapegoat unravel, Li Siyuan no longer wished to waste time and turned to leave. Qin Xiaolong, you truly are ungrateful. It is only fitting that you remain poor for your entire life. Du Meifeng, now devoid of her earlier enthusiasm, coldly remarked before hastily following Li Siyuan. How dare she look down on us? She treats my son as if he were nothing. Liang Jing fumed. To present her son with a woman in such a condition was a blatant humiliation to their family. No need to be upset, mother. She may disregard me today, but one day she will find it impossible to reach my heights. Qin Xiaolong reassured with a smile. Since receiving the legacy of the celestial emperor, his perspective had shifted profoundly. Du Meifeng's words would not affect him, for a dragon would never stoop to the level of an ant. Xiaolong speaks wisely. Fortunes will turn. Once our family flourishes, I shall relish the sight of them seeking our favor. Qin Fuguwei chimed in, brimming with confidence in his son. Hearing the father and son speak, Liang Jing felt her spirits lift considerably. After a brief family discussion, Qin Xiaolong rose to categorize the medicinal herbs he had collected earlier that day, selecting those specifically for treating cold wounds before stepping outside. Soon, he arrived at Lu Xiangxiao's home. Sister Xiangxiao, I have prepared these herbs for you. Remember to brew a package each night for a week, and your condition should improve significantly. Qin Xiaolong advised tenderly after personally preparing a dose for her. Thank you, Xiaolong, Lu Xiangxiao said warmly, touched by his thoughtfulness. As the village's well-known widow, many desired her, yet only Qin Xiaolong genuinely cared for her. Thus, she harbored a fondness for him. Had it not been for the disruption caused by Li Dahu and his brother that fateful night, she might have already journeyed to the ethereal peaks with Qin Xiaolong. Please, don't feel obligated to thank me. Should you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call on me. Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Glancing at the time, nearly 10 o'clock. Sister, remember to take your medicine. I must be on my way. All right, take care. Lu Xiangxiao bid farewell as she saw him to the door, watching until he disappeared from view. Yet, a tiny figure had already taken residence in her heart, and that figure was none other than Qin Xiaolong. The next day, after breakfast, Qin Xiaolong took a bag of fertilizer to the fields. It was the corn tasseling season, and they needed to fertilize the corn once more to ensure a good yield. The two cornfields combined were nearly 3 acres, and it took Qin Xiaolong's family half a day to complete their tasks, returning home around 10:30. Mother, I'm going to the store to buy some items. You and Dad take a break for a while. After informing his mother, Qin Xiaolong stepped outside. In no time, he arrived at the village store, which was owned by Zhao Yongmei, the wife of the village head, Chen Guangfu. Since there was only one store in the entire village, Zhao Yongmei effectively monopolized the business, and her sales were quite prosperous. What would you like to purchase today, Xiaolong? Unlike Chen Guangfu, Zhao Yongmei's demeanor towards Qin Xiaolong was rather pleasant. I'll take 3 ice pops at 2 yuan each, a roast chicken from Texas, 3 bottles of chilled beer, 10 chicken feet, and 2 bags of spicy snacks. Qin Xiaolong quickly listed his desired items. All right, Zhao Yongmei replied, skillfully packing the items he requested. That'll be 82 yuan. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong produced a 100 yuan note and handed it over. After providing him with change, Zhao Yongmei smiled and remarked, Xiaolong, have you come into some money lately? You're certainly spending more freely. It was notable that previously, Qin Xiaolong would buy the cheapest ice pops at 50 cents each, but now he was purchasing those at 2 yuan each. He had already spent several hundred yuan at her store just the night before. and today he was buying roast chicken and beer. Quite a departure from the frugal image she had of him. Indeed, I've recently made a bit of profit, so naturally, my standard of living must rise, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Once burdened by debt, his family had to scrimp and save. But he had now transformed his circumstances and was ready to leave behind his impoverished past. That's wonderful. I always knew you would be a successful child. Just remember, when you strike it rich, don't forget your aunt. You eat meat, and I'll just have a taste of the broth, Zhao Yongmei said, flattering him with her words, which made Qin Xiaolong feel quite pleased. And Zhao, you're being too kind. Once I have money, I will come to propose to your daughter, and you will be my mother-in-law. I promise you will enjoy a life of luxury, Qin Xiaolong joked in return. Then hurry and get rich. I'm looking forward to that day, Zhao Yongmei laughed, though she regarded Qin Xiaolong's words as mere jest. What's taking so long? This good-for-nothing will always be a pauper and thinks he can marry my daughter? What a ridiculous dream. At that moment, Chen Guangfu emerged from the back room, launching into a tirade of ridicule. Qin Xiaolong remained unfazed, smirking as he replied, Village head, you previously said that if I could present a bride price of 1 million, you would allow Xiao Yu to marry me. Is that still valid? Of course my word stands, but I fear you'll remain a penniless wretch forever and never manage to gather that sum. Chen Guangfu retorted disdainfully. Rest assured, I will marry your daughter, Qin Xiaolong declared resolutely. Chen Guangfu had always looked down on him, but he was no longer the same rural boy. He was determined to earn that 1 million and slap Chen Guangfu in the face, teaching him a lesson about underestimating others. And Zhao, I'm heading home. Qin Xiaolong said his farewells and left with his purchases. A pauper still dreaming of my daughter. How absurd. Bah! Chen Guangfu spat, his voice loud enough for Qin Xiaolong to hear. Yet, Qin Xiaolong chose to ignore the insult as he approached home. On his way, he encountered Yang Dezhu, whose face was swollen to the size of a pig's head today, a sight both comical and unfortunate. What happened to you, Dezhu? Qin Xiaolong struggled to contain his laughter. I got stung by cliff bees. It hurts like hell, Yang Dezhu replied, looking quite miserable. Hearing the mention of cliff bees, Qin Xiaolong's interest piqued. Where are the cliff bees? Is there a lot of honey? I came to find you because I wanted to go collect honey together. There's plenty over there. I estimate we can gather at least 20 to 30 pounds. However, the location of the cliff bees is quite treacherous, so we must borrow some equipment from Zhang Tuzi. Otherwise, we'd be risking our lives, Yang Dezhu explained quickly. That's easy, Qin Xiaolong replied, and after returning home with his purchases, he followed Yang Dezhu to Zhang Tuzi's house. Zhang Tuzi, whose real name was Zhang Yinsong, earned his nickname due to his hunchback. He was the sole beekeeper in their village, earning a decent income selling honey. Since they were from the same village, Qin Xiaolong simply asked Zhang Tuzi for protective gear, honey knives, and other necessary tools. Soon, under Yang De's guidance, they ascended the mountain. After navigating the rugged terrain for nearly 20 minutes, Yang Dezhu halted beneath a cliff. Look, the cliff bee nest is right up there, he pointed. Qin Xiaolong gazed up and easily spotted a crevice about 50 meters above them, where the nest was located, with bees buzzing around. Let us climb up from that side, and then I'll lower myself down with a rope to collect the honey, he suggested. The cliff was steep and smooth, making it impossible to climb directly. Their only option was to descend from above to make honey collection easier. Without wasting time, they moved ahead a bit more, climbed a gentler slope, and reached the area above the cliff bee nest. The surface was covered with low shrubs and weeds, leaving no suitable place to tie a rope. Dezhu, when I climb down to collect the honey, remember to keep the rope taut. Don't let go, Qin Xiaolong instructed. Don't worry, I won't let go unless I'm dead, Yang Dezhu assured him. With everything prepared, Qin Xiaolong donned the protective suit borrowed from Zhang Tuzi. Under the midday sun, the heat was intense, and wearing the suit made it even more unbearable, but he endured it for the sake of the honey. Meanwhile, Yang Dezhu tied one end of the rope around himself and the other around Qin Xiaolong. Once ready, Qin Xiaolong began his descent. Release, keep releasing. Yang Dezhu cautiously followed his commands, letting out the rope bit by bit. All right, stop. Upon reaching the location of the cliff bees, Qin Xiaolong shouted, and Yang Dezhu quickly secured the rope around his arm, bracing himself. At the cliff's base, They could only glimpse a small portion of the exposed honeycomb. It was then that Qin Xiaolong realized the nest was far larger than they had anticipated. Golden honeycombs hung tightly from the rocks, glistening and tempting. Thousands of cliff bees swarmed around, and despite having collected honey before, this was the first time he had seen such a vast hive. As Qin Xiaolong appeared, the bees quickly sensed the threat, and within moments, hundreds began to buzz around him. Thankfully, he was protected by the suit, so he had no reason to fear. Steadying himself, Qin Xiaolong ignited some mugwort, using the smoke to drive away the bees. The bees, unable to tolerate the pungent scent, fled the area. Once the majority had dispersed, he took out the honey knife and began to slice through the honeycomb. The moment the honeycomb was severed, streams of golden honey flowed forth, making Qin Xiaolong's mouth water, though he could not indulge in this earthly delicacy just yet due to his protective gear. As Qin Xiaolong gradually lowered the beehive into the bucket, he was preparing to cut the second piece when he suddenly plummeted downward. Although he fell less than a meter, the shock sent cold sweat cascading down his back. "What the hell, Dazhu? What are you doing?" Qin Xiaolong shouted upward. "Sorry, I just slipped," Yang Dazhu replied apologetically. "Be careful. If I fall to my death, I'll haunt you as a ghost," Qin Xiaolong scolded irritably. He was positioned about 40 to 50 meters above the ground. A fall from such a height would undoubtedly warrant a feast for the entire village at his family's expense. "Don't worry. I assure you it won't happen again," Yang Dazhu quickly responded. "Pull me up another meter," Qin Xiaolong said, understanding that Yang Dazhu wasn't intentionally careless and refrained from further complaints. Upon hearing this, Yang Dazhu promptly hoisted him upward a little. Once they reached the fissure in the rocks, Qin Xiaolong resumed cutting the beehive. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, the cliff bees began to swarm and attack Qin Xiaolong. Fortunately, thanks to his protective gear, he remained unharmed. According to customary practice, after harvesting about half the beehive, Qin Xiaolong stopped. After all, the cliff bees needed their honey to survive the winter, and he couldn't commit the folly of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. "Dazhu, pull me up," Qin Xiaolong called out to Yang Dazhu, who swiftly tugged on the rope, bringing Qin Xiaolong back to the mountaintop. "Wow, so much honey. Looks like we're going to strike it rich," Yang Dazhu exclaimed with sheer delight as he gazed at the honey in the bucket. "Indeed, fortune favors the bold," Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Cliff bees predominantly reside on the edges of cliffs, and their size surpasses that of ordinary honeybees, possessing a stronger venom. Thus, honey harvesting is perilous. In the past, someone from their village had died while collecting cliff honey. Thankfully, this time they faced no danger and successfully gathered nearly a full bucket of honey. A remarkable harvest indeed. "I'll take a piece to taste first," Yangdi said, greedily breaking off a chunk of honeycomb and stuffing it into his mouth. "Wow, it's delicious. I haven't had such pure cliff honey in ages," Yang Dazhu exclaimed, savoring every bite and licking his fingers clean of honey. Qin Xiaolong also broke off a piece to taste. Instantly, an explosion of flavor filled his mouth. It was truly a gastronomic delight, leaving him yearning for more. Chapter 22. A small profit. After both Qin Xiaolong and Yang Dazhu indulged in 2 pieces each, they descended the mountain contentedly with the cliff honey. Upon returning home, Qin Xiaolong found his mother had prepared lunch, and he invited Yang Dazhu to join him for the meal. After they had eaten their fill, Qin Xiaolong sent a WeChat message to Mu Qiotong, the owner of Xingdetang. "Hello, Miss Mu, do you buy cliff honey? I just harvested some from the mountain today." Qin Xiaolong inquired directly. "Switch to video call so I can see," Mu Qiotong replied. "Sure," Qin Xiaolong responded, quickly activating the camera and aiming it at the bucket of cliff honey. "It looks pretty good. Bring it all over. I'll take it," Mu Qiotong said after a quick glance. Cliff honey is rare and highly sought after in the market, and even Xingdetang had little stock, so selling it would pose no challenge. "All right, I'll head over immediately. Let us discuss in person," Qin Xiaolong confirmed after securing Mu Qiotong's agreement to purchase. "Dazhu, may I borrow your van? I plan to sell the herbs I collected yesterday as well," Qin Xiaolong asked Yang Dazhu. "No problem," Yang Dazhu readily agreed. After setting aside about 5 pounds of honey for himself, Qin Xiaolong drove Yang Dazhu's old van into the city. By 2:30 in the afternoon, they arrived at the entrance of Xingdetang. Is Miss Mu in? I have an appointment to sell honey, Qin Xiaolong asked directly upon entering. Please wait a moment. A staff member responded, having recognized Qin Xiaolong from the previous visit. Shortly thereafter, Mu Qiutong emerged. Miss Mu, please have a look. This is the fresh cliff honey I harvested, Qin Xiaolong said, presenting the bucket before her. Mu Qiutong broke off a small piece of the honeycomb to taste, and satisfaction spread across her face. It has a floral fragrance with a hint of herbal notes. It's sweet yet not cloying, smooth and delightful. Undoubtedly wild cliff honey. Rest assured, Miss Mu, a gentleman values wealth obtained through proper means. We would never pass off artificially cultivated honey as wild cliff honey, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. While honey is widely available on the market, most vendors claim their product is pure and wild, when in fact, much of it is concentrated honey. Concentrated honey refers to honey that manufacturers purchase from beekeepers and then process further. Such honey is vastly different from pure wild honey, and some beekeepers even feed their bees sugar to increase honey production, which results in a product that pales in comparison to natural floral honey. The most reprehensible are the unscrupulous merchants who, in pursuit of profit, often fabricate fake honey using syrup, coloring agents, and thickeners. These products are devoid of nutritional value. For instance, honey sold for 9 yuan and 9 jiao on certain platforms, advertised as pure and natural local honey, is actually such counterfeit. Don't worry, I'm an expert. You can't fool me with fake honey, Mu Qiutong said with a slight smile. Haha, that's true, Qin Xiaolong chuckled in agreement. While ordinary people might struggle to discern whether honey is wild, Mu Qiutong clearly possesses the expertise. Any attempt to pass off inferior goods would likely result in immediate expulsion. Now back to business, I'll offer you 500 per pound for this honey. What do you think? Mu Qiutong stated seriously. 500 per pound is a bit low. At least 800, Qin Xiaolong shook his head. Cliff honey has numerous benefits. Regularly consuming it not only beautifies the skin, but also boosts immune function. Moreover, it contains abundant natural antibacterial components and, when properly stored, can last indefinitely without spoiling. If Mu Qiutong couldn't offer him a satisfactory price, he would prefer to keep it for himself. All right, 800 it is. After a brief contemplation, Mu Qiutong agreed to Qin Xiaolong's price. After weighing the honey, it amounted to 36 pounds, and Mu Qiutong promptly calculated a total of 29,000 yuan. As for the herbs, they sold for 3,200 yuan. Mu Qiutong was quite straightforward and transferred the payment to Qin Xiaolong on the spot. The quality of the herbs you brought is quite good. However, the quantity is too small. If you can supply in larger amounts, I can increase the purchase price by 10%, Mu Qiutong added. Shengdetang prides itself on quality, maintaining strict standards for herbal products. As long as the herbs are of good quality, pricing is not an issue. There are quite a few herbs on the mountain. Once I return, I'll organize the villagers to go up and dig for herbs together. I believe the quantity will increase, Qin Xiaolong promptly replied. Mu Qiutong's remark undoubtedly reminded him that while he could only gather a limited amount of herbs alone, acting as a middleman would yield significantly greater profits. You can try that. If the herb quantity increases, I can send someone to collect them from you, Mu Qiutong said. Great, I'll await your news. Qin Xiaolong responded as he prepared to leave. Excuse me, do you have honey for sale? I've been constipated lately, and the doctor advised me to buy some honey to help with digestion. A rotund man with a gold chain and a flashy appearance entered the shop. Yes, we just received a batch of cliff honey. Would you like some? A staff member promptly greeted him. Is this cliff honey the best? The overweight man inquired. Indeed, it's the finest. However, it is a bit pricey at 1,600 per pound. We also have floral honey, which is cheaper at 600 per pound. Which one would you prefer? The staff member responded. Of course, bring me the most expensive one. I want 5 pounds of cliff honey. Money is no object, the stout man declared with an air of arrogance. Certainly, the shop assistant replied promptly and hurried to prepare the honey for him. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolong, who had yet to depart, was taken aback upon hearing that the cliff honey was being sold for 800. Shengdetang would make a fortune off such a markup. However, he felt no envy. After all, Shengdetang had established its reputation, and they had the confidence to sell at such high prices. If he were to attempt the same, he doubted anyone would buy. Wasting no more time, Qin Xiaolong turned and left. As he emerged, Yang Punzi, who had remained in the car out of fear of receiving a fine, hurriedly inquired, "How did it go, Xiaolong? Did you sell it for 1,000? Not quite. The total comes to 29,000. Qin Xiaolong chuckled. Wow, you sold that much. Yang Punzi exclaimed, astonished. Calm down, it's just pocket change. Soon, I'll help you make a fortune. Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin, promptly transferring 14,500 to Yang Punzi. However, Yang Punzi then sent 350 back to Qin Xiaolong, which represented the sale of eels he had forgotten to pay for the previous day. Chapter 23. The illness of longing having made some money. Yang Daju was ecstatic and immediately headed to the mall to purchase a new phone before accompanying Qin Xiaolong back to Taoyuan village. However, upon returning to the village, Qin Xiaolong did not hurry home, but instead visited the village committee. Inside, the village head, Chen Guangfu, and Li Mingtao were enjoying tea and laughter. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong, the smiles on their faces vanished simultaneously. Chen Guangfu harbored disdain for Qin Xiaolong, while Li Mingtao's expression soured upon recalling Qin Xiaolong's refusal to marry his daughter. What brings you here? Chen Guangfu asked coldly. I would like to borrow the village loudspeaker, Qin Xiaolong stated directly. Do you think the village loudspeaker is yours to use at will? Chen Guangfu retorted icily. Village head, I understand you have grievances against me, but I seek to borrow the loudspeaker for the benefit of the villagers. Please do not make it difficult for me. Qin Xiaolong replied calmly. You? Benefit the villagers? Do you expect me to believe that? Chen Guangfu asked derisively. I made the acquaintance of a city businessman who specializes in medicinal herbs. She has asked me to help collect herbs in our village, offering prices that are 20 to 30% higher than those of the town. If the villagers earn more, it will reflect well on you as the village head. Qin Xiaolong attempted to placate Chen Guangfu, flattering him in the process. Follow me, Chen Guangfu finally relented, allowing Qin Xiaolong to use the village loudspeaker. Turning on the device, Qin Xiaolong took the microphone and proclaimed, Hello, fellow villagers of Taoyuan village. I am Qin Xiaolong. Starting today, anyone with medicinal herbs can bring them to my home for sale, and I assure you the prices will be significantly higher than those offered by the town's buyers. Repeating this 3 times to ensure everyone understood, he then turned off the loudspeaker. Thank you, village head, he said politely, despite his own feelings of disdain towards Chen Guangfu. No need for thanks. As long as you refrain from bothering my daughter, that will be the greatest gratitude, Chen Guangfu replied with indifference. Qin Xiaolong chose not to respond and went straight home. Shortly after his arrival, Aunt Nyo from the east end of the village, accompanied by several women, came to visit. Xiaolong, do you accept mugwort and motherwort? We have gathered quite a bit from the mountains and still have it piled up at home, Aunt Nyo inquired first. If the quality is good, I can pay 10 yuan per pound for motherwort and 6 yuan for mugwort, Qin Xiaolong responded. These herbs were quite common and not particularly valuable. He would not even bother to dig them up himself if he stumbled upon them. That sounds fair. I'll bring the herbs to sell to you shortly, Aunt Nyo replied. She had previously checked with other buyers, who only offered her 7 yuan per pound for motherwort and 4 yuan for mugwort. Thus, Qin Xiaolong's offer was significantly more enticing, prompting her to act quickly to sell her herbs. Xiaolong, how much are you offering for polyporous? Asked Sister Ping from the same village. Polyporous is quite valuable. I can offer 80 yuan per pound, Qin Xiaolong answered immediately. This price was based on a quote from Mu Qiudong, and he would make an additional 10% profit when selling it to her. And what about astragalus? 30 yuan. As the villagers confirmed that Qin Xiaolong's prices were notably higher, they hurried home to fetch their stored herbs to sell to him. Within an hour, Qin Xiaolong had spent over 6,000 yuan on herb purchases. Among these, mugwort was the most abundant, totaling 200 to 300 pounds, but given its commonality, it was only worth a little over 1,000 yuan. Once the herbs were exchanged for cash, the villagers were all smiles and eagerly helped Qin Xiaolong spread the word. Consequently, other villagers flocked to Qin Xiaolong's home with their herbs. By nightfall, the room originally intended for storing grain was filled to the brim with various herbs, and the over 10,000 yuan he had just acquired dwindled to a mere 200. Xiaolong, it seems I'll have to start calling you Boss Qin, Yang Diju, who had been assisting with the herb purchases, joked with a chuckle. Please, just call me by my name, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Xiaolong, does you come quickly? Dinner is ready. Liang Jing called out from the kitchen. Coming. Qin Xiaolong responded, leading Yang Dazhu into the house. Wow, so much delicious food. Just the aroma is making my mouth water, Yang Dazhu exclaimed as he surveyed the table laden with dishes. You all have worked hard today. Auntie has prepared a special meal for you, Liang Jing said with a smile. She was thrilled that her son had discovered a new avenue for making money. So she had specially killed a large rooster and purchased some pork, creating a feast of 4 meat dishes, 4 vegetable dishes, and an egg drop soup. Such a spread would typically only be seen during festive occasions in the past. Yang Dazhu, who had grown up alongside Qin Xiaolong, wasted no time and began to eat heartily. After satisfying their hunger, Qin Xiaolong and Yang Dazhu took a brief rest before heading out once more to catch eel. For Qin Xiaolong, debts were no longer a concern, yet he was determined to earn money quickly to reach his goal of 1 million, proving his worth to those in the village who looked down on him, especially the disdainful Chun Guangfu. 3 hours later, Qin Xiaolong and Yang Dazhu returned home. However, their catch for the day was modest, totaling only 8 pounds of eel, likely fetching around 300 or 400 yuan. Yet, as the saying goes, every little bit counts, and this amount would suffice for several days' worth of meals. After taking a refreshing cold shower, Qin Xiaolong was about to return to his room to practice the chaos scripture and enhance his abilities when his phone suddenly rang. The caller was none other than Wu Jinlian. Jinlian, what is the matter? Qin Xiaolong inquired as he answered the call. Xiaolong, hurry over. I'm unwell, and I feel terrible. Wu Jinlian's voice was laced with pain. All right, I'm on my way, Qin Xiaolong replied, hastily dressing before heading out. Upon reaching Wu Jinlian's door, he knocked, and soon she appeared to let him in. Jinlian, is Li Gang home? Qin Xiaolong asked. No, that scoundrel hasn't returned since yesterday. Come in, Wu Jinlian replied, leading him into the house. Sister, didn't you say you were ill? You look fine to me, Qin Xiaolong observed as he scrutinized her appearance. I am indeed unwell, but it's merely a case of lovesickness. The only remedy lies with you, my sole antidote. Wu Jinlian smiled, gazing at Qin Xiaolong with affection. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xiaolong instantly realized that he had been deceived by Wu Jinlian. Sister, please stop toying with me. This is hardly amusing, Qin Xiaolong replied with a bitter smile. I am not toying with you. My condition has deteriorated beyond remedy. You must accept me, Wu Jinlian stated, unexpectedly wrapping her arms around Qin Xiaolong. Chapter 24. You know how to be compassionate. Wu Jinlian exuded a faint fragrance of shower gel, clearly having just bathed. As she held Qin Xiaolong tightly, he felt a surge of emotions. Sister Jinlian, please don't do this, he said, struggling to maintain his composure. Oh, you mischievous boy, stop resisting. Today, I will not allow you to leave, Wu Jinlian teased, playfully offering him a sweet kiss. Qin Xiaolong, not a saint by any means, ultimately succumbed to her temptations. Time passed imperceptibly, and the world gradually returned to tranquility. Gazing at Wu Jinlian in his embrace, Qin Xiaolong finally comprehended why, throughout history, heroes have often faltered in the face of beauty. He himself was a living testament to this truth. Faced with Wu Jinlian's tender advances, his once steadfast resolve crumbled like fragile paper, utterly obliterated in an instant. Sister Jinlian, you should rest. I must take my leave, he said, realizing that the hour was late and preparing to bid farewell. So you think you can just take advantage and run away? You truly are a scoundrel, Wu Jinlian pouted, glaring at Qin Xiaolong. I don't mean to flee. It's just that what if Li Gangxian returns soon? He replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. What is there to fear? His return would be even better. It would infuriate that scoundrel. Wu Jinlian retorted angrily. Li Gangxian was currently involved with a mistress, and Wu Jinlian intended to make him wear the green hat of betrayal, an act of poetic justice. Sister, I'm not afraid of Li Gangxian, but I am concerned for your reputation. After all, we have to live in the village, and I wouldn't want others to gossip about you, Qin Xiaolong explained further. I see now. You truly care for others, Wu Jinlian said, her face brightening with a smile upon hearing this. Rest assured, that rascal will not return today, and I've already decided, when he comes back, I will divorce him. I will not waste my youth on him. From now on, I will only be with you. Wu Jinlian was not like Li Siyuan. Her proactive demeanor was not impulsive, but rather a well-considered decision. She understood that once divorced, a woman like her, without support, would easily become vulnerable to mistreatment. She needed a strong ally, and Qin Xiaolong was undoubtedly the best choice. After all, not only was he handsome, but his character was also widely praised. Otherwise, she would not have lowered herself to him. I wholeheartedly support your decision to divorce. Someone like Li Gangxian is unworthy of you, Qin Xiaolong promptly affirmed. Then when I get divorced, will you marry me? Wu Jinlian suddenly asked. Her words left Qin Xiaolong momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Ha, look at how startled you are. Don't worry, I'm merely joking. Even if you wanted to marry me, I wouldn't accept. I aim to be an exceptional single woman. I will not serve men as a maid. Wu Jinlian replied with a playful smile. As a clever woman, she understood that the Qin family would never accept a divorced woman into their home. And all she truly needed was support. Titles mattered little to her. Sister Jinlian, while I cannot guarantee much, if you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly not refuse if it is within my power. Qin Xiaolong said earnestly. With your words, I'm already content. Wu Jinlian smiled in satisfaction. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Xiaolong rose early and returned home. Oh, Xiaolong, why are you up so early today? As he climbed over the wall into the yard, his mother, Liang Jing, emerged from the house. I just needed to relieve myself. I'll be going back to catch some more sleep. Qin Xiaolong offered a casual excuse before hastily retreating to his room. Liang Jing accepted this without suspicion, tending to the chickens and pigs before preparing breakfast. After breakfast, Liang Jing and her husband, Qin Fugui, headed out to tend to the fields once more. Qin Xiaolong, however, did not accompany them, not out of laziness, but because he intended to venture into the mountains again to gather herbs. After all, farming was exhausting and yielded meager returns throughout the year, far less rewarding than foraging for herbs. Before heading to the mountains, Qin Xiaolong prepared 2 portions of honey he had saved at home, intending to gift some to Wu Jinlian and Lu Xianxiao. Once his preparations were complete, he made his way to Wu Jinlian's house. However, before he could enter, he overheard a heated argument. Wu Jinlian, listen closely. You are mine in life and in death. Thinking of divorce? Dream on. Li Gangxian shouta arrogantly, pointing a finger at Wu Jinlian. You scoundrel. I'll fight you to the end. Wu Jinlian yelled back furiously, seizing a kitchen knife and charging at Li Gangxian. However, as a mere woman, she was no match for him, and before the knife could reach him, it was snatched away. Immediately after, Li Gangxian struck Wu Jinlian across the face and kicked her several times, showing no mercy. You insolent wretch, behave yourself. If you dare lay a finger on me again, I'll make you pay. Li Gangxian threatened viciously. Li Gangxian, you are inhumane. May you meet a terrible fate. Wu Jinlian cried, feeling utterly helpless and beginning to sob uncontrollably as she realized she could not defeat him. You're asking for it. Li Gangxian's eyes glinted with malice as he prepared to strike her again. Chapter 25. The ruthless Li Gangxian stop. Qin Xiaolong shouted, rushing forward to block Li Gangxian. Li Gangxian, how can you, a grown man, lay such heavy hands on a woman? Do you have no shame? Qin Xiaolong confronted him coldly. I'm beating my wife. What business is it of yours? Get lost. Li Gangxian snarled. Today I will intervene. I dare you to touch a single hair on Sister Jinlian's head. Qin Xiaolong stood his ground defiantly. Not only had he spent the night with Wu Jinlian, but even if nothing had happened, he could never stand idly by while Li Gangxian bullied a woman. You must be tired of living. Li Gangxian raturta, picking up the fallen kitchen knife and lunging at Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong evaded the attack with ease and countered with a punch to Li Gangxian's jaw. Taking advantage of Li Gangxian's momentary disorientation, he swept his legs out from under him, sending Li Gangxian crashing to the ground. Stepping forward, Qin Xiaolong picked up the knife and held it to Li Gangxian's throat. How dare you lay a hand on me? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? Qin Xiaolong scoffed contemptuously. Xiaolong, I was wrong. Please put the knife down. Let us not joke around with such things, Li Gangxian pleaded, panic evident in his eyes as the blade hovered near his throat. Look at you, what a coward. You're truly a disgrace to men. Qin Xiaolong intended to frighten Li Gangxian, but lost interest quickly. Kneel down and apologize to Sister Jinlian, he ordered, kicking Li Gangxian. Xiaolong, don't go too far. Li Gangxian, am not someone to be trifled with. Li Gangxian protested, unable to accept the thought of kneeling before a woman. Fine, if you refuse to kneel. I'll chop off one of your hands first, Qin Xiaolong replied with a cold laugh, raising the knife menacingly. Don't. I'll kneel. Li Gangxian realized he was facing a reckless opponent in Qin Xiaolong, a man capable of anything, and he dared not gamble on whether Qin Xiaolong would actually harm him. With a thud, he fell to his knees. Jinlian, I apologize. I was wrong. Li Gangxian, in his heart, cursed Qin Xiaolong's ancestors for 18 generations, yet outwardly, he dared not express his anger. Xiaolong, give me the knife. I want to slay this beast, Wu Jinlian declared with a fierce countenance, reaching for the kitchen knife in Qin Xiaolong's hand. Sister Jinlian, please don't act impulsively, Qin Xiaolong quickly reassured her, recognizing the genuine murderous intent in her eyes. Seizing the moment while Qin Xiaolong restrained Wu Jinlian, Li Gangxian hastily fled outside. Xiaolong, just you wait. This matter is far from over, he threatened as he exited. If you have the guts, come back and say that to my face. Qin Xiaolong retorted, pointing at Li Gangxian. You think I'm a fool? Just you wait, Li Gangxian will not rest until I avenge this grievance. With that, Li Gangxian, fearing that Qin Xiaolong might pursue him, quickly sped away on his motorcycle. Pathetic, Qin Xiaolong muttered softly, then turned to Wu Jinlian. Sister Jinlian, please calm down. Don't let your anger harm your health. Witnessing Qin Xiaolong's concern, Wu Jinlian lost control of her emotions once more, embracing him and bursting into tears, quickly becoming a weeping mess. Understanding that Wu Jinlian needed to vent, Qin Xiaolong allowed her to cry. After 10 minutes, her emotions finally stabilized. Xiaolong, you have no idea how cold-blooded Li Gangxian is. When I told him I wanted a divorce after he returned this morning, he whipped out his belt and beat me. Look at what he did to me. If you hadn't come today, I might have been beaten to death. While wiping her tears, Wu Jinlian lifted her shirt, revealing numerous bruises on her body. Qin Xiaolong's heart ached at the sight of her wounds. Sister Jinlian, let us go inside. I'll apply some ointment for you. Once indoors, Wu Jinlian removed her clothing, revealing a shocking array of scars that crisscrossed her body, especially on her back, where not a single patch of skin remained unscathed. Qin Xiaolong's rage surged. Had Li Gangxian not fled, he would have ensured that the scoundrel faced justice. Sister, bear with me. I'll apply some safflower oil. After informing Wu Jinlian, he dipped cotton into the oil and gently applied it to her wounds. The sudden sting made Wu Jinlian gasp, biting her teeth to suppress a cry. After applying the oil, Qin Xiaolong proceeded to massage her, secretly channeling some of his energy to promote blood circulation and alleviate her pain. How do you feel now, Sister Jinlian? He asked after 10 minutes. Much better. Your massage technique is quite effective, she replied. Earlier, even the slightest movement had caused her unbearable pain. But after Qin Xiaolong's massage, it was nearly gone. Rest well today. I'll give you another massage tonight. By the way, I brought you some cliff honey. Keep it to brew. After saying this, he hurriedly retrieved the honey he had brought. After chatting for a while, Qin Xiaolong bid farewell to Wu Jinlian, first delivering another bottle of honey to Lu Xiangxiao before heading into the mountains. Upon entering, he noticed a significant number of villagers from Taoyuan gathering to forage for medicinal herbs. In the past, villagers could only wait at home for merchants to collect herbs. But now, with Qin Xiaolong's ability to sell them directly at higher prices, it was undoubtedly beneficial for the villagers, helping to supplement their household income. However, their foraging was limited to the outskirts, as venturing deeper posed risks from wild animals, a danger few were willing to face. Qin Xiaolong, however, was undeterred, trekking 30 miles into Wulong Mountain before stopping. This area resembled a primitive forest, devoid of any human presence. The abundance of medicinal herbs here far surpassed that of the outskirts. Within 2 hours, he had filled 1.5 fertilizer bags with herbs. In pursuit of rarer varieties, he climbed over a nearby hill and descended into a valley, enveloped in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Chapter 26. Striking Rich. What a beautiful place. If developed into a scenic area, I could probably just sit back and count money in the future. Contemplating the stunning landscape, Qin Xiaolong mused. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. Developing a scenic area required substantial investment, often in the tens of millions or even over 100 million, far beyond his current means. Without wasting time, he ventured deeper into the valley, where an array of wildflowers bloomed vibrantly, bees and butterflies danced, and streams babbled, akin to a fabled utopia. The abundance of herbs here was remarkable. A casual glance revealed angelica, Panax nodo ginseng, and Gastrodia alata, many growing in clusters. With no fear of competition, he had a quick snack before beginning his harvest. Within an hour, he had gathered an additional 1 to 200 pounds of herbs, all of rare varieties, worth an estimated 8 to 9,000 yuan. What a delightful feeling. This is like picking money. Looking at the mound of herbs before him, Qin Xiaolong felt a thrill of excitement. It was not an exaggeration to say this place was a treasure trove of medicinal herbs. If he could harvest everything, he could earn at least 1 to 200,000 yuan. However, such fortune was unique to him, as this location lay 34 miles from Taoyuan village, and anyone else attempting the journey would take a full day. The primitive forest became perilous at night, where encounters with wild beasts could spell doom, deterring anyone from venturing so deep. As he neared a stream, Qin Xiaolong suddenly stopped. A vast expanse of golden thread orchid lay before him. This herb was among those he most desired to find, as wild golden thread orchids fetched a high price, starting at 800 yuan per pound, with premium varieties exceeding 1,000. The cluster before him, if fully harvested, could yield 20 to 30,000 yuan. Just as he prepared to dig them up, a hissing sound caught his attention. Turning, he discovered a king cobra. In that instant, the snake lunged at his leg. With quick reflexes, Qin Xiaolong rolled away, narrowly escaping the deadly strike. The king cobra did not pursue him, but instead hissed menacingly, clearly asserting its dominance. Thank goodness I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I might have met an untimely end. Watching the intimidating serpent, Qin Xiaolong felt a wave of fear. The king cobra was one of the most venomous snakes, and this particular specimen was nearly 6 meters long, its girth comparable to an infant's arm, sending chills down his spine. As a rural dweller, he understood the danger of confronting a king cobra, so he remained still, standing his ground. After 3 or 4 minutes, seeing that Qin Xiaolong posed no threat, the king cobra slithered into the underbrush and disappeared. Phew! Only then did Qin Xiaolong exhale in relief. With ordinary snakes, he would have dispatched them with a swift strike, but the enormous king cobra before him was not worth the risk of confrontation. Otherwise, should he falter, he could very well meet his demise here. With the appearance of the king cobra, Qin Xiaolong became notably more cautious. After excavating all the golden thread orchids, he brandished his sickle and began his descent deeper into the valley. He intended to thoroughly explore the area, as this would undoubtedly save significant time when he returned to gather herbs tomorrow. Currently, Qin Xiaolong possessed an almost photographic memory, recalling precisely where each herb was located. After traversing approximately 200 meters along the valley, his gaze instinctively shifted to the stone walls on either side. In the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. This was Dendrobium officinale. I'm going to be rich. Dendrobium officinale, renowned as the foremost of the 9 miraculous herbs in China, is an exceedingly precious medicinal ingredient that had long been extinct in the mountains near his village. Yet here, the stone walls were adorned with it. These dendrobium plants beckoned to Qin Xiaolong like a veritable tree of wealth, igniting a surge of ecstasy within him. Just when he was ready to return home, the sight of these dendrobium plants propelled the thought of leaving far from his mind, and he immediately began to scale the stone wall. Although the ascent was somewhat steep, it posed no challenge for Qin Xiaolong. Upon reaching the first cluster of dendrobium, he recognized at a glance that these were all premium specimens aged 7 to 8 years, utterly invaluable and rare as hen's teeth. He sliced 2 stems and tasted them. The rich herbal aroma mingled with sweetness, leaving him salivating and yearning for more. In the past, he would never have dared consume such precious herbs. Yet now, surrounded by dendrobium on both sides of the wall, he indulged himself without hesitation. After satisfying his cravings, he resumed harvesting the dendrobium. Immersed in the joy of acquiring wealth, Qin Xiaolong lost track of time, oblivious to the encroaching darkness. Alas, when did it become so dark? It was only when the sun had set that he suddenly realized he was deep in the wilderness. To avoid spending the night in the mountains, he hastily transported the harvested dendrobium to the valley's entrance. After a brief contemplation, he emptied the other herbs from his snakeskin bag and filled it with dendrobium. There was no one around to steal them. After all, once he had packed all the dendrobium, night had completely fallen. Without further delay, Qin Xiaolong shouldered the 2 heavy bags of dendrobium and began his journey back. The mountain path was rugged, and with the darkness, most would struggle to move faster than a turtle. However, Qin Xiaolong's gaze was sharp, aided by the faint moonlight. He strode forward with remarkable speed. Howl yet, not long into his trek, a chilling wolf howl pierced the air. Instinctively, Qin Xiaolong heightened his vigilance and quickened his pace. After approximately 10 minutes, a dark shadow suddenly obstructed his path. This was a colossal black wolf. Towering over a meter tall, its limbs were robust, comparable to Qin Xiaolong's arms. One of its eyes appeared blind, while the other glimmered with a sinister light, rendering it even more terrifying. As this one-eyed black wolf emerged, a pack of gray wolves encircled him from all directions, swiftly surrounding him. Howl! The one-eyed black wolf let out a piercing howl, prompting the other gray wolves to join in. In that moment, Qin Xiaolong recognized that this black wolf was the leader of the pack. Don't think I'm easy prey. I warn you, if you dare to feast on me, be prepared to shatter your teeth. Without regard for whether the wolves could comprehend his words, he dropped the 2 bags of dendrobium and confronted the pack with his sickle. Although Qin Xiaolong had begun his cultivation, his skills were still rudimentary, and at that moment, he faced 8 ordinary black wolves, along with the gigantic one-eyed black wolf. He had no chance of victory, so he refrained from making any rash moves. Howl! The one-eyed black wolf howled again, and a gray wolf suddenly lunged at Qin Xiaolong. He dared not underestimate the threat, and swung his sickle with all his might. The gray wolf, agile and quick, easily evaded his attack, then leapt toward his throat for a savage bite. Seeking death, a glint of cold light flickered in Qin Xiaolong's eyes as he delivered a powerful punch to the gray wolf's head. Known for their tough constitution, wolves are notoriously resilient, yet this gray wolf fell lifelessly to the ground without a sound. As its companion perished, the remaining wolves became enraged, baring their teeth and growling menacingly, seemingly intent on tearing Qin Xiaolong apart. Come on, if you have the guts, then devour me today. Qin Xiaolong shouted defiantly, revealing no trace of fear. He understood that wolves are cunning creatures. The more he appeared afraid, the quicker they would attack. The one-eyed black wolf fixed its cold gaze upon him, resembling a crafty hunter weighing its options. After a couple of minutes, it howled once more, a command akin to an emperor's decree, and the previously restless gray wolves surged forward to assault Qin Xiaolong. The situation grew dire, yet he remained composed, swinging his sickle and striking a gray wolf. Blood sprayed, yet none of the wolves retreated. They all leapt at him in a frenzy. Alone against a pack of wolves, Qin Xiaolong dared not falter, defending himself with all his strength. As he kicked one wolf away, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Just then, he was at a moment of weakness, unable to defend himself adequately, leaning forward slightly. Ripping, a wolf's claw tore through his clothing, leaving a bloody gash on his back. After bracing for the impact, he quickly rolled to the side of a large tree. Damn it, this creature is truly treacherous. Feeling the searing pain on his back, Qin Xiaolong cursed vehemently. He realized that the one-eyed black wolf had been watching from the sidelines, and he had not anticipated its sudden ambush. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been knocked to the ground, whereupon the pack would have descended upon him, tearing him to shreds. Qin Xiaolong glared at the one-eyed black wolf, which had licked the blood from its claws. He could distinctly sense the bloodthirsty gleam that flickered in its cold eyes, akin to a man beholding an alluring beauty. Howl! The one-eyed black wolf suddenly howled again, and the other wolves, poised to attack Qin Xiaolong, halted immediately. The one-eyed black wolf charged toward him, and realizing he had no escape, Qin Xiaolong steeled himself and raised his sickle to strike. However, the one-eyed black wolf moved far quicker than he anticipated, evading his blow entirely. And swiftly he turned to swipe at him with its massive paw. This time, Qin Xiaolong chose not to withstand the attack. He dodged to the side and delivered a punch to the wolf's most vulnerable spot, its flank. A dull thud resonated, yet the one-eyed black wolf remained unfazed, instead charging at Qin Xiaolong with ferocious force. The terrifying power propelled Qin Xiaolong backward, scraping against the ground for several meters until he collided with a tree, finally stabilizing himself. My word, how could this beast possess such terrifying strength? Upon receiving the inheritance from the Celestial Emperor, Qin Xiaolong underwent a profound transformation. Yet, the collision with the one-eyed Black Wolf King left him feeling as though his very bones might shatter, and his stomach churned violently. For someone of lesser fortitude, such an encounter could have been fatal or at the very least resulted in grievous injuries. The sight of Qin Xiaolong, still able to stand, elicited a flicker of astonishment in the Wolf King's solitary eye. However, it was clear that the Wolf King regarded Qin Xiaolong as a delectable prey, its body tensed for another pounce. Just then, a distant howl pierced the air. Upon hearing this sound, the one-eyed Black Wolf King abruptly halted. It cast one last penetrating gaze at Qin Xiaolong before issuing a command, prompting the pack to vanish into the shadows of the forest. Confusion enveloped Qin Xiaolong. He had braced himself for a desperate fight, only to witness the wolves' sudden retreat. However, a heavy sound echoed closer, and while he could not yet discern its source, he knew the wolves' departure was certainly linked to this unknown entity. Time was of the essence, and Qin Xiaolong hastily scaled a nearby tree, climbing to the very top. No sooner had he found his footing than a massive creature emerged on a battlefield where he had just fought the wolves. It was a colossal black bear, towering over 3 meters high, its formidable bulk resembling a moving mountain of flesh, exuding an aura of terror. In that moment, Qin Xiaolong dared not utter a sound, resorting instead to silent prayers. Upon reaching the base of the tree where Qin Xiaolong hid, the great black bear sniffed the air before approaching the lifeless wolf that had fallen to Qin Xiaolong's blow. With a terrifying snap, the bear clamped its jaws around the wolf's neck and tore its head clean off, a gruesome sight indeed. After casting the severed head aside, the bear began to feast upon the wolf's flesh, reducing the once mighty creature to nothing more than a bare skeleton within minutes. Having satiated its hunger, the bear ambled towards the tree where Qin Xiaolong remained concealed. In that moment, he feared the bear had discovered him, his heart racing with anxiety. Yet, it soon became evident that he had misjudged the situation. The bear was merely scratching itself against the tree bark. However, the sheer power of the bear was astounding, causing the tree to tremble violently with its casual movements. Qin Xiaolong had no doubt that if the bear unleashed its full strength, it could easily topple the very tree that sheltered him. After several minutes of this behavior, the bear eventually lumbered off into the night. Relieved, Qin Xiaolong reflected on his narrow escape. Had the bear turned its attention towards him, he would likely have been left in mere fragments. He was acutely aware of the wild beasts that roamed Wulong Mountain, but he had not anticipated encountering creatures of such formidable size. Had the black bear not appeared to frighten away the wolves, he might have faced a dire fate. For the sake of his own safety, Qin Xiaolong hastily filled 2 fertilizer bags with medicinal herbs and made his way down the mountain. The journey, which had taken him over an hour on the way up, was completed in just 2 hours, a remarkable feat considering the nightfall. Upon arriving home, he was met with a concerned expression from Liang Jing, who noticed his blood-stained clothes. "What happened to you?" she exclaimed. "It's nothing," Qin Xiaolong replied, attempting to downplay his injuries. "I just stumbled into some thorns on the way down." Without questioning his words, Liang Jing hurried him inside to tend to his wounds. After changing his clothes, Qin Xiaolong poured the contents of the fertilizer bags onto the floor. "Mother, take a look at this." Upon seeing the heap of dendrobium and golden thread orchids, Liang Jing gasped in astonishment. "My goodness, are we about to strike it rich?" She was well aware of the immense value of these herbs. If sold, they could not only clear their debts, but also leave them with a surplus. "I was fortunate to discover a valley filled with valuable herbs," but I could only bring back the dendrobium and golden thread orchids today due to a lack of bags. I'll return for the rest tomorrow, Qin Xiaolong explained with a smile. Then tomorrow, I'll go with you and your father to gather all the herbs. Liang Jing said eagerly, her excitement palpable. Their family had endured poverty for far too long, and these herbs promised a path to prosperity. No, it's too far. I can manage alone. You both would only slow me down, he insisted, recalling the dangers he had encountered with the wolves and the bear. It was safer to venture alone. Very well, but do take care and remember to return before dark, Liang Jing cautioned him. I will, Qin Xiaolong assured her, his stomach rumbling, prompting him to seek his meal. The following day, after breakfast, just as he prepared to set off, he received a call from Qin Xiaoyu. Hello, Xiaoyu. Why are you calling so early? Are you unable to sleep because you miss me? He joked. Quit being so self-absorbed. I wanted to ask if you're free today to accompany me to the town. I need to buy some clothes and send some money to my brother, she replied, slightly annoyed. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have the time, but for you, I'll make an exception. When do you want to leave? Qin Xiaolong responded, eager to prioritize her over his usual pursuits. Come to my house in 10 minutes. We can take my dad's motorcycle, Qin Xiaoyu instructed. You want me to come to your place? Aren't you afraid your dad will chop me up? He teased. Relax. My dad is in the city for a study session and won't be back until tonight, she assured him. All right, I'll be there shortly. With that, Qin Xiaolong quickly changed his clothes and headed over to Qin Xiaoyu's house. Seeing her door ajar, he entered directly and made his way to her room. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu was changing and had not noticed his arrival. Quietly, he pushed the door open and surprised her from behind. She screamed in shock. Don't scream, it's me. He chuckled. Realizing it was Qin Xiaolong, she relaxed. You idiot. You should have knocked. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Which rogue would dare to touch my woman? I would skin him alive. Qin Xiaolong declared fiercely. Who is your woman? Get lost. Qin Xiaoyu retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Are you not my woman? Come here. Let your husband take a look, he said with a mischievous grin, reaching out as if to tease her. Stop being so ridiculous. We're supposed to be going out, she admonished, swatting his hand away before quickly finishing dressing. As he gazed at the innocent and ethereal Qin Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He yearned to embrace her right then and there, but he ultimately restrained himself. After all, he had promised Qin Xiaoyu that he wouldn't T-cross that red line before marriage, and he certainly could not be untrustworthy. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyu's father, Qin Guangfu, was always keeping an eye on him. If that old man found out that he had been intimate with Qin Xiaoyu, he had no doubt that Qin Guangfu would not hesitate to take a knife to him. Let's go. Qin Xiaoyu waved her hand and then hopped onto her father's motorcycle with Qin Xiaolong, the two of them heading to the town together. Upon arriving, Qin Xiaolong was surprised to discover that there was a large market today, bringing together people from 10 miles and 8 villages, making the crowd quite substantial. After securing the motorcycle, he and Qin Xiaoyu began to stroll around. Chapter 29. The hidden camera due to her father's restrictions. Qin Xiaoyu usually dared not get too close to Qin Xiaolong. Yet today, she had no fear of being discovered and directly linked her arm with his, resembling a young couple in love as they playfully teased one another while savoring various snacks, thoroughly enjoying themselves. After satisfying their appetites, they arrived at a clothing store in town, ready to shop for some outfits. Qin Xiaoyu had high standards for clothing and tried several stores, but none could meet her expectations. Soon, they arrived at a women's clothing store named Urban Beauty. As soon as the enchanting Qin Xiaoyu entered, a man watching a movie on his phone hurriedly stood up. Hey Xiaoyu, what a coincidence. Zhou zipping? Qin Xiaoyu turned around, discovering that this man was her classmate from both high school and middle school, Zhou zipping. Coming from a well-off family, he had persistently pursued her in the past, but she had never agreed to his advances. Are you really dating Qin Xiaolong? What does that poor guy have that worthy of you? Zhou zipping sneered, his eyes filled with envy. My choice of partner is my own business. It's none of your concern. Qin Xiaoyu retorted coldly. I'm only looking out for you. If you need a boyfriend, you can come to me. My family is doing much better than his, Zhou zipping boasted, pointing to the store. This is funded by my father. Let us go, Xiaolong. Qin Xiaoyu was unwilling to engage with Zhou zipping any further and pulled Qin Xiaolong's arm, preparing to leave. Wait, you said you wanted to buy clothes, right? We have the latest fashionable styles this year. I promise you'll love them. Take whatever you like. It's on the house. Zhou Zipping quickly intervened, blocking her way. I don't need your charity. Qin Xiaolong snapped. Although her father looked down on Qin Xiaolong, she absolutely would not allow anyone to humiliate the man she liked in front of her. Xiaoyu, since Zhou Zipping is offering it for free, why not pick a few? After all, it would be foolish not to seize a good deal, Qin Xiaolong suggested. Despite his disdain for Zhou Zipping, he acknowledged that the clothing here was superior to what they had seen before, and free items were hard to refuse. Understanding Qin Xiaolong's hint, Qin Xiaoyu agreed. All right then, I'll choose a few pieces. She went to the rack and selected 10 dresses in one go. Zhou Zipping, since he said it was free, pack these up for me, she declared, placing the clothes in front of him. Xiaoyu, I meant just one. If you take so many, I'll be a loss. Zhou Zipping replied, his face a mask of distress. Each dress cost over 100, and he would have gladly given one away if it meant spending a night with her. But since he had never even touched her, he was reluctant to part with them so easily. If you can't afford it, then stop pretending to be generous, Qin Xiaolong retorted sharply, taking the opportunity to mock Zhou Zipping. Shut up. This isn't your place to speak. Zhou Zipping glared fiercely at Qin Xiaolong. Watch your mouth, or I want to hold back. Qin Xiaoyu warned, her voice rising. All right, I want to say another word. Just go try on the clothes, and I'll find the right sizes for you, Zhou Zipping said, glaring at Qin Xiaolong, but choosing to remain silent. Initially, Qin Xiaoyu had no intention of buying clothes there, but she had grown fond of the pieces she selected. After a moment of contemplation, she handed her bag to Qin Xiaolong and took the dresses to the fitting room. Before long, she emerged wearing one of the dresses. Xiaolong, how does this look? She asked, twirling to show him. It's quite lovely, but I believe the purple dress you're holding would suit you even better, Qin Xiaolong remarked. I'll try on the purple one then. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. In Qin Xiaolong's opinion was immensely significant to Qin Xiaoyu. She took the purple dress and entered the fitting room again. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced through the space. Xiaolong, coming quickly. Rushing in, Qin Xiaolong asked, What's wrong, Xiaoyu? There's a gecko. Get out, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed. Her face contorted in fear as she shielded herself with her clothing. Come on, it's just a gecko. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Xiaolong chuckled, reaching out to catch it. However, the little creature quickly climbed out of reach. As his eyes followed it upward, they suddenly widened in shock. He stepped forward and stood on his toes to pull something down from above the fitting room. It was a hidden camera. What is it you have there? Qin Xiaoyu asked, bewildered. It's a camera, Qin Xiaolong replied, showing it to her. How could there be a camera here? Doesn't that mean my changing process was recorded? Qin Xiaoyu's expression changed dramatically. Put your clothes back on. I'll handle the rest. With that, Qin Xiaolong approached Zhou Zipping. Now, tell me who set this up. I have no idea. Zhou Zipping feigned ignorance, but the panic in his eyes betrayed him. Hand over the memory card. Qin Xiaolong's gaze turned icy. What memory card? I don't have one. Zhou Zipping continued to deny it. Ungrateful. Qin Xiaolong's eyes glinted dangerously as he punched Zhou Zipping in the stomach and kicked him away. I'll ask you one last time. Where's the memory card? If you don't tell me, I'll break your legs. Qin Xiaolong's expression was cold, emanating an aura reminiscent of death. For the first time, Zhou Zipping felt genuine fear as he gazed into Qin Xiaolong's terrifying eyes. Don't hit me. The memory card is on the second floor. Now, frig, certainly, the concept of expense is relative. In rural areas, many people live in poverty, purchasing clothing primarily from street vendors for a mere few dozen yuan. However, the garments in this women's boutique generally start at over 100 yuan, with most items costing between 3 to 500 yuan, making them unaffordable for many. Nevertheless, Qin Xiaolong generously bought Qin Xiaoyu 2 dresses and 2 tops, totaling over 900 yuan. Xiaolong, here's the money you just lent me, Qin Xiaoyu said, pulling out 1,000 yuan from her bag and handing it to him. In her mind, she felt that Qin Xiaolong's family was not well off, and 900 yuan was a considerable sum. She did not want to burden him too early. Xiaoyu, are you intentionally slapping me in the face? Qin Xiaolong feigned anger, his expression stern. I didn't mean it that way. I just don't want you to spend so much. Your family is not wealthy, and I hope you use this money for necessities, Qin Xiaoyu quickly explained. Seeing Qin Xiaoyu's understanding demeanor, Qin Xiaolong's face lit up with a smile. Don't worry, brother is not short on cash right now. Just yesterday, I gathered quite a bit of iron-skinned dendrobium on the mountain. When I sell it, I'll make at least 100,000 yuan. Buying a few pieces of clothing is nothing. I could buy out this entire store if I wanted. Is that really true? Qin Xiaoyu asked skeptically. Of course it is. If you don't believe me, come over to my house later and see for yourself, Qin Xiaolong replied confidently. Then I'll take this money back. But even if you start earning, don't spend recklessly. Aim to save up $1 million as soon as possible, so you can come to my family to propose. Qin Xiaoyu advised him firmly. Rest assured, $1 million is nothing to me. By then, I'll carry you back home in grand style, Qin Xiaolong chuckled. That's what you said. Just don't keep me waiting too long. I might end up with another man, Qin Xiaoyu teased, playfully trying to spur him on. Oh, so you dare to mention other men in front of me? It seems you want to feel the consequences, Qin Xiaolong smirked, pulling her into an embrace. Stop it. There are so many people around. What if they see us? Qin Xiaoyu quickly pushed his hand away. Let them see. What's wrong with a man disciplining his woman? Qin Xiaolong said with a cheeky grin. All right, I admit my fault, Qin Xiaoyu replied, her cheeks flushing as she quickly recognized her error. Just give me a kiss first. Qin Xiaolong pointed to his cheek. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaoyu leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Is that satisfactory? Well, given your sincere apology, I won't hold it against you, Qin Xiaolong said with a satisfied smile. How shameless. Qin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him, but decided not to prolong the playful banter. Instead, she headed to a nearby shop to buy some snacks before making her way to the training center in town. Her younger brother, Chen Wenbin, was about to enter his senior year of high school, so their father had enrolled him in a summer class to help him catch up on his studies and hopefully earn a spot in a good university, bringing glory to the Chen family. Soon, they arrived at Chen Wenbin's dormitory. After knocking on the door, he opened it shortly. Wenbin, what happened to your face? Qin Xiaoyu asked, noticing the bruises on her brother's face. It's nothing. I just accidentally fell, Chen Wenbin replied quickly. How could you sustain such injuries from a fall? Did you get into a fight? Qin Xiaoyu pressed on, unconvinced by his explanation. I didn't fight. I really fell. Hurry and give me the money. I need to buy some things, Chen Wenbin urged impatiently. Seeing that her brother was unwilling to elaborate, Qin Xiaoyu reluctantly took out 500 yuan and handed it to him. This is your meal allowance for this week. Spend it wisely. 500 is too little. Our teacher asked us to buy training materials. Can you give me another 500? Chen Wenbin replied. Fine, Qin Xiaoyu said without further thought, handing over another 500. Thanks, sis, but I need to go buy things now, so I want to stay with you, he added, preparing to leave. Wait a moment. You traveled a long way just to see me, and you can't spare a few minutes to talk? Qin Xiaoyu grasped his arm. I'm just in a hurry to buy things. We can talk when I get back, he replied, ignoring her. That little brat is becoming increasingly dismissive of me. Qin Xiaoyu muttered in frustration. I think your brother is being bullied. Let's follow him and check it out, Qin Xiaolong suggested. Noticing the multiple bruises on Chen Wenbin's face, which clearly indicated he had been in a fight but was unwilling to disclose the truth. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu became anxious and hurriedly followed Qin Xiaolong as they trailed after her brother. After leaving the dormitory, Chen Wenbin turned down a couple of streets and finally arrived at a cyber CAF. Once inside, he approached a burly young man and respectfully pulled out 500 yuan. Mingu, this is the money I prepared for you. At that moment, Chen Wenbin displayed a subservient demeanor, appearing quite humble. Why are you giving him money? Qin Xiaoyu, who had followed closely behind, snatched the 500 yuan from him and demanded, What is going on? Sis, why did you come here? You need to leave quickly. Chen Wenbin urged, panic written all over his face. Leave? Did I say you could leave? Sun Yuming sneered, rising abruptly. Upon seeing that Qin Xiaoyu was a stunning beauty, his expression shifted to one of lewd interest. Wenbin, I didn't realize your sister was such a beauty. How about this? Let her be my girlfriend, and I'll ensure you can walk freely around Wuyang town, Sun Yuming said, his gaze fixated on Qin Xiaoyu, revealing his intentions. Brother Ming, My sister already has a boyfriend, so please don't trouble her, Chen Wenbin quickly interjected with a forced smile. Having a boyfriend can be negotiated. Once I become your sister's boyfriend, you'll be the one reaping the benefits, Sun Yuming replied with a smirk. Please, I beg you, let my sister go. She truly isn't worthy of you, Chen Wenbin pleaded desperately. Suddenly, Sun Yuming slapped Chen Wenbin across the face. Damn it. I offered your sister a chance to be my girlfriend out of respect for you. And you're pushing back? You really don't know your place. How dare you hit my brother? Qin Xiaolong exclaimed angrily, witnessing the assault. Little beauty, don't be upset. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I promise I won't harm your brother anymore, Sun Yuming said, his gaze lingering on Qin Xiaolong, as if he were devouring her with his eyes. Trash like you thinks he can lay claim to my woman? You must be tired of living. Qin Xiaolong interjected, stepping forward to shield Qin Xiaolong. Who the hell are you to speak to me like that? Sun Yuming growled, baring his teeth. I am your worst nightmare, Qin Xiaolong. Now, quickly call me Grandpa. Qin Xiaolong replied with a cold smile. I'll call your mother. Sun Yuming shouted, throwing a punch at Qin Xiaolong's head. With a dismissive smirk, Qin Xiaolong stood his ground, meeting Sun Yuming's attack head-on. In that instant, Sun Yuming felt as though he had struck a steel plate, the impact nearly shattering his arm. However, before he could retaliate, Qin Xiaolong stepped. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, leaving Sun Yuming with no room to resist. My brother has been beaten. Brothers, grab your weapons. Upon witnessing Sun Yuming being assaulted, several ruffians lurking nearby swiftly extracted wooden clubs from beneath the tables and charged at Qin Xiaolong. Assuming their numbers provided them strength, they remained oblivious to the fact that, in Qin Xiaolong's eyes, they were no more than insignificant pests, unworthy of his concern. Be careful. As a club swung towards Qin Xiaolong's head, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly called out to warn him. Yet, Qin Xiaolong remained motionless, only delivering a powerful kick when the club was a mere 5 centimeters from him. The dull thud reverberated as the closest young man was sent flying. Subsequently, in just a few breaths, Qin Xiaolong dispatched the remaining 3 men, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Goodness, has Qin Xiaolong been possessed by Bruce Lee? Chen Wenbin stared in disbelief as he witnessed Qin Xiaolong swiftly incapacitate the 4 thugs. Wenbin, come here. Qin Xiaolong suddenly beckoned Chen Wenbin. What is it? Chen Wenbin approached and inquired. That injury on your face was inflicted by this guy, right? Qin Xiaolong pointed at Sun Yuming. Yes. Chen Wenbin nodded, no longer concealing the truth. Return the favor double. If he dares to retaliate, I'll deal with him, Qin Xiaolong proclaimed with undeniable authority. I can't. Chen Wenbin hastily declined. What's there to fear? Just act. If he dares to retaliate, you'll see how I handle him. Qin Xiaolong continued to encourage. Do you know who his father is? His father is Sun Jianping. If I strike him, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. Chen Wenbin quickly explained. Oh, so he's the son of Sun Jianping. No wonder he is so arrogant. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong instantly grasped the underlying reason. You coward, kneel and apologize to me, or I will have my father deal with you. Sun Yuming bellowed as he climbed to his feet, seething with rage. You just said for me to kneel, correct? Qin Xiaolong casually asked, tapping his ear. Indeed, if you do not kneel and apologize today, I... Thud. Before Sun Yuming could finish his threat, Qin Xiaolong kicked him down again. Then came the second, third, and fourth kicks. In the blink of an eye, Sun Yuming was left battered and bruised. Listen well, Sun Yuming, I am Qin Xiaolong from Taoyuan Village. Should you wish to seek revenge, feel free to do so. I will be waiting for you in the village. But heed my warning. If you dare lay a finger on my brother-in-law Chen Wenbin, I will ensure you suffer. Qin Xiaolong's expression was one of disdain, his aura radiating a palpable threat. Sun Yuming's heart raced with fear. He felt as though Qin Xiaolong truly would kill him. However, the thought of his father restored his bravado. You have guts. Just you wait. I swear I will avenge this grievance. Sun Yuming had already resolved to have his father retaliate. Fine, I will wait. Qin Xiaolong smirked contemptuously, disregarding Sun Yuming's threat as he departed with Chen Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong, you have landed yourself in serious trouble. Do you realize that Sun Jianping is notorious for his ruthlessness in Weiyang Town? It would be strange if he did not seek vengeance after you assaulted his son, Qin Wenbin said gravely outside the internet CAF. Sun Jianping was known as a bully in Wuyang town, operating illegal loans and running gambling dens while maintaining a cadre of thugs. Consequently, despite being the village head, he remained silent after being attacked. Wenbin, how about we place a bet? Qin Xiaolong grinned. What kind of bet? Qin Wenbin asked, puzzled. Let us wager whether Sun Jianping will seek trouble with me. If he does not in 3 days, you must call me brother-in-law from now on. If he does, I will give you 10,000. What do you say? Are you brave enough to bet? Qin Xiaolong replied with a playful smile. Qin Xiaolong, it's not that I look down on you, but do you even have 10,000? Qin Wenbin questioned skeptically. The Qin family was notoriously poor in the village, and 10,000 was a significant sum for them. Rest assured, I can manage that sum. If you doubt my honesty, we can draft a written agreement. Qin Xiaolong stated firmly. No need for a written agreement. Although I think your actions were reckless, I can trust you for standing up for my sister against Sun Yuming. However, let me make this clear. If you back out of the bet, I promise you will never see my sister again. Qin Wenbin had always been aware of his sister's secret relationship with Qin Xiaolong, but had never mentioned it to their father. He believed it was her choice whom to love, and they had no right to interfere. However, if Qin Xiaolong proved to be untrustworthy, he would ensure to separate them, regardless of his sister's feelings. All right, a gentleman's word is his bond. Qin Xiaolong smiled slightly and readily agreed. He had heard of Sun Jianping's infamous reputation. In the past, he might have had reservations, but now he had transformed and would not regard such a petty bully with any seriousness. Yet, Qin Wenbin was unaware of the fortuitous encounters Qin Xiaolong had experienced. To him, it seemed Qin Xiaolong was merely putting on a show in front of his sister, and he was convinced that Sun Jianping would confront Qin Xiaolong that very night, thus securing his victory in the wager. Sister, once I win that 10,000 from Qin Xiaolong, let's take a trip to Yinjing for a few days. That amount will cover our expenses, Qin Wenbin said, already planning how to spend the money. Don't get ahead of yourself. Qin Xiaolong's money is not easily earned, Qin Xiaoyu retorted, rolling her eyes at her brother. She knew Qin Xiaolong too well. He was cunning and would never part with his money easily. Rest assured, he is bound to lose this bet, Qin Wenbin confidently replied. Be cautious with your words. You might end up eating them. Qin Xiaolong chuckled. Don't call me brother-in-law. I haven't acknowledged you as such. Qin Wenbin frowned. While he did not share his father's disdain for Qin Xiaolong, he certainly did not wish for his sister to marry someone impoverished. After all, there's a saying, poverty brings sorrow to couples. Love cannot be eaten. If his sister were to marry Qin Xiaolong, a life of hardship awaited them. Rest assured, you will call me brother-in-law for sure. Qin Xiaolong smiled knowingly, already devising his strategy. Noticing it was noon, he led the siblings to a small restaurant in town, where they ordered a few dishes and had a simple meal. After satisfying their hunger, Qin Xiaolong concocted an excuse about needing to replace a lost ID card, suggesting that Qin Xiaoyu go shopping first while he made his way to Sun Jianping's residence. In Wuyang town, Sun Jianping's home was easily recognizable, a grand 3-story villa. Woof, woof. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong, the large dog in the Sun family's yard began barking ferociously. Woof. Qin Xiaolong responded with a fierce glare, his formidable aura instantly intimidating the dog back into the house. He leisurely entered the Sun family villa. In the living room on the first floor, Sun Jianping was engaged in drinking and chatting with his subordinates. Are you here to borrow money? One of Sun Jianping's men glanced at Qin Xiaolong, clearly mistaking him for a loan seeker. I am not here to borrow money. I am looking for Sun Jianping, Qin Xiaolong replied coolly. What do you want with me? Sun Jianping inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke. I just beat up your son, so I came to offer my apologies. Qin Xiaolong responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sun Jianping's expression darkened abruptly. Are you the little beast from Taoyuan village? Mr. Sun, why does your mouth smell so foul? Did you eat something unsavory? Qin Xiaolong retorted with a grin that belied his sarcasm. Repeat what you just said, and see what happens. Sun Jianping's eyes glinted with cold fury. At the same time, his companions who had been drinking with him rose to their feet, 2 of them brandishing bottles, ready to heed Sun Jianping's command to confront Qin Xiaolong. Mr. Sun, please do not be angry. I shall apologize to you. Is that acceptable? Qin Xiaolong remained unflustered, exuding an air of calmness devoid of any hint of panic. To Sun Jianping, Qin Xiaolong was akin to an ant that he could easily crush, and instead of acting hastily, he shouted towards the second floor, "Yuming, come down." Upon hearing his father's call, Sun Yuming emerged from the room. "What is going on?" he asked from the staircase, quickly noticing Qin Xiaolong. "Dad, this bastard hit me. Hurry and take care of him." Sun Yuming had informed his father about the beating he received earlier, and his father had promised to seek revenge in Taoyuan village that evening. Little did they expect Qin Xiaolong would deliver himself right to their doorstep. "You little beast, you truly have courage. Speak up, how do you wish to die?" Sun Jianping glared icily at Qin Xiaolong. "Mr. Sun, as the saying goes, it is better to resolve grievances than to hold grudges. How about I drink this cup, and we erase our enmity?" Qin Xiaolong lifted a glass from the table. "Are you out of your mind?" Sun Jianping stared at Qin Xiaolong as if he were a fool. "It seems Mr. Sun is not inclined to reconcile." Qin Xiaolong replied with a smirk. Sun Jianping's reaction was entirely within Qin Xiaolong's expectations, as he had never intended to genuinely apologize. "Brothers, break his legs." Sun Jianping, tired of wasting words, issued the command. Upon hearing this, several thugs around them immediately lunged at Qin Xiaolong. He smirked disdainfully and swiftly countered. At that moment, Qin Xiaolong resembled a wolf among sheep. Within moments, all the attackers lay sprawled on the ground. One attempted to stab him with a spring knife, but failed to even graze Qin Xiaolong, who seized the knife and subsequently broke the assailant's arm. Seeing Qin Xiaolong's prowess, Sun Jianping's earlier bravado dissipated. Just as he reached for a weapon, Qin Xiaolong appeared right in front of him. "Mr. Sun, are you now willing to reconcile?" Qin Xiaolong's expression remained calm, his smile unwavering. "Kid, don't think you can flaunt your strength before me. I have dozens of brothers. If you dare touch me, I will annihilate your entire family." Sun Jianping, a notorious bully, refused to back down. "It seems Mr. Sun still does not understand me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Xiaolong from Taoyuan village. I may not possess great skills, but I am audacious. I've always dared to gamble with life. I state this clearly. If you refuse to reconcile, I guarantee that none of you will see the sun rise tomorrow." As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of menace surged from Qin Xiaolong, particularly evident in his eyes, which bore the chilling intensity of death itself. Even Sun Jianping, who had navigated the underworld for decades, felt a pang of fear. Casting a glance at his incapacitated henchman and then back at Qin Xiaolong, Sun Jianping ultimately chose to concede. "Fine, I will reconcile with you. Let us keep our affairs separate from now on. Remember your words. Should I discover any treachery from you, this will be your fate." With that, Qin Xiaolong struck the solid wooden dining table with a fierce punch. Crack! The table splintered into pieces. Chapter 33. Qin Xiaolong is supported. It was only after Qin Xiaolong vanished from sight that the stunned Sun Jianping regained his composure. Staring at the shattered table, he swallowed hard. Damn it, is this little beast even human? A tremor coursed through Sun Jianping's heart. It was a solid wooden table, robust enough that an ordinary person would leave no mark upon it. Yet Qin Xiaolong had obliterated it with a single blow, a feat that could only be described as terrifying. Fortunately, it was the table that bore the brunt of his strike. Had it been his body, he would likely have been left in a state of utter despair. "Dad, this guy is too arrogant. You need to gather more people and eliminate him," Sun Yuming exclaimed as he came back to his senses, his face twisted with resentment. "Eliminate what? Use your brain, will you?" Sun Jianping slapped his son across the face. Had it been an ordinary person, he would not have let it slide, but Qin Xiaolong was evidently a formidable character. If he could eliminate Qin Xiaolong in one swift move, that would be ideal. However, if he failed, the repercussions would likely be disastrous for his family. Thus, the best course of action was to seek peace. "Listen well, you good for nothing. From now on, open your eyes and do not provoke just anyone. If they're essaying next time, I will sever our father-son relationship." The more Sun Jianping pondered, the angrier he became, and with no outlet for his frustration, he began to berate his son. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiaolong, the Sun family was embroiled in their own turmoil. For him, his earlier threats were not merely bravado. They were sincere warnings. Should Sun Jianping choose to disregard them and seek revenge, Qin Xiaolong possessed ample means to send him to the underworld. Before long, Qin Xiaolong met up with Qin Xiaoyu and her brother at the entrance of the discount supermarket to preclude any retaliation from Sun Jianping. Chen Wenbin had taken 3 days off. With most of the essential lessons already taught, he figured studying at home would suffice. Then, Qin Xiaolong mounted his motorcycle, ferrying Qin Xiaoyu and her brother back to Taoyuan village. Considering the substantial quantity of medicinal materials they had gathered upon arriving home, Qin Xiaolong first called Mu Qiudong to arrange for someone to pick them up before he grabbed 3 burlap sacks and headed back into the mountains. This time, he did not collect more herbs. Instead, he packed the medicinal materials gathered the previous day and carried them down the mountain. Even with Qin Xiaolong's speed, the round trip took over 3 hours, and by the time he returned home, it was already past 5 o'clock. Just as Qin Xiaolong was preparing to sort the medicinal materials, his phone rang. The caller ID revealed it was Mu Qiudong. Qin Xiaolong, I'm at the entrance of your village. Please come and pick me up. After answering the call, Mu Qiudong directly requested, all right, I'll be right there. Qin Xiaolong was taken aback that Mu Qiudong would come personally. After responding, he hurried towards the village entrance. At that moment, Mu Qiudong, driving a Porsche, patiently awaited his arrival. Taoyuan village was relatively impoverished, with very few families owning vehicles. Thus, the sudden appearance of a Porsche attracted a throng of curious villagers. What kind of car is that? It looks much nicer than the bread van from Shizi's family. Uninformed, that SA Porsche, it costs over $1 million. My goodness, over $1 million for a single car? The city folks are incredibly wealthy. What is this? When I worked in the city, I heard that the wealthy could spend tens of thousands on a single meal. We poor folks simply cannot compare. The villagers chattered excitedly, their faces adorned with envy. Inside the driver's seat, upon spotting Qin Xiaolong approaching, Mu Qiudong stepped out of the car. Being a stunning beauty, today she wore an off-shoulder long dress, exposing her fair shoulders and collarbone, a sight that was truly captivating. Whoa, look, a gorgeous lady. This woman is extraordinarily beautiful. Her skin is fairer than the steam buns from my home. If only she were my wife, I would gladly trade 10 years off my life. Don't dream. She clearly looks like a wealthy city girl. How could she possibly be interested in a country bumpkin like you? Strange. What brings the beautiful women of this city to our impoverished village? Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Qin Xiaolong approached Mu Qiudong. Miss Mu, what brings you here personally? He greeted her. I happen to have some free time this afternoon, so I thought I would come and take a look, Mu Qiudong replied. I originally imagined your village would be filled with small buildings, but I was surprised to find it so poor that people still live in mud houses in this day and age. After glancing around, she remarked, There's no helping it. Taoyuan village is notoriously impoverished. The villagers lack the funds to build new homes, so they can only reside in their old houses. Qin Xiaolong responded with a wry smile. Taoyuan village, a name that sounds poetic, is in fact a poor mountain village, with many families struggling financially. However, the rural environment is remarkably unpolluted, making it an ideal place for retirement if one disregards financial gains. Come, lead me to your home. Aside from traveling, this is my first time in a rural area in many years, she said. As a wealthy heiress accustomed to the skyscrapers of the city, she found herself more intrigued by the rural setting. I'll lead the way. Just follow me, Qin Xiaolong offered, preparing to take the lead. You could just sit in my car and direct me, Mu Qiudong called out to him. I'm too dirty. What if I soil your car? Qin Xiaolong asked awkwardly, having just come down the mountain without changing his clothes, still covered in mud. It's fine, I won't mind. Hurry and get in the car, Mu Qiudong replied nonchalantly. Seeing her insistence, Qin Xiaolong complied and hopped into the passenger seat, providing directions. Wow, when did Qin Xiaolong get acquainted with such a stunning beauty? Village resident Zhang Yutian couldn't help but murmur. Did you notice? That woman was laughing and chatting with him. They can't possibly be involved, can they? Lu Lifeng chimed in with gossip. What nonsense! That woman is clearly wealthy. How could she possibly be interested in a poor fellow like Qin Xiaolong? Yang Liwu from the east end of the village scoffed. Huh, you don't understand. The wealthier a woman from the city is, the more adventurous she tends to be. Many secretly keep several young men Yang Erwa, who often mingled in the city, leered. Although Qin Xiaolong comes from a poor background, he is robust and manly. City women tend to like such capable men. I'd say he is likely being supported. Chapter 34. The vinegar pot, overturned unaware of the villagers' speculations about him, Qin Xiaolong arrived home with Mu Qiutong. Mom, let me introduce you. This is Miss Mu Qiutong, the owner of Xingdetang. Miss Mu, this is my mother, and that is my father. Upon entering, he promptly made the introductions. Hello, uncle and aunt. Mu Qiutong greeted them politely with a slight smile. Miss, would you like an apple? I just washed them, Liang Jing said warmly, handing her an apple. You can set it down. I'll help myself if I want one. Mu Qiutong politely declined. All right then, Liang Jing acknowledged, understanding that Mu Qiutong, being from the city, might not be interested in such things. Xiaolong, didn't you mention you harvested a lot of dendrobium? Where is it? Mu Qiutong asked, getting straight to the point. It's in this room. Qin Xiaolong indicated towards the adjacent room filled with grain. As they entered, Mu Qiutong quickly recognized the 7-year-old premium dendrobium. She picked one up, tasting it. The sweet flavor brought her a sense of elation. Xiaolong, I'll take all of this dendrobium at 2,000 per pound. Is that price acceptable to you? She quickly quoted. Her visit was largely motivated by the desire for this premium dendrobium, as a major client had recently ordered a batch for Xingdetang, and she was struggling to find a source for wild dendrobium. Qin Xiaolong, having checked online prior to calling her, knew that such high-grade dendrobium typically sold for around 1,500 per pound, so he was quite pleased with her offer of 2,000. All right, let us weigh it now, Mu Qiutong urged, concerned that Qin Xiaolong might raise the price again. After weighing, the total came to 124 pounds and 6 ounces, valued at 248,800 yuan. Including the other medicinal herbs Qin Xiaolong had collected, Mu Qiutong ultimately paid him 280,000. When the funds were transferred to Qin Xiaolong's bank account, Liang Jing and Qin Fuguei were nearly in tears from excitement. For the couple, this was an enormous sum, and with this money, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Qin Xiaolong remained remarkably composed, knowing this was merely the beginning. With his capabilities, earning money would only become easier. Xiaolong, I actually have another favor to ask. The poultry and livestock in your village aren't fed with hormones or feed, right? Mu Qiutong suddenly inquired. Of course not. We usually raise them free range, occasionally feeding them some grains, Qin Xiaolong replied. I have a close friend whose restaurant is about to open, specializing in high-end dining with strict ingredient requirements. However, they suddenly encountered issues with their supplier and urgently need free-range poultry and livestock. If you can provide a stable source, I assure you the price will be satisfactory. Mu Qiutong continued. No problem. Qin Xiaolong readily agreed, considering it a simple task. All right, I'll call her now, and you two can communicate directly, Mu Qiutong said, immediately dialing a number. Her name is Su Yafu. You can call her Sister Su. After informing Qin Xiaolong, she handed him her phone. Su Yafu was quite agreeable, offering Qin Xiaolong high prices. For instance, she quoted 800 per pound for the free-range chickens, with each hen typically weighing around 3 pounds, easily selling for 2 to 300. Pork, as long as it wasn't produced using hormones or feed, was 60 per pound, duck 70, and geese 100, prices at least 50% higher than what local traders offered. As a middleman, Qin Xiaolong certainly wouldn't work for free. He planned to reduce the purchase price by 10% from the villagers, pocketing the difference as a service fee. Suyafu Simbisi, wrapping up the prices and quantities before hanging up. Xiaolong, thank you for your help. Otherwise, Sister Su would have had a difficult time opening her restaurant. Mu Qiutong expressed her gratitude. Miss Mu, you should be thanking me for the opportunity to earn. I appreciate you introducing me to this profitable venture. Qin Xiaolong smiled. Let us not thank each other then. Let us just consider it mutual assistance. By the way, you can stop calling me Miss Mu. Just call me Qiutong from now on, Mu Qiutong said with a charming smile. Although she was typically proud, she found Qin Xiaolong intriguing and was eager to befriend him. All right, Qin Xiaolong nodded in agreement. Just then, Qin Xiaoyu walked in. Upon seeing the tall, ethereal Mu Qiutong, she couldn't help but feel a pang of inferiority. Mu Qiutong is truly breathtaking, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mundane world, causing anyone standing before her to pale in comparison. Xiaolong. Who is this enchanting beauty? Qin Xiaolong initially intended to refer to her as a vixen, but altered her words at the last moment. This is Mu Qiutong, the proprietor of Shengde Hall. Qiutong, allow me to introduce you to Qin Xiaolong, the esteemed daughter of our village chief. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly introduced. Miss Qin is indeed stunning. I never expected such a beautiful woman to be hidden in this quaint mountain village. Mu Qiutong offered a compliment to Qin Xiaolong. Ms. Mu, Yuyist. In your presence, I hardly dare to claim the title of beauty, Qin Xiaolong replied, her voice tinged with a hint of envy. It was no secret that she prided herself on her looks, but Mu Qiutong's beauty and poise eclipsed her own. Xiaolong, did you send me a WeChat message? I sincerely apologize. I must have overlooked it, Qin Xiaolong said after glancing at his phone. Enough with the excuses. I am not your possession. Whom you choose to associate with is beyond my concern. Farewell, Qin Xiaolong retorted, turning on her heel and departing. Chapter 35. The duck has been roasted. Qin Xiaolong, perceptive as ever, immediately sensed that Qin Xiaolong was feeling jealous. After exchanging a few words with Mu Qiutong, he hurriedly pursued her. Why are you jealous? I was merely discussing business with Mu Qiutong, he asked with a teasing smile. I'm not jealous, Qin Xiaolong vehemently denied, though the icy expression on her face betrayed her true feelings. Stop pretending. If you truly were not jealous, I would perform a handstand in front of the entire village, Qin Xiaolong declared confidently. Qin Xiaolong could not help but laugh at his absurdity. You are truly revolting, she chided, unable to maintain her anger in the face of his playful demeanor. As long as my Xiaolong is happy, I would perform even the most grotesque feats. Qin Xiaolong grinned mischievously. All right, just don't drag me into your peculiar interests. Qin Xiaolong rolled her eyes, unwilling to continue the conversation on such a distasteful topic. Casually glancing towards Qin Xiaolong's home, she inquired, Tell me the truth. Are you involved with that Mu Qiutong? What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be involved with her? Qin Xiaolong replied, exasperated. Then why do the villagers say you're being kept by that woman? They even claim you will accompany her to the city as a kept man. Qin Xiaolong pressed on. Who spread such slander? I shall confront them. Qin Xiaolong fumed, infuriated at the thought of Mu Qiutong being misrepresented. Yang Erwa and Zhang Yutian are the ones spreading these rumors, claiming Mu Qiutong is like Li Siyuan, a woman of loose morals. Qin Xiaolong informed him swiftly. Damn it, just wait. I will deal with them. Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, feeling a surge of protectiveness for Mu Qiutong, a young woman of good reputation. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to Yang Erwa's home, where Yang was boasting to the villagers about various hearsay and gossip. Qin Xiaolong wasted no time, confronting him with a series of punches until Yang apologized for his misdeeds. Listen here, Yang Erwa, if you dare spread any more rumors, I will ensure you regret it. Qin Xiaolong threatened menacingly. I promise I won't speak out of turn again, Yang Erwa replied, visibly shaken by Qin Xiaolong's fierce demeanor. Remember your words. Let this be the last warning, Qin Xiaolong reiterated before leaving. Xiaolong, do not believe every rumor you hear. You must know that some villagers are simply bored and enjoy stirring up trouble. Qin Xiaolong reassured her upon returning. I understand. I was merely worried about you getting into trouble. Qin Xiaolong feigned innocence. She had approached Qin Xiaolong earlier because she had overheard the malicious gossip, and with the truth unveiled, her smile returned. Worried about me? Then I shall demonstrate my willingness to fall from grace right now. Qin Xiaolong teased, reaching out playfully towards her. Oh dear, let go. Someone is approaching. Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, mindful of their public surroundings and the potential consequences of their closeness. My tender heart has suffered a grave injury, and you must make amends, or I shall not relent, Qin Xiaolong said with a mock pout. Fine. I shall compensate you. Qin Xiaolong relented, granting him a quick kiss. Yet, Qin Xiaolong, emboldened, seized the moment for another teasing caress before releasing her. My father will be home soon. I must return. You should attend to your business, she said, bidding farewell as they parted ways. Qiutong, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, Qin Xiaolong said as he entered his home. No worries, Mu Qiutong smiled. It's getting late. I should return. We can discuss matters over the phone. Stay for dinner. My mother is almost finished preparing the meal, Qin Xiaolong insisted. Perhaps another time. I have plans with friends tonight. Muchutong politely declined. Are you using the excuse of my humble rural fare to avoid dining with us? I understand. City folk likely find our simple meals unpalatable. Qin Xiaolong remarked to himself. Do not misunderstand. I truly have plans. If you don't believe me, look at my chat history. Mu Xiaodong offered her phone to display her messages. Upon seeing her arrangements, Qin Xiaolong accepted her departure gracefully. However, no sooner had she left than Liang Jing emerged from the kitchen. Xiaolong, quickly invite Miss Mu to dinner. What for? She has already left. Qin Xiaolong chuckled. You silly boy. She traveled all this way to our home. You should at least offer her a meal, or else she may think us uncivilized, Liang Jing admonished. It's not that I didn't want her to stay. She has an engagement this evening, Qin Xiaolong clarified. Well then, let us eat on our own. Liang Jing conceded, and they sat down to a meal of 5 dishes and a soup, which was quite a feast for their rural standards. After dinner, Liang Jing went to check on the ducks, only to discover they had not returned. Xiaolong, go see if her ducks have stopped somewhere along the way, she called out. All right, he replied, grabbing a flashlight before heading outside. Their family owned 5 ducks, which typically roamed to the river during the day and returned home at night, although it was not uncommon for them to occasionally forget their way back. Moments later, Qin Xiaolong arrived near the clear water river, intending to search for the ducks, only to spot a campfire with several children gathered around, roasting something. As he approached, he noticed a scattering of duck feathers on the ground, the very ducks he was searching for. Where did you get those ducks? Qin Xiaolong demanded, stepping forward. Zheng Pengsheng said he brought them from his house. He treating us to roast duck, one child replied. Zheng Pengsheng, did you really take these ducks from your home? Qin Xiaolong questioned the child holding the roasted duck. The child in question is known as Zheng Pengsheng, the grandson of Granny Wang. At merely 10 years of age, he has been indulged since childhood, exhibiting a haughty and willful demeanor, often causing trouble in the village. Qin Xiaolong holds no fondness for him whatsoever. Chapter 36. Like grandmother. Like grandson, is there a problem with the duck I brought from home? Zheng Pengsheng retorted arrogantly, tilting his head defiantly. However, Qin Xiaolong did not take his word for it. He picked up the duck and examined its left foot, where a small notch was clearly visible on the inner side of the webbing. In rural areas, families typically raise ducks in free-range conditions and mark their ducks to prevent mixing with others. Qin Xiaolong's family marked their ducks by making a small notch in the webbing. Thus, he immediately concluded that this unfortunate duck belonged to his family. You little rascal, who gave you the audacity to roast my family's duck? Qin Xiaolong demanded, his voice laced with fury. They could barely bring themselves to eat their own ducks, and now this boy had slaughtered one. If it weren't for his youth, Qin Xiaolong would have slapped him across the face. Who says this is your duck? This is one we raised ourselves. Zheng Pengsheng protested, attempting to argue his case. You're talking nonsense. See this mark? This is how my family's ducks are identified. Qin Xiaolong pointed at the webbing. How would I know? I thought it was a wild duck, Zheng Pengsheng replied nonchalantly, displaying no hint of remorse. If you utter another word claiming it was a wild duck, believe me, I will slap you, Qin Xiaolong warned, pointing at Zheng Pengsheng. If he were a city dweller, not distinguishing between domesticated and wild ducks might be forgivable. Yet, Zheng Pengsheng was a native of the countryside, and for him, not to recognize a domesticated duck was absurd. Moreover, this boy had a history. About a week prior, he had secretly killed a chicken from old Lu's family at the village's eastern end and had been beaten by Lu's son when discovered. Just days later, his family's duck had also fallen victim to this boy. He was indeed a typical case of a dog that could not change its ways. Oomph, it's just a worthless duck. I'll have my grandmother compensate you with another, Zheng Pengsheng replied dismissively. Fine, if your grandmother doesn't compensate us. We'll address it later. After confirming that the other children were merely called over for roasted duck, Qin Xiaolong grabbed Zheng Pengsheng and marched straight to Granny Wang's house. Granny Wang, come out. Qin Xiaolong shouted at the door. Who is it? Granny Wang responded, stepping out of the house. Grandma, Qin Xiaolong hit me. You must stand up for me. Without waiting for Qin Xiaolong to speak, Zheng Pengsheng rushed to Granny Wang, feigning tears. Where did he hit you? Granny Wang asked quickly. He hit my face. Look, my face is all swollen. Zheng Pengqing cried, though his was a dry sob without tears. Upon hearing Zheng Pengqing's accusations, Qin Xiaolong's expression darkened instantly. You're talking nonsense. What did I hit you? He demanded loudly. You did hit me. Grandma, you must take revenge for me. My face is in agony. Zheng Pengqing continued to feign tears. Don't cry, Pengqing. Grandma will surely seek justice for you. Granny Wang soothed her grandson before turning to Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong, who do you think you were to hit my grandson? I never laid a hand on your grandson. He secretly slaughtered my family's duck and was roasting it when I caught him, which is why I brought him here to discuss compensation, Qin Xiaolong explained patiently. Stop your lies. You hit my grandson. If you don't pay up today, I'll 1T let this go. Granny Wang threatened fiercely. Pay you? Are you out of your mind? Qin Xiaolong replied, exasperated. Zheng Pengqing had killed his duck, and now Granny Wang expected him to pay? This woman was utterly shameless. Will you compensate or not? If not, you won't be allowed to leave. Granny Wang grabbed Qin Xiaolong's clothing. Let go. Don't create a scene with me. Qin Xiaolong said coldly. However, Granny Wang refused to release her grip. With no other option, Qin Xiaolong managed to break free. In the ensuing struggle, Granny Wang lost her balance and fell to the ground. You dare to hit my grandmother? I'll fight you. Zheng Pengqing shouted, launching a punch at Qin Xiaolong. Yet, being just a child, he stood no chance against him, and Qin Xiaolong easily lifted him as if he were a chick. Now tell me, did I hit you? Qin Xiaolong demanded again. Seeing no escape, Zheng Pengqing bit at Qin Xiaolong's arm. Qin Xiaolong, however, would not coddle him. He firmly grasped his chin and delivered 3 sharp slaps. You dare to hit my grandson? I'll make you pay. Granny Wang shrieked, charging at Qin Xiaolong like a shrew. Get lost. Qin Xiaolong flung his arm, causing Granny Wang to tumble to the ground once more. He is hitting me. Someone help. It's a matter of life and death. Granny Wang, realizing she could not overpower Qin Xiaolong, lay on the ground and began to wail. Hearing her cries, villagers began to emerge from their homes. Xiaolong, what are you doing? Let Pengqing go. Zhao Wuwei urged urgently. Granny Wang, let us talk this out, another villager said, helping the fallen Granny Wang to her feet. Zheng Pengqing slaughtered a duck for my family, and when I confronted him, he turned the tables, claiming I hit him and demanding compensation. Can anyone judge whether this man has any shame? Qin Xiaolong succinctly explained the situation. I didn't kill his duck. I found it dead by the riverbank. When I discovered it, it was already deceased. Zheng Pengqing fabricated another excuse. You little rascal, you really are pushing your luck. Qin Xiaolong seethed, his anger boiling. Xiaolong, let us not resort to violence. We can resolve this verbally. Zhao Wuwei quickly intervened. Look, everyone sees how Qin Xiaolong is bullying us. He is taking advantage of his youth to torment us, a grandmother and grandson duo. If you don't intervene, we might be beaten to death. Zheng Pengqing sobbed without tears, while Granny Wang, clearly more skilled in the art of theatrics, wept profusely, playing the victim to garner sympathy. Qin Xiaolong was not a petty person, but witnessing the shamelessness of this grandmother and grandson duo ignited his fury. Since they insisted on claiming he had struck her grandson, he decided it was time to teach this ill-mannered brat a lesson. Had Granny Wang humbled herself and admitted her wrongdoing, Qin Xiaolong would have let the matter rest. However, her accusations only fueled his resolve to retaliate. Chapter 37. Underground Gold Enough, Xiaolong. We're grown men. Don't stoop to a child's level, Zhao Wuwei urged, trying to defuse the situation. No, today I must show this little brat the consequences of his actions. Qin Xiaolong remained resolute, still fuming. Wuwei, let go of him. If he dares to hit my grandson, I will fight to the end to ensure he pays. Granny Wang declared fiercely, showing no sign of remorse. Enough. Don't add fuel to the fire. Zhao Wuwei glared at Granny Wang, pulling Qin Xiaolong aside. Xiaolong, give your uncle some face. Let this matter go today. Uncle, it's not that I 1T give you face. It's just that these two are beyond redemption. Qin Xiaolong retorted angrily. I know what kind of person Granny Wang is. Let us not stoop to her level. If she feigns injury later, it will be you who suffers, Zhao Wuwei cautioned. Zhao Wuwei lowered his voice and remarked that Wang Pa had a notorious reputation in the village for her unscrupulous behavior, frequently engaging in petty thefts. Even when caught, such matters often faded into oblivion. Due to her advanced age, she had a peculiar habit of feigning death whenever confronted, leaving others to suffer in silence. Qin Xiaolong initially wished to avoid conflict, but at that moment, his mother Liang Jing and father Qin Fugui had received the news and rushed over. "Xiaolong, you should go back with your father. I'll handle the rest," Liang Jing urged, fully aware of Wang Po's character. She did not want her son to confront the old woman, fearing that any escalation would ultimately bring trouble to their family. "I won't leave. I must deal with that insufferable brat today," Qin Xiaolong retorted defiantly. "Let us go, Xiaolong. Our ducks haven't returned home yet. We should hurry and find them," Qin Fugui insisted, ignoring his son's protests and pulling him away. As they searched along the riverbank, Qin Xiaolong and his family soon discovered the other 4 ducks hiding in the grass, thankfully unharmed. By the time Xiaolong herded the ducks back home, his mother had returned as well. Despite Wang Po's insistence that Xiaolong had harmed her grandson, Liang Jing managed to avoid any further compensation for the ducks. Yet, knowing her son's temperament, she fabricated a story about Wang Po compensating her with 100 yuan, which finally appeased Xiaolong. Meanwhile, at Wang Po's home, she lamented, "My dear grandson, why must you provoke that troublemaker Qin Xiaolong? Are you courting disaster?" Wang Po sighed, for few in the village instilled fear in her like Xiaolong did. "I had no idea those were his ducks," Zhang Pengqing replied with an eye roll. His momentary whim had led him to kill 1 duck, only for Xiaolong to catch him red-handed before he could even enjoy his prize. "Let's forget about today. In the future, if you kill any more ducks or chickens, make sure to bring them home for me to cook, understood?" Wang Po advised. "Got it," Zhang Pengqing replied dismissively. "And when you pretend to cry, make sure to squeeze out a few real tears. Just whining without tears won't fool anyone," she added. Unbeknownst to anyone, Zhang Pengqing's act of blaming Xiaolong was a lesson learned from Wang Po herself, employing the classic tactic of the wicked accusing the innocent first. This ploy proved effective, as even Xiaolong found himself unable to retaliate. "All right, I understand. I'm going out to play now," Zhang Pengqing said impatiently before darting out. As night fell at 10 o'clock, the weather took a dramatic turn. Thunder rumbled ominously, and soon, raindrops the size of soybeans began to fall, quickly transforming into a torrential downpour. "Well, today's forecast was accurate," Qin Xiaolong murmured, glancing at the heavy rain outside. Earlier, he had checked the weather report, which predicted rain around 10, and it was spot on. The rain washed away the heat, bringing a refreshing coolness to the air. However, it ceased within an hour, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. As the saying goes, once one tastes the sweetness of life, they crave more. After experiencing the pleasures of intimacy with Wu Jinlian, Qin Xiaolong found himself restless. Lying in bed for half the night, his mind wandering back to that enchanting moment. He yearned to converse with Wu Jinlian about life, once more, but ultimately refrained. After all, she was still Li Gang's wife, and he, as the neighbor, could not consistently encroach upon their lives. If word got out, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. To ease his restless thoughts, Qin Xiaolong chose not to sleep, but instead sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning his cultivation of the chaotic scriptures. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before he knew it, night had turned to dawn. The rain had blessed the day with unusually pleasant weather. The sky was clear and bright, devoid of clouds. After breakfast, Qin Xiaolong and his family took bamboo baskets and set off into the mountains. Following the rain, mushrooms had begun to sprout, but they were clearly late as villagers were scattered throughout the hills, foraging for mushrooms to earn some pocket money. Impatient with his parents' slow pace, Qin Xiaolong decided to split from them, heading towards the nearby oak grove alone. As he anticipated, the area was deserted, and soon he discovered a patch of chicken of the woods, mushrooms nestled among the bushes. These mushrooms were thick and succulent, with a delicate, sweet flavor, and notably, they fetched a high price, 80 yuan per pound. He estimated that the patch he found weighed at least 3 pounds, promising him a modest profit of 200 yuan. After harvesting the chicken of the woods, Qin Xiaolong stumbled upon several porcini mushrooms nearby. Their rich texture, especially when sautéed with chili, was mouth-watering to imagine. As he continued his search, He also found various common mushrooms, such as dry mushrooms and red caps. Within the hour, his bamboo basket was nearly full. As wild mushrooms spoil quickly, Qin Xiaolong remained diligent in his search, unwilling to return home just yet. Suddenly, a peculiar aroma wafted into his nostrils. He sniffed the air, and his gaze fell upon the base of an old oak tree. Gently pushing aside the dry leaves, he discovered a grayish-white object resembling a soil lump. Lifting it to his nose, he recognized that unique scent emanating from it. Chapter 38. The Enigmatic Beauty. Qin Xiaolong felt an inkling of familiarity with this object, but couldn't recall its name. He decided to photograph it and post it online. Before long, someone commented on his post, and he finally remembered that he had stumbled upon a piece of the legendary white truffle, known as underground gold. White truffles are considered one of the culinary treasures alongside caviar and foie gras in foreign lands. The piece he held was slightly larger than his fist, weighing approximately 1.5 pounds. White truffles typically grow beneath pine or oak trees and are notoriously picky about their growing conditions. Even slight changes in soil pH, sunlight, or temperature can prevent their growth, making them impossible to cultivate artificially. They are recognized as one of the world's finest delicacies. Though Qin Xiaolong was unsure of the exact price, he knew that this piece of white truffle could easily fetch the price of a cow. Who would have thought that Wulong Mountain harbored such treasures? If I had known earlier, I would have struck it rich long ago, he mused with delight. Having foraged mushrooms since childhood, he had never considered the possibility of white truffles existing on Wulong Mountain. His previous foraging had only included familiar varieties, and the unassuming appearance of the white truffle, resembling a mere clump of earth, would have easily escaped his notice if not for his heightened sense of smell. Curious about the white truffle, Qin Xiaolong cleaned off the dirt and popped a small piece in his mouth. Yuck! He quickly spat it out. This is disgustingly unpalatable, he exclaimed in frustration. Despite being hailed as a top-tier delicacy coveted by gourmets, Qin Xiaolong found the taste reminiscent of something he might have produced himself, leaving much to be desired. Never mind, let the wealthy enjoy such delicacies. I shall abstain, he concluded, not wishing to waste the truffle. He wrapped it carefully in leaves and resumed his search in the surrounding woods. However, after 2 hours, he had found plenty of other mushrooms, but only one piece of white truffle, no larger than a ping-pong ball. Noticing the time, he realized it was nearly noon and decided to head home. Upon witnessing Qin Xiaolong single-handedly gather an abundance of mushrooms, far exceeding the combined efforts of himself and another, Liang Jing could not help but marvel at her son's capabilities. Qin Xiaolong had specifically informed his mother about the white truffles, and upon learning that this seemingly unremarkable item, resembling a rotten potato, could fetch thousands of yuan per pound, Liang Jing eagerly grabbed a hoe, ready to venture into the mountains to search for truffles. However, Qin Xiaolong intervened, knowing well how elusive white truffles could be. Despite his keen eye, he had only managed to uncover 2 in half a day's time, and he feared that his mother's expedition would be futile. After promising to supply Su Yafu, Qin Xiaolong spent the afternoon in the village, procuring a cow, 2 pigs, and over 100 poultry, which set him back nearly 40,000 yuan. Yang Daju's father was a professional butcher, so Qin Xiaolong spent an additional 1,000 yuan to have him slaughter the cow and pigs. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Xiaolong loaded the poultry onto Yang Daju's vehicle and transported the beef and pork in Lu Sanchi's van to the Longting restaurant. Daju, Sanchi, please wait for me here. I need to speak with the restaurant's owner, he instructed as he entered the establishment. Longting Restaurant was a magnificent 5-story building, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, its soaring eaves and sweeping roofs creating a striking sight. The interior was equally opulent, evoking the splendor of a royal palace. Upon his entry, the staff on the first floor mistook Qin Xiaolong for a diner and promptly stopped him. Good day, sir. Our restaurant does not open to patrons until tomorrow. I'm not here to dine. I am a supplier. May I inquire on which floor I can find your owner? Qin Xiaolong responded swiftly. Ms. Su's office is on the 5th floor. Upon ascending, take a right. The last room on the right is her office, the staff member directed. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Xiaolong ascended the stairs and stood before the office door on the 5th floor. He knocked gently, and upon hearing the invitation to enter, he pushed the door open. Inside the office sat a stunning woman, a true embodiment of beauty. Her striking features were accentuated by eyes that shimmered like clear autumn waters, enveloped in a mist of allure. Her hair cascaded like a black waterfall, her delicate brows arched gracefully, and her cheeks bore the soft blush of peach blossoms. Her lips, slightly curled, were a fiery red, tempting one to steal a kiss. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, with a voluptuous bosom, a slender waist, and shapely hips, exuding the intoxicating charm of blooming flowers. The fitted skirt she wore accentuated her curves, imbuing her every movement with an indescribable allure. If Qin Xiaolong were likened to a green apple, this woman was a ripe peach, radiating an irresistible aura of maturity that made one yearn to devour her. Have you had your fill of gazing? Her melodious voice chimed, laced with an enchanting power that seemed to soften one's bones. Not enough. No, I've seen enough. Qin Xiaolong stammered, suddenly realizing the inappropriateness of his words and hastily correcting himself. This woman was truly captivating, while Wu Jinlian and Lu Xiangxiao were also beautiful. They paled in comparison to the enchanting presence before him. How amusing you are, Su Yafa chuckled, her laughter akin to 1,000 charms, rendering Qin Xiaolong momentarily spellbound. Ahem, you must be Sister Su? Qin Xiaolong coughed lightly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Indeed, I am Su Yafu. And you are? She replied with a gentle smile. My name is Qin Xiaolong. We spoke on the phone yesterday. He introduced himself hurriedly. Oh, you're Chiu Tong's friend. Quite handsome, I must say, just my type. Su Yafu remarked with a radiant smile. Sister Su, I am here to deliver the goods you requested. I have prepared the ingredients, and they are downstairs. Who would you like to send to inspect them? Qin Xiaolong quickly shifted the topic, aware of the intoxicating effect she had on him. You needn't bother with an inspection. Just take them straight to the kitchen. I've already informed them. Su Yafu waved her hand dismissively. Thank you for your trust. Sister Su, Qin Xiaolong responded gratefully. Do not mention it. I trust Chiu Tong, not you. If you dare to deceive me, I assure you that your future will be spent in a wheelchair, she declared, her smile juxtaposed with an intimidating assertiveness. Rest assured, Sister Su, I acquire my livestock ethically. From free-range farms in our village, devoid of hormones or feed, Qin Xiaolong assured her earnestly. You do not appear to be the nefarious type. As long as you provide quality supplies, I will ensure you are well compensated, Su Yafa replied, then gestured for him to leave. If there is nothing else, we shall conclude for today. I have an important guest to meet shortly. Sister Su, do you have any interest in this? Qin Xiaolong promptly opened his shoulder bag and revealed 2 pieces of white truffle wrapped in leaves. White truffles! Su Yafu exclaimed with a glimmer of surprise upon seeing what Qin Xiaolong had produced. She examined the truffles closely, inhaling their aroma before slicing a delicate piece with a fruit knife and tasting it. This rivals the finest white truffles from Alba, Italy. The flavor is utterly enchanting. As she savored the taste, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but envision certain enticing scenarios. Xiaolong, where did you find these truffles? Do you have more? Su Yafu inquired eagerly after indulging in the exquisite flavor. I unearthed these on Wulong Mountain. As of now, I have only discovered these 2, Qin Xiaolong replied. Wulong Mountain has white truffles? When did that happen? Su Yafu questioned incredulously. It must have existed before. It simply went unnoticed, Qin Xiaolong explained. These white truffles hardly resemble anything other than dirt clumps at first glance, and given their unique taste, it's likely that villagers would overlook them. After all, in my opinion, these so-called gourmet delicacies pale in comparison to chicken mushrooms and porcini, he added. If you find more white truffles in the future, can you sell them all to me? I assure you, my offer will exceed the market price, Su Yafu proposed. Of course, I can do that, Qin Xiaolong replied readily. Thank you, Xiaolong. Su Yafu expressed her gratitude upon hearing his agreement. Sister Su, you are too kind. I would sell these to anyone, Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. He then pointed to the 2 truffles. Could you give me an estimated price for these? Please wait a moment, Su Yafu responded, pulling out her phone to make a call. Shortly after, a slightly plump man entered the room, carrying a precise electronic scale. Xiaolong, allow me to introduce our head chef, Gao Xiang. Chef Gao, this is Qin Xiaolong, our livestock supplier. Su Yafu introduced them. After exchanging pleasantries, Chef Gao eagerly asked, Miss Su, where are the white truffles you mentioned? Right here. Su Yafu gestured toward her desk. Chef Gao hurried over, inhaling the aroma before slicing a thin piece to taste. Indeed, this is top-quality white truffle, he remarked, quickly weighing them. The first piece weighed 703 grams, while the second weighed 269 grams. Xiaolong, I acquired this large white truffle for 100,000, and for this smaller one, I'll calculate it at 51 grams. What do you think of this price? After weighing, Su Yafu directly presented her offer. Why is there such a significant price difference for what is essentially the same white truffle? Qin Xiaolong inquired, puzzled. Individual white truffles weighing over 500 grams are exceedingly rare. As the saying goes, rarity breeds value. Typically, such large truffles are auctioned, which naturally drives the price even higher, Su Yafu succinctly explained. All right, let us proceed with this pricing then. Before coming here, Qin Xiaolong researched online, discovering that the finest Alba white truffles in the world sell for no more than 50,000 per kilogram. The price Su Yafu offered him was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the market. The larger truffle was valued at 100,000, while the smaller one was still over 10,000, meaning he stood to earn over 110,000. Qin Xiaolong was quite content with this arrangement. Simultaneously, Su Yafu recognized she had snagged quite a bargain. She knew well that a single truffle weighing 700 grams would fetch at least 200,000 at auction. So, I'll place these 2 truffles in the cold storage now, Chef Gao Xiang stated before preparing to take the truffles away. Wait a moment. Leave me a few slices to savor later, Su Yafu requested. As a true gourmet, she adored white truffles, particularly those freshly harvested, as their flavor was unparalleled, and she never grew tired of them. Gao Xiang chuckled and sliced a few thin pieces for Su Yafu before hastening to the cold storage, ensuring the truffle's flavor was preserved to the fullest. Su Jia, are these white truffles really that delectable? I find them rather unpalatable. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but ask. I suspect you've never had them before, which is why you don't appreciate their taste. Once you've had them a few more times and acclimatized to their flavor, you will discover they're truly a rare delicacy. However, some individuals simply cannot tolerate white truffles. It's akin to the taste of fish mint, where lovers find it sweet as honey, and haters find it as bitter as arsenic. To each their own, Su Yafu smiled as she explained. Forget it. I don't enjoy fish mint. So it seems I lack the fortune for this, Qin Xiaolong replied with a resigned shake of his head. Fish mint, known for its fishy taste, was something he had tried before and found distasteful. Yet, Southerners seemed to relish it, affirming the old adage that one's environment shapes one's preferences. Qin Xiaolong favored hearty dishes, with braised pork being one of his favorites. Before long, Gao Xiang completed the inventory. After calculations, the ingredients Qin Xiaolong supplied amounted to a total value of 47,000. After deducting his initial investment, he netted a profit of 7,000. While waiting for Su Yafu to transfer the funds, Qin Xiaolong subtly leaned closer to her, sniffing discreetly. Moments later, he asked, Su Jia, if I may be so bold, is that heavy perfume you wear to mask an odor? Huh? How did you know? Su Yafu became instantly alert upon hearing this. Struggling with body odor had long been a concealed secret, and she was taken aback that Qin Xiaolong had discerned it so easily. You are a stunning beauty. Even without makeup, you could captivate any man. Yet, you opt for an overpowering fragrance, which seems rather unusual. Hence, I leaned in to catch a whiff and found the strong scent mingled with a hint of body odor, Qin Xiaolong clarified swiftly. Su Yafu was undeniably a stunning woman, and her allure stirred a sense of temptation within Qin Xiaolong. However, the excessive perfume detracted from her beauty, suggesting she was attempting to cover something up. Following this reasoning, coupled with Qin Xiaolong's keen sense of smell, it was no surprise he detected the odor. Xiaolong, you must keep this a secret. I don't want anyone to know about my condition, Su Yafu urgently implored. As a woman, especially a beautiful one, she wished to avoid judgment for her body odor. Rest assured, I will not disclose it to anyone. However, if you don't mind my inquiry, why haven't you used saw treatment? With today's medical advancements, it shouldn't be too difficult to remedy, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but ask. Ah, if only it were that simple. I have visited over 100 hospitals in pursuit of a cure for my condition. I've tried surgical removal of sweat glands, high-frequency cryotherapy, various traditional remedies. But nothing has proven effective. Each time, it returns within a month. Thus, I can only rely on perfume to mask the odor, Su Yafu lamented. She had spent millions in her quest for a solution, only to be met with disappointment repeatedly, leading her to abandon the quest for treatment altogether. Suya, how about I take a look? I have studied traditional medicine and might be able to assist you, Qin Xiaolong offered. You? Perhaps not. Su Yafu glanced at him and quickly shook her head. Don't underestimate me. My medical knowledge is as competent as that of any seasoned practitioner, Qin Xiaolong asserted promptly. I'm not looking down on you, but I have lost faith in traditional medicine. A practitioner once claimed he could eliminate my body odor. But that fraud swindled me out of 2 million and attempted to take advantage of me under the pretense of treatment. I ended up breaking 3 of his legs. Su Yafu's anger flared as she recounted the incident, leading to her bias against traditional medicine. Su Jia, I can assure you that that practitioner was undoubtedly a charlatan. A true traditional doctor would never behave so unethically, Qin Xiaolong immediately defended. He possessed a wealth of traditional medical knowledge, understanding that traditional medicine is a treasure of Chinese culture, and genuine healers can work miracles. Regrettably, due to various reasons, much of this ancient knowledge has been lost to history, leaving only a handful of texts. With modern Western medicine's dominance and the proliferation of scams masquerading as traditional medicine, the reputation of traditional practices has suffered significantly. As a practitioner himself, he felt a duty to restore its honor. Well then, let us see. You can examine me and determine how to treat my body odor. Su Yafu, recognizing his earnestness, decided to allow him to help, though she held little hope that this young man could provide a remedy. Upon receiving her consent, Qin Xiaolong promptly placed his fingers on Su Yafu's wrist to take her pulse. So, my little healer, can you cure my body odor? She teased after he withdrew his hand. Absolutely, Qin Xiaolong replied without hesitation. What did you say? Su Yafu feigned ignorance, prompting him to repeat. I said I can cure your body odor. Qin Xiaolong reiterated. You're not joking, are you? Su Yafu asked incredulously. If I fail to cure you, I'll cut off my head and offer it to you as a ball, Qin Xiaolong declared emphatically. Upon hearing this, Su Yafu clutched Qin Xiaolong's arm as if he were her last hope. Xiaolong, if you can cure my body odor, I will fulfill any request you have. The odor had haunted Su Yafu for years, and she longed to be free of it to lead a normal life. Su Jia, based on my examination, your body odor does not originate from your armpits, but rather from your spleen. If we can regulate your spleen, combined with my unique acupuncture techniques, in a week, you will be cured, Qin Xiaolong asserted confidently. He was not boasting. He had already devised a method to alleviate Su Yafu's condition. As long as she adhered to his guidance, her body odor would vanish within a week. Did you just say my body odor stems from my spleen? What does this mean? Su Yafu furrowed her brows and inquired. Traditional Chinese medicine posits that the emergence of body odor is primarily due to an imbalance of blood and energy. The disharmony within your body, characterized by dampness and internal heat, gradually disrupts the balance of your vital energies, ultimately harming the spleen. The spleen, associated with the earth element, represents the utmost yin in the realm of the 5 organs, serving as the source of the body's vital energy and blood transformation. Given that your spleen is compromised, it fails to regulate the blood, resulting in stagnant dampness that cannot dissipate, rendering a permanent cure for your body odor impossible. Furthermore, another factor contributing to this condition is the laser treatment you underwent, which has caused blockage of the meridians and thickening of the skin. I must assist you in reopening and regulating these pathways. Qin Xiaolong believed he had been exceedingly straightforward, yet Su Yafu was utterly unfamiliar with traditional Chinese medicine. Akin to deciphering a foreign script, she understood not a single word. However, she was unconcerned with the underlying cause. Her only desire was for Qin Xiaolong to provide a remedy. Xiaolong, just tell me how to treat it. I will follow your instructions, Su Yafu said eagerly. I will go purchase the necessary tools for treatment. Please wait a moment for my return. After informing Su Yafu, Qin Xiaolong stepped outside. Initially, Su Yafu had a crucial client meeting to attend, but for the sake of remedying her condition, she swiftly rescheduled the appointment for the following day. Half an hour later, Qin Xiaolong returned with the required items. "Sister Yafu, do you have a place where we won't be disturbed?" he inquired. Yes, 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 follow me," she replied, leading him to the back of her desk. She turned a vase on a shelf, and the bookshelf immediately parted, revealing a concealed bedroom behind it. This room was specially constructed to ensure absolute privacy, Su Yafu explained, pressing a mechanism on the wall to close the bookshelf once again. "Sister, I must inform you that I will need to perform acupuncture, and you must not wear any clothes on your upper body during the procedure," Qin Xiaolong cautioned her. "That is not a problem. As long as you can cure me, I would even forego my trousers. But let us be clear, if you fail to remedy my condition, I shall take your eyes." As she said this, Su Yafu intentionally displayed a fierce demeanor. Yet, such a stunning beauty, wielding threats, lacked any real menace, instead adding an alluring charm to her presence. Chapter 41. Fire Needle. Su Yafu was not one to be bashful. She promptly removed her top. Qin Xiaolong, taken aback by her breathtaking figure, instinctively swallowed hard. Fortunately, being a seasoned admirer, he maintained his composure, unlike younger men who might have been overwhelmed. Nonetheless, he felt a rush of warmth surge through him. To avoid any missteps, he quickly recited a calming incantation: "Great Might, Heavenly Dragon, Great Luo Mantra, Prajna of all Buddhas." Prajna, Bamahong. Under the influence of the mantra, he swiftly quelled his impure thoughts. "Sister, I shall begin your treatment now. It may be somewhat painful, so please bear with it," Qin Xiaolong advised Su Yafu. Understood. For her, enduring pain was inconsequential as long as it meant curing her body odor, even if it required a more invasive procedure. Aware of this, Qin Xiaolong wasted no time, taking several triangular needles, sterilizing them briefly before inserting them into the Taichung, Shaohai, and Ji Quan acupuncture points. He then withdrew the needles, allowing 5 drops of blood to escape from each point. The purpose of this bloodletting was to release the accumulated heat and toxins within Su Yafu's body, facilitating the opening of the meridians and the expulsion of the heat. Upon completing the first phase of treatment, Qin Xiaolong prepared a starch paste, applying it evenly to her underarms. Subsequently, he crushed fresh garlic into a paste, forming a disc roughly 3 millimeters thick. After a few minutes, the starch had naturally dried. Upon closer inspection, one would notice tiny holes on the surface of the starch. These represented the sweat glands, which would be the focus of Qin Xiaolong's subsequent moxibustion treatment. "Sister, I am commencing now," he announced, placing the garlic paste over the targeted areas and igniting the moxa stick to roast Su Yafu's sweat glands through the paste. If an acupuncture master were present, they would recognize that Qin Xiaolong was employing an ancient moxibustion method known as garlic moxibustion, documented in Gu Hong's work Emergency Formulas for the Aftermath of Injuries from the Jin Dynasty. Garlic moxibustion was traditionally used to treat boils. Yet few are aware of its remarkable efficacy in addressing body odor. Through this unique treatment, it can invigorate the flow of energy and blood, drawing out toxins. Initially, Su Yafu felt little, but as the roasting continued, a sensation akin to being bitten by ants coursed through her, prompting a soft gasp. To avoid interrupting Qin Xiaolong's work, she gritted her teeth and clutched the bed sheets tightly. Su Yafu, with her delicate skin, appeared to be a pampered noblewoman. Qin Xiaolong had anticipated she would cry out. Yet she remained silent, demonstrating a level of fortitude that would put many men to shame. After the first moxa stick burned out, Qin Xiaolong retrieved another, continuing the treatment on her sweat glands. This process repeated 12 times before he finally ceased. At this point, Su Yafu was drenched in sweat, her face flushed, breathing heavily as if she had just emerged from a fierce battle. "Xiaolong, is the treatment finished?" she inquired, gasping for breath. The earlier process had been quite grueling, and she had nearly given in. "Not yet. There remains a crucial step. Shortly, I will use a heated silver needle to pierce your acupuncture points, helping to dispel stagnation and purify the blood. Only then can we completely eradicate your body odor," Qin Xiaolong replied swiftly. "You plan to stab me with a heated silver needle? You aren't trying to take my life, are you?" Su Yafu asked, filled with apprehension, as this was her first encounter with such a treatment method. Rest assured, this technique, known as fire needle, will only cause slight discomfort during the procedure and will not harm you in any way, Qin Xiaolong reassured her. He understood Su Yafu's trepidation. However, he was no charlatan, possessing unwavering confidence in his ability to heal without causing injury. Sister, you mustn't doubt me. I assure you, I will take full responsibility, he added with a smile. Very well, I will accompany you on this perilous venture. Should you deceive me, I shall ensure you deeply regret it, Su Yafu declared, now having no alternative but to trust Qin Xiaolong. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. Qin Xiaolong refrained from further explanations, picking up the silver needle and placing it over an alcohol lamp to heat it. Once the needle glowed red, he swiftly aimed for the center of Su Yafu's chest. Despite her mental preparation, Su Yafu instinctively recoiled. In that instant, a wave of dizziness washed over Qin Xiaolong. Sister, please remain still. Your movements hinder my ability to treat you, he said with a wry smile. The precision required for fire needle acupuncture is paramount. Even a slight deviation could result in severe injury, and he did not wish for Su Yafu's movements to jeopardize the treatment. I'm not frightened. It's just a bit intimidating, Su Yafu admitted, feeling a mix of embarrassment and fear. Although she could endure pain, the sight of a glowing needle piercing her skin was an unsettling visual that would terrify anyone. Then close your eyes and place your absolute trust in me. Otherwise, I cannot proceed with your treatment, Qin Xiaolong instructed. Qin Xiaolong spoke with remarkable candor. Healing requires a collaborative effort between doctor and patient. If Su Yafu cannot place her complete trust in him, even the most skilled physician would be of little assistance. Rest assured, I will not shy away any longer, Su Yafu replied before closing her eyes. However, the slight tremors of her body betrayed her evident anxiety. Breathe deeply. Relax. Qin Xiaolong encouraged her with a few more words. Once her body had calmed, he took a heated silver needle and precisely pierced the Zhongfu acupoint on her chest. At the moment the needle penetrated her skin, Su Yafu felt as if a knife were slicing through her flesh, a pain that seemed to reach her very bones. Yet, she gritted her teeth, refusing to cry out. Observing her determination, Qin Xiaolong simultaneously grasped 2 additional silver needles, inserting them into her Qihai and Qimen acupoints. The fire needle therapy demands an exceptional degree of precision from the practitioner. Each puncture must adhere to strict specifications regarding force and depth. For instance, the first needle must penetrate Zhongfu to a depth of precisely 1 inch and 2/10, while Qihai and Qimen require a depth of 2 inches and 3/10. A minor deviation could lead to disastrous consequences, transforming healing into harm. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong continued his methodical approach, inserting needle after needle into her Pishu, Xinshu, and Hunmen acupoints, among others. In no time, 18 silver needles adorned Su Yafu's chest and back. Initially, the pain was unbearable, a torment that traversed her flesh and bones. However, as the intensity subsided, waves of warmth began coursing within her, a sensation both unique and pleasurable. After a 10-minute interval, Qin Xiaolong withdrew each needle in the reverse order of insertion. Is it over now? Su Yafu inquired eagerly once all the needles were removed. Yes, it is complete. I will prescribe some medication shortly. With this dual approach, your body odor should dissipate permanently within a week. You may already notice some improvement, Qin Xiaolong affirmed. The combination of garlic and fire needle therapy surpassed the efficacy of Western medical technologies by leaps and bounds. Su Yafu leaned toward her armpit and inhaled, discovering that the offensive odor had significantly diminished. Xiaolong, thank you. Overjoyed by the effectiveness of Qin Xiaolong's treatment, she embraced him and planted a soft kiss on his lips. As the saying goes, a healer possesses the heart of a parent. Throughout the treatment process, Qin Xiaolong maintained unwavering focus. However, being embraced by such an enchanting beauty momentarily shattered his steely resolve. Fortunately, he was a man of principles. Otherwise, he might have traded 3 years of his life for a mere 10 months of Su Yafu's company. Sister Yafu, please get dressed. I will step outside for a moment. Unable to withstand the allure of this mesmerizing woman, he excused himself and exited to the office outside. This foolish boy truly does not recognize his fortune, Su Yafu mused playfully as she watched him leave. Within the confines of Lin City, countless admirers sought her attention, yet she had consistently rebuffed their advances. The fact that Qin Xiaolong, presented with an opportune moment to admire her openly, chose to depart only underscored his commendable character. This undoubtedly intensified Su Yafu's admiration for him. In the office, Qin Xiaolong drank several glasses of water to quell the fiery sensations within him. Goodness, this woman possesses an extraordinary allure. She must be the reincarnation of Su Daji, he thought to himself. Although he could maintain his composure in the presence of Mu Qiotong, facing Su Yafu proved to be a different challenge altogether, as unsettling thoughts frequently invaded his mind. Shortly thereafter, Su Yafu emerged, fully dressed. "Xiaolong, come here." She beckoned with a wave. "What is it?" he asked as he approached her. "Come closer. I am not a monster," she said with a smile. "You are even more terrifying than a monster," Qin Xiaolong silently retorted. "Monsters can be resisted, but Su Yafu's charm could ensnare a man entirely with just a smile or a glance." Once he stood beside her, Su Yafu took a tissue and gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "You have worked hard treating me for 2 hours," she said in a sultry voice. "Serving the people is a noble endeavor," Qin Xiaolong replied with righteous pride. "Ha ha, you are quite amusing," Su Yafu laughed, her joy akin to a blooming peony, rendering all other flowers pale in comparison. "Sister Yafu, here is the prescription I just wrote. Please have someone fetch the medicine. Take 1 dose each morning and evening. In 2 days, I will perform acupuncture again, and with the herbal remedy, your body odor should be eradicated within a week." Qin Xiaolong swallowed nervously, eager to redirect the conversation. "Today was a long day. I'll treat you to a feast next time. What would you like to eat?" Su Yafu inquired as she tucked the prescription away. "Let us save it for another time. My friend has been waiting for me outside, and I promised to treat him to dinner." Qin Xiaolong declined politely. After completing his tasks in the kitchen, he instructed Lu Sanqi to return to the village. But Yang Daju remained outside, waiting for him. "All right, next time you come, I will treat you," Su Yafu said, as she too planned to step out. After bidding her farewell, Qin Xiaolong hurried downstairs. At that moment, Yang Daju was engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings, blissfully unaware of Qin Xiaolong's arrival. "Who told you to park illegally? You're getting fined," Qin Xiaolong teased, startling Yang Daju, who turned to explain only to see Qin Xiaolong, causing his expression to darken. "Stop joking. I'm in the middle of a game," Yang Daju replied, hastily refocusing on his screen. However, this brief distraction led to his teammates being wiped out, leaving him alone to defend against the onslaught. Before long, their base was destroyed. "Damn it, this is your fault. I've lost 5 matches in a row." Yang Daju shot a glare at Qin Xiaolong. "It's just a game. I'll carry you to victory later," Qin Xiaolong chuckled in response. Yang Daju enjoyed gaming, but was notoriously unskilled. Despite his attempts, he could barely reach the starry rank in single-player matches. "You promised me you'd take me to the top. I won't let this go," he declared. After saying this, Yang Daju finally put away his phone. The two then headed to a nearby eatery to enjoy a hearty meal before returning home. After a refreshing shower, Qin Xiaolong was preparing to meditate when he received a text message from Wu Jinlian. "Xiaolong, I can't sleep. Come keep me company." Having pent up energy from treating Su Yafu earlier, he quickly replied and set out. The next morning, before the sun had fully risen, Qin Xiaolong stealthily returned home. With the family toilet overflowing, he took it upon himself to handle the unpleasant task. Around 9 o'clock, as he was busy, Yang Du burst into his house, excitedly holding a black plastic bag. "Xiaolong, hurry over. Look what I brought you." Curiosity piqued, Qin Xiaolong set down the 2 buckets and approached. "Is that a bullwhip?" he asked tentatively. "Bullwhip? This is a donkey whip," Yang Daju said with a proud expression. "Donkey whip? Indeed a rare delicacy. Where did you acquire it?" Qin Xiaolong's eyes lit up as he replied. As the saying goes, dragon meat is heavenly and donkey meat is earthly. Those who have savored donkey meat know its exquisite flavor, and the donkey whip is a particularly rare and nourishing treasure, often unattainable even with wealth. I obtained it this morning when my father and I helped a family in Minggao town slaughter a donkey. Initially, I intended to keep it for myself, but then I thought about how you are always exchanging glances with that charming widow, Lu Xiangxiao. Who knows, you might end up sharing a bed with her one day. So, I specifically brought it to you for your health, Yang Daju said with a lewd grin. You're talking nonsense. Sister Xiangxiao and I are innocent. Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes in response. Enough with the pretense. I understand everything, Yang Daju said, patting Qin Xiaolong on the shoulder. How about it? I'm reluctant to eat such a good thing myself, so I brought it just for you. Isn't that brotherly of me? Very generous indeed. I'll braise it for lunch, and we'll enjoy a couple of drinks together, Qin Xiaolong replied. I'd just be wasting it if I ate it now. So keep it for yourself. But when you see Sister Xiangxiao again, remember to whisper sweet nothings to her for me, and see if you can get her to introduce me to her cousin, Lu Xiaocui. If it works out, I promise to provide you with a set every month, Yang Daju continued. Damn, I knew you had ulterior motives. So you're after Lu Xiaocui? Qin Xiaolong teased without reservation. Lu Xiangxiao had married from the neighboring Wajiao village, and she had a cousin named Lu Xiaocui with whom she shared a close bond. Often visiting each other, Lu Xiaocui was indeed quite lovely, making Yang Daju's interest quite normal. What's wrong with wanting to find a wife after being a single dog for over 20 years? Yang Daju retorted defiantly. If you want to talk to Sister Xiangxiao, go ahead. Why tell me? Qin Xiaolong replied. Isn't your relationship with her good? Your words will carry more weight than mine. I'm counting on you, brother. My chance of finding a partner this year depends entirely on you, Yang Daju said with a flattering expression. Seeing that you're somewhat sincere, I'll help you out, but I can't guarantee success, Qin Xiaolong said, knowing that they had been good friends since childhood and would not refuse each other. That's fine. Just pass on my message, and I'll do my best from there, Yang Daju quickly replied. Although he was not well acquainted with Lu Xiaocui, if Lu Xiangxiao were to act as a matchmaker, his pursuit would become much easier. If he still failed to win her over, it would only reflect his own lack of ability. After chatting a bit longer, Yang Daju went home. Following lunch, Qin Xiaolong took 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor bought by his father, and the two made their way to the village chief Chen Guifu's house. Upon seeing the offerings Qin Xiaolong brought while he was drinking tea and watching television, Chen Guifu frowned immediately. What is the meaning of this? Nothing much, just a token of goodwill. I hope the village chief won't take offense. Qin Xiaolong smiled slightly. Without merit, there is no reward. First, clarify what you intend to do. Otherwise, I cannot accept your gifts, Chen Guifu replied coolly. He and Qin Xiaolong had never seen eye to eye. Yet today Qin Xiaolong was here to deliver gifts. If there were no ulterior motives, it would be hard to believe. Village chief, I wish to contract the barren land on Dompa Mountain. Could you approve it? Qin Xiaolong stated directly. Last night, Su Yafu had informed him that he would take over as the supplier for livestock. But he knew that the village's current livestock supply could hardly sustain the Dragon Court restaurant for more than a month. Therefore, he wanted to prepare in advance by contracting the barren mountain for farming, ensuring a steady supply. Naturally, he planned to use the most primitive free-range method to guarantee the quality of the livestock. Not that I look down on you, but even if I approve, can you afford the contracting fee? Chen Guifu smirked, a hint of disdain on his face. Rest assured, as long as you approve, I guarantee the full payment of the contracting fee, Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. He was aware of Chen Guifu's contempt, but it did not concern him. After all, fortunes change. And soon Chen Guifu would find himself looking up to Qin Xiaolong. The area of Dompa Mountain is about 200 to 300 mu. There's hardly any yield from farming. So what's the point in contracting it? Chen Guifu asked with curiosity. I plan to start a livestock farm. Once I make a profit, I can help our entire village prosper together. Qin Xiaolong candidly revealed his intentions. You think you can make money? I'm afraid you'll end up with nothing. Chen Guifu scoffed without reservation. Whether I profit or not is no concern of yours, village chief. Just tell me if I can have the land, Qin Xiaolong said calmly, refraining from engaging in a verbal sparring match with Chen Guifu. Of course, you bring money to the village. How could I refuse? Chen Guifu said mockingly. He held Qin Xiaolong in low regard, convinced he would fail. However, since the barren land was already unproductive, contracting it out would create some income for the village. A deal he couldn't refuse. Then you name your price. Qin Xiaolong continued. The area of Dompa Mountain is estimated to be around 260 to 70 mu. A 1T beat around the bush. Let us say 250 mu, charging you 200 per mu annually. Village chief. That rental fee is too high. Our village's good farmland rents for only 6 or 700 a year per mu. That mountain land is practically useless. Demanding 200 is highway robbery. Qin Fugua interjected, unable to hold back. Fugua, I don't appreciate your words. That mountain land belongs to our village collectively. Not just my family, yes. The 200 annual fee is set by the village committee. I can only rent it to you at this price. Otherwise, people will accuse me of harming collective interests, Chun Guofu replied pompously. Village chief, who doesn't he know you hold the highest authority in our village? Your word is like an imperial decree. Who would dare question you? Please consider our family's financial struggles and lower the rent a bit. This way, I can afford it. And the village will also gain extra income. Everyone wins. By the way, I just remembered we have 2 packs of Furong Wong cigarettes lying around. I'll bring them to you tonight. Qin Xiaolong, being quite astute, understood the nuances of social etiquette. With this flattery, Chen Guofu felt quite pleased. Since you're sincerely interested in the contract, I'll reduce the price a bit more. 150 per mu per year is the lowest I can go. Don't try to haggle further, Chen Guofu said in a bureaucratic tone. He knew that apart from Qin Xiaolong, no one else would want to contract the Dompa Mountain. So even if he lowered the price, it didn't matter as long as it was rented out and generated some income for the village. Thank you, village chief. Upon hearing the reduced rental fee, Qin Xiaolong promptly expressed his gratitude. Though he disliked Chen Guofu, saving tens of thousands with just a few words was an opportunity no one would pass up. Don't thank me just yet. I must inform you that if you plan to contract Dompa Mountain, the rent must be paid for 3 years in advance. That's the village regulation. And I can't change it, Chen Guofu continued. Not a problem. Qin Xiaolong had money on hand. Paying for 3 years or even 30 years up front was not an issue. Then let us go to the village committee to sign the contract, Chen Guofu said, rising and stuffing the cigarettes and liquor Qin Xiaolong had brought into a cabinet. All right, Qin Xiaolong nodded. And just as he and Chen Guofu reached the door, they encountered Chen Wenbin, who was returning on a motorcycle with Chen Xiaoyu. Xiaolong, what brings you to my house? Chen Xiaoyu asked, surprised. I came to discuss some matters with the village chief. Qin Xiaolong casually replied. What do you have to talk about? Chen Xiaoyu continued to press. Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry home and wash your clothes. Chen Guofu waved his hand, as he disapproved of his daughter having excessive interactions with Qin Xiaolong. If you don't want to ask, then don't be so fierce. Chen Xiaoyu playfully stuck out her tongue before heading home. Upon arriving at the village committee, Chen Guofu personally drafted a contract for leasing. According to the contract, the entire Dompa was calculated to be 250 acres, leased to Qin Xiaolong at an annual rent of 150 per acre, for a duration of 30 years, requiring 3 years' rent to be paid up front, with future rent subject to market fluctuations. Take a look at this contract. If you have no objections, just sign and thumbprint, Chen Guofu said as he handed the contract to Qin Xiaolong. Naturally, Qin Xiaolong had no objections and signed without hesitation. Observing this, Chen Guofu took out his phone and called the village accountant, Li Gangxian. Hello, Gangxian, come to the village committee right now to record the payment. Village head, I have matters in town. Can I handle it when I return tonight? Li Gangxian replied on the other end. Why do you keep running to town every few days? Do you still want to do this accounting job? If not, I'll replace you right now. Chen Guofu scolded directly. He had previously sought Li Gangxian's help, only to be told he was in town, and now he was growing increasingly frustrated. Please don't be angry. I'll return immediately, Li Gangxian said, realizing the benefits of being the village accountant were too good to lose. Once he placated Chen Guofu, he hurried back. Qin Xiaolong knew Li Gangxian was definitely going to find that vixen. This guy was the epitome of being oblivious to his good fortune, and he deserved to be cuckolded. Fortunately, the town was not far from Taoyuan village, and since Li Gangxian rode a motorcycle, he returned in under 10 minutes. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong, Li Gangxian's expression immediately turned cold. What are you doing here? I've leased the eastern slope of our village. I'm waiting for you to collect the payment. Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. Where did you get the money to lease the eastern slope? Li Gangxian raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Does it concern you? Qin Xiaolong replied coldly. He and Li Gangxian had already fallen out, so he had no intention of being cordial. Stop wasting time. Quickly issue a receipt to Qin Xiaolong based on the contract amount. Chen Guofu urged impatiently. Hearing this, Li Gangxian glanced at the contract. The amount Qin Xiaolong needed to pay for 3 years was an astonishing 112,500 yuan, a sum that even he found hard to believe Qin Xiaolong could afford. However, when he provided the village committee's bank account to Qin Xiaolong, the latter promptly transferred the full amount without hesitation. Watching the payment notification come through, Li Gangxian was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that Qin Xiaolong could produce such a substantial sum. Yet, Qin Xiaolong offered no explanation, taking the contract and receipt before heading home with his father. How did it go, Xiaolong? Did the village head lease the eastern slope to you? Liang Jing, who had been waiting at home, quickly inquired upon his return. It went smoothly, Qin Xiaolong replied with a slight smile. That's great. From now on, let us all work hard together. I want to see who dares to look down on our family, Liang Jing declared emphatically. Qin Xiaolong had discussed leasing the barren mountain with his parents before. Had it been in the past, they would have certainly disagreed, but times had changed. Their son was now successful and able to earn money, so they unconditionally supported him. She believed her son would surely achieve great things, bringing glory to the Qin family. Mom, don't worry. Soon everyone in the village will have to curry favor with us, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. After chatting with his mother for a while, Qin Xiaolong set off for Lu Xiangqiao's house to discuss Yang Daju's interest in her cousin Lu Xiaozue. Normally, Lu Xiangqiao would not help others, but for Qin Xiaolong, she readily agreed to assist Yang Daju. Leaving Lu Xiangqiao's house, Qin Xiaolong went straight to Dongpa for an on-site inspection. He planned to transform this area into a farm in the coming days, anticipating that once it grew in scale, he could easily partner with several hotels to generate passive income. After completing his assessment, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Just as Qin Xiaolong was about to head home for a shower, he paused when passing by Zhao Lu's house. He noticed a burly man adorned with a large gold chain, distributing stacks of cash to several villagers in front of him, with his father, Qin Fugue, being the last recipient. At that moment, his father was dressed in tattered clothing, his hair unkempt, and his face dirty. Beside the gold chain man were 2 other men and a woman, one of whom was holding a phone, evidently live streaming. It was clear they were internet celebrities. Hey folks, you see this? I Dongda Zhuang, always keep my word. I've donated all the reward money I received to these impoverished households. Please support me so I can continue my charitable work and spread love, the man with the gold chain declared loudly into the camera. People of Huaxia don't deceive one another. If anyone wishes to show their kindness, feel free to contact us directly or donate in the live stream. And I'll thank you on behalf of these needy families, one of the men beside him added. Soon, gifts began pouring into the live stream. Thanks to my big brother for the airplane donation. Big brother, you're awesome. Thank you for the rocket. Big brother, you rock. Wow. I appreciate the treasure map worth 5,000 bucks. Big brother, you're incredible. I bow to you. The man with the gold chain knelt on the ground, bowing in gratitude. Hey, everyone, let us see those gifts. A dime or a dollar is all love, Dong Dazhuang exclaimed, rising from the ground to encourage viewers to donate again. His demeanor resembled that of a beggar on the internet. Meanwhile, another man quietly pulled Qin Fugue and a few villagers aside, demanding back the 1,000 yuan that had just been distributed, handing them each a jar of peanut oil instead. Witnessing this scene, Qin Xiaolong immediately recalled a news story he had seen before. The report described several internet celebrities who, under the guise of charity, would distribute money to villagers, only to later retrieve it, giving the impoverished just a token amount to appease them. Qin Xiaolong was astonished that a similar incident was unfolding in his own village. Hey, you deceitful scammers, exploiting the kindness of others for profit. Don't you feel any guilt? Qin Xiaolong was not a saint, but these internet celebrities profiting off the goodwill of others were indeed societal parasites, and he felt it was his duty to expose them, not just for himself, but to prevent those with genuine kindness from feeling disheartened. Who the hell are you? Stop meddling in other people's business. Zhang Chong sneered at Qin Xiaolong. I am your grandfather. Qin Xiaolong retorted with even greater audacity, lifting his foot and sending Zhang Chong crashing to the ground. Damn it, I'll kill you. Zhang Chong shouted angrily, scrambling to retaliate. However, before he could reach Qin Xiaolong, he found himself caught by the arm. On the other side, Dong Dazhuang, who was busy soliciting gifts, noticed his underling being attacked, and his expression darkened. You brat, let Zhang Chong go. Dong Dazhuang commanded as he approached. Let him go. But first you must apologize to the viewers in the live stream and tell them how you're scamming money. Qin Xiaolong replied with a cold smile. Do not unjustly accuse me. I, Dong Dazhuang, have always acted with integrity and have never deceived anyone, Dong Dazhuang declared with righteous indignation. Brothers in the live stream, look quickly. A black-hearted troll has emerged from nowhere, slandering Brother Dazhuang. What should we do? The woman with the internet celebrity face immediately directed the camera at Qin Xiaolong, labeling him a troll from the outset. Brother Dazhuang, take him down, I'll send you rockets. Let these trolls perish. Brother Dazhuang does good deeds and still gets blackened. Some people are truly foolish and malicious. Looks like we have a good show ahead, selling beer, sunflower seeds, and mineral water at a bargain. Haha, Dong Dazhuang is already notorious. Does he even need to be slandered? With Qin Xiaolong's appearance, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged dramatically. Unaware of the situation, Qin Xiaolong suddenly rushed towards the female internet celebrity, snatching her phone. Dear viewers, these people are frauds. They were just acting for your entertainment. If you don't believe me, you can ask these so-called impoverished individuals. Seeing the scam about to be exposed, Dong Dazhuang hurriedly lunged to retrieve the phone. But with a mere flick of his wrist, Qin Xiaolong sent him sprawling to the ground. What are you all doing? Hurry up and snatch the phone back. Dong Dazhuang bellowed. The others snapped out of their stupor and charged at Qin Xiaolong. But in an instant, he had taken them all down. Viewers, this man is my father. Let him tell you how Dong Dazhuang conduct his charitable endeavors. Qin Xiaolong once again pointed the camera at his father, Qin Fuqi. At that moment, Qin Fuqi appeared somewhat dazed. Yet he spoke truthfully. These city folks asked us to pretend to be impoverished. We didn't have to do anything, just cooperate with their live stream. They have already reclaimed the 1,000 yuan they gave us, but left us with a bottle of oil as compensation. After saying this, Qin Fuqi deliberately waved the bottle of peanut oil in his hand. Did you all hear that? These scoundrels are merely exploiting your goodwill. Please don't send them any more gifts. Qin Xiaolong continued addressing the viewers. What the hell? Dong Dazhuang is a dog. Refund him. Haha, I told you Dong Dazhuang was scamming you, and you all scolded me. Now you see who the fool is. Report this garbage streamer. He must be permanently banned. Upon learning the truth, the viewers erupted with indignation. Thanks to the distance of the internet, had this been in reality, a single spit from each person could have drowned Dong Dazhuang and his cohorts. Satisfied that his goal was achieved, Qin Xiaolong finally tossed the phone back. Brothers, don't believe him. He is clearly trying to smear my name. Dong Dazhuang picked up the phone, still attempting to defend himself, but no one believed him anymore, with a barrage filled with insults directed at him. Due to the overwhelming backlash, the number of reports against him grew, and soon, the official Tiger Fish Live streaming platform banned his channel. As the saying goes, to sever a person's livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Seeing his live stream shut down, Dong Dazhuang was instantly engulfed in rage. Get your weapons. Let's finish him. Originally a thug, he had refrained from violence during the live stream, but now that his channel was gone, he had no more reservations. He called his Su Yafu with a perplexed expression. Inquired. Within the human body lies an enigmatic gland known as the aromasource gland. The legendary fragrant concubine of ancient times emanated a natural fragrance due to the activation of this very gland. However, this gland is shrouded in mystery. Unless one is exceptionally fortunate, even deities would struggle to locate it. Once activated, a woman's body continuously exudes an enchanting aroma, which is wholly beneficial and devoid of any detriment. This fragrance not only enhances a woman's allure, but also nourishes her skin, wards off impurities, and slows the aging process. Indeed, it is a rare treasure that is hard to come by. Qin Xiaolong quickly elucidated that the scent produced by the aromasource gland closely resembles a maiden's natural fragrance. Yet such occurrences are exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one in a million. So, does this mean we should celebrate? Su Yafu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, this occasion calls for a celebration. Soon, my sister shall become the most beautiful woman in the world, with all others fading into the background. Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin. Thank you, Xiaolong. This is all thanks to you. I truly adore you now, Su Yafu remarked. Her previous struggles with body odor, a distant memory. With Qin Xiaolong's assistance in eliminating her issues, she felt transformed into a woman akin to the mythical fragrant concubine, her usual composure giving way to childlike glee. Didn't you say that if I cured you, you would fulfill any request of mine? Are you still willing to keep your word? Qin Xiaolong shifted the conversation. Of course. Speak your wish, Su Yafu replied swiftly. I desire nothing more than for you to be my wife. Qin Xiaolong jested, a smile playing on his lips. He was fully aware that Su Yafu would never regard him in such a light. You cheeky rascal, do you dare to have such thoughts about me? Do you believe I want to have someone chop you up for fertilizer right now? Su Yafu responded with a teasing smirk. Sister, you were the one who said you would honor my request. You cannot go back on your word. Qin Xiaolong countered, standing his ground. Very well. As long as you're not afraid of death, come forth. Su Yafu replied nonchalantly. As Qin Xiaolong gazed at the enchanting Su Yafu, a surge of warmth coursed through him, and he felt a trickle of blood escape his nose. Embarrassed, he quickly dashed to the restroom, leaving behind Su Yafu's melodious laughter. After splashing cold water on his forehead for several minutes, he managed to stem the flow of blood. However, as he emerged from the restroom, Su Yafu called out playfully, Darling, come quickly. I'll help you cool down. Sister, I was wrong. Please, no more jokes. I truly cannot bear it, Qin Xiaolong pleaded. Su Yafu, with her bewitching charm, threatened to turn him into a beast if he continued to engage in playful banter. I am not jesting. I have indeed agreed to be your wife. Hurry here, dear husband. I await your affection, Su Yafu teased, casting him a flirtatious glance. No. I was merely speaking in jest. I'm not worthy of marrying someone as beautiful as you, sister, Qin Xiaolong replied with a wry smile. What? Are you so eager to abandon me already? You truly are a heartless scoundrel. Su Yafu poted, her feigned sorrow so endearing that Qin Xiaolong felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her. Ultimately, he resisted. Sister, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Here is today's receipt. Please remember to transfer the money to me, he said before hastily exiting her small room. Run all you wish, but you cannot escape your fate. One day, you shall kneel and sing my praises, she mused, watching him depart with a captivating smile. After reuniting with Yang Dezhu, Qin Xiaolong chose not to rush home, but instead ventured to the automobile market. Although many brands were available, he ultimately decided to purchase a Wuling van for 58,000 yuan. His rationale was simple. The Wuling van is durable, perfect for transporting goods without the worry of damage. Moreover, this vehicle would serve as a temporary solution. Once he amassed wealth, he would certainly upgrade to a luxury car. Thanks to the efforts of the staff at the dealership, Qin Xiaolong was able to register the vehicle by midday and drove it back to the village. Seeing their son's new purchase, Liang Jing and her husband felt a swell of pride, walking with an upright posture. After all, their family had only ever owned a tractor as their four-wheeled vehicle. And now, with a new car, they could finally be the envy of others. After a brief rest at home, Qin Xiaolong took his father to the town to procure materials needed for constructing a farm, spending nearly 20,000 yuan in total. Once they transported the supplies back to the village, Qin Xiaolong enlisted the help of a dozen strong laborers to commence a complete renovation of the hillside he had contracted. Previously, due to their impoverished status, many in the village looked down upon his family. Yet now, having swiftly cleared their debts and purchased a car, the community's attitude toward them had notably shifted, with many praising Liang Jing for raising such a fine son and attempting to ingratiate themselves with the family. Of course, some envious individuals spread malicious rumors, claiming that Qin Xiaolong had become a kept man, attributing his newfound wealth to dubious means. He was well aware that these rumors stemmed from those who could not bear to see others succeed and chose to ignore them. After all, his family's fortunes would only continue to improve, rendering any attempts to provoke him futile. The following morning, after leaving his father to supervise, Qin Xiaolong ventured back into the mountains. He intended to harvest the remaining dendrobium in the valley, anticipating a sale of around 100,000 yuan, which would be sufficient to kickstart his breeding plans. Without pause, he reached the valley by 9 o'clock. As he collected the dendrobium, he reveled in the almost euphoric sensation of what felt like picking money. After laboring for over half an hour, he was about to take a break when he noticed a yellowish mist wafting through the valley. Soon, he realized that this was not mist, but rather a toxic miasma. As he gazed deeper into the valley, he spotted the scattered remains of various animals, an alarming sight that resembled an animal graveyard. Not far from the carcasses, a patch of black ferns grew. These ferns were renowned in rural lore as a universal antidote, preventing the miasma from spreading beyond the valley. To his astonishment, there was indeed a toxic miasma, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him for not having unwittingly wandered into it. Otherwise, he might have met an untimely demise. Observing the grim scene, Qin Xiaolong felt fortunate. The presence of the scattered bones suggested that the miasma was highly poisonous, and as a mere mortal, he could not withstand such toxins. Just as he prepared to leave, a faint yet alluring fragrance wafted into his nostrils. It was subtle but invigorating, prompting him to pause and peer into the depths of the toxic miasma. An ancient proverb states that within perilous lands, rare treasures must be found. Qin Xiaolong felt a compelling intuition that this miasma likely concealed some form of extraordinary treasure, and a captivating scent must be emanating from it. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to delve deeper into the miasma to uncover its secrets. Swiftly, he descended from the mountainside to the valley floor. Approaching the thicket of ferns, Qin Xiaolong first gathered a large handful of bracken, then tore a piece of cloth from his clothing, applying the crushed bracken to one side of the fabric, thus creating a rudimentary gas mask. Once fully prepared, he ventured into the toxic miasma with his makeshift mask. The deeper he progressed, the more animal corpses littered the ground, and the heavier the poison became. Fortunately, the bracken proved itself to be a universal antidote. After its filtration, Qin Xiaolong felt no discomfort. As he advanced through the valley, he finally came to a halt after nearly 100 meters. There, halfway up the mountain, he spotted an extraordinarily peculiar plant. Its entire body was a deep brown, covered in sharp thorns, while its leaves were dotted with vibrant green bumps. Resembling a toad, transformed into a spirit. Yet, most astonishingly, at the very top of its stem bloomed a flower of 7 colors. The exotic fragrance in the air emanated from this resplendent flower, which he recognized as the 7-colored violet. After a moment of astonishment, Qin Xiaolong exclaimed in surprise. According to the ancestral records, the 7-colored violet is a miraculous flower of heaven and earth, highly toxic before it blooms, with contact leading to certain death. However, paradoxically, the flower itself is a sacred antidote capable of neutralizing all poisons in existence. Moreover, the 7-colored violet possesses numerous extraordinary uses, its value beyond mere monetary measure. It was nothing short of miraculous that he had stumbled upon such a legendary flower. It seemed that fortune was finally smiling upon Qin Xiaolong. At that moment, he was more elated than if he had won a lottery of 100 million. He understood, well, that even in ancient times, this flower would have been a coveted treasure, and its appearance would inevitably incite a bloodbath. Yet here he was, having acquired it without any struggle, feeling an exhilarating rush akin to a serendipitous windfall. However, the blooming period of the 7-colored violet was fleeting, lasting only an hour. Once the flowering ended, the plant would quickly wither, and its next bloom was uncertain. Qin Xiaolong dared not waste time and hastily used his sickle to uproot the entire plant. According to ancestral knowledge, he needed to drip the juice from the root onto the petals to ensure maximum efficacy. Otherwise, time would render the plant worthless. Once he applied the root juice to the petals, They immediately ceased releasing their fragrant aroma, and the vibrant colors dulled to a muted tone. After an hour had passed, and the seven-color violet was completely dried, Qin Xiaolong carefully stored it away. Today had proven to be an immense fortune. At this moment, he was filled with exuberance, his smile almost crooked with joy. Yet, he was acutely aware of the old adage, a common man is not guilty. But possessing treasure can bring peril. He understood the necessity of keeping his acquisition of the seven-colored violet a secret, for revealing it could very well lead to dire consequences. After calming his excitement, Qin Xiaolong swiftly departed from the toxic valley. With no inclination to gather additional herbs, he packed away the iron-clad dendrobium and descended the mountain. Upon arriving home, it was precisely noon. "Hey, Xiaolong, why are you back so early today?" Liang Jing, his mother, had expected him to return in the afternoon and was surprised to see him at midday. Today had been fortunate, and he had gathered 2 bags of iron-clad dendrobium. Hence his early return. Qin Xiaolong casually provided an explanation. "Ha ha, we've struck it rich." Liang Jing exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the 2 large bags filled with iron-clad dendrobium. "All right, hurry and make some noodles for our son," Qin Fuguwei said. "Understood," Liang Jing replied with a smile as she went to the kitchen, soon returning with a large bowl of egg noodles for Qin Xiaolong. Having run around the mountain for half a day, he was already starving. He eagerly accepted the noodles and devoured them. After finishing his meal, Qin Xiaolong took a piece of white cloth and carefully wrapped the seven-colored violet, hiding it in a secret spot at the back of the wardrobe. Subsequently, he took out his phone and called Mu Qiotong. "Hello, Qiotong. I've acquired another batch of iron-clad dendrobium. When can you send someone to pick it up?" he inquired as the call connected. "I'll come personally to get it shortly," Mu Qiotong replied promptly. The previous batch of iron-clad dendrobium had been of exceptional quality, and she had barely had time to make the medicinal concoction before it was snatched up by her regular clients. "Can you manage a cash transaction this time?" "This batch is valued at around 120,000, plus some other herbs I collected, bringing the total to approximately 140,000, Qin Xiaolong discussed with her. He needed to continue purchasing livestock that afternoon, but many elderly villagers were not adept with mobile payments, necessitating cash transactions. If Mu Qiotong could bring cash, it would save him a trip to the town to withdraw money. "No problem, I'll finish my current tasks and come find you," Mu Qiotong readily agreed. "All right, I'll be waiting at home," Qin Xiaolong replied before ending the call. Due to the heat, he stepped outside, intending to buy a few bottles of chill beer from the village shop. However, as he reached the door, he halted abruptly. To his dismay, he discovered that his newly purchased wooling van had deep scratches on both sides, exposing the primer beneath. "Damn it, which beast has scratched my car? May you be cursed to be hit by a car every time you step out," Qin Xiaolong shouted angrily at the street. Although the wooling van was inexpensive, it was brand new, and to have it marred within a day was intolerable, even for his typically good-natured temperament. "What happened, Xiaolong?" Liang Jing, who had been preparing for an afternoon nap, rushed out upon hearing his outburst. "Someone scratched my car," Qin Xiaolong replied, straining to suppress his fury. "Which bastard has the audacity to do that?" Seeing the deep scratches, Liang Jing felt a pang of sympathy. As it was midday, the street was deserted, leaving Qin Xiaolong unable to ascertain who had vandalized his vehicle. Nevertheless, he was resolute not to let it go unpunished and headed straight to the village committee. At that moment, the women's director, Ma Dongmei, was on duty. Qin Xiaolong greeted her before proceeding to the broadcast room. "Hello, residents of Taoyuan Village. This is Qin Xiaolong. Just now, someone scratched my car. Whoever provides me with information to identify the culprit will receive a reward of 2,000 yuan," Qin Xiaolong announced through the loudspeaker. The village lacked surveillance cameras, and his vehicle had no dash cam, making it nearly impossible to identify the perpetrator. Thus, he resorted to publicly offering a reward, determined to uncover the scoundrel. After broadcasting the message 3 times, Qin Xiaolong returned home to await responses patiently. About 10 minutes later, a villager named Chun Lu arrived at his house. "Xiaolong, is it true that you'll give 2,000 yuan for information?" Chun Lu asked directly. "If your information is credible, I will pay." "I've got the money ready," Qin Xiaolong affirmed, revealing yuan in cash. On my way back from the fields today, I happened to see Zheng Dayong's son, Zheng Pengqing, loitering near your car, holding a stone. Although I didn't see him do it, that kid is known for trouble. I suspect he might be the one who scratched your car. Chunlu hurriedly shared his observation. Zheng Pengqing? Damn it. So it's that little brat again. Qin Xiaolong cursed, instantly identifying the suspect. Zheng Pengqing, spoiled by his grandmother, had become quite bold. If anyone else had wished to scratch his car, they would likely choose to do so under the cover of night, rather than in broad daylight. Xiaolong, please don't let Wangpa know I was the one who tipped you off. That old hag will surely cause a scene at my house, Chunlu added. Rest assured, I won't betray you. Here is your reward. Qin Xiaolong handed over 2,000 yuan to Chunlu, seized a willow branch, and made his way to Zheng Pengqing's home. At that moment, Zheng Pengqing was engrossed in playing a mobile game in the yard. Upon spotting Qin Xiaolong entering, he bolted like a mouse fleeing from a cat. Yet, how could he outrun Qin Xiaolong? In the blink of an eye, he was caught. Grandma, save me. Grandma, help. Zheng Pengqing yelled desperately. Inside the house, Granny Wang, who had been napping, rushed out upon hearing her grandson's cries for help. Qin Xiaolong, let go of my grandson. Granny Wang shouted as she charged towards him. Qin Xiaolong paid her no heed and began to strike Zheng Pengqing with the willow branch. Ouch! That hurts! Grandma, help me! Zheng Pengqing screamed as the blows continued. Granny Wang felt a pang of sorrow watching her grandson suffer. Qin Xiaolong, you must release my grandson. She attempted to pull him away, but as an elderly woman, she lacked the strength to move Qin Xiaolong. Seeing this, she raised her hand to claw at him. Qin Xiaolong swiftly dodged, causing Granny Wang to stumble and fall. You little brat, tell me, did you scratch my car? Qin Xiaolong questioned coldly. It wasn't me. I didn't scratch your car. Zheng Pengqing denied vehemently. Stubborn as a mule. Without mercy, Qin Xiaolong struck Zheng Pengqing's backside several more times. To save her grandson, Granny Wang hurried to the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife. If you hit my grandson again, I will kill you, she threatened fiercely. Granny Wang, your grandson scratched my car, and I must teach him a lesson today, Qin Xiaolong replied with a steely gaze. I didn't scratch his car. Grandma, save me. Zheng Pengqing cried out. I don't care if he scratched your car. Just let him go. Granny Wang snarled, her eyes filled with fury, as if she wished to devour Qin Xiaolong whole. Seeing Granny Wang's unreasonable demeanor, Qin Xiaolong let out a cold laugh and struck Zheng Pengqing hard once more. Zheng Pengqing cried out in pain, while Granny Wang's eyes nearly bulged from her head in distress. I'll kill you, you bastard, Granny Wang yelled, raising the knife to strike Qin Xiaolong. In an act of disdain, he swiftly disarmed her, delivering a slap that left her dizzy. I will ask you one last time. Did you scratch my car? If you do not tell the truth, I will make you regret it. Qin Xiaolong threatened Zheng Pengqing ominously. I did it. It was me. Please don't hit me anymore. I know I was wrong. Zheng Pengqing admitted. Harboring resentment from a previous encounter with Qin Xiaolong, he had secretly scratched his car, thinking no one would find out. To his dismay, Qin Xiaolong had arrived swiftly, and even Granny Wang could not save him. Hearing Zheng Pengqing confess, Qin Xiaolong struck him a few more times before finally releasing him. Qin Xiaolong, you truly lack compassion. Pengqing is just a child. How can you be so cruel? Granny Wang lamented, tears welling in her eyes as she surveyed her grandson's bruised backside. Granny Wang, I'm merely helping you educate your grandson. If he dares to damage my car today, he will grow up thinking he can commit worse crimes, Qin Xiaolong replied coldly. Zheng Pengqing is a typical troublemaker. If you do not discipline him, he will surely become a societal misfit in the future. My grandson does not need your lessons. You beast. You will face retribution one day. Granny Wang cursed bitterly. Just then, neighbors gathered around, drawn by the commotion. Qin Xiaolong did not shy away from explaining how Zheng Pengqing had scratched his car. Upon hearing this, the villagers felt no sympathy for Zheng Pengqing. Many even wore expressions of schadenfreude. After all, Granny Wang and her grandson had a poor reputation in the village, and despite their age, they often acted arrogantly. Today, they reveled in Qin Xiaolong's boldness as he stood up to Zheng Pengqing. Let this matter end here. Should there be a next time, I will not hesitate to break your grandson's legs. Having vented his frustrations, Qin Xiaolong did not demand compensation from Granny Wang. He left with those parting words, leaving her to weep for her grandson. Around 1:30 p.m., a Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked at Qin Xiaolong's doorstep. A young man hurriedly exited the vehicle. "Is this Qin Xiaolong's residence?" he called out loudly. Hearing his name, Qin Xiaolong stepped outside. "Who are you?" he inquired, eyeing the unfamiliar man. "Are you Qin Xiaolong?" the young man asked. "I am. What is the matter?" Qin Xiaolong replied. Upon hearing this, the young man dashed back to the car and opened the door, respectfully announcing, "Mr. Zhao, that is Qin Xiaolong." Soon after, a corpulent man with slicked back hair emerged from the vehicle. "I am Zhao Weifeng, the general manager of Yinkong Pharmaceuticals. I have come to discuss a business opportunity with you," he declared haughtily, looking down on Qin Xiaolong. "What business does Mr. Zhao wish to discuss?" Qin Xiaolong responded, maintaining a polite demeanor. "I heard you have a batch of dendrobium to sell. Sell it to me. Money is no issue." As he spoke, Zhao Weifeng gestured, and the young man next to him opened a case filled with stacks of cash. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, but I have already promised to sell the dendrobium to Ms. Mu." Qin Xiaolong declined politely. He was unaware of how this man learned about his dendrobium, but he had already committed to selling it to Mu Qiudong and would not go back on his word. "Fine, you just want money, right? Ms. Mu is offering 2,000 per pound. I can offer you 2,200. Sell me all your dendrobium, and I will also reward you with an additional 50,000. Zhao Weifeng spoke down to Qin Xiaolong, his tone dripping with arrogance. While no one would turn down money, Qin Xiaolong found the man's demeanor intolerable, treating him like a servant. He would rather earn less than do business with him. "No, I will not sell my dendrobium to anyone except Mu Qiudong." He firmly rejected Zhao Weifeng. "Kid, don't push your luck. If you anger Mr. Zhao, you'll regret it," the young man threatened, pointing at Qin Xiaolong. "Silence. I am speaking to your master, and you, a mere dog, have no right to bark," Qin Xiaolong retorted. "Who the hell are you calling a dog?" The young man, incensed by the insult, readied himself for a fight. "Zheng Lin, hold on," Zhao Weifeng intervened, then arrogantly addressed Qin Xiaolong. "You just want to raise the price, don't you? How much do you want for the dendrobium? This is not about money. I have promised to sell it to Mu Qiudong. If you want it, you'll have to buy it from her," Qin Xiaolong replied, his expression unchanged. As Qin Xiaolong disregarded Zhao Weifeng's authority, the latter finally lost his patience. "Kid, I'll ask you one last time. Are you certain you want to sell? Not selling means not selling. Spare me your words and leave quickly." Qin Xiaolong waved his hand, issuing an unequivocal eviction order. Zhao Weifeng, thinking that a bit of wealth granted him superiority, treated Qin Xiaolong like a servant, fostering no goodwill in the latter's heart. Not only was he unconcerned about the sale of the ironclad dendrobium, but he would rather feed it to pigs than sell it to this man. "Zhao, this arrogant farmer is clearly refusing to acknowledge our kindness. Let me show him a lesson." Zheng Lin sneered. "I'm going for a smoke. What you do is none of my concern." With that, Zhao Weifeng moved to the rear of his luxury vehicle. If Zheng Lin still failed to grasp Zhao Weifeng's intentions, he would truly be a fool. How dare this farmer act brazenly in front of Zhao? Today, he would receive a proper education. With a sinister grin, Zheng Lin approached Qin Xiaolong, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. However, before he could make contact, Qin Xiaolong seized his wrist, twisting it behind his back and delivering a swift kick to his knee, causing Zheng Lin to collapse to the ground. "Ouch!" Zheng Lin cried out in agony. "Now, tell me how many eyes the King of Horses has?" Qin Xiaolong asked with a playful smile. "Let go of me, or I swear I'll kill you." Zheng Lin gritted his teeth in pain. "Still acting tough, are we? You clearly lack a dose of reality." Qin Xiaolong sneered, pressing his foot onto Zheng Lin's back, forcing his face into the dirt. With a gasp, dirt filled Zheng Lin's mouth, and he struggled to rise, but Qin Xiaolong bore down like an immovable mountain. Meanwhile, Zhao Weifeng, who had been smoking, returned, expecting to find Qin Xiaolong on the receiving end of a beating. Instead, he was shocked to see Zheng Lin being subdued. "You scoundrel, release Zheng Lin at once," Zhao Weifeng barked, pointing angrily at Qin Xiaolong. "You think just because you tell me to let go, I will? Who do you think you are, my father?" Qin Xiaolong retorted without hesitation. "You're asking for death. Zhao Weifeng, accustomed to bullying others in the city, was enraged by Qin Xiaolong's audacity. He clenched his fist and swung at Qin Xiaolong, who gracefully dodged and retaliated with a kick that sent Zhao Weifeng flying. In a cruel twist of fate, he landed face first in a pile of excrement, perfectly illustrating the phrase "dog eats shit." "Zhao, are you hungry?" Qin Xiaolong taunted. However, Zhao Weifeng was too humiliated to respond, hastily removing his expensive suit to clean his face before rinsing it repeatedly with bottled water from his trunk. "You little beast, I swear I'll kill you." Fueled by vengeance, Zhao Weifeng brandished a golf club, ready to attack once more. Yet he was no match for Qin Xiaolong, who effortlessly took him down. "Take your filthy money and get out. If you dare to bother me again, you won't leave our village alive," Qin Xiaolong declared, kicking Zheng Lin aside with disdain. Zhao Weifeng, a powerful businessman, was unaware that Qin Xiaolong was no pushover. Moreover, the strong dragon does not suppress the local snake. Zhao Weifeng was foolish to confront him at his doorstep. Though Zhao Weifeng seethed with rage, he realized that continuing the confrontation would only lead to further humiliation. Just as he was about to leave with Zheng Lin, a Porsche and a van approached. The car door opened, revealing a long leg and an exquisite face. "Zhao Weifeng, what are you doing here?" Mu Qiutong frowned at the disheveled Zhao Weifeng. "Mr. Zhao attempted to purchase my ironclad dendrobium, and after being turned down, lost his temper and tried to assault me. Unfortunately for him, he overestimated his capabilities. I merely offered him a taste of our village's specialties." "Mr. Zhao, I apologize for any offense caused earlier," Qin Xiaolong added, his mockery unmistakable. "Laugh while you can. One day, you'll be the one crying." Zhao Weifeng, his pride shattered, decided it was best to leave. "Wait," Mu Qiutong suddenly called out. "Zhao Weifeng, Qin Xiaolong is my friend. You'd be wise not to lay a finger on him, or I won't hold back." Her icy warning made it clear that she would not stand idly by. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just wait. I will make you kneel before me like a dog." Zhao Weifeng sneered before storming off. "What a scoundrel," Mu Qiutong muttered, watching him leave before turning her attention back to Qin Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, should Zhao Weifeng trouble you again, let me know. I'll help you handle it." "All right," Qin Xiaolong replied, though he dismissed her concern internally, as he was not one to hide behind a woman for protection. Mu Qiutong inquired about the details of his conflict with Zhao Weifeng, and Qin Xiaolong recounted the events without reservation. "It appears we have an insider planted by Zhao Weifeng in our Saint Hall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have beat us to your home. Lao Zhu, investigate this traitor thoroughly." "Understood. Zhuheng Zpunde Pomti Li." Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong weighed the ironclad dendrobium he had just harvested, totaling 128 pounds. To express her gratitude for his adherence to their agreement, Mu Qiutong increased the purchase price to 2,200 per pound, totaling 298,000, which she rounded up to 300,000. "Xiaolong, here, as a total of 500,000, with 300,000 for the medicinal materials and the remaining 200,000 as an advance," Mu Qiutong said, handing him a locked briefcase. "You're giving me 200,000 in advance. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the money?" Qin Xiaolong chuckled. "Not at all. I believe you're not that kind of person." Mu Qiutong shook her head, confident in her judgment of character. "Given your trust, I will sell all my medicinal materials exclusively to you from now on," Qin Xiaolong replied, amused. Though she was clearly a wealthy heiress, she treated him as an equal, devoid of any airs of superiority, which he found refreshing. Thus, even if someone offered a higher price, he would choose to do business with Mu Qiutong. Her relief was palpable. She no longer had to worry about being undermined like Zhao Weifeng. After exchanging a few more words, Mu Qiutong suddenly pulled out her phone and opened her photo gallery. "Xiaolong, do you know what this herb is?" "Isn't that the immortal herb?" Qin Xiaolong glanced and asked. Yes. I can't believe you recognized it at a glance," Mu Qiutong exclaimed in astonishment. The immortal herb was a rare and nearly extinct medicinal plant, unfamiliar even to many seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. The fact that Qin Xiaolong, a simple farmer, could identify it left her genuinely impressed. "Once, I stumbled upon an ancient medical book that contained this peculiar item, and I made a note of it." Qin Xiaolong casually concocted an explanation. I see. Mu Qiaotong did not doubt Qin Xiaolong. She continued, Xiaolong, when you ascend the mountain to gather herbs in the future, please keep an eye out for the ascension herb. If you can find it, I shall reward you with 1 million. A mere herb for 1 million? You truly are extravagant. However, I fear the ascension herb has long since gone extinct. How could I possibly find it? Qin Xiaolong replied. The ascension herb was once common in ancient times, but had nearly vanished from existence decades ago. It has not gone extinct. I have heard that about 5 years ago, someone discovered it on Wulong Mountain. Since you often venture there, you might just be fortunate enough to find another. Muchutong ered igerdi. Very well, should I find it, I will call you, but do not harbor excessive hopes. Wulong Mountain is vast, stretching over 100 miles. The likelihood of uncovering a single ascension herb amidst the sprawling wilderness is likely lower than winning 5 million in the lottery. Even if I could scour an entire mountain in half a day, I cannot guarantee that I possess such improbable luck. It's all right. If it cannot be found, then so be it. Mu Qiaotong understood the difficulty of finding the herb, or she wouldn't have offered such an exorbitant sum. After exchanging a few more words with Qin Xiaolong, Mu Qiaotong took her leave. To increase his chances of locating the ascension herb, Qin Xiaolong visited the village committee and printed the herb's image using the only printer in the village, plastering it throughout the community. Anyone who could bring him the ascension herb would receive 50,000. As this news spread, the entire Taoyuan village erupted with excitement. And groups of villagers rushed to Qin Xiaolong's home to verify the authenticity of his claim. Once assured that he was not jesting, many villagers set off into the mountains with baskets, dreaming of finding the ascension herb and becoming instant millionaires. That evening, Qin Xiaolong, alongside Yang Dezhu, spent 3 hours catching eels. However, their haul was quite meager, totaling less than 4 pounds. Fortunately, Su Yafu had informed them that she wanted local specialties such as eels, frogs, soft-shelled turtles, cicadas, and mushrooms, and her prices were significantly higher than those offered by other traders. Qin Xiaolong had arranged for his parents to collect these items at home, allowing him to make a tidy profit. After a busy night, to reward himself, Qin Xiaolong visited the village shop and purchased a Texas-style roasted chicken, a pound of pig's head meat, a bag of peanuts, and a case of chilled beer. On his way home, he fortuitously encountered Chen Wenbin. The cicadas in Wenbin's bucket indicated that he had just returned from capturing them. Oh, isn't this my little brother-in-law? Cool me. Call me brother-in-law so I can hear it. Qin Xiaolong teased. I haven't married your sister, so I won't call you that, Chen Wenbin retorted immediately, aware that Qin Xiaolong was referring to their previous wager. Sun Jianping was not someone to be trifled with, known for his vendettas, which gave him confidence in his position. However, the lack of any developments over the past 3 days left him feeling quite frustrated. You are not a man of your word. Why don't I lend you some money to go to Thailand for a sex change operation? You could spare us men the embarrassment later. Qin Xiaolong jested provocatively. Enough. I accept the bet. I will call you brother-in-law. Chen Wenbin conceded, eager to avoid further ridicule. Then do say it. Qin Xiaolong exclaimed triumphantly. Chen Wenbin hesitated, his lips moving before reluctantly uttering, brother-in-law. Ah, very good. Here, this is your early New Year's gift from your brother-in-law. Spend it as you wish, Qin Xiaolong said, pulling a coin from his pocket and handing it to Chen Wenbin. Qin Xiaolong, are you deliberately humiliating me? Do I owe you a coin? Chen Wenbin scowled. My apologies. I grabbed the wrong one. Qin Xiaolong quickly corrected, producing several hundreds to offer to Chen Wenbin. Take the money. If you run out, come to your brother-in-law. I have plenty. Qin Xiaolong proclaimed grandly. You should save it. Accumulate enough for your bride price and marry my sister soon. Don't keep her waiting forever, Chen Wenbin advised, knowing that Qin Xiaolong had recently earned a considerable sum. Yet his father looked down on Qin Xiaolong, believing he would need to present a substantial bride price, or else he wouldn't even be allowed through their door. My little brother-in-law truly understands. Rest assured, your brother-in-law has plenty of ways to earn money, Qin Xiaolong responded cheerfully. Nevertheless, Chen Wenbin declined the money and departed for home. As Qin Xiaolong made his way home with his beer and snacks, a sudden swarm of shadows emerged. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were a group of weasels, led by the very one that had previously sought his help. Goodness, Is this fellow here to repay kindness with malice? Faced with the horde of weasels, Qin Xiaolong felt a twinge of apprehension, preparing for a counterattack. The leader weasel emitted a call, and the others stood upright on their hind legs, collectively bowing to Qin Xiaolong. Witnessing this bizarre scene sent chills down his spine. Are these truly weasels? They resemble a congregation of cunning spirits. Qin Xiaolong pondered in astonishment. The leader weasel called out again, and the others retreated. It approached Qin Xiaolong, bowed once more, and then produced a small orb emitting a faint green glow from its mouth. The weasel gestured toward the orb, chirping excitedly. Are you offering this to me? Qin Xiaolong inquired, uncertain. The weasel nodded vigorously. Realizing he had not misinterpreted, Qin Xiaolong picked up the orb. He quickly discerned it was a luminous pearl. Despite his lack of expertise on the subject, the glow radiating from it indicated its value. Thank you for the luminous pearl, Qin Xiaolong expressed. His earlier concerns of an impending attack dissipating as he understood the weasels were expressing gratitude. The leader waved a paw dismissively, as if to say no thanks were necessary, then bowed once more before leading its kin into the darkness. Had it not been for the pearl still in his possession, Qin Xiaolong might have doubted his senses. It is no wonder they are called weasel immortals. Apart from their inability to speak human language, they seem to possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. Qin Xiaolong marveled at the turn of events. He had merely acted out of kindness by saving the mother weasel, a deed he had forgotten, only to have the weasels come to express their gratitude, presenting him with a luminous pearl. Such a fantastical tale would surely be met with disbelief if shared. After securing the luminous pearl, Qin Xiaolong returned home. The following day, he once again delivered various ingredients to the Longting restaurant before 6 o'clock. Today, Suyafa was not in the office, so he missed seeing her. After completing the delivery, he departed without concern of any dishonesty from her. Shortly thereafter, Qin Xiaolong joined Lu Sanqi and Yang Daju at a nearby breakfast shop. While they were enjoying their meal and conversing, a disheveled man entered. "Boss, I'd like a steamer of buns and a cup of soy milk to go," he instructed the owner of the breakfast shop. The boss acknowledged with a sound and promptly packaged the items the man requested. "Handsome, that will be 13 in total," he stated. "Boss, could I possibly buy on credit?" The man inquired. "I'm afraid not. This is a small business and I don't offer credit," the boss replied without hesitation. Hearing someone request credit for a meal, Yang Daju turned a glance and quickly tapped Qin Xiaolong on the shoulder. "Xiaolong, look over there. ISNT, that's Xiaoyu's older brother?" Despite his unkempt appearance, Qin Xiaolong immediately recognized him as Chen Wenhao, Chen Xiaoyu's elder brother. Even though they were merely fellow villagers, he would surely greet Qin Xiaolong, especially since he was destined to become his brother-in-law. Qin Xiaolong hurried over. "Brother Hao, what a coincidence to run into you here." He greeted Chen Wenhao warmly. "Oh, Xiaolong." Chen Wenhao's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Qin Xiaolong. He seemed to recall something and quickly added, "Xiaolong, could you lend me some money for breakfast? I forgot my wallet." "Why are you being so polite?" "Breakfast is on me," Qin Xiaolong replied generously, even requesting an additional tea egg for Chen Wenhao. Subsequently, Chen Wenhao took a seat at their table. "Xiaolong, did you come to the city for something special this early?" Chen Wenhao asked after taking a bite of his bun. "Not really, just delivering goods to Longting restaurant," Qin Xiaolong replied. "Delivering goods? What kind of goods?" Chen Wenhao asked, puzzled. "Brother Hao, you may not know, but Xiaolong has become a boss now, supplying poultry and meat to Longting restaurant, and he also helps a city businessman purchase medicinal herbs. He earns more in a day than we do in a month," Yang Sanqi praised. Previously, Qin Xiaolong's family had been poor, and the villagers looked down on them. But since becoming a supplier, he had become a person of interest, with many referring to him as Boss Qin. "Don't listen to Sanchi's nonsense. I'm just earning a modest living," Qin Xiaolong chuckled. "Stop being modest. I'm certain you will become the new tycoon of Taoyuan village within a year. By then, even Chindapeo will have to step aside," Yang Sanqi continued to flatter. "All right, Xiaolong, you've hit it big. When you have the chance, take your brother Hao along so I can share in your fortune," Chen Wenhao joked. "Brother Hao, please don't belittle me. I'm merely scraping by, unlike you. Comfortably working in an office with a high salary," Qin Xiaolong quickly replied. Chen Wenhao was one of the few college graduates from their village, having worked in the city since graduation. According to Qin Xiaolong, he earned $12,000 a month last year, firmly establishing himself as a white-collar worker, and was preparing to settle in the city, rarely returning to the village except during holidays. I see you're belittling me. My meager salary hardly covers my expenses, and I live paycheck to paycheck. My life is worse than a dog's. Chen Wenhao joked self-deprecatingly. Brother Hao, don't say that. If you're worse off than a dog, what does that make us? Yang Dezhu interjected, unable to hold back. All right, let us drop it, Chen Wenhao suggested, steering the conversation to more casual topics. After finishing breakfast, Qin Xiaolong settled the bill and asked, Brother Hao, where are you headed? Do you need me to give you a ride? No, it's not far from here. Chen Wenhao declined graciously. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Xiaolong, could we speak privately for a moment? Of course, Qin Xiaolong nodded, following Chen Wenhao to a corner ahead. Xiaolong, could you lend me some money? I'm in urgent need, Chen Wenhao said, looking troubled. How much do you need? Qin Xiaolong asked. Perhaps 30 to 50,000. Depending on what you can spare, Chen Wenhao replied. That's quite a sum. What do you need it for? Qin Xiaolong inquired, somewhat puzzled. My girlfriend is pregnant with an ectopic pregnancy and needs an abortion. I haven't saved much money over the past 2 years, which is why I'm asking if you could help, Chen Wenhao said, his expression somber. Is such a sum really necessary for an abortion? Why not ask your family for help? I doubt Uncle Guofu would refuse you in this situation, Qin Xiaolong challenged. He was too reluctant to lend Chen Wenhao money, but felt their relationship was rather casual, and it seemed inappropriate to ask for such a large amount. Moreover, Chen Wenhao was a city white-collar worker, and his father was the village chief. A few thousand should not be a problem for them. To be honest, my girlfriend comes from a poor family, and my father has always looked down on her. I spent all my earnings on her father's medical bills, and then my father forced us to break up. If I ask him for money now, he'll surely suspect we're back together, and given his temperament, he would attempt to separate us again. That's why I'm reaching out to you for help, Chen Wenhao explained bitterly. I see. In that case, would 30,000 suffice? Upon learning the reason behind Chen Wenhao's request, Qin Xiaolong's doubts dissipated, replaced by a feeling of shared hardship. After all, Chen Guofu had also looked down on him, often not allowing Chen Xiaoyu to speak with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to meet Chen Xiaoyu in secret, like a thief. Thank you, Xiaolong, Chen Wenhao said gratefully upon hearing that Qin Xiaolong was willing to lend him money. No need to thank me. Helping you is the least I can do since you're Xiaoyu's brother, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Chen Wenhao then provided his bank account details, and Qin Xiaolong promptly transferred 30,000 to him. Xiaolong, I know you care for my sister Xiaoyu. Rest assured when I return home, I will certainly talk to my father and do my best to ensure that you two end up together. Chen Wenhao expressed his heartfelt gratitude after receiving the money. Then I'll be counting on you, Brother Hao, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile, though he did not expect Chen Wenhao to be able to assist him significantly, given that he was struggling himself. After a few more exchanges, they parted ways. Qin Xiaolong did not rush home, but instead accompanied Yang Dezhu to Shilinzi village, about 8 miles from their own village. Although both belonged to Wuyang town, Taoyuan village was impoverished, while Shilinzi village was extremely wealthy. Many villagers there lived in 2- or 3-story houses, and over half owned cars. Shilinzi village was renowned as the richest village in Wuyang town. The wealth stemmed from villagers who initially worked as contractors, leading to a gradual increase in prosperity through connections with relatives and friends. Today, the village was bustling with various businesses, and Qin Xiaolong had come to purchase chicks from Shilinzi village. Shortly, he arrived at Lin Guodong's poultry farm. Once a street vendor selling chicks, Lin Guodong's business had expanded significantly, and he had contracted an entire hillside for chicken farming over a decade ago. It was said that he now raised tens of thousands of chickens and was respectfully referred to as the Chicken King. Young man, what brings you here? Lin Guodong asked as he stood up from his tea upon seeing Qin Xiaolong enter his office. Boss Lin, I would like to buy some chicks. Could you tell me your prices? Qin Xiaolong stated his purpose directly. Are you looking for broiler chickens or native chickens? Broilers are cheaper, with a uniform price of 2 yuan 50 per chick. Native chickens are a bit more expensive, 4 yuan for males and 5 yuan for females. with discount available for larger orders. Lin Guodong replied, I'll take 3,000 of both the male and female native chickens. But I wonder how much of a discount you can offer. Qin Xiaolong, upon hearing it was a significant order, became more attentive. How about a 2 discount? Lin Guodong suggested. Boss Lin, that is hardly a discount. We're fellow villagers, so let us make it a bit cheaper. How about a 30 discount? Qin Xiaolong countered. He wasn't particularly short on cash, but saving a few thousand was certainly advantageous. That's impossible. A 30 discount would leave me at a loss. You might as well break my bones. Lin Guodong joked. Come on, let's make it more favorable. This isn't just a one-time deal. If your chicks are of good quality, I'll surely seek your services again. Qin Xiaolong continued negotiating. Business is tough these days, but since you asked, I can give you a 10 discount, which is the lowest I usually offer. You can check around. I typically reserve such discounts for loyal customers. Lin Guodong pondered for a moment. Let us not settle for 10. How about 12? It's a lucky number, 888, which sounds auspicious. Qin Xiaolong chuckled. You truly have a knack for business. All right, let us go with 12. I won't be making any profit on this deal. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Lin Guodong sighed in resignation. Thank you, Boss Lin. Rest assured, I will continue to reach out to you for future purchases, Qin Xiaolong assured him. Fully aware that Lin Guodong's notion of not making a profit merely implied a smaller profit margin. Could you take me to see the chicks? Qin Xiaolong shifted the conversation. Of course, Lin Guodong replied and led him to a semi-open chicken coop located at the back of the farm. Unlike the haphazard coops typically found in the village, Lin Guodong's chicken house was of a higher standard, complete with a lawn and a flowing water channel. The interior was immaculate, unlike some coops that reeked of filth and were littered with droppings. All the native chickens I sell are hatched from eggs sourced from various villages, ensuring they are pure native breeds. The chicks are fed our own grown millet and organic vegetables, and they drink spring water. Moreover, we have a dedicated team that cleans the coop daily. There are hardly any farms in Weiyang Town or even in Lin City that can match the quality of my chicks. Lin Guodong proudly gestured towards the lively chicks. You truly raise them well. They're all so lively. No wonder you are known as the Chicken King. Qin Xiaolong complimented, realizing firsthand the truth behind the title. Subsequently, Lin Guodong personally helped Qin Xiaolong select the chicks, providing 3, 0, 10 of each, with the extra 10 as a gift. Afterward, Qin Xiaolong toured Lin Guodong's poultry farm. In addition to the native chickens, Lin Guodong also raised a significant number of broilers, which reached market weight in 40 days and were sold for a mere 18 yuan each, commonly used by fast food outlets and vendors selling roasted chicken. However, Lin Guodong himself admitted he would never consume these broilers due to the hormones mixed into their feed. The area near the mountain was reserved for free-range native chickens, which were nearly 10 times more expensive than the broilers, priced at 50 yuan per pound, with an average chicken weighing about 3 pounds, bringing the cost to 150 yuan. Yet, the premium price was justified. These chickens were fed grains produced in the village, drank spring water, and roamed the mountains for insects and herbs, with a minimum growth period of 1 year. Without the higher price, Lin Guodong simply couldn't sustain the flock. Considering the daily hassle of collecting native chickens from the village, Qin Xiaolong immediately placed an order for 2,000, knowing he could simply call Lin Guodong for delivery whenever needed. By the way, Boss Lin, do you have ducklings and goslings available? He casually inquired as he prepared to leave. Yes, our village as Huang Laosan specializes in that. I'll take you there, Lin Guodong eagerly responded, leading Qin Xiaolong to Huang Laosan's farm. Qin Xiaolong spent over 20,000 on the chicks and another 20,000 on the ducklings and goslings, totaling nearly 50,000, prompting him to reflect on how easily money seemed to flow. Yet, he felt no remorse, as this was an investment that would yield substantial profits once the poultry matured. Following that, Lin Guodong and Huang Laosan delivered the poultry to their village. Mom, is Dad still at Dompa Farm? Qin Xiaolong asked, spotting his mother, Liang Jing, busy in the vegetable garden. Yes, she replied, glancing at the truck. Xiaolong, what have you bought this time? Chicks, ducklings, and goslings. I'll send them straight to Dompa for free range, he explained. Goodness, why so many? Liang Jing exclaimed upon seeing the truck filled with chicks. The Dompa area is vast. If we don't diversify, we'll waste resources, she continued. Well, if we're going to do it, let us do it big, Qin Xiaolong replied, embodying his philosophy of ambition. Mom, I have to go deliver the chicks to Dompa now. Wait a moment, Liang Jing called after him, hurrying to his side. Xiaolong, I need to tell you something. This morning, Chun DePeo announced over the loudspeaker that he is also starting to collect medicinal herbs. And he is offering prices higher than ours. He is clearly trying to poach our business. Really? Qin Xiaolong raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Chun DePeo was the wealthiest man in Taoyuan village, and if he decided to compete directly, Qin Xiaolong was uncertain he could prevail. Should we raise our prices too? Otherwise, the villagers will likely sell their herbs to Chun DePeo. Liang Jing expressed her concern. Though a few dimes per pound might seem insignificant for rural villagers, every little bit counted, and this could jeopardize their herb collection business. Don't worry. I'll go to Qin DePeo's place and find out what he is up to, Qin Xiaolong assured her before heading to Dompa. Compared to Lin Guodong's luxurious coupe, his own was rather rudimentary, merely a simple shelter made of color steel plates. However, it sufficed to protect the chicks from the elements, as he intended to raise them free range. He entrusted the care of the chickens to his parents, who were seasoned farmers, and planned to hire additional help, as it would be exhausting for just his parents to manage thousands of chickens, ducks, and geese. After lunch, just as Qin Xiaolong was about to visit Qin DePeo, his phone rang. It was Chun Xiaoyu's brother, Chun Wenhao. Hey Xiaolong, what is up? Qin Xiaolong answered after picking up. My girlfriend's father suddenly had a stroke and is in critical condition. Could you lend me 30,000 yuan? I promise to pay you back with interest when I can, Chun Wenhao said anxiously. Sure, I'll transfer it to you right away. Without a second thought, Qin Xiaolong agreed, understanding the urgency of the situation, and promptly sent the 30,000 yuan. Fortunately, he had recently earned a considerable amount. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to gather such funds. After expressing his gratitude repeatedly, Chun Wenhao hung up, and Qin Xiaolong proceeded to Chun DePeo's residence. As the wealthiest man in Taoyuan village, Chun DePeo's home was undoubtedly the most impressive, a three-story villa. In front of his residence, a Mercedes-Benz was parked, albeit an entry-level model, still worth several $100,000. Few in Taoyuan village could afford such a luxury. Darling, I miss you dearly. Tonight, when I come to find you, we shall engage in a fierce battle of 300 rounds. In the courtyard, Chun DePeo's son was engrossed in a video call, his mouth spewing flirtatious banter. Just wait and see how I drain you dry tonight, the woman on the other end replied. Chen Xiaowei, where is your father? Qin Xiaolong inquired upon entering. Chen Xiaowei turned, and upon seeing Qin Xiaolong, his expression darkened instantly. My father is not at home. Don't give me nonsense. Your father's car is still outside, Qin Xiaolong retorted. Qin DePeo was a show-off. He would undoubtedly drive his Mercedes when going out, with the car still parked at the entrance. It was clear he hadn't left. I said he is not home, so come back later if you want to see him, Chen Xiaowei replied impatiently. Having been unable to marry Qin Xinshui, Chen Xiaowei harbored resentment towards Qin Xiaolong, naturally unwilling to show him a pleasant demeanor. Qin DePeo, I, Qin Xiaolong, have matters to discuss with you, Qin Xiaolong declared, bypassing any further pleasantries. Shortly after, a man with a goatee and an aquiline nose, his hair slicked back with wax, emerged from the house. This was Qin DePeo, the wealthiest man in Taoyuan village. Despite his polished appearance now, over 20 years ago, Qin DePeo was nothing more than a rogue. It was unclear by what stroke of luck he had become wealthy, gaining his current status. What brings you here, Qin Xiaolong? Qin DePeo asked as he stepped into the courtyard. Qin DePeo, as the richest man in Taoyuan village, why are you competing with me for business? Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Qin Xiaolong confronted him directly. You're correct. I am indeed trying to make things difficult for you. What do you do about it? Qin DePeo replied with a smirk, his words dripping with arrogance. Just because you can raise prices, does that mean I cannot? You don't truly believe you have me cornered, do you? Qin Xiaolong countered defiantly. Then go ahead and raise them. As long as you dare to increase your prices, I will match you. Let us see who will still sell herbs to you in the future. Qin DePeo shot back. Is this really worth it? In the end, neither of us will profit, Qin Xiaolong frowned. He had a 10% profit margin, which allowed him to raise prices, but only by that much. If Qin Xiaolong exceeded this range, he would no longer be able to continue. After all, he was in the business to make money, not to engage in charity. Rest assured, I have big bosses backing me up, so I will surely profit without loss, Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. Do you think those bosses are fools? Who would buy your herbs if the prices exceed market value? Qin Xiaolong scoffed. It seems you still don't understand my intentions. To be frank, there are those who do not wish for you to prosper. I'm merely a hired hand, Qin Xiaolong remarked, still smiling. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong's brows furrowed. He had initially thought Qin Xiaolong was merely making things difficult for him, but it now appeared there were deeper motives at play. Though he had offended many in the village, even the village chief could not manipulate Qin Xiaolong. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiaolong's mind suddenly sparked with realization. It was Zhao Weifeng who instigated you, wasn't it? He asked immediately. Not bad, you guessed it. It seems you Haven T completely lost your wits. Qin Xiaolong admitted without reservation. This scoundrel believes that forcing me to lose my herbal business will prevent me from making money, Qin Xiaolong thought, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Yesterday, Mu Qiudong mentioned that Zhao Weifeng was the greatest competitor of their Shinhao. For years, the two had been in open and covert conflict, with Zhao Weifeng attempting to swallow up Shinhao. There was a significant client seeking a batch of pure wild dendrobium for production, which was precisely why Zhao Weifeng had come to his home, intending to seize that order in the important client. However, he had not anticipated being rejected by Qin Xiaolong, leading to their enmity. What Qin Xiaolong did not expect was that within a day, Zhao Weifeng had sought out Qin Xiaolong to deal with him. This man was indeed vengeful. Zhao said that taking your herbal business is merely the first step. He has plenty of ways to ruin you, unless you personally visit Zhao to apologize. He will ensure your life is worse than a dog's, Qin Xiaolong said, grinning with delight. As the richest man in the village, even the village chief, Chen Guofu, had to show him some respect. Yet, Qin Xiaolong, the thorn in his side, had never accorded him any regard. Qin Xiaolong had long harbored disdain for Qin Xiaolong, merely biding his time. Moreover, Qin Xiaolong's refusal of his son's marriage proposal had only deepened his resentment, leading to this moment of contention. Hence, when Zhao Weifeng approached him, they quickly aligned in their mutual interests against Qin Xiaolong. Tell Zhao Weifeng that he had better not provoke me again, or I assure you he will regret it, Qin Xiaolong declared, unafraid of confrontation, especially now that he had inherited the legacy of an immortal. Fine, I will relay your words verbatim to Zhao, Qin Xiaolong replied mockingly, his gaze towards Qin Xiaolong akin to that of a fool. Having had enough, Qin Xiaolong turned and left Qin Xiaolong's home. This fool believes he can contend with Zhao. He truly does not know the meaning of danger. Once Qin Xiaolong departed, a cold smile crept onto Qin Xiaolong's face. Dad, who is this Zhao you mentioned? Qin Xiaolong asked, curiosity evident in his tone. The owner of Yunkong Pharmaceuticals. His wealth is in the billions. Crushing Qin Xiaolong would be as easy as squashing an ant. How ridiculous that this kid dares to threaten Zhao, Qin Xiaolong replied. Isn't Qin Xiaolong doomed for offending such a powerful figure? Qin Xiaolong remarked. Absolutely. Zhao is a big shot in the city. Even if he wanted to eliminate your father, it would be a mere word for him. Let alone that little brat Qin Xiaolong, Qin Xiaolong said dismissively. Hey, once Qin Xiaolong is out of the picture, I will definitely have my way with Qin Xiaolong. I will turn her into my slave, Qin Xiaolong said with lewd intentions, having long desired Qin Xiaolong's beauty but refrained due to fear of Qin Xiaolong. If Qin Xiaolong were to be dealt with, no one would stop him anymore. You worthless scoundrel, your mind is always on women. Can't you strive for something better? Qin Xiaolong scolded in frustration. Hey, I'm just learning from you. With such a good teacher like you, how could I do anything but chase women? Qin Xiaolong replied, shamelessly taking pride in his behavior. His father, Qin Xiaolong, was quite the lecher, having taken advantage of numerous women in the surrounding villages due to his wealth. Naturally, his son had followed suit, becoming the playboy he was today. Enough with the frivolity. I want you to learn how to do business from your uncle. I don't want the family business I worked hard for to crumble in your hands. Qin Xiaolong scolded with a stern face. Understood. I will diligently learn from my uncle. You can look forward to enjoying life in the future, Qin Xiaolong promised eagerly. As the saying goes, one contends for a breath of air, while a Buddha receives a stick of incense. After leaving Chundepeo's home, Qin Xiaolong promptly raised his prices by 5% from their original basis. Thus, his purchasing price was now higher than Chundepeo's. He also informed his mother that if Chundepeo raised his prices again, they would follow suit, but only by another 5%. Qin Xiaolong was willing to forego profits, but not to engage in a losing venture. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong ascended the mountain once more. Due to his ventures into remote and unfrequented mountains, Qin Xiaolong found it considerably easier to forage for medicinal herbs compared to the other villagers. He disregarded any herbs priced below 21 pounds, focusing solely on the exquisite and costly varieties. As the day waned, he shouldered his harvested herbs and began his journey back along the dry riverbed. Halfway through his trek, he stepped on a stone that unexpectedly yielded underfoot, prompting him to halt in surprise. Returning to investigate, he prodded the stone with his sickle and then sliced into it. The sight of the creamy white flesh revealed by his cut filled him with exhilaration. Chapter 55. The Scandal in the Cornfield. What a treasure! Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, elated. This material, known as Tai Sui or meat Ganoderma, is an ancient and mystical organism. The specimen he had inadvertently trodden upon was a rare white Tai Sui. Its surface snow-white, tender, and resilient, adorned with fibrous strands. Truly a premium variety. Legend has it that Tai Sui can bestow longevity upon its consumer. While that may be an exaggeration, its potential to extend life is genuine. Qin Xiaolong's inherited knowledge included recipes for concocting elixirs using Tai Sui as a catalyst. Estimating that the white Tai Sui he found weighed around 30 pounds, he deduced it must be over a millennium old. Its medicinal value far surpassed other varieties, and if sold, it would undoubtedly attract a swarm of eager buyers, fetching millions. Yet, he had no intention of selling it. Instead, he planned to bring it home to refine into elixirs as a filial offering to his grandfather and parents, particularly for his aging grandfather, whose health was waning. Consuming an elixir derived from Tai Sui could rejuvenate his vitality significantly. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed in Qin Xiaolong's ears, suggesting the creature was a few kilometers away. Nevertheless, he dared not linger, hastily stuffing the Tai Sui into a snakeskin bag and descending the mountain. As he passed by a cornfield at the base of the mountain, a flash of light captured his attention, but it vanished moments later. Who could be working in the cornfield at this hour? He murmured, intrigued. Soon, suggestive sounds emanated from within the cornfield. As an experienced observer, he recognized their implications all too well. After a brief internal struggle, he could not resist the temptation, setting down his bag and stealthily approaching the source of the sounds. After traversing about 10 meters, he halted, witnessing a section of corn flattened, where a man and a woman were engaged in clandestine activities. Although the moonlight was dim, he immediately recognized the man as Li Mingtao, the village security chief, and the woman as his brother's second wife, Wang Shufan. Goodness, these two are involved with one another. Li Mingtao truly has no shame, Qin Xiaolong thought in astonishment. Wang Shufan was clandestinely meeting Li Mingtao in the cornfield. Had this occurred 30 years prior, they would likely have faced severe repercussions. Even now, if word got out, they would be subjected to public scorn. Hurry and let me go. What if someone sees us? Wang Shufan voiced her concerns. Who would come here at this hour? Li Mingtao replied nonchalantly, utterly oblivious to the eyes that were keenly observing them, nor did he realize Qin Xiaolong had captured their compromising moment on video. With this evidence, I shall see if Li Mingtao dares to act arrogantly in my presence again. Qin Xiaolong felt a surge of triumph at having recorded the encounter. Reckoning with his position as the village security chief, Li Mingtao had exhibited considerable arrogance, even going so far as to physically assault Qin Xiaolong's father. His brother, Li Dahua, along with him, had been emboldened by Li Mingtao's backing, engaging in misconduct throughout the village. Now that Qin Xiaolong possessed incriminating footage, he held the power to exploit Li Mingtao's vulnerability. Should Li Mingtao continue his bravado, Qin Xiaolong would release the video, likely leading to dire consequences for Li Mingtao and his brother. To avoid detection, Qin Xiaolong silently departed, as though he had never been there. Upon his return, Liang Jing informed him, Chindapeo has raised the prices of medicinal herbs again, and now no one is coming to sell here. Not to worry. We can simply refrain from purchasing. I never had any interest. Du Meifeng had been a matchmaker for several decades, eloquent and persuasive. Thus, when Yang Dezhu sought to confront her, it was akin to a warrior brandishing a sword before the legendary Guan Yu, an act destined for self-humiliation. After some contemplation, Yang Dezhu conceded to the logic of the situation and ultimately chose to retreat quietly. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolong requested his mother, Liang Jing, to prepare a spicy stir-fried pig liver and a fragrant pig heart using the pig offal sent by Yang Dezhu, along with some peanuts as a side dish. They began to drink and play games of chance. As they indulged in their revelry, an unexpected intrusion occurred. Wang Lanji burst into Qin Xiaolong's home in a frenzy. Xiaolong, please hurry and take my daughter to the hospital. She is in critical condition. She wailed, her face etched with sorrow and despair. Aunt Wang, please clarify. What has happened to your daughter? Qin Xiaolong inquired urgently. Tong Tong ingested pesticide and tried to take her own life. You must save her. Wang Lanji cried out in anguish. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong felt a pang of urgency and followed Wang Lanji to her home. In the bedroom, a young girl lay motionless on the bed, Wang Lanji's daughter, Zhou Tong. As Qin Xiaolong approached her, intending to administer aid, he quickly realized it was futile. Her body was already stiff, indicating she had been dead for at least 2 or 3 hours. Xiaolong, what are you waiting for? Quickly take my daughter to the hospital, Wang Lanji urged, desperation evident in her tone. Aunt Wang, it's too late. Zhou Tong has passed away, Qin Xiaolong said solemnly. No, it can't be. I just saw her move. Wang Lanji insisted, unable to accept the grim reality. Aunt Wang, please calm down. Zhou Tong is gone, Qin Xiaolong reiterated firmly. Overcome with grief, Wang Lanji lamented, Tong Tong, how could you leave your mother alone? How will I endure this, my dear daughter? The weight of her sorrow caused her to faint, and Qin Xiaolong quickly supported her and moved her to another room. Returning to Zhou Tong's bedroom, he noticed an empty pesticide bottle on the floor and a piece of paper weighed down by a mobile phone on the bedside table. Upon examining the paper, he discovered it was Zhou Tong's suicide note. The letter revealed that Zhou Tong had fallen for a young man named Lu Xuanqing, and they had been together for nearly 3 months. She had harbored dreams of marriage, only to learn that Lu Xuanqing was already in a relationship. After being violently confronted by his girlfriend, he callously dismissed Zhou Tong, declaring that their relationship was merely a fling and that they would no longer communicate. Devastated by this betrayal, Zhou Tong chose to end her life that very afternoon. In her final words, she cursed Lu Xuanqing, vowing to haunt him as a vengeful spirit. Alas, this girl was so foolish, Qin Xiaolong sighed, reflecting on her tragic fate. Zhou Tong, just a year younger than him, was at the bloom of youth. Yet her unfortunate encounter led her to such a dire conclusion, evoking profound sorrow and regret. But with her life extinguished, further words became meaningless. Moments later, the police and an ambulance arrived at Zhou Tong's home. Given the circumstances of her death, the authorities conducted a brief inquiry before allowing the ambulance to transport her body away. Aunt Wang, the dead cannot return to life. Please accept my condolences, Qin Xiaolong said, offering solace to Wang Lanji, who had regained consciousness. I'm fine. You all may leave. I wish to be alone, she replied, her expression vacant. The loss of her daughter had struck her deeply, pushing her to the brink of despair. Xiaolong, you all go ahead. I will stay with Aunt Wang, Liang Jing suggested. Waving them off, Qin Xiaolong said nothing further, gathering Yang Dezhu and his father to depart. Yet, just as they were about to exit, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. Later that evening, around 11, Qin Xiaolong's mother returned home. Perhaps we could offer Aunt Wang a job, providing her with a salary while also allowing me to support her during this difficult time. She's truly in dire straits, Liang Jing proposed. That's exactly what I was thinking, Qin Xiaolong readily agreed. Wang Lanji's husband had passed away early, leaving her to raise her 2 children alone. She deserved a peaceful life, yet fate had dealt her an unimaginable blow, echoing the old adage. Misfortune often befalls those already burdened with hardship. The following morning, Qin Xiaolong, Having completed his deliveries, joined other villagers at Wang Lanji's home to help arrange Zhou Tong's funeral. He had resolved that once the burial was concluded, he would hire Wang Lanji to work for him. Furthermore, he intended to assist several other villagers facing financial difficulties. As the saying goes, in prosperity, one should aid the world. In adversity, one should cultivate oneself. In the past, his family had struggled immensely, making it impossible for him to help others. However, now that he had the means, he felt compelled to support those in need as a way of accumulating good karma. By 5 in the afternoon, Zhou Tong was finally laid to rest. Xiaolong, thank you for assisting with Tong Tong's burial. I am truly grateful. Wang Lanji expressed her appreciation. Throughout the day, Qin Xiaolong had been tirelessly involved, covering all the funeral expenses, leaving Wang Lanji deeply appreciative. She attempted to kneel in gratitude, but he quickly intervened. Aunt Wang, please rise. You're not to lower yourself before me. Having been raised to respect her elders, Qin Xiaolong would not allow her to kneel, promptly lifting her up. After offering further words of comfort, Qin Xiaolong broached the subject of her employment, providing her with an advance of 10,000 yuan, which left Wang Lanji overwhelmed with gratitude. As he departed her home, he planned to return to his own, only to find Qin Xiaoyu waiting at Wang Lanji's doorstep. Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Qin Xiaolong inquired as he approached her. I just came to check in. Could you please transfer this 500 yuan to Aunt Wang as a token of my sympathy? Qin Xiaoyu handed him the money. Why not deliver it to her yourself? That way, she wouldn't feel indebted to you personally, Qin Xiaolong suggested with a smile. You're just spouting nonsense, Qin Xiaoyu retorted, rolling her eyes. Wang Lanji's late husband, Zhou Kong, had once worked at the village committee but had a falling out with Chun Guangfu over the village chief position, leading to a bitter rivalry that persisted even after Zhou Kong's death nearly 10 years prior. Understanding Qin Xiaoyu's reluctance to face Wang Lanji, Qin Xiaolong refrained from pressing the matter and accepted the money. Xiaolong, I heard that Zhou Tong took her life because her boyfriend dumped her. Is that true? Qin Xiaoyu asked next. Pretty much. She was primarily a victim of scoundrel, Qin Xiaolong replied, candidly summarizing the contents of the suicide note. That Lu Xuanqing is a despicable man. If I were Zhou Tong, I would have made him pay for it, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed indignantly. Then, turning her gaze to Qin Xiaolong, she added, Listen well, if you ever tire of me and abandon me, I swear I will kill you first, and then take my own life. Rest assured, I would never forsake you, Qin Xiaolong replied. His eyes filled with affection as he lightly pinched her cheek. I doubt you have the courage to do so, Qin Xiaoyu teased, well aware of Qin Xiaolong's steadfast nature. Despite his mischievous demeanor, she recognized him as a man of deep responsibility, which was why she had surrendered her heart to him. All right, I must head home for dinner now, she concluded. Qin Xiaoyu had achieved her purpose for this journey and was poised to depart. Wait a moment, Xiaoyu. Your brother. Qin Xiaolong was about to inform Qin Xiaoyu about the money Chun Wenhao had lent him, but the words caught in his throat. After all, he had previously promised Chun Wenhao not to disclose it to his family. What happened to my brother? Qin Xiaoyu halted her steps. Oh, nothing. I just happened to run into him yesterday, and he mentioned wanting to matchmake us. Qin Xiaolong altered his response. Then you should work hard to earn money. If you can't come up with $1 million as a betrothal gift, this lady won't marry you, Qin Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Don't worry. $1 million is nothing to my brother. Just wait for him to carry you off in a grand procession, Qin Xiaolong responded confidently. Not to mention the priceless 7-color violet. With the luminous pearl and the millennium fungus in his possession, he could easily gather several million if he chose to sell them, although he had no intention of doing so for the time being. Stop boasting. Talk to me again once you've saved up $1 million. Qin Xiaoyu laughed and then headed home. Dare to look down on your brother? Just wait and see how I will deal with you later. Qin Xiaolong murmured under his breath, returning home as well. After dinner, Qin Xiaolong and Yang Dezhu went to catch eels again. However, today, in addition to catching eels, they also set out several turtle hooks by the wild pond. The wild pond was quite abundant with turtles. Once they were fortunate enough to catch 4 wild turtles. But most of the time, they only managed 1 or 2. Xiaolong, wait for me a moment. My stomach hurts. I need to relieve myself. Yang Dezhu suddenly stopped on the way home, clutching his belly. You really are a lazy donkey, Qin Xiaolong teased. But he waited by the roadside while Yang Dazhu hurried into the woods. As Yang Dazhu was relieving himself, 3 beams of flashlight light suddenly approached from a distance. Qin Xiaolong possessed remarkable eyesight. Even from 20 to 30 meters away, he recognized 2 of the figures as Li Dahu and Li Eru, while the third person was unfamiliar to him. At a distance of 15 meters from Qin Xiaolong, the 3 turned onto another path. He was well aware that this path led to the Bago graveyard. What on earth are those 2 doing at the graveyard so late at night? Qin Xiaolong pondered, perplexed. Xiaolong, I'm done. Do you have any paper? I need some. Yang Dazhu called from behind a large tree. I don't have any either, Qin Xiaolong replied. Damn, what terrible luck, Yang Dazhu grumbled, and reluctantly, he picked up a few stones to use. Let's go home. Yang Dazhu uprode at Qin Xiaolong. Not so fast. I just saw Li Dahu and his brother take a stranger to the Bago graveyard. We should go see what they are up to. Qin Xiaolong quickly shared his discovery. Going to the graveyard at this hour? Are they out of their minds? Yang Dazhu exclaimed incredulously. They're definitely up to no good. Let's go check it out. Qin Xiaolong urged without delay, and the 2 headed towards the graveyard. The Bago graveyard served as the communal burial ground for Taoyuan village, where nearly all the deceased from the village were laid to rest, resulting in a landscape dotted with graves, eerie even during the day, let alone at night. Upon arriving at the graveyard, Qin Xiaolong did not see any lights. Standing still, he scanned the area and soon discovered 3 dark figures digging at a grave. The grave of Zhou Tong, who had just been buried that very day. These 3 bastards. Enraged by their actions, Qin Xiaolong rushed forward without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the 3 were on the ground. Give me a reasonable explanation for why you are digging up Zhou Tong's grave. If you can't provide a satisfactory answer, I will bury you alive today. Qin Xiaolong demanded fiercely. Don't harm us. He wanted to sell Zhou Tong's ashes for money, and we were just helping him out. Li Dahu, fully aware of Qin Xiaolong's ferocity, immediately threw the stranger under the bus. How can you be so heartless? Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Qin Xiaolong's spine. Just as Zhou Tong had been laid to rest, these individuals were already contemplating profiting from her ashes. Such behavior was utterly inhumane. Why waste words with them? Let's beat them up first, Yang Dazhu suggested, equally furious, as he began to punch and kick Li Dahu. And hello, Xiaolong, are you asleep? As soon as the call connected, Chen Wenhao immediately inquired. Not yet, what's up? Qin Xiaolong replied. Could you lend me another 40,000? I need to gather a total of 100,000. I promise to repay you 110,000 principal and interest in the future, Chen Wenhao quickly asserted. Brother Hao, I'm not a bank. I simply don't have that much money to lend you. Qin Xiaolong feigned helplessness. The first and second times, out of consideration for Chen Xiaoyu, he had lent money to Chen Wenhao. However, just a day had passed, and here he was asking for money again, as if he viewed him as an ATM. Naturally, Qin Xiaolong was reluctant to lend more. After all, who knew if it would be like giving a meat bun to a dog, never to return? Xiaolong, I'm begging you, please lend me another 40,000. My girlfriend's father's condition has suddenly worsened, and he's in critical care. If I can't gather the medical expenses, the hospital will abandon the treatment. Chen Wenhao pleaded desperately. Brother Hao, it's not that I don't want to help you. I genuinely have no money left. Otherwise, I would have lent it to you without hesitation, Qin Xiaolong responded. Although Qin Xiaolong had nearly 200,000 in his bank account, he perceived Chen Wenhao as a bottomless pit. He feared that even if he lent out all of that money, it still wouldn't suffice for Chen Wenhao's expenses. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to refrain from lending any more to avoid any potential fallout over money in the future. Please, Xiaolong, I can't bear to watch my future father-in-law die. By the way, don't you like Xiaoyu? If you help me this time, I promise to ensure Xiaoyu marries you. Chen Wenhao stubbornly insisted, even bringing up Qin Xiaoyu. Brother Hao, the most I can lend you is 10,000. This is the last bit of money I have in the bank. Qin Xiaolong pondered and ultimately decided to lend Chen Wenhao another 10,000. But he made it clear that this was the final time. If Chen Wenhao sought to borrow again without repaying, then he would receive nothing. All right, 10,000 it is. Hurry and transfer it to me. I'll gather the rest from other friends. Chen Wenhao concluded and hung up. After transferring the 10,000, Qin Xiaolong hesitated for a moment before dialing Qin Xiaoyu's video call. Xiaoyu, are you asleep? Not yet. I'm watching a movie. What's up? Qin Xiaoyu replied. Your brother borrowed 70,000 from me, claiming it was for his girlfriend's father's treatment. Do you know anything about this? If it were only a couple of thousand, Qin Xiaolong wouldn't have brought it up, but 70,000 was a considerable sum. Moreover, he felt something was amiss with Chen Wenhao's request, so he deemed it prudent to inform Qin Xiaoyu. I don't know. I had no idea my brother had a girlfriend. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head immediately. Xiaolong, did you really lend him 70,000? Qin Xiaoyu asked again. Of course, if you don't believe me, I can send you the transaction record. No need, I trust you. After replying, Qin Xiaoyu's brow furrowed in confusion. It's strange my brother just asked my dad for 80,000 a few days ago, saying it was to facilitate a job in the government. Why is he borrowing money from you again? Xiaolong, wait a moment. I'll call my brother and ask him what's going on, Qin Xiaoyu said, filled with suspicion, before hanging up. About 5 minutes later, Qin Xiaoyu called back. Xiaolong, my brother's phone is off. I don't know if it's out of battery. I'll call him again tomorrow morning to clarify. If he asks you for money again, please don't lend him any. Understood. At that moment, Qin Xiaolong sensed something was off. He strongly suspected that Chen Wenhao's reason for borrowing money was fabricated, but for what purpose remained unclear to him. The next day, as usual, Qin Xiaolong delivered goods to Longting Restaurant. After finishing, he headed to Beipo Farm. Approaching noon, just as he was about to return home to prepare lunch, he coincidentally encountered Qin Xiaoyu, whose eyes were red and puffy, clearly having just cried. Xiaoyu, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll take care of them. Qin Xiaolong stepped forward immediately. Although he and Qin Xiaoyu hadn't yet crossed the final threshold, he had long considered her his own. No one else had the right to mistreat her. No one bullied me. I just have some sand in my eyes. Qin Xiaoyu forced a smile. Do you think I would believe such a flimsy excuse? Tell me the truth. Who is it that has wronged you? Qin Xiaolong continued to press. Really, no one has bullied me. I came to find you today for something very important. Let's go to town and book a room. I want to give myself to you, Qin Xiaoyu said, managing a strained smile. What? Qin Xiaolong was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Qin Xiaoyu would suddenly express such intentions. He was completely unprepared. Xiaoyu, you're not joking with me, are you? Qin Xiaolong quickly asked, regaining his composure. I'm not joking. I've made up my mind to give you my most precious possession. Let's go. Don't waste any more time, Qin Xiaoyu insisted, reaching for Qin Xiaolong's hand. Wait, Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaolong stopped her, his expression turning serious. Tell me the truth. What's going on? If you don't clarify, I absolutely won't accept you. Although Qin Xiaolong had long been trying to tempt Qin Xiaoyu to cross that line, now that she was willingly offering herself, he found himself reluctant to proceed. He understood that Qin Xiaoyu was a principled girl. If certain circumstances had not arisen, she would never violate the rule she had set for herself. Xiaolong, just don't ask. This afternoon, I belong to you alone. I'll fulfill all your desires. Qin Xiaoyu still did not provide the answer Qin Xiaolong sought. Fine, if you won't tell me, I'll ask your father. To Qin Xiaolong. This matter undoubtedly related to Chen Guangfu, and he turned to confront him directly. Xiaolong, don't go. Let me tell you. Qin Xiaoyu grabbed his arm and, after a moment's hesitation, finally confessed, I plan to marry Qin Xiaowei, but my first time will only be for you. What? You want to marry that loser? Is your father forcing you? Qin Xiaolong's anger flared instantly. This isn't my father's fault. It's all my brother's doing. He embezzled 130,000 in public funds for gambling and lost it all. To recover his losses, he borrowed from relatives and friends, but ultimately lost everything again. Today, their company audited the accounts and soon discovered my brother's embezzlement. The manager warned that if my brother doesn't repay the full amount by noon tomorrow, he will be imprisoned. But that's over $1 million. My father scrambled and tried every means possible, but only managed to gather 52,000, leaving a gap of 78,000. In desperation, my father turned to Chindapeo. Chindapeo said that if I agreed to marry his son, he'd give us 20,000 as a bride price, and the remaining 58,000 would be considered a loan to my father. To save my brother, my father begged me on his knees, and I felt I had no choice but to agree. But I love you, and my first time will only be for you." As she spoke, Qin Xiaolong could no longer hold back her tears, which fell like pearls rolling off a broken string. Seeing her in such distress, Qin Xiaolong felt a pang of heartache. "Xiaoyu, don't cry. If the sky falls, I will support you. I will repay your brother's debt." Qin Xiaolong quickly reassured her. He had suspected he had been deceived by Chen Wenhao the previous night, but he never expected that the money was for gambling. Even more shocking was the realization that Chen Guangfu would push his own daughter into the fire to save his son. What a biased father. "Xiaolong, you really shouldn't involve yourself. The amount we need is just too much for you to gather." Qin Xiaoyu wept. "Who told you I can't gather the money? It's just 1,300,000. I will cover it." Qin Xiaolong declared resolutely. He was no saint. If it were someone else's predicament, he would certainly remain indifferent. However, Chen Xiaoyu was his beloved, and he could not stand by idly. "Xiaolong, do you truly have a way to gather 1,300,000? Chen Xiaoyu wiped her tears, still unable to believe in Qin Xiaolong's assurance. "Wait for my news at home. I will go to the city to withdraw the money and deliver it to you shortly," he said before hurrying back home. He retrieved the luminous pearl hidden in his wardrobe. Originally, he intended to keep the pearl for himself, but now he had no choice but to sell it to help Chen Xiaoyu's brother repay his debts. Uncertain of the pearl's value, he also took along the Millennium Sai, then drove into the city. After more than 2 hours, Qin Xiaolong arrived at the antique street, a place filled with shops selling various antiques and artworks. He had visited twice before, merely browsing. Before long, he reached Wanbao Building, the largest antique shop in Lin City, renowned for its fair pricing and excellent reputation, living up to the adage of honesty in trade. As it was mealtime, there were few customers apart from the staff. "Handsome, what would you like to buy?" A rather attractive female shop assistant approached Qin Xiaolong eagerly. "I am not here to buy. I wish to sell," he replied, producing the luminous pearl. "Ah, luminous pearl." The shop assistant's eyes lit up. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch our appraiser." Just as she turned to head to the back, an elderly man with graying hair emerged, accompanied by a notably handsome young man, engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Su Lao, you came out at the perfect time. This gentleman wishes to sell a luminous pearl," the shop assistant announced. Hearing the words luminous pearl, Su Yunzhao's interest was piqued. "Young man, I am Su Yunzhao, the chief appraiser of Wanbao Building. Might you allow me to examine that luminous pearl?" he inquired politely. "Of course," Qin Xiaolong replied without hesitation, handing over the pearl. As Su Yunzhao admired the exquisite pearl, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It is truly beautiful. I have not seen such a splendid luminous pearl in a long time." Chapter 60. A fixed price of 3 million. The luminous pearl Qin Xiaolong presented was perfectly round, translucent, and even in daylight, it shimmered with vibrant colors, captivating everyone, including a young man who had just spoken to Su Yunzhao. "Su Lao, may I have a look at the luminous pearl?" Lu Zihong proposed. "Be careful not to drop it," Su Yunzhao cautioned as he gingerly passed the pearl to Lu Zihong. After inspecting it closely and holding it up to the sunlight, Lu Zihong remarked, "Impressive. It's a fine piece. May I ask how much you intend to sell it for?" "Name your price. If it is reasonable, I shall sell it. If not, I will keep it as a family heirloom." Qin Xiaolong responded calmly, feigning depth of knowledge. In truth, he had no idea what the pearl was worth, thus passing the initiative to Lu Zihong to secure a better deal. This luminous pearl surpasses others of its kind, with nearly no flaws. The only drawback is its size. "I'll offer 1,200,000. How's that sound?" Lu Zihong proposed after some consideration. "Do you take me for a fool? If you're so sincere, I'll explore other options," Qin Xiaolong retorted, sensing that the offer was far too low. 1,200,000 was indeed a substantial sum, yet he believed the pearl deserved more, and he turned to leave decisively. Seeing this, Lu Zihong quickly blocked his path. "Brother, please don't rush off. We can negotiate the price. How much do you want?" he implored with a smile. "At a zero," Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. "What are you thinking? This isn't the top-tier pearl from Empress Dowager Cixi crown. How could it fetch 1,200,000? Lu Zihong chuckled wryly. "If you can't afford it, then that's that. I never claimed I would sell it to you," Qin Xiaolong replied dismissively. "This isn't about affordability. It's about the pearl's true value. However, I can increase my offer. How about 1,500,000? Lu Zihong countered, adding 30,000 to his previous bid. Not for sale, Qin Xiaolong flatly rejected. Lu Xiao, let me interject. Although this luminous pearl may not compare to the one from Empress Dowager Cixi's crown, it is still a premium piece. Based on current market prices, it should be worth at least 2,500,000. If you don't want it, we at Wanbao Building will certainly take it. Su Jundao in Dazet. Su Lao, don't compete with me. I want that luminous pearl, Lu Zihong insisted. Initially believing Qin Xiaolong's simple appearance indicated a lack of experience in the market, thinking he could easily dismiss him. However, he quickly realized Qin Xiaolong was more astute than he had anticipated. With Su Yunzhao's intervention, he knew he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Brother, you heard Su Lao. I'll offer 2,600,000. Please sell me the luminous pearl. It would make a perfect birthday gift for my girlfriend. Lu Zihong continued. A fixed price of 3 million. Not a dime less, Qin Xiaolong firmly stated. Very well, 3 million it is. I, Lu Zihong, can't afford that extra 100,000. Lu Zihong agreed readily after a glance at Su Yunzhao, who nodded in affirmation. Qin Xiaolong noticed their subtle exchange, feeling a twinge of concern that he might have undersold himself. However, he had initially expected to receive only 1 million, and now with the price tripling, he felt quite satisfied. Following this, Lu Zihong requested Qin Xiaolong's bank account details and promptly transferred the 3 million. As the funds arrived, Qin Xiaolong maintained a facade of calm while his heart soared with joy. His kind act of rescuing a weasel had unexpectedly rewarded him handsomely, fulfilling the age-old adage that good deeds yield good returns. Brother, what's in that bucket? Lu Zihong inquired, noticing the bucket Qin Xiaolong held. Nothing much. Just some local specialties, Qin Xiaolong replied, well aware of the wisdom in not revealing too much. He had no desire to attract undue attention. Young Master Lu, I must take my leave. May we meet again by chance, he said, bidding farewell to Lu Zihong before departing. Once outside the antique market, Qin Xiaolong made a trip to the bank. Lacking an appointment, he had to plead extensively before they reluctantly agreed to allow him to withdraw 1,300,000 in cash. By 3:30 in the afternoon, he finally returned to Taoyuan Village, heading straight to Qin Xiaoyu's home. At that moment, the Qin family was gathered together, but each member wore a grave expression, with Qin Wenhao being punished by kneeling on the ground. Apart from the Qin family, 2 other individuals were present, Qin Depeo and his son, Guangfu. I have brought you the wedding dowry of 200,000. I will transfer the remaining 580,000 to your account after tonight's consummation between Xiaoyu and Xiaowei. Qin Depeo sat confidently in a chair, legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, while 20,000 in cash was neatly arranged on the coffee table before him. Qin Guangfu had only one daughter, Qin Xiaoyu, whom he cherished dearly. He understood her character well, but in order to save his son, he was left with no choice but to sacrifice his daughter's happiness. Xiaoyu, I am sorry. I owe you an apology, he lamented, preparing to kneel before her. Dad, please don't do that. I don't blame you, Qin Xiaoyu said tearfully, hastily helping her father to his feet. Uncle Guangfu, rest assured, I will take good care of Xiaoyu. I will never let her suffer even the slightest grievance. Qin Xiaoyi interjected eagerly. Qin Xiaoyu was even more beautiful than Qin Xianxue, truly the belle of the village, and he had long desired her. However, out of respect for Guangfu's status as village chief, he had refrained from any overt advances. Thus, when Guangfu sought a loan from their family, he seized the opportunity to propose that Xiaoyu marry him. To prevent any complications, he hurriedly brought his father and the dowry to Xiaoyu's home. He planned to claim Xiaoyu this very night, knowing that once they consummated their union, it would be too late for her to change her mind. Just then, Qin Xiaolong, who had been eavesdropping from behind the curtain, stepped inside. Upon seeing him, Qin Xiaoyi's expression darkened. As the son of the wealthiest man in Taoyuan Village, Qin Xiaoyi had always been domineering, bullying anyone he pleased. However, Qin Xiaolong was an exception. Fearful of Qin's fighting prowess, Qin Xiaoyi typically avoided provoking him. Yet soon, a smug grin returned to his face. Xiaolong, you arrived just in time. I am about to marry Xiaoyu tonight. Don't forget to attend our wedding, he said triumphantly. Previously, he could only fantasize about Xiaoyu, but now he could claim her openly, while his rival could only watch him enjoy the spoils. Attend your wedding? I'd sooner attend your funeral, Qin Xiaolong retorted coldly. Xiaolong, today is my son's big day. I do not wish to lose my temper, so do not provoke me. Chen Depeo warned with a sinister glare. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think I'm intimidated? Qin Xiaolong shot back defiantly, then beckoned to Chen Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, come here to your husband. Realizing that Qin Xiaolong had gone to fetch money, she noticed the black plastic bag in his hand, deducing it was filled with cash. She quickly moved to his side. Xiaolong, are you? Don't worry, I told you I'll handle everything. He interrupted her, casually pulling up a chair. Massage my shoulders, I'm exhausted from driving all day. Seeing his fiancée massaging Qin Xiaolong, Chen Xiaoyi's eyes nearly blazed with fury. Xiaoyu, you give me. Xiaoyi, calm down. The shrewd Chen Depeo remained composed, directing his gaze at Chen Guangfu. Guangfu, what does your daughter mean by this? Are we blind? He understood that he was holding Chen Guangfu's weakness. There was no need to directly confront Qin Xiaolong, as Guangfu would surely take action to resolve the situation. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Come back here. Chen Guangfu barked, his face darkening. He had not anticipated Qin Xiaolong's sudden intrusion, especially not to take advantage of his daughter in his presence. If not for Chen Depeo's presence, he would have exploded with rage. Village chief, I understand your desperation to save your son, but is it not a bit excessive to sacrifice your daughter's entire life for him? Qin Xiaolong asked with a smirk. How I handle my affairs is none of your business. Get out now, or I won't be polite. Chen Guangfu snapped. While it pained him to marry off his daughter to Chen Xiaoyi, he felt he had no other choice. Otherwise, his son's future would likely be spent behind bars. Xiaolong, Guangfu told you to leave, did you hear? Chen Xiaoyi added angrily. That should be what I say to you. Get as far away as you can, and do not interfere with my relationship with my future father-in-law. Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Your future father-in-law? Have you lost your mind? Chen Xiaoyi scoffed. Tonight, I will be sleeping with Chen Xiaoyu, and you mutt, will never lay a finger on her. Chen Xiaoyi sneered maliciously. With that, Qin Xiaolong swiftly slapped Chen Xiaoyi. Listen well, Xiaoyu is mine. If you dare to covet her, I will destroy you. The intensity in Qin Xiaolong's eyes was chilling. Infuriated by the public humiliation, Chen Xiaoyi roared, You dare strike me? I'll kill you. Xiaoyi, remain calm. Chen Depeo interjected once more, casting a cold glare at Chen Guangfu. Guangfu, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, the marriage between our families will be called off. No. Chen Guangfu, who hoped to borrow money from Chen Depeo to save his son, could not afford to provoke him. Qin Xiaolong, I will say this one last time. Leave now. Xiaoyu, come back. From now on, you're not to see Qin Xiaolong again, or I will disown you. Chen Guangfu shouted angrily. Xiaoyu, if your father disowns you, I will take you in as my goddaughter. Qin Xiaolong joked mischievously. Get lost. I'd rather have you as my godmother. Chen Xiaoyu shot him a glare before turning to her father. Dad, why are you so angry? Why don't you ask Xiaolong why he came here? What else could he do but cause trouble? Chen Guangfu replied darkly. Village chief, you truly do not recognize a good heart when you see one. I came specifically to save my brother-in-law. Open the bag and see, Qin Xiaolong said, seizing the moment. He tossed the black plastic bag toward Chen Guangfu. Uncertain of Qin Xiaolong's intentions, Chen Guangfu opened the bag, and his eyes widened in shock. My heavens, Xiaolong, where did you get so much money? Zhao Yongmei exclaimed beside him. It's just over $1 million, a mere drop in the bucket. Qin Xiaolong responded nonchalantly. Chen Depeo and his son were equally astonished and bewildered. In their minds, Qin Xiaolong had always been poor, though his circumstances had recently improved. They could hardly believe he could produce such a sum all at once. Xiaolong, did you steal this money? Chen Xiaoyi shouted. It's not stolen. I robbed a bank. Hurry. Go call the police and arrest me. Qin Xiaolong replied mockingly. Xiaolong, why waste your breath on him? Chen Xiaoyu interjected after enduring for quite some time. Chen Xiaoyi, quickly take your money and leave. I would never marry a scoundrel like you. Previously coerced by Chen Xiaoyi, Chen Xiaoyu could only suppress her disdain. But now she no longer felt the need to hide her aversion. Did you hear what Xiaoyu said? You two should leave at once, lest I have to treat you to meat buns, Qin Xiaolong declared, deliberately shaking his fist in a threatening manner. Guangfu, make your stance clear. If you don't wish to be my in-law, I will leave right now. Chen Depeo, suppressing his fury, glared at Chen Guangfu. Take your money and go. I will not proceed with this engagement. Chen Guangfu pondered for a moment. He had initially agreed to marry off his daughter to Chen Xiaoyi only to borrow money from Chen Depeo, but now that Qin Xiaolong had presented sufficient funds, he certainly had no desire to push his daughter into a perilous situation. After all, Chen Xiaoyi was notorious for being a good-for-nothing, and Chen Guangfu harbored no fondness for him either. Very well, I, Chen Depeo, will remember this. I hope you never find yourself needing my help again. So, let us go, Chen Depeo declared, preparing to leave. I won't leave. I want to marry Qin Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyi had harbored feelings for Chen Xiaoyu for several years, and he was unwilling to relinquish his chance. What does a Chen Xiaoyu matter? Your father will find you someone even more beautiful, Chen Depeo retorted. No, I want Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyi insisted resolutely. Slap. Chen Depeo suddenly struck Chen Xiaoyi across the face. No more nonsense. Come with me. After this, Chen Depeo cast a cold, penetrating gaze at Qin Xiaolong for a few seconds, resembling a venomous scorpion. Yet, he said nothing more and soon left in a huff. Qin Xiaolong, the vendetta over my wife is irreconcilable. This matter is far from over. Chen Xiaoyi spat venomously before hastily following his father to avoid further beating. Fool! Qin Xiaolong scoffed, dismissing Chen Xiaoyi entirely. Village chief, is this amount sufficient to settle Hao Ji's debts? Qin Xiaolong turned his gaze to Chen Guangfu. Are you certain this money is solely for repaying Wen Hao? Chen Guangfu couldn't help but ask, despite Qin Xiaolong's clear statement. Of course, what else would I do with it? Qin Xiaolong replied with a slight smile. Thank you. When I have money in the future, I will certainly repay you. This sum was like a timely rain for Chen Guangfu, and he couldn't help but express his gratitude to Qin Xiaolong. It matters not whether you repay me or not. I recall we had a wager. As long as I present 1 million as a betrothal gift, the village chief would agree to let Xiaoyu marry me. Correct? I wonder if the village chief still stands by his word? Qin Xiaolong said with a playful smile. Indeed, I will no longer obstruct your courtship with Xiaoyu. Chen Guangfu replied readily. He had previously opposed Chen Xiaoyu's relationship with Qin Xiaolong due to his perception of Qin Xiaolong's poverty, believing that his daughter would suffer. However, now that Qin Xiaolong had truly produced 1 million, he would no longer be a hindrance to their union, as he wished for his daughter's happiness. Hee, village chief. Weren't you once scolding me as a toad unworthy of Xiaoyu, the beautiful swan? Surely, you no longer look down upon me now? Qin Xiaolong said with a triumphant grin. I was blind to your potential, and I apologize. I am sorry, Chen Guangfu admitted, lowering his stance. As Qin Xiaolong had undergone significant change. Adding to that, he needed the over 1 million to assist his son with debts, to recognize one's mistakes and amend them. The village chief is indeed commendable, Qin Xiaolong praised, then deliberately cleared his throat. Ahem, I've been here for quite a while. Yet no one has offered me a drink. I am parched. It's my fault. I shall pour you some tea, Zhao Yomei replied, preparing to serve. Entmei, you sit there and rest. I prefer the tea poured by the village chief, Qin Xiaolong said with a smirk. Seeing Qin Xiaolong take advantage of the situation, Chen Guangfu felt a flicker of anger. Nonetheless, he restrained himself and personally poured Qin Xiaolong a cup of tea. Here, drink. Qin Xiaolong accepted the cup without hesitation and drained it in one go. Haha, the village chief's tea is indeed delightful. Previously, Chen Guangfu had treated him with indifference. However, today he apologized and served him tea, making Qin Xiaolong feel a sense of vindication that surpassed even the most exquisite beverage. Well, I've delivered the money, enjoyed the tea, and I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave. Qin Xiaolong could have directly transferred the funds to Chen Guangfu, but chose to withdraw cash to put on a show at the Qin household. Now that he had completed his act, he felt free to leave in style. Xiaolong, please stay for dinner before you go, Zhao Yomei urged. Another time, Qin Xiaolong declined her kind offer and turned to Qin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, walk me out. All right, Qin Xiaoyu promptly agreed. This time, Chen Guangfu made no further attempts to stop her. Dad, may I also accompany Xiaolong? Chen Wenhao, who had been kneeling, couldn't help but speak up. Stay there and keep kneeling, you good for nothing. I could just as well end your life. Chen Guangfu scolded fiercely. Chen Wenhao was one of the few college students in Taoyuan village, a source of pride for Chen Guangfu, who had high hopes for him. Yet, to his dismay, he had embezzled public funds to gamble, accruing a mountain of debt. When Chen Guangfu learned of this yesterday, he nearly fell ill from rage. Seeing his father's wrath, Chen Wenhao dared not speak further and resumed his kneeling position obediently. Outside the Chen residence, so, Xiaoyu, ISN to your husband quite capable? Qin Xiaolong asked with a smug expression. He certainly is. He has the audacity to have my father serve him tea, which is quite impressive, Chen Xiaoyu teased, playfully pinching the flesh at his waist. Ouch, that hurts. Are you trying to murder your husband? Qin Xiaolong grimaced in pain. Tell me, will you dare to disrespect my father again? Qin Xiaoyu continued her inquiry. I merely acted out of frustration, rest assured. I will show ample respect to my father-in-law from now on. Qin Xiaolong quickly acquiesced. Now that's more like it. Chen Xiaoyu released him with satisfaction. Xiaoyu, I exerted considerable effort to gather money for your brother. Don't you think I deserve some reward? Qin Xiaolong said, rubbing his waist as he began to boast. What kind of reward do you desire? Qin Xiaoyu queried in return. Naturally, I desire you. Qin Xiaolong replied with a mischievous grin. Don't even think about it. I won't give you anything before marriage. Qin Xiaoyu firmly rejected. But you said this morning that you would. How did you change your mind so quickly? You can't go back on your word. Qin Xiaolong complained, his expression darkening. This is a matter of timing. Who told you to refuse me before? Now that you want it, it's too late, Chen Xiaoyu replied with a smile. You women really don't keep your word. I'm upset now. Qin Xiaolong pouted, feigning anger. All right, stop pretending. I know all your tricks. I will be waiting for you at 10 tonight in the small woods ahead. I'll give you your reward, Chen Xiaoyu said, planting a sweet kiss on Qin Xiaolong before blushingly returning home. Chapter 63. The Farewell of the Rooster Hee. It seems my efforts have not been in vain. Hearing Chen Xiaoyu's words, Qin Xiaolong's heart brimmed with joy. The common folk are truly delighted today. As Qin Xiaolong hummed a little tune and ambled home with a leisurely gait, he found the house empty due to his parents' visit to Dompa Farm. After washing a few apples and preparing to assist, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to retrieve his turtle hooks. Hastily, he grabbed a bucket and made his way to the wild pond at the western edge of the village. 1, 2, 3, he checked over a dozen hooks, all disappointingly barren. However, the missing bait indicated that turtles had indeed taken the bait, only to escape due to his delayed arrival. With no choice but to continue, he pulled up the 30th hook when suddenly he spotted movement in the water plants ahead. A turtle, caught by the hook in its mouth, was frantically trying to escape, yet remained anchored in place. Finally, he had caught something. With renewed excitement, Qin Xiaolong yanked the turtle towards him. It was an old turtle, around 6 or 7 years, weighing nearly 7 pounds. What a catch, he exclaimed to himself, realizing that wild turtles of this age could fetch a minimum of 500 yuan per pound, meaning this one could sell for 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. He tossed the turtle into the bucket and continued to retrieve the remaining hooks. Each one was empty until he reached the last. Initially skeptical, he approached the hook only to see ripples forming on the water surface. Realizing another catch was at hand, he quickly reeled it in. Before him emerged a turtle unlike the common gray ones. This one gleamed a brilliant gold, glistening as if coated in gold leaf. A golden turtle, Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, astonished. The golden turtle was a rare breed, akin to royalty among turtles, far more valuable than ordinary ones. Once pulled ashore, it began to thrash violently. It was as trapped as a monkey caught in the palm of Buddha. Brother turtle, cease your struggles and accept your fate, Qin Xiaolong said joyfully, tossing the golden turtle into the bucket where it finally calmed down. With 60 hooks yielding 2 turtles, including 1 golden specimen, this venture had proven immensely profitable. Initially worried about returning empty-handed, his haul exceeded all expectations. Just 1 golden turtle could finance the construction of a house in their rural community. Eager to share this good fortune with Yang Dezhu, Qin Xiaolong dialed him via video call. Hey, Deju, do you know how many turtles we caught from the hooks yesterday? He asked excitedly. 5 or 6. Yang Deju guessed, recalling their childhood escapades of turtle catching, with a maximum of 4 in one outing. No, just 2, Qin Xiaolong replied. Oh, only 2. I thought we might have broken our record, Yang Deju said, rolling his eyes. But one weighs 7 pounds, and the other nearly 5. Plus the golden turtle. Qin Xiaolong pointed the camera at the bucket. Indeed, it truly is a golden turtle. We're going to strike it rich, Yang Deju exclaimed, his initial indifference replaced by excitement upon seeing the rare creature. The last golden turtle spotted in Taoyuan village had been 3 years prior. A mere 2-pound specimen sold for a whopping 100,000 yuan. This one, weighing close to 5 pounds, could easily fetch 2 to 300,000. Where are you now? Have you returned? Qin Xiaolong inquired. Still on the road, about an hour away, Yang Deju replied. All right then, drive safely. I'll head home and prepare the big turtle for dinner. Tonight, bring your parents over for a feast. Qin Xiaolong said gleefully. Isn't it a waste to cook such a valuable turtle? You could sell it for a few thousand, Yang Deju remarked. What a waste. We've caught a golden turtle. We must celebrate. Qin Xiaolong decisively concluded. Fine, I agree, Yang Deju relented. Once home, Qin Xiaolong swiftly dispatched the large turtle, which, after gutting, still weighed around 5 pounds. He then slaughtered a hen and prepared a grand feast. By the time his parents returned from the farm, the traditional dish was ready. In the past, seeing such a valuable turtle being cooked would have pained Liang Jing, but now, with their son capable of earning substantial money, indulging in a good meal seemed appropriate, especially with a golden turtle in the mix. Xiaolong, did you call your grandfather to join us? Liang Jing asked. I tried, but there was no answer. I'll go fetch him, Qin Xiaolong replied, not overly concerned as his grandfather often left his phone behind. All right, you go ahead. I'll stir-fry some greens, Liang Jing said, entering the kitchen as Qin Xiaolong proceeded to his grandfather's house. The door was unlocked, indicating he was likely home. Grandpa? Qin Xiaolong called out, but received no response. Entering the house, he found the television still on, but empty. A quick check of the kitchen yielded no results either. Where could he be? Qin Xiaolong wondered, his curiosity piqued. Just then, he noticed the door to the backyard was ajar, leading to the cow shed. He walked over, hoping to find his grandfather feeding the cows. The moment he stepped into the yard, his expression shifted dramatically. His grandfather lay on the ground, unconscious. Chapter 64. I have killed before. Quickly, Qin Xiaolong assessed his grandfather and discovered he was merely in a temporary stupor, not in mortal danger. He carried him back inside and pinched his philtrum, soon rousing him. Xiaolong, what are you doing here? Qin Jinkai asked, bewildered. I came to invite you for dinner, but found you collapsed in a cow shed, so I brought you inside, Qin Xiaolong explained. Oh, I remember now. I was feeding the cow when it suddenly kicked me and knocked me out, Qin Jinkai recalled, coming to his senses. That beast dare to kick you? I'll make it into beef. Qin Xiaolong exclaimed angrily. No, it's pregnant. It would be a shame to slaughter it now. Qin Jinkai protested. Having raised the cow with hopes of selling its calf, then let it live a little longer. If it misbehaves again, I will certainly have it for dinner, Qin Xiaolong declared, no longer concerned about the cow's worth. However, out of respect for his grandfather, he wouldn't act without his approval. Grandpa, perhaps you should move in with us. What if something happens again? After a brief silence, he reiterated his request for his grandfather to reside with them. After all, his grandfather was quite advanced in age, and living alone in the old house was rather disconcerting. For instance, today, fortune favored them, as no vital harm was incurred. Otherwise, he might have had to treat the entire village to a feast. Perhaps it was best to simply live alone in peace. Qin Jinkai waved his hand, once more declining Qin Xiaolong's suggestion. You would have a room to yourself if you stayed with us. We promise not to disturb you. Qin Xiaolong earnestly urged. Please, do not persuade me. I truly do not wish to move, Qin Jinkai reiterated, dismissing his grandson's pleas. No, you must come live in my home. If you refuse, I shall demolish this old house. Faced with his grandfather's stubbornness, Qin Xiaolong's demeanor grew resolute. Qin Jinkai understood that his grandson meant well, and a look of struggle emerged on his face. After a moment, he composed himself and gravely said, Xiaolong, Go close the front door. I need to share a secret with you. What secret? Qin Xiaolong asked, filled with curiosity. Just close the door first, and I shall tell you, Qin Jinkai replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong swiftly went outside to shut the door. Qin Jinkai glanced out the window once more, ensuring that no one else was present before lowering his voice. Do you know why I've always insisted on living in this old house? Weren't you the one who said you preferred solitude? Qin Xiaolong paused, then replied. Liking solitude is but one reason. There is another, far more significant reason. I have taken a life. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Jinkai finally revealed the deeply buried secret. The revelation struck like a thunderclap, stirring a tempest within Qin Xiaolong's heart. Grandfather, you're not jesting, are you? He asked, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions. In his mind, his grandfather was simply a humble farmer, rarely ever raising his voice. He could hardly fathom that he had taken a life. Come, help me move this bed aside. Qin Jinkai instructed, providing no further explanation as he directed Qin Xiaolong to shift his sleeping quarters. Once the bed was moved, Qin Jinkai began prying up the bricks from the floor and sweeping aside the dirt. It was then that Qin Xiaolong noticed a wooden plank hidden beneath the earth. Transcending en underground passage. Grandfather, what lies beneath? Qin Xiaolong gazed into the darkened depths with a surge of curiosity. You will see shortly, Qin Jinkai replied nonchalantly. After standing at the entrance for nearly 10 minutes, he finally took a flashlight and led Qin Xiaolong into the underground passage. The passage twisted downward, and Qin Xiaolong estimated they descended approximately 20 to 30 meters before arriving at the bottom. What lay before him left him utterly astonished. There in the dim light was a subterranean palace spanning over 100 square meters, its floor laid with black stone slabs. Surrounding the palace were 12 dragon-carved pillars, each crowned with a grotesque, fearsome statue. At the very center of the palace stood a raised platform resembling an altar, atop which rested a blood-red box. Not far from them lay 3 corpses. Perhaps due to the passage of time, they had all desiccated into mummies, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. Qin Jinkai appeared entirely composed as he approached the nearest corpse. Xiaolong, do you know who this is? He pointed at the dried figure. How would I know? Qin Xiaolong chuckled in disbelief. This is Chun Yonggue, Xiaoyu's grandfather. Qin Jinkai continued. Huh? So Xiaoyu's grandfather perished here. Qin Xiaolong exclaimed in shock. Chun Yonggue had mysteriously vanished over a decade ago, leaving no trace. Who could have imagined he had met his end in this very place? Qin Jinkai then walked to the next corpse and pointed at it. 15 years ago, Chun Yonggue brought this man in black to me, claiming that his ancestors had buried a treasure in our old house, and if we found it, he would share it with me. Blinded by greed, I agreed, and within half a day, we discovered this underground palace. Just as we descended, the man in black suddenly struck, killing Chun Yonggue with one swift blow. Just as I was about to meet the same fate, a man in white burst in, and they engaged in a fierce struggle. The man in white initially had the upper hand, but the black-clad man wielded a poison blade. As the poison took effect, the white-clad man's situation grew perilous. Yet, he managed to overpower the black man, allowing me to stab him to death. Later, the man in white succumbed to the poison as well, but before he died, he warned me never to disclose this incident or disturb anything on the altar, lest it bring ruin upon my family. Since then, I sealed this passage and never spoke of it again. After all, I killed the man in black. And Chun Yonggue died here. If his family were to learn of this, no words could absolve me. After hearing his grandfather's account, Qin Xiaolong's heart swelled with tumultuous emotions, leaving him in a state of unrest. Grandfather, have you never even confided in my father about this? Qin Xiaolong inquired. Let alone your father. I have not uttered a word, even to your grandmother. I am not one to court trouble. I feared that if anyone learned of this, it would spell disaster for our family. Had you not insisted that I move in with you today, I might have taken this secret to my grave, Qin Jinkai replied. While residing in the old house provided tranquility, the primary reason was that as long as he remained there, no one could uncover this secret, thus ensuring the safety of their family. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong finally grasped his grandfather's intentions. Grandfather, with 3 corpses beneath your bed, Do you not fear sleeping at night? Qin Xiaolong teased. Initially, I was quite frightened, but I gradually became accustomed to it, Qin Jinkai replied. Well, you certainly possess a strong constitution, Qin Xiaolong laughed. By the way, do you know what lies within the box on the altar? He shifted the conversation. I do not know. That day, after I killed a man, I was nearly terrified to death. I sealed the passage and have not ventured down there since, Qin Jinkai confessed. He had once speculated whether the red box contained treasure, but later reconsidered. As a farmer, even if he were to gain wealth, he might not live long enough to enjoy it, so he never pursued the box further. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong walked directly towards the altar. Xiaolong, what are you doing? Qin Jinkai exclaimed. I wish to see what is inside, Qin Xiaolong replied. Why concern yourself with what lies within? It is best we leave it undisturbed, Qin Jinkai urged. It is all right. I merely wish to take a glance, Qin Xiaolong insisted, disregarding his grandfather's warnings. He quickly approached the box atop the altar. The box was entirely blood red, as if soaked in blood, exuding a deeply unsettling aura. Fortunately, it was not locked. After a brief hesitation, Qin Xiaolong reached out to open it. In an instant, a chilling wave emanated from within the box, causing even Qin Xiaolong to shiver involuntarily, though the sensation dissipated almost as quickly as it had come. As Qin Xiaolong peered into the box, he was taken aback to discover that it contained no treasures of gold or silver, but merely a tattered piece of cloth and a pitch-black bead. He first picked up the ebony orb, which possessed an utterly pure shade of black, resembling an abyss that seemed capable of devouring all light. Strangely, as he gazed at the dark bead, he felt an unsettling chill in his heart, akin to being watched by a bloodthirsty beast poised to consume him. What on earth is this? Qin Xiaolong scrutinized the bead several times, yet remained unable to ascertain its true nature. Next, he lifted the tattered cloth, only to discover that the reverse side bore numerous peculiar lines. It was apparent that this was part of a map, though it had been torn by someone, leaving only a quarter of it intact. The material of this fragment was unknown, and despite Qin Xiaolong exerting all his strength, it remained unscathed. After a moment's contemplation, he approached his grandfather with the remnants of the map and the black bead in hand. Grandfather, look at what I found in this box. What do you think it is? Qin Jinkai was equally taken aback at the sight of the items in Qin Xiaolong's hands. He had anticipated priceless treasures, but instead, there lay two worthless objects, an outcome he had been preoccupied with for over a year. I cannot discern what this is either, he replied, but it is clear that being hidden in this underground palace, it is no ordinary item. Even if it is a treasure, it would be of no use to us. You should return it, Qin Jinkai advised. Had it been gold or silver, he would have certainly allowed Qin Xiaolong to take it. But since they were oblivious to the nature of these items, it was wiser to avoid potential troubles. I won't return it. I want to keep it and study it thoroughly once I get home, Qin Xiaolong insisted, intrigued by the objects. He planned to keep them a secret, ensuring no one else would ever know. Qin Jinkai made one last attempt to persuade him, but seeing that Qin Xiaolong was resolute, he relented. The grandfather and grandson soon left the underground palace and returned to the surface. Xiaolong, remember, do not speak of today's events to anyone, and keep the black bead and the tattered cloth to yourself, Qin Jinkai cautioned gravely. He vividly recalled the words of the man in white before his death and wished to avoid any calamity befalling the Qin family due to these external possessions. Don't worry. I'm not foolish, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Who is it? Qin Xiaolong called out. It's your father. Qin Fuguei replied quickly. Upon realizing it was his father, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly covered the underground passage and repositioned the bed before opening the door. Xiaolong, what is going on? Didn't I tell you to call your grandfather for dinner? Why are you taking so long? I couldn't reach you on your phone, Qin Fuguei scolded. I was just helping my grandfather feed the cattle. I was about to head back. Qin Xiaolong offered a casual excuse. He understood that being underground had likely resulted in a lack of signal, which is why his father couldn't reach him. Stop dawdling and hurry back for dinner. The food will get cold, Qin Fuguei urged, showing no signs of doubt in his son's words. He promptly gathered the grandfather and grandson to return home. Upon arriving home, Qin Xiaolong discovered that Yang Dazhu and his family had already arrived. Fortunately, the turtle was large enough Qin Xiaolong had prepared a big pot of stew, complemented by 2 stir-fried vegetables and a cucumber salad made by his mother, ensuring there was plenty to eat. After dinner, as they bid farewell to Yang Daju's family, Qin Xiaolong hurried into his room to examine the black bead he had retrieved from the underground palace. He quickly realized that staring at the bead for more than 3 minutes induced a severe sense of dizziness. Moreover, its material was unknown and exceedingly hard. Even after striking it with a hammer several times, it remained unblemished. Regrettably, after more than 2 hours of study, Qin Xiaolong still could not discern the bead's purpose. As for the fragment of the map, it seemed related to some hidden treasure, but with only a quarter remaining, he was unable to locate it for now. Noticing the time, he realized it was nearly 10 o'clock. Having arranged to meet Qin Xiaoyu in the grove, he concealed the black bead beneath his bed and stepped outside. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he exited, the black bead suddenly emitted a flash of dark light, which vanished in the blink of an eye, rendering the bead once again inconspicuous. In the grove, Qin Xiaolong and Qin Xiaoyu exchanged affections, indulging in various intimate activities. Unfortunately, due to Qin Xiaoyu's insistence, Qin Xiaolong was unable to partake in the ultimate intimacy. "Xiaoyu, why don't you just give in to me? I can hardly contain myself," he said, swallowing hard. At that moment, he felt like a famished wolf, while Qin Xiaoyu appeared as a delicate lamb. Had it not been for his steely resolve, he feared he might have succumbed to temptation. "No, let's save that for our wedding night." Qin Xiaoyu promptly rejected, without a second thought. Though they had yet to break through the final barrier, she wished to remain chaste until marriage, as a matter of personal integrity and responsibility towards Qin Xiaolong. "I'll probably be on the verge of bursting by then," Qin Xiaolong lamented. The tantalizing prospect lay just within reach, yet he could neither consume nor possess it, a torment that was nearly maddening. You could always take matters into your own hands. As the saying goes, when alone in an empty room, a hand becomes a wife, and countless descendants turn to mud. "Don't think I'm unaware of what boys typically do," Qin Xiaoyu teased with a sly smile. She was no innocent child, especially with her circle of friends who often discussed such matters openly. "Why not suggest I buy a doll instead?" Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes. "Hey, that's a brilliant idea. I'll pick one out for you tomorrow. You can use it daily to prevent you from wandering off." Qin Xiaoyu laughed. "Goodness, how did I end up with such a cunning girlfriend?" Upon hearing her words, Qin Xiaolong's expression darkened. He had previously thought Qin Xiaoyu to be quite innocent, yet now he realized she was a true sage in the ways of the world. "You're mistaken. You've simply attracted a lovely and understanding partner," Qin Xiaoyu retorted playfully. After glancing at the time, she noted it was already 11 o'clock. "All right, I'm done playing. I need to head home and sleep. Goodbye." Following the customary exchange of a sweet kiss, Qin Xiaoyu skipped away. At that moment, Qin Xiaolong felt as if he were being roasted over a fire, discomfort consuming him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to send a message to Wu Jinlian, hoping to alleviate his frustration. Initially, he intended to seek her out, but she did not respond. Has Jinlian already gone to bed? Qin Xiaolong wondered aloud. Previously, she would send him sultry selfies every night, but she had gone silent since yesterday. Uncertain whether she was asleep or simply unable to reply due to Li Gang's presence at home, he resolved to take a cold shower to cool off his own fervor. The following day, after delivering goods, Qin Xiaolong received a call from Su Yafu, who mentioned she needed to discuss something with him. He instructed Yang Dezhu and the others to return home first and waited alone in the lounge of Longting restaurant for nearly an hour until Su Yafu finally arrived. Today, Su Yafu donned a qipao that perfectly accentuated her alluring body curves, particularly her long, fair legs, which tantalizingly peeked through the slits of the garment, leaving onlookers salivating. "Xiaolong, I apologize for keeping you waiting so long." Su Yafu hurriedly approached Qin Xiaolong to express her contrition. "It's quite all right. I had nothing pressing," Qin Xiaolong casually replied, having occupied his time with a couple of rounds of the mobile game Honor of Kings. "Miss Su, where should we place this fish tank?" inquired a man behind Su Yafu, who, along with another man, was carefully maneuvering a large aquarium containing 2 vividly red ornamental fish. "Put in my office," Su Yafu instructed, then turned to Qin Xiaolong. "Come on, Xiaolong. Let us head upstairs and discuss further. Once in the office, the two men set the fish tank in place before departing. Sister Sue, what kind of fish are these? They're stunning, Qin Xiaolong remarked, pointing at the fish in the tank. These are arowanas. I specifically bought them for feng shui purposes, Su Yafa replied with a smile. So, this is an arowana, Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, having heard of their esteemed reputation as the aristocracy among ornamental fish, with even the least expensive specimens costing several thousand yuan. Some exceptional varieties could fetch prices in the hundreds of thousands. Sister Sue, how much did you pay for these two fish? Qin Xiaolong inquired again. Guess, Su Yafutist. Perhaps around 20 to 30,000? He ventured, estimating what he deemed a reasonable price given his limited knowledge of arowanas. 20 to 30,000 would barely buy you a few scales. These are premium blood-red arowanas, one of which costs 600,000. However, since the seller is a friend of mine, I got them for a mere 1 million for both, Su Yafa quipped, rolling her eyes at him. Goodness, are these fish made of gold? Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. The price of 600,000 for a single fish surpassed his imagination. Arowanas are feng shui fish, meant to ward off evil and secure homes. One cannot simply compare them to ordinary fish. Otherwise, do you think those wealthy tycoons are foolish, spending millions on arowanas? Su Yafa chuckled as she explained. Indeed, the world of the affluent is vastly different from that of ordinary folk. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but muse. Would you be interested in purchasing a few arowanas? I can introduce you to my friend. I assure you he'll provide you with some top-notch specimens, Su Yafa continued. No, thank you. I cannot afford to keep such fish. Qin Xiaolong waved his hand dismissively. With a price tag in the hundreds of thousands, he couldn't bear the thought of treating them like household pets. However, an idea suddenly sparked in Qin Xiaolong's mind. Sister Sue, are arowanas easy to care for? Could I possibly raise them? He quickly asked, viewing the endeavor as a potential new business opportunity. He didn't expect to sell them for hundreds of thousands. Even selling a few for several thousand each, with a few hundred sold annually, could yield substantial profits. I'm not entirely sure. Let me introduce you to my friend who sells arowanas. You can directly inquire with him. He's quite knowledgeable, Su Yafa replied, proceeding to call her friend Liao Wei-Wang. Given that it was difficult to convey everything over the phone, and since Liao Wei-Wang was currently out of town, they arranged for him to meet Qin Xiaolong the following morning to discuss the techniques for raising arowanas. Sister, thank you for facilitating this connection. Qin Xiaolong expressed his gratitude after hanging up. He knew that without Su Yafu's assistance, Liao Wei-Wang would likely have dismissed him. Just a small favor. No need for formalities. Su Yafu replied nonchalantly. By the way, you mentioned needing to discuss something with me? Qin Xiaolong shifted the conversation. Oh, how could I have forgotten? I'm supposed to take you to meet a significant figure shortly, Su Yafu exclaimed, tapping her forehead. A significant figure? Is there anyone greater than you? Qin Xiaolong teased with a mischievous grin. Su Yafu, astute as ever, immediately understood the implication of his words. You little rascal, dare you tease your sister? Do you believe I wouldn't have my way with you? She feigned anger, arching an eyebrow. Of course I believe it. After all, what is there that Sister Sue cannot accomplish? Qin Xiaolong replied with a chuckle. Then behave yourself. If you continue with your cheekiness, I might just turn you into a woman. Su Yafa shot him a playful glare. At your command, Qin Xiaolong responded, choosing to refrain from further jesting. Sister, who is this significant figure you're referring to? Is it Fan Kanglin? Su Yafu inquired. Of course, I know him. How could anyone in Lin City not? Qin Xiaolong quickly answered. Fan Kanglin, the fifth master Fan, was once the underground emperor of Lin City, wielding tremendous power. However, he has since gone legitimate 8 years ago and now operates across both sides of the law, being one of the top tycoons in Lin City. The person I'm bringing you to meet is Fan Kanglin, Su Yafu elaborated. Why would you want to meet him? A figure of his stature, surely doesn't he have time for someone like me? Qin Xiaolong expressed his confusion. Compared to Fan Kanglin, he felt like a mere minnow, and he suspected that the latter wouldn't regard him with any significance. Fan Kanglin is suffering from an ailment, and I hope you can assist him. If you manage to heal him, the rewards will be substantial, Su Yafu succinctly explained. What kind of ailment does he have? Qin Xiaolong inquired urgently. His condition renders him incapable of performing. Can you treat this? Su Yafu lowered her voice, appearing cautious about being overheard. What? Fan Kanglin is impotent. Qin Xiaolong was genuinely taken aback. Given Fan Kanglin's stature, it was ironic that someone with such influence would be unable to fulfill such basic human needs, surrounded by women. Keep your voice down. While this isn't a complete secret, only a select few in Haicheng are aware of it. You mustn't disclose this information, or I cannot guarantee your safety, Su Yafu warned, her expression grave. Being a member of Lin City's upper echelon, she understood the dangers of crossing Fan Kanglin. Offending him would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for Qin Xiaolong. Rest assured, I'm not one to gossip. I want to spread this around. Qin Xiaolong promised with a smile. Good, as long as you grasp the gravity of the situation. Now, let us go meet Fan Kanglin. If you can heal him, that would be ideal. If not, he won't hold it against you, Su Yafu remarked. Having struggled with her own persistent issues, she witnessed how quickly Qin Xiaolong alleviated them, leading her to believe in his capabilities. Half an hour later, they arrived at Fenghua Garden, one of Lin City's 3 affluent districts, where every residence was a villa priced well over 10 million yuan, with the most luxurious ones reaching upwards of 50 to 60 million. For ordinary people, these prices were unattainable. However, with a fortune in the billions, purchasing a villa was akin to a casual indulgence for Fan Kanglin. Upon entering the community, Su Yafu drove for another 2 minutes before halting in front of an opulent 3-story villa. While she drove a BMW 7 Series worth $1 million, parked out front were a Rolls-Royce, a Bentley, and a Lamborghini, rendering her vehicle somewhat unremarkable in comparison. However, they were not there to compete over wealth, so they paid little mind to the extravagant cars. This is the residence of Fan Kanglin. Be mindful of your words. Do not offend anyone here. After Su Yafu parked the car, she reminded Qin Xiaolong once more before pressing the doorbell. Soon, a man in a suit opened the door. Su Yafu. I have an appointment with Master Fan. Su Yafu replied calmly. Miss Su, please come in. The suited man gestured for them to enter. Upon stepping inside, Qin Xiaolong was astonished to discover that the ground floor of the villa had been transformed into a swimming pool. At that moment, a muscular man covered in scars was swimming in the pool. This man was the renowned Fan Kanglin. Miss Su, please wait here. Master Fan will be out shortly. The suited man informed Su Yafu and stepped aside. After Qin Xiaolong and Su Yafu took their seats, a servant quickly brought them tea, though neither drank, choosing instead to wait in silence. Approximately 10 minutes later, Fan Kanglin emerged from the pool, draping a bathrobe around himself as he approached Su Yafu and Qin Xiaolong. At around 40 years of age, Fan Kanglin maintained an impressive physique, rivaling that of bodybuilding champions. Most notably, he exuded an unmistakable aura of authority, capable of instilling a sense of formidable pressure merely by standing there in silence. Well, it's only been a few days, and you're even more enchanting, Yafu. What do you say? Interested in becoming my lady? Fan Kanglin smiled as he regarded Su Yafu. Master Fan, please don't jest. If I were to be with you, your various beautiful companions would surely tear me apart. Su Yafu replied with a charming smile that could make hearts race. Rest assured, should anyone dare to harm you, I will not let them go unpunished, Fan Kanglin assured her. Let's not go there. I wish to live for a few more years. Su Yafu declined once more and quickly shifted the topic. Master Fan, this is my friend Qin Xiaolong. Xiaolong, quickly greet Master Fan. Good day, Master. Given the disparity in power and influence, Qin Xiaolong was respectful in his address. This young man possesses quite a remarkable appearance, reminiscent of my youthful self. Fan Kanglin complimented with a smile before turning to Su Yafu. Yafu, what brings you to see me? Please wait a moment while I change. Fan Kanglin said to Su Yafu before heading to the changing room to don casual attire, then led Qin Xiaolong and Su Yafu to his study. Once seated, Fan Kanglin confidently took his place at the head of the table, while Qin Xiaolong and Su Yafu sat beside the coffee table. Speak plainly. What is it that you seek from me? Fan Kanglin understood, well, that Su Yafu would not visit without a specific purpose. I brought Xiaolong today, mainly to see if he could assist you with your ailment. I am uncertain if you would be open to his treatment, Su Yafu stated straightforwardly. Let him treat me? Surely, you jest. Fan Kanglin shot a glance at Qin Xiaolong, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. Master, do not let his youth deceive you. He is a skilled young physician and may very well have the means to heal you, Su Yafu insisted. Let us not waste time, Fan Kanglin replied dismissively. He had seen countless physicians and tried numerous remedies, yet his condition remained unchanged. He doubted that someone as young as Qin Xiaolong had the experience to remedy his affliction. Master Fan, are you now addicted to being incapacitated? Qin Xiaolong quipped with a smile. Who are you calling incapacitated? Fan Kanglin's expression darkened, as he detested being labeled as such. Master, do not be offended. I merely stated the facts. If you are accustomed to being incapacitated, I shall take my leave. However, if you wish to reclaim your masculinity, cooperate with me, and I assure you that you will regain your vitality, Qin Xiaolong responded calmly. The ailment Fan Kanglin suffered from was not an insurmountable illness. Qin Xiaolong was confident he could restore him. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. If you succeed, I shall reward you handsomely. Should you fail, do not expect me to spare you from consequences, Fan Kanglin replied coldly. Qin Xiaolong's remarks about incapacity had undoubtedly struck a nerve, igniting Fan Kanglin's ire. He was eager to discern whether Qin Xiaolong was truly the skilled physician he claimed to be or merely a charlatan seeking fame. Should it be the latter, Qin Xiaolong would face the repercussions of his words. Master, Xiaolong can be rather blunt. Please do not take offense. Xiaolong, do apologize to Master Fan, Su Yafu interjected, attempting to smooth over the tension. No need for apologies. I'm not so petty. Let us proceed with the treatment first. If it fails, we can discuss other matters. Fan Kanglin replied sternly. Sujia, please step outside for a moment. I need to conduct a full examination on Master Fan. Qin Xiaolong continued, remaining composed. Xiaolong, trust me. I won't let you down, he assured her. Su Yafu wished to say more, but was interrupted by Qin Xiaolong. Seeing his unwavering confidence, she chose to place her faith in him. Once Su Yafu left, Qin Xiaolong turned back to Fan Kanglin. Master Fan, please remove your trousers. Fan Kanglin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied. Despite being a formidable figure in the underground world, he felt a sense of vulnerability at that moment. After all, he had long harbored insecurities about his condition, which he had only begun to overcome upon achieving success. Qin Xiaolong glanced at Fan Kanglin and couldn't help but chuckle. As a man himself, he was well endowed, while Fan Kanglin's state resembled that of a worm, devoid of the vigor expected of a man. It was so amusing. Fan Kanglin's face darkened. He now suspected that Qin Xiaolong was deliberately trying to humiliate him. Master, do not misunderstand. I am not mocking you. I merely recalled a rather amusing joke. Qin Xiaolong hastily fabricated an excuse. Fan Kanglin fell silent. Yet he resolved that should Qin Xiaolong fail to cure him, he would ensure the young man left in tears. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xiaolong cleared his mind and commenced the examination, swiftly identifying the cause of Fan Kanglin's affliction. Master, if I'm not mistaken, you have never urinated standing up throughout your life, have you? Qin Xiaolong inquired. I have never stood to urinate, and what of it? Fan Kanglin snapped. Due to his physical condition, he had squatted to relieve himself like a woman for the past 40 years, a fact no one dared to mention in his presence. That confirms it. You are suffering from congenital impotence. Conventional treatments are ineffective, but if you cooperate fully, I assure you that within 3 days, you will be able to stand to urinate, and in a month, you will experience the pleasures of a woman. Qin Xiaolong said with a slight smile. Congenital impotence is a condition characterized by underdeveloped sexual function, akin to that of a eunuch. Such ailments are typically deemed incurable. However, Qin Xiaolong possessed knowledge passed down through generations that included methods for treatment, making the prospect of healing Fan Kanglin quite feasible. Brother, can you truly heal me? Fan Kanglin asked, half in disbelief. If I cannot, you may remove my head and use it as a ball. Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Brother, if you can heal me, I shall reward you handsomely. Upon hearing Qin Xiaolong's response, Fan Kanglin felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, instantly filled with overwhelming excitement. For many years, although he appeared resigned to his fate, Deep down, he yearned to live like a normal man. He would spare no expense to fulfill this desire. I do not seek your money. I am merely assisting Sister Su, Qin Xiaolong replied, then continued. Do you have silver needles, Fifth Master? Please fetch me a set. Yes. Just a moment, I will have someone bring them to you, Fan Kanglin responded, promptly dialing a number. Soon, a man delivered the silver needles. Aware that treating him in the study was not ideal, Qin Xiaolong accompanied Fan Kanglin to his bedroom. Once there, Qin Xiaolong instructed Fan Kanglin to undress completely and lie on the bed. Fifth Master, I shall begin now, he announced. With that, he deftly inserted 7 silver needles into specific acupoints: Tian Shu, Feng Qi, Jian Jing, Jiu Wei, Shun Ke, Qi Hai, and Yong Quan. At the moment the needles pierced his body, Fan Kanglin felt as though he had been administered anesthetics, rendering him completely immobile. If Qin Xiaolong had intended to harm him, it would have been a trivial endeavor. However, Qin Xiaolong had no such intention. He then grasped one of the needles and began to manipulate it gently. Initially slow, his movements quickened within a minute. In a brief moment, his fingers danced as several more needles were inserted into Fan Kanglin's body. Suddenly, Fan Kanglin felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body on the verge of freezing. Yet, that chilling sensation swiftly dissipated, replaced by an intense heat, as if he were being reduced to ashes. The alternating sensations of heat and cold nearly drove Fan Kanglin to a breaking point. At that moment, he even contemplated succumbing to death. Unfortunately, his immobility rendered him voiceless. If anyone had been present, they would have witnessed Qin Xiaolong's fingers move with astonishing speed, executing dozens of techniques in mere moments, leaving one bewildered. After 10 minutes, the acupuncture concluded, and Qin Xiaolong began to channel strands of true energy into Fan Kanglin's body through the needles. The condition of a man with his energy sealed and blood circulation obstructed rendered him as ineffective as a mere earthworm. Thus, Qin Xiaolong first needed to unblock Fan Kanglin's blood flow through acupuncture before using true energy to repair his damaged meridians. Time passed unnoticed, and before they knew it, 40 minutes had elapsed. Qin Xiaolong's true energy was nearly depleted, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Ah, it's done. Today's treatment ends here. Qin Xiaolong exhaled a breath of relief, withdrawing all the needles from Fan Kanglin's body. A wave of warmth surged within Fan Kanglin, akin to spring thawing the frozen earth, filling him with an unprecedented sense of joy. Slowly, he sat up and glanced quickly at himself. The next moment, he dashed toward the bathroom as if he had discovered a new world. Ha ha! Fan Kanglin, can finally stand to urinate. In the bathroom, Fan Kanglin laughed heartily, never having felt such exhilaration. After finishing, he raced back to Qin Xiaolong and embraced him tightly. Xiaolong, I have recovered. I am finally restored. Fifth Master, please get dressed first. Otherwise, others might misinterpret our relationship, Qin Xiaolong said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Fan Kanglin realized he was still unclothed and hurriedly put on his clothes. Xiaolong, thank you. Your medical skills are miraculous. You are truly a modern-day Hua Tene, even greater, Fan Kanglin exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. Fifth Master, if I recall correctly, you seem skeptical of my ability to cure your ailment, Qin Xiaolong teased with a smile. I was blind to see that you are a godsend. Please don't hold it against me, Fan Kanglin admitted, acknowledging his earlier doubts. Yet, in less than an hour, Qin Xiaolong had restored him to a state where he could raise his head. If that did not qualify as miraculous, then perhaps no one deserved the title of a miraculous physician. You're too kind, Fifth Master. I am but an obscure individual, and your skepticism is entirely justified, Qin Xiaolong replied, intentionally self-deprecating. He did not take the opportunity to mock Fan Kanglin further. By the way, Xiaolong, when can I, with a woman? Fan Kanglin asked impatiently. Surrounded by women, he had not engaged with one for years, and out of deep-seated insecurity, he had never allowed a woman to share his bed at night. This is just the beginning. Over the next 3 days, I will perform acupuncture on you continuously to ensure your complete restoration. However, you must refrain from intimacy for 1 month. Otherwise, your vital energy will dissipate, and recovery will become exceedingly difficult. Qin Xiaolong clarified swiftly. He had already used true energy to mend Fan Kanglin's physical deficiencies, but after being castrated for so many years, it was imperative to avoid strenuous activity immediately after restoration to prevent further injury. Rest assured, as long as I do not voice my desires, I will certainly avoid women. Fan Kanglin promised earnestly. Having been a eunuch for 40 years, he could wait another month. Let's leave it at that for today. I will prepare a prescription for you to take daily, Qin Xiaolong said, providing Fan Kanglin with a formula to replenish his vital energy before they exited together. In the living room, Su Yafu, who had been pacing anxiously, rushed to greet Qin Xiaolong. So, Xiaolong, were you able to treat Fifth Master's ailment? She inquired, her face filled with concern. Of course. Did you not see Fifth Master grinning from ear to ear? Qin Xiaolong responded with a smile. Yafu, thank you for introducing Xiaolong to me. I owe you a great favor. Do not hesitate to ask if you need anything in the future, Fan Kanglin said warmly. Fifth Master, you are too gracious. I'm just glad to be of help, Su Yafu replied, now completely at ease after witnessing the treatment's success. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Xiaolong and Fan Kanglin took their leave. Xiaolong, you truly are impressive. Even Fan Kanglin has been healed. Sister was right about you, Su Yafu remarked appreciatively as they traveled in her BMW. Not to boast, but if I claim my medical skills are second to none, no one would dare contest it. Qin Xiaolong replied with a hint of pride. Though his words were bold, they were indeed factual, for he possessed the essence of traditional medicine, unmatched by any other. Su Yafu wholeheartedly agreed, showering him with further praise. Upon returning to the Longting restaurant, Su Yafu initially suggested treating Qin Xiaolong to lunch, but he politely declined. Subsequently, he bid her farewell and drove his wooling van back to the village. As he reached the village entrance, he received a call from Qin Xiaoyu, who mentioned she had a gift for him, prompting him to head to her home. Here, this is for you. I guarantee you will adore it, Qin Xiaoyu said with a mischievous grin as she presented a cardboard box to Qin Xiaolong. Curious, he opened the box, only for his expression to darken instantaneously. Last night, Qin Xiaoyu expressed her desire to buy a toy for him. Initially, he thought she was merely jesting, but to his surprise, she actually went ahead and purchased it. The box contained an adult toy. The shopkeeper mentioned that it was their best-selling item of the year, a one-to-one realistic replica, and it cost me over 300. Qin Xiaoyu chuckled. Xiaoyu, I must ask, as a girl, how do you muster the courage to enter an adult store to buy such a toy? Qin Xiaolong inquired, somewhat speechless. The shopkeeper is a woman herself. I told her I would be away for a few days and worried my boyfriend might feel lonely, and she recommended this one. Qin Xiaoyu replied with a smile. I must have saved the world in my past life for heaven to bless me with such an understanding girlfriend. Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes. Of course. Otherwise, how could this lady possibly take a liking to a big bad guy like you? Qin Xiaoyu retorted, her smile radiant. As the daughter of the village chief and possessing remarkable beauty, she had no shortage of admirers. Yet, she had chosen to fall for the financially challenged Qin Xiaolong, proving that fate is indeed a wondrous thing. Now, however, Qin Xiaolong's circumstances had drastically improved, and she no longer had to meet him in secret. By the way, Xiaolong, remember to clean the toy with disinfectant after use. The shopkeeper said it is reusable, so don't just toss it after one use. That would be wasteful. Qin Xiaoyu reminded him, suppressing her laughter. Why not keep it for your brother instead? Such fine goods are beyond my ability to appreciate, Qin Xiaolong declined. Absolutely not. This was specially bought for you, so you must use it, Qin Xiaoyu insisted. Faced with her unwavering stance, Qin Xiaolong had no choice but to accept it. After a brief exchange, he bid her farewell. However, instead of heading home, he visited Yang Daju's place to give him the toy, as he had no use for it. Subsequently, he returned to the farm. After several days of renovations, the farm had undergone a significant transformation. Nevertheless, it would still require considerable time and effort to evolve into a leisure and entertainment resort. As the day waned, Qin Xiaolong happened to pass by Wu Jilian's home. He intended to inquire why she had not responded to his messages in recent days, but found her door locked. Just as he was about to leave, a series of knocking sounds caught his attention. He approached Wu Jinlian's door, listened intently, and soon confirmed he was not imagining things. The knocking sounds were indeed emanating from her yard. Strange, the door is locked, yet there are knocking sounds, Qin Xiaolong pondered, stroking his chin in confusion. After ensuring no one was around, he leaped over the wall and effortlessly entered Wu Jinlian's house. Standing in the yard, he listened for a moment before swiftly moving towards the source of the noise. Soon, he arrived at a room that was not locked and pushed the door open. It was a storage room filled with various miscellaneous items. As he scanned the room, he approached a wooden plank from which the knocking sounds were coming. Upon pushing aside the plank, he discovered a hidden passage. Turning on his phone's flashlight, he descended along the passage for about 5 or 6 meters, eventually reaching a basement. "Help! Help!" A desperate cry echoed in the basement upon seeing the light. Qin Xiaolong instantly recognized the voice belonged to Wu Jinlian. "Jinlian, is that you?" he called out. "It's me, Xiaolong. Quick, get me out of here." Wu Jinlian shouted back. "Hang on, I'll rescue you right away," he replied. After speaking to her, Qin Xiaolong hurried back to the storage room, grabbed a wire, and deftly picked the lock on the basement door. Inside the basement, there were numerous bottles of alcohol, and Wu Jinlian was chained like a slave. Qin Xiaolong quickly unshackled her feet, liberating her. "Xiaolong, sobi." After being rescued, Wu Jinlian threw herself into Qin Xiaolong's arms, weeping uncontrollably, her tears quickly soaking his shirt, but he paid it no mind. Watching her in distress, Qin Xiaolong felt a pang of sympathy. There, it's all right. I'm here," he gently reassured her, patting her back, yet she continued to cry. It took several minutes for her emotions to stabilize. "Jinlian, what on earth happened? Who locked you up down here?" Qin Xiaolong asked, his expression grave. "It was Li Gangxian. He locked me in the basement for 2 whole days and said he would sell me," Wu Jinlian replied, her voice choked with emotion. "What on earth is wrong with that scoundrel? How could he do this to you?" Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, furious, as Wu Jinlian recounted her story. Qin Xiaolong finally understood the situation. Being a full-time housewife, she had no income. The day before, she had asked Li Gangxian for some money to buy meat, but he only gave her a few dozen yuan. This led to an argument, during which she threatened to divorce him and file a lawsuit if he refused. Enraged, Li Gangxian beat her and smashed her phone. To prevent her from escaping, he imprisoned her in the basement. During these 2 days, he provided her with only 3 buns and 2 bottles of water, leaving her both thirsty and hungry, which forced her to use a piece of wood to knock on the basement door for help. Fortunately, fate smiled upon her as Qin Xiaolong found her just in time. Otherwise, she might have perished at Li Gangxian's hands. That brute deserves to pay. After hearing Wu Jinlian's account, Qin Xiaolong was filled with rage, wishing he could eliminate Li Gangxian with a single blow. "Jinlian, let us get you out of here." Wu Jinlian appeared frail and exhausted, lacking the strength to stand or walk. Qin Xiaolong had no choice but to carry her back to the surface. Just as they exited the storage room, the front door swung open, revealing Li Gangxian accompanied by 2 men and a woman. "Qin Xiaolong, what the hell are you doing in my house?" Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong holding Wu Jinlian, Li Gangxian's smile vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. "I was just about to settle the score with you, and your timing is impeccable," Qin Xiaolong sneered, placing Wu Jinlian gently on a chair. "Jinlian, rest for a moment while I teach this beast a lesson." With that, he beckoned Li Gangxian forward. "Come here and kneel before Jinlian to apologize." "Apologize to your mother." Li Gangxian spat back furiously, then turned to the man beside him. "Li Jinfeng, that woman is the wife I found for you. If you could take that kid down, I'll reduce the price by 5,000. This is what you promised." Li Jinfeng shouted as he charged at Qin Xiaolong, his massive fist swinging, with a flash of cold light in his eyes. Qin Xiaolong seized the man's fist and kicked him, causing Li Jinfeng to fall to his knees. "How dare you hit my son? I'll fight you to the death." An older man and woman rushed in upon seeing Li Jinfeng fall, but they were no match for Qin Xiaolong, who swiftly dispatched them in turn. Witnessing Li Jinfeng, a hulking figure, failed to withstand Qin Xiaolong's attack, Li Gangxian instantly panicked. As the saying goes, among the 36 strategies, fleeing is the best. Li Gangxian immediately took to his heels. Though his pace was swift, He was soon overtaken by Qin Xiaolong. Setting aside his personal grievances with Li Gangxian, the fact that he had imprisoned Wu Jinlian in a basement without food or water compelled Qin Xiaolong to take action. He unleashed a barrage of blows upon Li Gangxian. "Stop! Please stop hitting me!" Li Gangxian pleaded incessantly, but Qin Xiaolong remained indifferent to his cries. The sounds of agony filled the air, and before long, Li Gangxian was left battered and bruised, barely recognizable even to his own mother. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong inquired about a man named Li Jinfeng and learned that he was a distant relative of Li Gangxian. Due to his family's poverty, at 30 years old, he had yet to find a wife. However, Li Gangxian had approached him with an offer. If he could come up with 30,000 yuan, he would secure a bride for him. After gathering the funds, Li Jinfeng accompanied Li Gangxian to fetch his bride. "You scoundrel, I could easily end your life." Qin Xiaolong was taken aback by the depths of Li Gangxian's betrayal, selling Wu Jinlian for a mere 30,000 yuan, an act devoid of humanity. "Xiaolong, you want my wife, don't you? I can give her to you if you spare my life." Li Gangxian desparately implorat. "Spare you? Not a chance." The more Qin Xiaolong pondered, the angrier he became, and he resumed his assault on Li Gangxian. The sound of Li Gangxian's tormented cries soon drew the attention of other villagers, and before long, a crowd had gathered in their yard. Upon learning of Li Gangxian's infidelity, his abuse of Wu Jinlian, and his intent to sell her, the villagers were incensed, especially those who had previously suffered at his hands. They seized the opportunity to join in the beating. "Stop! Everyone, cease this madness." Just as it seemed Li Gangxian might be beaten to death, the village head, Chen Guangfu, arrived and intervened to protect him. "Village head, save me." Li Gangxian clung desperately to Chen Guangfu's leg, tears streaming down his face. "Get away from me." Chen Guangfu kicked him away and addressed the surrounding villagers. "What is all this commotion? Go home." As village head, Chen Guangfu held considerable authority, and his command prompted the villagers to disperse. Even those reluctant to leave were urged away by him. "Xiaolong, what is happening here?" Chen Guangfu inquired of Qin Xiaolong. "Let Sister Jinlian explain," Qin Xiaolong replied. Turning to Wu Jinlian, having just eaten a biscuit and drunk some water, she had regained her strength and tearfully recounted her ordeal, firmly stating her desire for a divorce and her determination never to be with Li Gangxian again. Upon grasping the full story, Chen Guangfu was filled with rage. "Li Gangxian, tell me, do you wish to divorce or face imprisonment?" he demanded, suppressing his fury. "Please don't call the police. I agree to the divorce," Li Gangxian replied. Previously, he might have insisted this was a private matter, but with his transgressions exposed, he dared not cling to the idea of remaining married. "Since you agree to divorce, let us proceed. List your assets. I will help you divide them," Chen Guangfu instructed, handing Li Gangxian paper and pen. "Village head, after how he treated Sister Jinlian, where does he have to any assets? He must leave empty-handed." Qin Xiaolong interjected. "Rest assured, I will ensure Jinlian is not at a disadvantage," Chen Guangfu assured him, then continued to prompt Li Gangxian to itemize his possessions. Once Li Gangxian finished, Qin Xiaolong glanced over the list, astonished to discover that the village accountant was, in fact, a hidden millionaire. Li Gangxian owned 2 motorcycles, one valued at 20,000 yuan and the other at 70,000. His bank accounts totaled 260,000 yuan, alongside 2 expensive watches worth nearly 10,000 each, 3 iPhones, a gold necklace, and several designer suits. Additionally, his home was a 2-story building, with construction and renovation costs likely exceeding 200,000 yuan. "Village head, it seems Li Gangxian is wealthier than you. Where do you think his money comes from? Did it fall from the sky?" Qin Xiaolong asked with a sardonic smile. As a mere village accountant earning 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month, Li Gangxian could not possibly have amassed such a fortune without some dubious means. "Tell me, how much public funds have you embezzled over the years?" Chen Guangfu kicked at Li Gangxian. "Village head, I swear on my conscience, I have taken no money from the village," Li Gangxian replied, his face contorted in despair. "Nonsense. If you haven't embezzled, then where did all this money come from?" Chen Guangfu scoffed, utterly disbelieving. "I earn it through side jobs. I've been doing accounting work for Chundapeo, and most of this is my salary." If you don't believe me, call him to confirm, Li Gangxian hastily explained. Fine. I'll call Qin. If I find out you're deceiving me, I assure you, you won't leave unscathed, Chen Guangfu warned, pulling out his phone to dial. About 10 minutes later, Qin arrived at Li Gangxian's home. Guangfu, why did you summon me? Qin asked arrogantly. Li Gangxian has numerous assets of uncertain origin. He claims you employed him and paid him a salary. I want to verify this, Qin Guangfu said. Yes, he's been working part-time as my accountant. Is there a problem with that? Qin replied. He has nearly 300,000 in savings, plus watches, motorcycles, a gold necklace, and a house, all totaling over 600,000. I find it hard to believe you could pay him such a high salary. Qin Xiaolong challenged immediately. As the saying goes, one cannot grow fat without unexpected windfalls. As a village accountant, I lean towards believing Li Gangxian has embezzled public funds to amass such wealth, Qin Xiaolong added. Xiaolong, I just remembered that Li Gangxian bought a house in town, and that vixen lives there now. According to neighbors, the house cost around 100 to 200,000. I even saw a small car parked in front. Wu Jinlian interjected. Ah, it seems I underestimated Li Gangxian. He is clearly a millionaire. Qin Xiaolong remarked with a cold smile. In the city, a net worth of $1 million might not be noteworthy, but in Taoyuan village, it's certainly marked one as affluent. What does it matter if he has a fortune? Qin glared at Qin Xiaolong. His wealth is irrelevant, but if he has embezzled village funds, that concerns me. Qin Xiaolong replied calmly. I haven't embezzled any village money. All my wealth is earned through my own efforts, and DePeo can attest to that. Li Gangxian quickly countered. Come now, how much could DePeo possibly pay you? Even if you starved yourself, you couldn't save up such a fortune. Qin Xiaolong retorted scornfully. I'm sorry, but I pay him 20 to 30,000 a month. A mere million? He could save that in 2 to 3 years. You think he acts like you poor folks, never earning anything? Qin boasted arrogantly. You pay him 20 to 30,000 a month? Are you trying to fool me? Qin Xiaolong scoffed, unable to believe Qin claims. I have money. I just like paying Li Gangxian a high salary. What is wrong with that? Qin replied defiantly. Village head, all this money truly is DePeo's salary. If you don't believe me, check my transfer records. The money DePeo has sent me over the years exceeds $1 million. Li Gangxian added. Chen Guangfu examined Li Gangxian's transfer records and found that he spoke the truth, leaving him at a loss for words. Previously, Qin Xiaolong had examined Li Gangxian's mobile phone and discovered numerous transaction records between Li Gangxian and Qin. In his eyes, these transactions were certainly not salary payments. Rather, they suggested some clandestine dealings between the two. Otherwise, the notoriously stingy Qin would never part with such a significant sum. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to the exact nature of their entanglements. Subsequently, Chen Guangfu began to divide the assets between Li Gangxian and Wu Jinlian. As the aggrieved party, Wu Jinlian was entitled to a greater share, which included the village house, a motorcycle valued at over 70,000 and 250,000 in savings. The remaining assets would belong to Li Gangxian. Upon hearing Chen Guangfu's distribution plan, Li Gangxian was instantly incensed. Village chief, this money is the fruit of my labor. Why should that wretched woman receive it? He threatened. If you refuse to comply, I will report you. I recall that Yang Likun from our village was sentenced to 15 years for human trafficking. Your crime, at worst, might only earn you 5 years. Who knows? You two might end up as cellmates. Chen Guangfu smirked in response. Village chief, please do not call the police. I will give her the money. Although Li Gangxian felt the sting of losing money, he was even more averse to the thought of imprisonment. After all, life outside the bars was far more indulgent, and he feared his mistress might flee with another man in his absence. Simultaneously, he harbored an intense hatred for Qin Xiaolong. He believed that had it not been for Qin Xiaolong's sudden appearance, Li Jinfeng would have whisked Wu Jinlian away under the cover of night, leaving her with no choice but to accept her fate. Now, he was left with neither his wife nor his fortune. Qin Xiaolong, just wait, I shall have my revenge. Though filled with resentment, Li Gangxian concealed his emotions, fully aware that he could not contend with Qin Xiaolong and could only resort to underhanded tactics. Thereafter, under Chen Guangfu's witness, Li Gangxian and Wu Jinlian signed the divorce and asset distribution agreements, with Wu Jinlian receiving 250,000 in cash. According to the agreement, the following morning, Wu Jinlian would accompany Li Gangxian to the Civil Affairs Bureau to formalize their divorce. Li Gangxian, this is now my home. Leave. I never want to see you again. Wu Jinlian commanded coldly. It was said that a night of marriage could foster 100 days of affection. Yet Li Gangxian had not only assaulted her with his mistress, but had also imprisoned her in the basement without food or drink, ultimately selling her off. He was truly a beast with a human face. Were it not for the law against murder, she would have relished the thought of dismembering him. Gather your things. You can stay at my place for now, Qin Depeo interjected. Thank you, Brother Depeo, Li Gangxian replied, quickly retrieving a few articles of clothing before departing with Qin Depeo. As for Li Jinfeng's family, Qin Xiaolong chose not to pursue them further and simply ordered them to leave. Jinlian, I will head home now. Call me if you need anything, Chen Guangfu said, making his exit shortly thereafter. Soon, only Qin Xiaolong and Wu Jinlian remained in the yard. Xiaolong, thank you. If it weren't for you, I cannot fathom what my future would hold, Wu Jinlian expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Sister Jinlian, please do not mention it. It is my duty to help, Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. Xiaolong, would you stay with me tonight? I am terrified that Li Gangxian might climb over the wall to take revenge. Wu Jinlian hesitated before speaking. The 2 days of confinement felt like a nightmare to her. And even though Li Gangxian had agreed to the divorce, she still felt uneasy. Qin Xiaolong was the only man in the village she trusted, and their previous intimate encounter reassured her that she would be safe with him. Very well, I will first return home to prepare a hen. I shall make you a nourishing chicken soup, Qin Xiaolong contemplated, feeling sympathy for Wu Jinlian's plight. He then returned home to slaughter a hen and prepared an exquisite chicken soup, which moved Wu Jinlian to tears of gratitude. As night fell around 11, Qin Xiaolong quietly arrived at Wu Jinlian's home. The nourishing chicken soup quickly revitalized her, and that evening she initiated a deep conversation with Yang Dezhu, relishing in the joys of life. It was not until past 1 in the morning that tranquility returned to the room. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken, Qin Xiaolong mused, gazing at Wu Jinlian in his arms. The saying goes, at 30, one is as fierce as a wolf. At 40, as fierce as a tiger. At 50, one can suck the earth dry. Wu Jinlian, at 30, embodied that very vitality of youth. Fortunately, his own vigor matched hers, or he might have found it difficult to keep pace. Being your woman is truly a blessing, Wu Jinlian beamed, having regained some strength. Sister Jinlian, is it true that Li Gangxian is lacking in that regard? Qin Xiaolong could not help but inquire. Indeed, he is utterly inept. Every time, it ends before it even begins, Wu Jinlian replied with a hint of melancholy. After 4 years of marriage, she had known no pleasure, only experiencing the joys of womanhood with Qin Xiaolong. I wondered why you seemed so starved for affection. It was as if I could barely satisfy you, Qin Xiaolong jested. Do not mock me, Wu Jinlian pouted, her demeanor reminiscent of a delicate woman, evoking a newfound respect from Qin Xiaolong. However, recognizing the importance of sustaining their relationship, he refrained from further advances. Glancing at the clock, seeing it was already past 2, he decided to sleep beside Wu Jinlian. The following day, Qin Xiaolong continued with his routine, first delivering goods to Longting Restaurant. Afterward, he sent Lu Sanqi home and, along with Yang Dezhu, ventured to the flower and bird market. Perhaps due to it being Sunday, the market was bustling with people. Yang Dezhu, who rarely ventured into the city, was captivated by the myriad sights, akin to a country bumpkin visiting a grand garden. Xiaolong, look at that bird. It is stunning. Let us buy 2 to take home, he exclaimed, enchanted by a vividly feathered bird. Go ahead and purchase them if you wish. I have no interest, Qin Xiaolong replied, prioritizing making money over keeping birds. Just wait. I will find out the price, Yang Dezhu insisted, approaching the shopkeeper. Excuse me, how much for one of these birds? Prices range from 10,000 to 20,000, depending on which one you choose, the shopkeeper replied nonchalantly. What? Are you trying to rob me? Such an exorbitant price for a mere bird? Yang Dezhu exclaimed in disbelief. Country bumpkin, do you not recognize quality? This is a macaw. That is the market price, the shopkeeper sneered. Forget it. I cannot afford such extravagance, Yang Daju lamented. He adored the beautiful parrot, but that price was beyond his means, knowing full well that spending thousands on a bird would likely invite his father's wrath. Next, Yang Daju inquired about a few other birds and ultimately bought a pair of the cheapest budgerigars for 200. Once he completed his purchase, Qin Xiaolong led him to the fish market, where an assortment of ornamental fish was on display. Tiger fish, parrot fish, guppies, and colorful skirted fish. The dazzling array of tropical fish left Qin Xiaolong mesmerized, yet he refrained from making any purchases. Soon, he arrived at a fish store named Crystal Palace, which exclusively sold one type of fish, the aristocrat of fish, the arowana. Hello, sir. May I inquire what type of arowana you are seeking? Red, golden, or silver? We have them all. A female shop assistant greeted him warmly upon his entrance. I am here to meet your owner, Liao Wei Wang. We arranged to meet this morning. Qin Xiaolong replied. Please wait a moment. I will notify our boss. The female clerk replied hurriedly as she entered the inner courtyard. Before long, she returned, accompanied by a man. The man had a shaved head, adorned with a large gold chain around his neck and a dragon tattoo on his arm, exuding an unmistakable aura of street credibility. Hello, Boss Liao. I am Qin Xiaolong. We met in the video yesterday. Qin Xiaolong greeted him promptly. Welcome, Brother Qin, to my humble establishment. Come, let us converse inside, Liao Wei Wang responded warmly, knowing Qin Xiaolong was a friend of Su Yafu. I came today to inquire about the arowana. If they are easy to raise, I am considering setting up a breeding farm, Qin Xiaolong stated directly. Arowanas are quite delicate and require significant care. Novices can easily incur substantial losses. However, since you are a friend of Yafu, I am willing to share my secrets for raising them, Liao Wei Huang said with a smile. Thank you, Boss Liao. Qin Xiaolong expressed his gratitude. There's no need for thanks. You should thank Yafu instead. She has helped me greatly in the past, and I am merely extending my goodwill to you because of her. As for how much you can learn, that depends on your aptitude. Liao Wei Wang generously divulged the tips and precautions for raising arowanas. Qin Xiaolong's mind functioned like a high-speed computer, retaining every word that Liao Wei Wang imparted. Xiaolong, do not think I am neglecting you. Here are 2 pairs of carefully cultivated breeding fish, 1 pair of pure-blood red arowanas, and 1 pair of golden arowanas. They will be ready to spawn in about 10 to 15 days. If you're interested, I can offer them to you at a discounted price. Of course, you can also buy fry from me, and I can repurchase them once they grow, Liao Wei Wang indicated towards the fish tank. Boss Liao, could you tell me the price of these fish? Qin Xiaolong inquired. This pair of red arowanas is 580,000, and the golden arowanas are 660,000. No bargaining. The fry are cheaper, ranging from several hundred to over 1,000, depending on what you want. Liao Wei Wang replied. Though the prices were exorbitant, Qin Xiaolong was resolute in his ambition to make a fortune in the future. He finally declared, I will take these 2 red arowanas. Additionally, please provide me with 10 fry each of golden, silver, green, black, and red arowanas. I will first test the waters at home. I will not ask for more than 50 fry. Including this pair of red arowanas, let us settle on 60,000. What do you think? Liao Wei Wang pondered. Deal. Qin Xiaolong readily agreed and promptly transferred 600,000 to Liao Wei Wang. Although Qin Xiaolong had never raised arowanas, he had experience with other freshwater fish. He believed that if he followed Liao Wei Huang's guidance, he would successfully care for these arowanas, which justified his willingness to spend 600,000. Of course, it was also due to the fact that he was not financially strained. Even if he lost the entire amount, it would not be a significant loss to him. Liao Wei Huang then placed all the fry into a single tank and loaded it onto Yang Daju's vehicle. Daju, please take these fish home for me. I have other matters to attend to and will return later. Qin Xiaolong instructed Yang Daju. All right, I'll be off then, Yang Daju replied before driving away. Qin Xiaolong then headed to Fan Kinglin's home to perform acupuncture on him once more. Initially, he intended to return home after the treatment, but Fan Kinglin insisted on treating him to dinner. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Qin Xiaolong acquiesced. Although Fan Kinglin promised a simple home-cooked meal, The lunch spread included delicacies such as bird's nest, abalone, lobster, and shark fin, a feast Qin Xiaolong had never experienced before. After the satisfying meal, Fan Kanglin took Qin Xiaolong to a private club he owned called Tianwei. They began with a sauna, followed by a full-body massage. The technicians at the club were indeed stunning, their beauty rivaling that of small celebrities, and their skills were exceptional, providing an incredibly relaxing experience. Xiaolong, if you fancy anyone, just let me know. There are rooms upstairs. You can do as you please, Fan Kanglin specifically mentioned. No need. A massage is sufficient, Qin Xiaolong replied. He understood the implication behind Fan Kanglin's words, but after a recent confrontation with Wu Jinlian, he currently had no such desires. Xiaolong, you cannot possibly be disinterested in them. Should I find you some even more beautiful options? We have both university students and models available, Fan Kanglin offered with a smile. Having received treatment from Qin Xiaolong that restored his vitality, Fan Kanglin was eager to ensure his comfort. Really, it's unnecessary, brother Fan. Qin Xiaolong reiterated his refusal. Originally addressing Fan Kanglin as Fifth Master, he had been asked to call him brother today. Very well, just come to me if you need anything. I will inform the manager here that your visits will be complimentary from now on. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong decided not to press the issue further. Brother Fan, I have enjoyed the meal and the massage, but I must take my leave, Qin Xiaolong noted, glancing at the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Don't leave just yet. I have arranged a special activity for you tonight, Fan Kanglin insisted eagerly. Fan! Qin Xiaolong was about to decline when his phone suddenly rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was his mother calling. Hello, Mom, what is the matter? Qin Xiaolong answered the call. Xiaolong, when are you coming back? Your grandfather's bull got startled and crashed into someone else's car, damaging it. And now the owner is demanding compensation. You need to hurry back, Liang Jing said anxiously. What happened? How could Grandpa's bull crash into a car? Qin Xiaolong asked, perplexed. Your grandfather's bull has not been eating or drinking for several days. He thought of taking it to the veterinary clinic in town, but got frightened by a dog while passing through Meijing. The bull panicked and ran into a car, causing significant damage. The driver is demanding 40,000 for repairs, or he won't let your grandfather leave. Your father and I are on our way there, so hurry back, Liang Jing explained. All right, I'll be back shortly. Please wait for me, Qin Xiaolong replied, understanding the gravity of the situation. After grasping the details, he quickly bid farewell to Fan Kanglin. Rushing back, Qin Xiaolong arrived at Meijing in an hour and 40 minutes. He immediately spotted the parked car on the roadside, the deceased bull lying on the ground, and his parents nearby. After gathering more information, he quickly concluded that his grandfather was at fault, as it was his negligence that led to the incident. The driver's car was a newly purchased Golf worth nearly 200,000 and having sustained damage after only a few days of use. Demanding 40,000 for repairs was not unreasonable. Without haggling, Qin Xiaolong transferred the 40,000 on the spot to settle the matter. I'm sorry, Xiaolong, it's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on taking the bull out for treatment, it wouldn't have died, and you wouldn't have to spend this unnecessary amount, Qin Jinkai lamented, filled with regret. It's nothing. A financial loss is better than a calamity. As long as you are safe, that is what matters, Qin Xiaolong responded with a smile, refraining from blaming his grandfather. He understood that the bull had been his grandfather's pride and joy, and with its loss, his grandfather was undoubtedly heartbroken. He felt it would be cruel to reprimand him further, knowing it would only add to his sorrow. During their conversation, Yang Dezhu and his son arrived in a small truck. The crowd collaborated to lift the deceased cow onto the vehicle, which was then taken directly to Yang Dezhu's home for slaughter. Yang Dezhu's father, Yang Jinsheng, had been a butcher for nearly 20 years, and his skills in slaughtering cattle were unparalleled. In no time, the cow was eviscerated and the meat and bones were separated. While Yang Jinsheng was in the midst of this process, he noticed a bulging gallbladder and swiftly cut it open, causing an object much larger than a human fist to roll out unexpectedly. Xiaolong, come quickly and see what this is, Yang Jinsheng called out to Qin Xiaolong, who was busy handling other entrails. Upon hearing Yang Dezhu's words, he approached to take a look. Initially indifferent, he soon realized its significance. He hurriedly took the oval object, rinsing it with clean water. Bezor, This is Bezoar, Qin Xiaolong exclaimed with palpable excitement. In essence, Bezoar is a gallstone found within a cow's gallbladder. However, it possesses remarkable medicinal properties, including detoxification, calming effects, and treatment for pediatric convulsions and other ailments, making it highly valuable. This is why it has been said throughout history that one tael of Bezoar is worth 2 taels of gold. Previously puzzled about why his grandfather's cow had refused to eat or drink, he now understood. The cow had produced Bezoar, hence its apparent illness. The Bezoar inside this cow likely weighed over a kilogram, and based on market prices, it could fetch several 100,000 yuan. Initially lamenting the loss of a pregnant cow, Qin Xiaolong now considered its death to be fortuitous. Otherwise, he would not have obtained such a precious Bezoar. Chapter 75. A painful feast with such a large Bezoar, Xiaolong. You are truly destined to strike it rich. Young Ginseng remarked enviously. As a professional butcher, he had encountered Bezoar before, but the largest he had seen was no bigger than an egg, while Qin Xiaolong's was nearly twice the size of his fist, likely worth more than all his hard work over a lifetime. This is what they call a blessing in disguise. I must hurry to share this good news with my grandfather. After informing Yang Jinsheng, Qin Xiaolong dashed back home. At that moment, his grandfather, Qin Jinkai, was sitting on a stone stool at the entrance, smoking a pipe, his face etched with worry over the dead cow. Grandfather, I have good news. Our cow's gallbladder contained a Bezoar. We're going to be wealthy, Qin Xiaolong said with a beaming smile, presenting the Bezoar to his grandfather. Is this truly Bezoar? Upon hearing this, Qin Jinkai was filled with excitement. Of course. If we sell it now, it could easily fetch several 100,000. You can look forward to enjoying a life of ease. Qin Xiaolong replied, grinning. Once convinced that Qin Xiaolong was not deceiving him, the gloom on Qin Jinkai's face lifted instantly, replaced by uncontainable joy. For him, as an old farmer, several 100,000 was undoubtedly a fortune. Qin Xiaolong then shared the news with his parents, who were equally overjoyed. Xiaolong, I'm about to finish cooking. Hurry and buy 2 bottles of fine wine from the store. Let us celebrate as a family tonight, Liang Jing suggested eagerly. All right, Qin Xiaolong responded, quickly heading to the store to purchase 2 bottles of Yuhuang liquor. When he returned home, the table was set with an extravagant feast: white-cut chicken, braised fish, stir-fried eel, fried small fish, spicy pork, along with sour and spicy shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and garlic-sautéed lettuce. This dinner rivaled their previous New Year's feasts. Mom, where did you get this fish? It's delicious, Qin Xiaolong inquired after tasting the braised fish. This is the red carp you bought. We had one for lunch, and both your father and I found it delightful, so we decided to stew the other one for dinner, Liang Jing explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong froze, his chopsticks clattering to the table. Xiaolong, what is wrong? Liang Jing asked, noticing his sudden change. Mom, did you eat all the fish I bought? Qin Xiaolong asked, his voice trembling. Of course. We stewed the 2 large ones, and I battered the smaller ones to fry. Those little fish on the table are delicious. Liang Jing nodded in affirmation. Looking at the braised fish, which seemed to stare back lifelessly, Qin Xiaolong felt his heart bleed. This was a fish he had spent a staggering 60,000 to purchase, and it was now gone, devoured as if it were an ordinary meal. Even billionaires would likely hesitate to indulge in such extravagance. Xiaolong, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Liang Jing asked with concern. No, I'm perfectly fine. Let us hurry and eat, Qin Xiaolong replied, fully aware of his mother's temperament. If she discovered that what they were consuming was not red carp but a dragon fish worth tens of thousands, she would surely be filled with guilt. Thus, he chose to remain silent about it. Hearing his response, Liang Jing did not pursue the matter further. Money is but a fleeting concept. It can be spent and earned again. Today, they would simply enjoy a taste of a life beyond the ordinary. Savoring the dragon fish, Qin Xiaolong reassured himself. Fortunately, the dragon fish was incredibly delicious, far surpassing common varieties like carp or grass fish. However, the price was exorbitant. Indulging felt akin to carving a piece from his own flesh, and even millionaires would likely grieve over such an expense for days. After finishing dinner, Qin Xiaolong made another trip to Yang Daju's home. Xiaolong, I've already cut the beef for you. You can take it home now, Yang Jinsheng said. No ruse. Qin Xiaolong replied, heading straight into Yang Daju's room. Assist me now. Jungle, flank left. Mage, what are you doing? Damn, these clueless teammates. Yang Daju was engrossed in a game, oblivious to Qin Xiaolong's arrival. Qin Xiaolong snatched Yang Daju's phone away. Xiaolong, give me back my phone. We're in a team fight. Yang Daju exclaimed anxiously. Your role as a commander is irrelevant with or without you, Qin Xiaolong retorted disdainfully, then inquired, this morning. I asked you to deliver the dragon fish to my home. How did you do it? I just dropped it off. Your grandfather was home, so I left the fish in your upper room. Yang Daju replied. Did you tell my grandfather that the fish cost a fortune? Qin Xiaolong pressed. I did mention it was expensive and advised him to keep an eye on it. Later, he asked if the fish was tasty, and I jokingly said it was, that even ancient emperors enjoyed it. And then I left, Yang Daju recounted honestly. No wonder my mom decided to stew it. It turns out you rascal, spoke out of turn. I could just strangle you. Qin Xiaolong glutted at Yang Daju. What? Your mom stewed the fish? Yang Daju was instantly dumbfounded. Of course. What else would you think I was here for? Qin Xiaolong replied darkly. Bro, you can't blame me. I had no idea your mom would cook it. Yang Daju quickly defended himself, fearing Qin Xiaolong would demand compensation. Consider this a warning. If you spread rumors again, I'll take care of you. Qin Xiaolong was not in a vengeful mood, so he let it slide. Don't worry. I promise I'll say exactly what you want me to say from now on. Not a word more, Yang Daju vowed hastily. Afterward, Qin Xiaolong returned the phone to Yang Daju, and the two of them moved the beef back to the cold storage at his home. The hefty cow yielded several hundred pounds of meat, far more than Qin Xiaolong's family could consume. He decided to set aside a few dozen pounds and planned to deliver the remainder to the Longting restaurant the following morning. The next day, Qin Xiaolong first made his delivery and then visited the Xingdetang, where he sold a piece of bezoar for a commendable sum of 450,000 for over 2 pounds, significantly replenishing his finances. Subsequently, he ventured to the Water Dragon Palace, extravagantly spending 600,000 to acquire 2 blood-red dragons and numerous fry. Upon returning to Taiyuan village, he was unexpectedly hailed by Zhao Defy, who flagged down his vehicle. Uncle Defy, what brings you here? Qin Xiaolong inquired as he rolled down the window. Xiaolong, this morning my son mentioned that Zheng Pengsheng, Wang Po's grandson, was grilling chicken by the river last night. He accidentally let slip that the chicken seemed to belong to your family. You might want to check if any of your chickens are missing, Zhao Defy informed him. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Defy. Qin Xiaolong expressed his gratitude promptly. Why thank me? That little rascal Zheng Pengsheng is insufferable, and with his unreasonable grandmother protecting him. You're the only one in the village brave enough to deal with him, Zhao Defy chuckled. If he truly slaughtered my chicken, I won't hesitate to give him a thorough thrashing, Qin Xiaolong retorted before bidding farewell to Zhao Defy. Upon arriving home, Qin Xiaolong didn't even unload the dragonfish, but headed straight to his chicken coop. To his dismay, the coop was devoid of any chickens, clearly indicating they had ventured out to forage. He searched nearby and quickly located his chickens in a patch of wasteland less than 20 meters from his doorstep. Counting them meticulously, he recalled that they originally had 16. One was dispatched by Wu Jinlian and another by his mother. Thus, he should have 14 remaining. Yet only 13 were present. Connecting the dots with Zhao Defy's earlier warning, it was evident that Zheng Pengsheng had indeed pilfered one. Fury ignited within Qin Xiaolong. He contemplated delivering a sound beating to Zheng Pengsheng, but paused, fully aware that the boy was the type to forget pain but remember a meal. Even if he were to punish Zheng Pengsheng today, the boy would likely forget the lesson in a matter of days. Moreover, his grandmother, Wang Po, was no benevolent figure. Should he be too harsh, she might create a ruckus. Thus, he resolved to devise a more profound lesson that would leave an indelible mark on Zheng Pengsheng. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck Qin Xiaolong, and he formulated a plan. He returned home, drove to town, and purchased a cake. Upon his return, he added some peculiar ingredients to the cake. Completing his preparations, he parked his vehicle near Zheng Pengsheng's residence, intentionally leaving the door ajar with the cake prominently displayed on the seat. He then retreated to a cornfield 50 meters away, concealing himself. under the relentless sun. With little breeze, the cornfield felt stifling, and soon Qin Xiaolong was drenched in sweat. Nonetheless, he persevered for the sake of his scheme. Time slipped by, and nearly 40 minutes later, Zheng Pengcheng returned from the river. Spotting the open door, he immediately noticed the cake resting on the seat. As anticipated, Zheng Pengcheng feigned ignorance, strolling past the vehicle. However, once he confirmed the coast was clear, he swiftly returned and snatched the cake, scurrying back home. A sly grin crept across Qin Xiaolong's face as he observed this. After lying in wait for an additional 6 or 7 minutes, he surmised that Zheng Pengcheng must have started indulging in the cake and emerged from his hiding spot. "Who took my cake from the car? Return at once," Qin Xiaolong shouted, feigning ignorance. His voice quickly attracted the attention of the villagers, who soon gathered to investigate the commotion. Upon learning of the missing cake, suspicions naturally fell upon Zheng Pengcheng, who had inherited his grandmother's dubious tendencies. Pretending to heed the villagers' counsel, Qin Xiaolong hastened to Zheng Pengcheng's home. "Wang Po, come out here," he called. "What do you want?" Wang Po emerged, her expression dark. "Did your grandson steal the cake from my car?" Qin Xiaolong queried. "How dare you slander him?" "That is absolutely false," Wang Po vehemently denied. Her reaction was precisely what Qin Xiaolong anticipated. He feigned concern, pressing further. "Are you certain my cake wasn't taken by your grandson?" "My grandson would never do such a thing," Wang Po reiterated. "That's good to hear, for I laced the cake with rat poison, specifically meant to eliminate vermin. If your grandson didn't steal it, I shall search elsewhere," Qin Xiaolong declared, preparing to leave. Upon hearing this, Wang Po's expression shifted dramatically, and she dashed toward the house. "Oh dear, my stomach aches terribly." At that moment, Zheng Pengcheng lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen and wailing in agony. "Don't worry, dear, your grandmother is here," Wang Po hurriedly comforted him, though panic swept through her, leaving her at a loss for what to do. "Wang Po, didn't you claim your grandson? Didn't he steal my cake?" "What's happening now?" Qin Xiaolong asked, feigning innocence. "You fiend, why did you poison my grandson? If anything happens to him, I swear I'll make you pay," Wang Po raged, placing all blame on Qin Xiaolong. "That is of no concern to me." Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes. "Enough of this argument. The priority is to save him. We must get Pengcheng to the hospital immediately." Although no one particularly favored Zheng Pengcheng, they recognized the gravity of the situation and prepared to assist in his transport. "It's too late. I used a potent rat poison, and if we don't act fast, he might not survive the trip to the hospital. The only solution now is to induce vomiting with golden juice," Qin Xiaolong suggested opportunistically. The term golden juice was merely a euphemism for human waste, a traditional remedy for poisoning that had fallen out of favor due to its unsavory nature. However, one of the villagers recalled, "We once saved a relative who had ingested pesticides using this method." Xiaolong is right. "This is our only option," an elderly villager confirmed, prompting Qin Xiaolong to feel he should award him a medal for best ally. "Everyone step aside, without wasting any more time." Qin Xiaolong swiftly lifted Zheng Pengcheng and jogged towards the latrine. "Uncle Wu Wei, please hold on to Pengcheng and keep him still," he instructed. With that, Qin Xiaolong lifted the cover off the cesspool. A wave of rancid odor assaulted him, nearly overwhelming him. "Oh, that's foul." The villagers recoiled. But as a resolute young man of the 21st century, Qin Xiaolong approached the cesspool without hesitation, scooping out half a bucket of waste. He then procured a stick and stirred the mixture until it reached the desired consistency before returning to Zheng Pengcheng's side. "Uncle Wu Wei, please hold Pengcheng tight and don't let him move. I will begin administering the golden elixir to him now." Qin Xiaolong earnestly instructed Zhao Wu Wei, then scooped up a ladle of golden-colored excrement. "Pengcheng, come, let's drink this golden juice." Though Zheng Pengcheng was in great pain, he was not foolish enough to consume excrement and immediately began to struggle. "I won't drink that. Grandma, save me." "Xiaolong, perhaps you should refrain from forcing that on Pengcheng. How could he possibly swallow it?" Wang Po said, her heart filled with concern. "Wang Po, do you not understand that children can be ignorant? I am saving your grandson. If he refuses to drink, he will surely perish. Do you wish to witness your grandson's demise?" Qin Xiaolong admonished sternly. "I certainly do not want my grandson to die, but But what? Hold your tongue. I must act swiftly to save him. Qin Xiaolong interrupted Wang Pa decisively, then pinched Zheng Pengcheng's mouth shut and forcefully poured the golden elixir into him. Gulp, gulp. Zheng Pengcheng continued to struggle, but as a small child, he could not withstand the combined strength of Qin Xiaolong and Zhao Wuwei. With every breath, the golden elixir filled his belly. Witnessing this scene, the villagers who had gathered felt their stomachs churn and nearly vomited their recently consumed lunch. Bing, Ching, Gulme. Let us continue drinking. I am saving you. Another ladle of golden juice was poured into Zheng Pengcheng's mouth. Zheng Pengcheng struggled even more fiercely, splattering excrement onto Qin Xiaolong and Zhao Wuwei. Be careful, you've got excrement on me, Zhao Wuwei quickly warned. Uncle Wuwei, we are saving the flower of our nation. We must embody the spirit of not fearing dirt or fatigue. What does it matter if our clothes get dirty? Qin Xiaolong spoke with righteous fervor, embodying justice itself. You are correct. I've been too lacking in awareness. Please continue. Zhao Wuwei was inspired by Qin Xiaolong's selflessness, elevating his own mindset to a new level. Peng, Cheng. Come, drink a bit more. Aim to drink enough to expel the rat poison from your stomach. Qin Xiaolong suppressed a smile, continuing to force the golden elixir into Zheng Pengcheng. Desperate, Zheng Pengcheng wished to plead with Wang Pa for help, but as he opened his mouth, more golden elixir was poured in, rendering him speechless. After several ladles, Qin Xiaolong finally allowed Zhao Wuwei to release him. Zheng Pengcheng collapsed onto the ground, retching profusely, tears and snot streaming down his face. Uncle Wuwei, it seems Peng Cheng has not yet expelled completely. Let us give him more. Qin Xiaolong instructed Zhao Wuwei, who promptly lifted Zheng Pengcheng again. I won't drink anymore. Grandma, save me. At this point, Zheng Pengcheng was on the verge of collapse, crying as if he were a slaughtered pig. Peng Cheng, just endure a little longer. It will be over soon. Wang Po's heart ached with tears, but for the sake of saving her grandson, she had to endure. Gulp, gulp. Another ladle of golden elixir entered Zheng Pengcheng's mouth. You little brat, I will make sure you drink this. Qin Xiaolong appeared unfazed, though internally he was elated. After forcing enough into Zheng Pengcheng, he retched again. This cycle continued 4 times before Qin Xiaolong finally stopped. Peng Cheng, you must never eat recklessly again. I could save you this time, but next time, you may not be so fortunate. Qin Xiaolong spoke earnestly, looking down at the exhausted Zheng Pengcheng, who was devoid of any response. Alas, this child seems unsatisfied. He must be angry with me. I should have given him something thicker earlier. Qin Xiaolong muttered softly. Peng Cheng, are you all right? Wang Pa inquired as she lifted him, but upon catching a whiff of his odor, she immediately retched onto him. Wang Pa, wait a moment. I will go home and fetch some herbs. Allow Peng Cheng to drink a few more doses, and he will be fine. Qin Xiaolong spoke again. Your willingness to get dirty and tired for the sake of saving others shows what a good child you are. Indeed, children like Xiaolong, who repay kindness with kindness, are rare these days. If I had a daughter, I would certainly want Xiaolong as my son-in-law. The villagers praised Qin Xiaolong, giving him thumbs up. Thank you for the kind words, but I merely did what I ought to do. Qin Xiaolong humbly replied. Initially wishing to perform good deeds anonymously, he decided there was no need to hide now that he had been seen. In order to save the flower of the nation swiftly, Qin Xiaolong returned home to gather more medicinal herbs. At that moment, Wang Pa was helping Zheng Pengcheng bathe. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong, Zheng Pengcheng trembled as if he had seen a demon. Do not be afraid, Peng Cheng. I have come to bring you herbs, Qin Xiaolong said with a smile, mashing the herbs and mixing them with water before forcefully making Zheng Pengcheng drink it. Should we take Peng Cheng to the hospital? Wang Pa asked, still worried. No need. The herbs I administered are antidotes. I assure you he will be lively by tomorrow. After reassuring Wang Pa, Qin Xiaolong departed. Upon returning home, he quickly took a bath, using soap multiple times until the foul odor finally dissipated. By 3 in the afternoon, when the sun was less intense, Qin Xiaolong transferred the dragon fish into a large water bucket and, with the fish and various tools in hand, ascended the mountain, stopping at a hillside. Behind waist-high weeds lay a crevice in the rocks. Entering it revealed a natural cave deep within which was an underground lake. This location, discovered accidentally while catching rabbits, boasted pure, unpolluted spring water, calm as a mirror, with a constant temperature year-round, a perfect habitat for breeding dragonfish. Chapter 78. Money is a wonderful thing. Qin Xiaolong swam joyfully in the underground lake before blocking the only water outlet with wooden stakes and window mesh, releasing the 2 breeding fish and the fry into the water. Done. Mission accomplished. Watching the dragon fish glide freely in the lake, Qin Xiaolong finally felt a sense of relief. According to Liao Wei Wang, dragonfish do not require frequent feeding. Small fish can be fed once a day, while larger fish can be fed every 2 days. Today, he had not gone to catch river shrimp, so he fed them breadworms for now. Once all the tasks were completed, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Qin Xiaolong wasted no time and exited the cave, leaving the bucket and tools behind, as no one would venture into this secluded area. Upon returning to Taiyuan village, he happened to run into Li Gangxian again. The look in Li Gangxian's eyes was filled with resentment, as if he wished to devour him whole. What's wrong? Want to kill me? Gulme. I will give you the chance. Feel free to strike, and I promise I won't retaliate. Qin Xiaolong taunted, pointing to his own head with a mocking expression. Xiaolong, do not get too smug. One day, I will make you understand my strength, Li Gangxian said through clenched teeth, harboring deep-seated hatred for Qin Xiaolong, yet too fearful to act against him. Don't wait for that day. Do it now. If you don't make a move, I might just take action myself. Qin Xiaolong smirked disdainfully, rolling up his sleeves. Seeing this, Li Gangxian's expression changed instantly. He dared not speak further threats and fled. Useless. Watching Li Gangxian sprint away like a rabbit, Qin Xiaolong's contempt only deepened. He truly regarded Li Gangxian with little concern. If this fellow chooses to conduct himself with integrity in the future, he shall naturally refrain from courting trouble. However, should he dare to engage in deceit, he need not be surprised if I send Li Gang on an early journey to the afterlife. Upon returning home, noticing that his parents had yet to arrive, Qin Xiaolong took to picking green beans, preparing for dinner. Just as he settled down, Chen Xiaoyu suddenly bounced in. Oh, Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Qin Xiaolong inquired, genuinely surprised. Not only have I come, but my father and brother are here as well, Chen Xiaoyu replied, gesturing behind her. No sooner had she spoken than Chen Guangfu and his son Chen Wenhao entered. Xiaolong, thank you for the money you lent me earlier. To repay this wayward son of mine, I have spent 980,000. The remaining 320,000 is here, Chen Guangfu stated, handing a paper bag to Qin Xiaolong. No need to count. I trust the village head won't deceive me, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile as he accepted the bag. Unruly brat. Hurry up and thanks Xiaolong, Chen Guangfu scolded, giving Chen Wenhao a firm kick. Thank you, Xiaolong. This is a small token from our family. I hope you won't think little of it, Chen Wenhao quickly added, extending a bag of fruits and a couple of boxes of beverages. There's no need for formality. As long as Hao Ge can turn over a new leaf, my efforts will not have been in vain, Qin Xiaolong replied cheerfully, accepting everything without hesitation. Rest assured, I will work diligently from now on and will never gamble again, Chen Wenhao vowed earnestly, though the credibility of his promise remained uncertain. Previously, I was in the wrong. I underestimated you. I should not have ridiculed you nor obstructed your relationship with Xiaoyu. I hope you can forgive me, Chen Guangfu said after a moment's hesitation. The fact that Qin Xiaolong had lent him over $1 million at a crucial time showcased a courage not commonly found, which filled him with genuine gratitude. Most importantly, the ease with which Qin Xiaolong had provided such a sum indicated that he was no longer the impoverished youth whom Chen Guangfu could deride at will. This prompted Chen Guangfu to visit and express his thanks, hoping to strengthen their relationship. After all, given Qin Xiaolong's circumstances, finding a spouse would be merely a matter of choice. His daughter marrying him would indeed be a significant elevation. Let bygones be bygones. We shall not speak of the past. Qin Xiaolong waved his hand dismissively. True to the saying, do not judge the monk by his appearance, with Chen Xiaoyu present, Qin Xiaolong felt compelled to grant Chen Guangfu some respect. Moreover, Chen Guangfu's apology was sincere, and there was no need for Qin Xiaolong to dwell on past grievances. Otherwise, it might affect his future with Chen Xiaoyu. Thank you for your generosity. Your broad-mindedness will surely elevate you among men. Chen Guangfu praised Qin Xiaolong eagerly. I always knew Xiaolong would achieve greatness. Do you now believe in my discernment? Chen Xiaoyu chimed in with a bright smile. Despite Qin Xiaolong's previous financial struggles, she had never looked down upon him, firmly believing that he would eventually rise to prominence. She simply had not anticipated that day would arrive so swiftly. Indeed, it's either my father being foolish or my daughter's keen insight. Chen Guangfu nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong nearly burst into laughter, fully aware that Chen Guangfu's newfound respect was solely due to one factor: money. Since ancient times, wealth has had the power to influence decisions, and now it allowed the village head to curry favor. Money truly is a remarkable entity. Though he chose to keep this insight to himself to spare Chen Guangfu any embarrassment. Village head, I just happen to be preparing dinner. Why not join us at my home tonight? We still have plenty of beef from the cow we slaughtered yesterday, Qin Xiaolong offered, changing the subject. No need. My wife is preparing a meal at home. Xiaoyu, if you wish to dine at Xiaolong's, feel free to stay, Chen Guangfu replied quickly. All right. Then I shall enjoy dinner at Xiaolong's, Chen Xiaoyu said with a sweet smile. We will take our leave now, Chen Guangfu said, not lingering any longer. Soon, only Qin Xiaolong and Chen Xiaoyu remained in the courtyard. Xiaoyu, why don't you stay for the night? We could enjoy some time together, Qin Xiaolong said, wrapping his arms around Chen Xiaoyu's waist playfully. Oh, stop it. Go cook. I am starving, Chen Xiaoyu retorted, rolling her eyes at him. No need to worry. Let's head inside. I promise to ensure you're well fed. Qin Xiaolong continued to jest, his hands wandering mischievously. Hey, stop messing around and get to cooking, Chen Xiaoyu insisted, striving to maintain her composure. With the prospect of not being able to enjoy Chen Xiaoyu's company for the moment, Qin Xiaolong turned his focus to preparing dinner. Once the meal was ready, Qin Xiaolong's parents returned from the farm. He had intended to invite his grandfather to join them, but the old man stated he had already prepared noodles, so that idea was set aside. In the past, Qin Xiaoyu had dined at Qin Xiaolong's home a few times during their childhood, but she had not come since growing up. This was her first visit in 3 years. Consequently, Liang Jing and her husband were exceedingly warm, serving her dishes and pouring drinks, making Chen Xiaoyu feel a bit bashful. After dinner, when Chen Xiaoyu offered to wash the dishes, Liang Jing insisted she go upstairs to watch television with Qin Xiaolong instead. Xiaolong, your father and I are heading out for a bit. You two enjoy yourselves at home, Liang Jing said knowingly, recognizing the budding relationship and eager to facilitate their time together. Should their chemistry ignite, she could potentially anticipate becoming a grandmother sooner rather than later. Once her parents departed, Qin Xiaolong led Chen Xiaoyu into his room. As his lips felt dry, he was about to request her assistance in moisturizing them when a sudden knock echoed from outside. Xiaolong, are you home? Boomed Yang Daju's voice. What terrible timing. Xiaoyu, wait for me a moment, Qin Xiaolong said, stepping out of his room. What is it? He asked after turning on the courtyard lights. Xiaolong, I caught a wild chicken. Shall we roast it as a snack? Yang Dazu replied, holding a wild chicken in one hand and 2 bottles of liquor in the other. Wow, this wild chicken looks splendid. Where did you get it? Qin Xiaolong remarked, admiring the bird's beautiful plumage. I bought this for 150 yuan from Chen Xiaowei. I estimate it weighs around 4 to 5 pounds. Plenty for us to enjoy. Yang Daju explained, moving toward the sink. Xiaolong, hand me your knife. I'll take care of this chicken first. Wait a moment, Qin Xiaolong interrupted, examining the wild chicken again and even doing a quick search. Oh no, this is a protected species, he exclaimed, his expression shifting in alarm. Regardless of whether it's a protected species or not, it will all be roasted soon, Yang Daju chuckled. Roast it. If you dare to eat it, you might as well prepare to serve time. Qin Xiaolong shot back, glaring at Yang Daju. What do you mean? Eating a wild chicken could land someone in jail? Yang Daju loket utterly confuset. Are you really that ignorant? This is a first-level protected animal, the brown-eared pheasant, nicknamed the prison chicken. Eating an ordinary wild chicken is one thing. But this is a protected species. If caught, one could end up behind bars. Goodness, what should we do now? Should I just let go? Young Dazu, realizing the gravity of the situation, began to panic. No need to release it. I'll call the forestry department shortly to have them come and take it away. Qin Xiaolong replied calmly. By the way, you mentioned that this chicken was sold to you by Qin Xiaolong, correct? Yes, I happened to run into him just now. He said it was given to him by someone else, and since he couldn't consume it, he sold it to me, Yang Daju responded. That scoundrel, selling you a protected species like the brown horse chicken, truly has devious intentions, Qin Xiaolong said coldly. He understood that Qin Xiaolong was aware of the relationship between him and Yang Daju, which is why he sold the chicken to him. If he was not mistaken, once they consumed the chicken, Qin Xiaolong would undoubtedly report them, leading to both of their downfalls. Damn it, this guy is too treacherous. I must confront him, Yang Daju exclaimed in anger, grateful that Qin Xiaolong had discovered the chicken was a protected species. Otherwise, he might have unwittingly jeopardized his future. Stay composed. Qin Xiaolong is as foolish as a pig. He wouldn't conceive such a cunning plan. This malicious scheme is undoubtedly the work of that old fox, Qin. Given his cunning nature, confronting him may lead to further trouble. Qin Xiaolong quickly intervened. Qin had earned a notorious reputation for his slyness, and without adequate evidence, Yang Daju would only harm himself by confronting him. What should we do then? We can't allow ourselves to be victimized like this, Yang Daju asked, his face contorted with rage. There's no rush. While he plays the first move, we will respond with the 15th. Let me think this through carefully. I will ensure that this old man does not enjoy his victory for long, Qin Xiaolong asserted. He was not a reckless fool, particularly not against someone as strategic as Qin. To deal with him, meticulous planning was essential, and he had ample time to spare for this game. All right, I will follow your lead. Yang Daju, recognizing his own limitations compared to Qin Xiaolong's intellect, decided to suppress his anger for the moment. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong contacted the Forestry Bureau, who informed him that it was too late in the day for action. They advised him to secure the brown horse chicken and promised to send officials for identification the following day. After chatting for a while longer, Yang Daju departed, while Qin Xiaolong escorted Qin Xiaoyu back home. On his way back, he encountered his parents returning home. Xiaolong, has Xiaoyu left? Liang Jing inquired eagerly. Yes, I've just seen her home, Qin Xiaolong replied. What progress have you made with Xiaoyu? Have you too, you know? Liang Jing continued, lowering her voice. Mom, what are you thinking? We've only just begun dating. It's far too soon for that. Qin Xiaolong retorted, somewhat exasperated. You're right. No need to rush. Take your time, and make sure to invite Xiaoyu over to our home more often. Let us aim to win her over soon, so I can hold my grandchild, Liang Jing said, fully aware of her son's financial success. Her only wish was for him to marry soon and provide her with a grandchild. Qin Xiaoyu was one of her ideal candidates for a daughter-in-law, as long as Qin Xiaolong could win her heart. All the money spent could be considered as a bride price for the Qin family. Oh, by the way, Xiaolong, your uncle from a city called earlier and invited our family to his daughter's engagement banquet. I've already accepted on our behalf. We'll go together the day after tomorrow. Liang Jing seamlessly transitioned to another topic. Oh, really? Didn't he always look down on us? Why the sudden invitation? Qin Xiaolong smirked, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Chapter 80. Taking Mu Qiutong into the mountains. Qin Liye, Qin Xiaolong's uncle, was the youngest son of his grandfather's brother. By familial hierarchy, Qin Xiaolong had to address him as second uncle. Over 20 years ago, Qin Liye had moved to the city for work. After getting drunk and injuring someone, he was forced to pay 2,000 yuan, 500 of which was borrowed from Qin Xiaolong's family. In today's context, 500 yuan may seem trivial, but 20 years ago, it was far from insignificant. He vividly remembered how his mother hesitated to buy him ice pops that cost just a dime. Later, Qin Liye borrowed several hundred yuan from his family to start a small business in the city, gradually becoming prosperous. 12 years ago, he even changed his rural household registration to become an urban resident, enjoying the benefits of urban living. However, Qin Liye turned out to be an ungrateful wretch, severing ties with his impoverished relatives once he achieved success. The most infuriating incident was when Qin Xiaolong's father was injured, and he sought help from Qin Liye, hoping to borrow some money. However, Qin Liye made numerous excuses, claiming he hadn't received payments owed to him and was burdened with business debts. In the end, despite wearing himself thin with persuasion, Qin Xiaolong failed to secure even a dime. Moreover, Qin Lia's wife, who prided herself on being a city dweller, looked down on their impoverished relatives from the very start of their marriage. She constantly belittled them, calling farmers dirty, uneducated, and lacking manners, speaking with a sharp tongue. Consequently, over the past 2 years, they had only seen each other during the Qingming festival. He never expected that his uncle's daughter would suddenly remember to invite them to her engagement banquet. You know your uncle. He is as stingy as they come when it comes to lending money, but loves to flaunt his wealth. This invitation is clearly an opportunity for him to show off his riches and superior lifestyle, perhaps even to belittle us in the process, Liang Jing articulated sharply. Then why should we even bother going? They've long since disregarded us as family, Qin Xiaolong replied. Your uncle has reached out to us, so we must extend him some courtesy. Besides, I want them to see how accomplished my son has become. It's time to let your mother bask in some pride. Liang Jing added with a smile. In the past, their family had been impoverished, and they had no retort when looked down upon. However, now that her son had become wealthy, she was eager to flaunt their success. It was akin to the saying that one should not return home in fine clothes. But now she wished to display their prosperity. All right then, I'll accompany you the day after tomorrow. Qin Xiaolong instantly understood his mother's intent and was willing to indulge her wishes. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, Mu Qiutong unexpectedly called Qin Xiaolong. Xiaolong, could you procure another batch of Dendrobium officinale for me? I can offer an additional 100 yuan per pound. Upon answering the call, Mu Qiutong inquired. I can't guarantee that, but I'll head to the mountains tomorrow and see if I can find some. If I do, I'll get you some, Qin Xiaolong replied. The Dendrobium officinale in the valley had already been harvested, and since it grew slowly, he could only collect it once a year. To acquire more, he would have to venture into other valleys, which were not easily accessible. Could you take me with you tomorrow? I would like to accompany you into the mountains. Mu Qiutong added. Miss Mu, I believe it would be best if you refrain from joining. The mountain paths are treacherous, and I fear you may struggle to keep up. Qin Xiaolong gently suggested. Mu Qiutong, clearly a pampered young lady, would be more of a burden than a help in the mountains. Don't underestimate me. I have maintained a consistent exercise regimen. Besides, I participated in 2 marathons during college, placing within the top 500. Mu Qiutong declared proudly. Oh, it seems I have underestimated you, Miss Mu. Very well. Please come early tomorrow, and I will take you with me into the mountains. Qin Xiaolong conceded upon hearing her determination. The next morning, at 5 o'clock, not long after dawn, there was a knock at the door of Qin Xiaolong's house. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Mu Qiutong standing there. I must say, Qiutong, you have arrived quite early, Qin Xiaolong remarked, a mix of amusement and disbelief in his tone. Early to go, early to return. I have no desire to spend the night on the mountain, Mu Qiutong explained. Then wait for me for a moment. I need to wash my face first, Qin Xiaolong replied, hurrying off to freshen up. Although Qin Xiaolong had wanted his mother to fry him a couple of eggs, he found that Mu Qiutong had already bought breakfast for him. Mom, I put the brown chicken in the grain house. When the Forestry Bureau folks arrive later, you can just give it to them. After informing his mother, Qin Xiaolong took Mu Qiutong up the mountain. Today, she was dressed in long sleeves and pants, having changed into hiking shoes, yet her exquisite figure remained undeniably captivating. The scenery in the countryside is truly delightful. Clear mountains, beautiful waters, melodious birds, and fragrant flowers, far more comfortable than the concrete jungles of the city. Mu Qiutong remarked as they walked along the mountain path. What use is beautiful scenery if it can't fill your belly? Qin Xiaolong chuckled. You could develop the tourism industry. Once there are enough visitors, your income would rise, Mu Qiutong suggested. You are underestimating the complexities. Developing tourism requires a reputation and supporting infrastructure, all of which necessitate funding. Otherwise, in a remote area, who would come? Qin Xiaolong replied with a light laugh. That's true. Mu Qiutong nodded in agreement, quickly acknowledging his viewpoint. Why not invest a few billion in our Taoyuan village, Miss Mu? Once it develops, I could build a temple and erect a monument for you, Qin Xiaolong joked. I would love to invest, but my current circumstances do not permit it. Our company is in an expansion phase and funds are required everywhere. We also owe the bank a significant sum. Mu Qiutong responded with a look of helplessness. Well then, when you become wealthy, do remember to uplift our rural development, Qin Xiaolong urged. Of course, Mu Xiaodong replied as they continued their conversation, unknowingly passing 2 hours. Xiaolong, could you wait for me a moment? I need to use the restroom, Mu Xiaodong suddenly said as they reached a slope. Sure, go ahead. I'll wait here, Qin Xiaolong replied, finding a rock to sit on. Mu Xiaodong walked a few meters ahead and finally reached a thicket, ensuring she wouldn't be seen before she squatted down. However, Qin Xiaolong's keen hearing soon picked up the sound of flowing water, stirring his imagination, especially in such a desolate place. The thought of sharing a wondrous experience with a stunning beauty like Mu Xiaodong, with the earth as a bed and the sky as a blanket, made life feel utterly fulfilling. Just then, a piercing scream shattered all his fantasies. Autumn Tong, what's wrong? Qin Xiaolong immediately asked. I've been bitten by a poisonous snake. Hurry and save me, Mu Xiaodong replied frantically. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong rushed towards her. He spotted a venomous snake, its tongue flickering, less than a meter away from her, a 5-step snake. Known for its deadly venom, the mortality rate from its bite is alarmingly high. Their village had seen 6 fatalities from 5-step snake bites in the past decade. To prevent the snake from causing harm, Qin Xiaolong swiftly approached and struck it down. Where were you bitten, Xiaotong? He asked urgently. It bit me. It bit me, Mu Xiaotong stammered, unable to articulate clearly. Please, hurry up and tell me. If you take too long, even divine intervention won't save you. Qin Xiaolong urged anxiously. It bit me on my butt. What should I do now? She finally admitted, blushing with embarrassment. You need to remove your pants. I'll help you suck out the snake venom, Qin Xiaolong said solemnly. What? Mu Xiaodong hesitated at this suggestion. As a young woman, the thought of Qin Xiaolong seeing her naked was mortifying. Hurry, otherwise the venom will spread, and you'll be in dire trouble, Qin Xiaolong insisted urgently. Fully aware of the potency of the 5-step snake's venom, Mu Xiaodong realized she had no time to hesitate. She quickly followed his instruction and removed her pants. This snake truly had it out for her. Qin Xiaolong felt a wave of awkwardness as he glanced at the site of her injury. Yet, for the sake of saving her, he pushed aside his embarrassment and knelt down to suck the venom from her wound. Mu Xiaodong understood he was extracting the venom, but felt utterly humiliated at being exposed to a man. However, as the venom took its toll, Qin Xiaolong swiftly shifted his focus, handing the herbal concoction contained in a mineral water bottle to Mu Xiaodong. Wow, it's so bitter, Mu Xiaodong exclaimed after taking a sip, her face contorting from the unpleasant taste. A good medicine is often bitter. If it weren't, it would be unusual, Qin Xiaolong remarked with a smile. Aware that Qin Xiaolong was saving her, Mu Xiaodong persevered and drank every last drop of the herbal juice. Xiaolong, thank you for saving me, but I hope you can promise not to speak of today's events, Mu Xiaodong said shyly, biting her lip. The earlier incident had been exceedingly embarrassing, and she did not wish for anyone to know, fearing what others might think. Rest assured, this matter is known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me. If I were to tell a third person, may lightning strike me down, Qin Xiaolong solemnly vowed, even going so far as to make an oath. Hearing this, Mu Xiaodong finally breathed a sigh of relief, trusting that Qin Xiaolong would keep his word. As noon approached, Qin Xiaolong took out the biscuits and beef jerky he had brought along, sharing them with Mu Xiaodong for lunch. After they finished eating, Mu Xiaodong's complexion regained some color, although she still felt somewhat weak and lacked strength. Xiaodong, you should rest here. I will search for more herbs nearby, Qin Xiaolong suggested. Although Mu Xiaodong had narrowly escaped death, her current condition did not permit her to venture further into the mountains. Furthermore, it had not been easy for Qin Xiaolong to climb the mountain, and he did not want to return empty-handed. Please don't leave me alone. I'm scared, Mu Xiaodong said, looking quite pitiful. Having just been bitten by a venomous snake, she still felt a lingering sense of dread. Don't worry, I won't stray far. I'll be nearby, and if you need anything, just call for me, and I will return promptly, Qin Xiaolong reassured her before stepping into the forest. Chapter 82. Wealth and meat. The surrounding forest was sparse with herbs, and Qin Xiaolong did not engage in his previous meticulous selection. He gathered every herb he encountered. As he walked, a faint fragrance suddenly wafted into his nostrils. Qin Xiaolong glanced around and quickly identified the source of the scent, a dead tree. However, The aroma was not emanating from the tree itself, but was instead a mark left by a musk deer, indicating that these creatures were active in the area. If he could obtain some musk, his journey would be worthwhile. With this thought, Qin Xiaolong began to search the surroundings, unknowingly climbing a nearby hill. Looking down into the valley, a smile spread across his face. Who would have thought that a dozen musk deer lived in that valley? Typically, musk deer prefer solitude. Encountering a group of them was exceptionally rare. At that moment, the musk deer frolicked on the grass, living quite comfortably. To avoid disturbing the deer, Qin Xiaolong circled around and descended into the valley from the side. He then used the cover of the bushes to stealthily approach the musk deer. Stopping about 20 meters away, picking up a small stone, he gauged the force needed and swiftly launched it at the deer. With a whoosh, the stone struck the deer's neck with an imperceptible speed. It fell to the ground without making a sound. Qin Xiaolong's familiarity with the various acupoints on both humans and animals allowed him to strike with precision, a skill unattainable by others. The remaining musk deer, believing their companion merely lay down, continued their playful antics. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Xiaolong repeated the process, incapacitating 3 more deer. Only then did the others sense something amiss and scatter in alarm. Without concern, Qin Xiaolong rushed to the side of the incapacitated deer. In ancient times, people would typically kill musk deer to harvest their scent glands, but such a method was overly brutal, akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Qin Xiaolong, however, was far more considerate. He carefully extracted the musk without harming the deer in any way. After obtaining the musk, he infused the deer with a bit of his vital energy, causing the unconscious creature to awaken and bounce away into the woods. Excellent. For pieces of musk, this will fetch a handsome sum, Qin Xiaolong thought. Although the quality of the musk he obtained this time was perhaps not as high as the last, it would still yield at least 40 to 50 grams once dried, capable of fetching over 40,000 in currency at a rate of 1,000 per gram. After securing the musk, Qin Xiaolong continued his search in the valley, finding several more grams of herbs before returning to Mu Xiaodong. Xiaodong, how are you feeling now? Have you regained your strength? Qin Xiaolong inquired as he observed her standing. Yes, I feel almost completely recovered. The herbs you gathered are truly effective. Have you studied medicine? Mu Xiaodong replied, Nothing. All my medical knowledge comes from an old physician. I can't claim to bring the dead back to life, but I can assure you that any ailment I treat will be cured. Qin Xiaolong boasted with a hint of pride. Is that true? You aren't just boasting, are you? Mu Xiaodong couldn't help but question. You are aware of Su Jie's little issue, right? I was the one who treated her. So am I truly boasting? Qin Xiaolong replied with a chuckle. Mu Xiaodong, being close friends with Su Yafu, was well aware of her secret. Su Yafu had previously mentioned that Qin Xiaolong was her healer, and she had even gained a special ability, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of the fragrant concubine. This unique talent was something Mu Xiaodong envied. Reflecting on this and recalling Qin Xiaolong's treatment of her, Mu Xiaodong had no further doubts about his medical skills. Xiaolong, I have a friend who suffers from a peculiar ailment. She has numerous small abscesses on her face and body, which look quite unsightly. Do you think you could help her? Mu Xiaodong asked. Your description is too vague. I need to see the patient myself to make an accurate assessment, Qin Xiaolong replied, unable to provide a definitive answer based on her description alone. All right, I will ask my friend when she can come to Linsheng, Mu Xiaodong said, nodding, and dropped the subject. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong retrieved the 4 pieces of musk he had just acquired and showed them to Mu Xiaodong. She was always eager to acquire such precious medicinal materials and promptly offered 50,000 for the natural musk, seemingly worried that if she delayed, Qin Xiaolong might not sell it to her. After checking the time, which was already past 2 in the afternoon, Qin Xiaolong decided not to linger on the mountain any longer and led Mu Xiaodong down. To accommodate her, they walked at a leisurely pace, arriving home by 5 o'clock. Xiaodong, why not join us for dinner tonight? I'll prepare a table of authentic farmhouse dishes for you to experience something new, Qin Xiaolong invited. Sure, I'll take you up on that offer, Mu Xiaodong readily accepted. Previously, Qin Xiaolong had invited her, but she had to decline due to prior commitments. Today, with no plans, she agreed without hesitation. Qin Xiaolong then suggested that Mu Qiudong chat with his mother while he took on the role of chef, heading into the kitchen to prepare the meal. An hour later, dinner was finally ready. 6 dishes and a soup were quite a feast in the countryside. After inviting Mu Qiudong to sit down, they began to enjoy the meal. Xiaolong, your cooking is quite impressive. It rivals that of chefs in 5-star hotels. Mu Qiudong praised after tasting a dish. We are self-aware. We certainly cannot compare to those top chefs, but we can manage a small restaurant, Qin Xiaolong replied modestly. By the way, Qiudong, try this. I made it especially for you, Qin Xiaolong said, gesturing towards a plate of cold cuts on the table. Upon hearing this, Mu Qiudong swiftly picked up a piece and tasted it. What is this? It's crunchy, bouncy, and quite delicious. Feeling intrigued, she took another piece. This is called Qianqian meat, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. What kind of meat is Qianqian meat? I've never heard of it. Mu Qiudong asked curiously. To put it plainly, it's donkey penis, Qin Xiaolong said with a mischievous grin, revealing the true identity of the dish. Chapter 83. The profit split when Mu Qiudong heard Qin Xiaolong declare that Qianqian meat was indeed donkey penis. Her expression instantly stiffened. Xiaolong, you're not joking with me. Are you? Is it really that? She asked, her lips twitching. Rest assured, it's the real deal, Qin Xiaolong chuckled. Can we actually eat this? You're not playing a prank on me, are you? Mu Qiudong frowned. In her mind, such things were rather unsanitary. She had never eaten anything like it in her life. I assure you, donkey penis is a delicacy. In our village, it is served to esteemed guests. You can't even find it if you wanted to, Qin Xiaolong replied earnestly. After being boiled and sliced, the dish resembles ancient coins, hence its name, Qianqian meat. If it weren't for wanting Mu Qiudong to try something new, he wouldn't have been willing to share it. Upon hearing Qin Xiaolong's words, Mu Qiudong's expression softened slightly. You've tasted the Qianqian meat earlier. You should know how it tastes. If you don't wish to eat it, I won't force you. After all, I can't get enough myself, Qin Xiaolong continued. It's just that I've never tried something like this before, and it feels a bit strange to me, Mu Qiudong explained. What is strange about it? Once you've had it a couple of times, I guarantee you'll crave it, Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. Hesitating for a moment, Mu Qiudong picked up another slice and put it in her mouth. Just as Qin Xiaolong had said, the more she ate, the more she wanted. The texture was far superior to the mountain delicacies she had grown tired of. Unbeknownst to her, she had consumed another 7 or 8 slices of Qianqian meat. Seeing this, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though he said nothing to avoid embarrassing her. After finishing the meal, Liang Jing went to wash the dishes. And Qin Fugui stepped out to buy cigarettes, leaving only Qin Xiaolong and Mu Qiudong in the room. Xiaolong, do you know why I came into the mountains with you today? Mu Qiudong suddenly changed the subject. Just for a full stomach, Qin Xiaolong teased. You're the one who's just full, Mu Qiudong playfully shot back, her expression making Qin Xiaolong feel a delightful itch in his heart. Truly a rare beauty. He wondered which fortunate soul would win her heart. Mu Qiudong was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessed a figure that could only be described as perfect. If one claimed to not feel envy, it would be an outright deception. However, conquering such a woman would be far more challenging than scaling Mount Everest. Qin Xiaolong did not believe he had the charm to make her submit, at least not until he truly achieved great success. All right, let us be serious. The main reason I came up the mountain with you today was to conduct an on-site assessment of Wulong Mountain. I believe the climate and natural environment here are exceptionally suitable for cultivating medicinal herbs. I wonder if you would be interested in partnering with me to establish a medicinal herb cultivation base. I would provide technical support while you manage operations. And together we could prosper, Qin Xiaolong proposed earnestly. Mu Qiudong's expression turned serious. Your idea is quite good. Do you have a specific cooperation plan? Qin Xiaolong responded swiftly, as he was always keen on making money. Yes, here's what I have in mind. Subsequently, Mu Qiudong laid out her thoughts to Qin Xiaolong in detail. After listening to her, Qin Xiaolong pondered briefly before responding, I have no objections to the rest, but I believe the profit-sharing ratio needs to be adjusted. And how do you propose we divide it? Mu Qiudong inquired. 90 to 10. I take 90, you take 10, Qin Xiaolong stated plainly. That's impossible. I am the one investing up front, bearing most of the risks, and you expect to take 90% of the profits? That would mean I'm working for you. Mu Qiaotong immediately rejected the proposal without a second thought. Earlier, she had suggested a 70-30 split, with her taking 70% and Qin Xiaolong taking 30%. This arrangement hinged on her covering all the startup costs, with Qin Xiaolong primarily managing the operation. In essence, he would be her agent. Yet now Qin Xiaolong wanted 90%, which felt exceedingly unfair. Hold on, let me finish. I can guarantee that the quality of the medicinal herbs we produce will surpass that of wild herbs, and the growth period will be reduced by at least half. Qin Xiaolong smiled. As someone who runs a pharmacy with high-quality herbs, you need not worry about making profits. In the inheritance he had received, there was a secret technique known as the Guanyin secret art, which allowed the ethereal energy of nature to descend with the rain. With this infusion of energy, the quality of the herbs would undoubtedly improve, and their growth cycle would shorten significantly. This was why he felt confident proposing a 90-10 split. Do you think I'm naive? Mu Qiaotong laughed at his claims. Of course not. Qin Xiaolong shook his head. Then do you think I would believe your ludicrous assertions? Mu Qiaotong continued. While it's true that better management and selective breeding can enhance the quality of medicinal herbs, their growth cycle is fixed. You're claiming you can have it, which is utterly preposterous. If I weren't somewhat familiar with you, I would suspect you had lost your mind. Never mind. It's futile to argue. I'll let you see for yourself one day. Qin Xiaolong knew his claims were hard to believe, so he had already planned to cultivate a batch personally, after which Mu Qiaotong would see if he was merely boasting. Let us not wait for another day. I'll bring you a batch of 3-month-old gold thread orchids tomorrow. They require at least 3 months to mature. If you can have them ready in a month and a half, I'll agree to the 90-10 split. If you fail, you must accept my 70-30 division. What do you say? Mu Qiaotong smirked, not believing for a moment that Qin Xiaolong could shorten the growth period of the herbs. All right, but I hope you deliver them in the afternoon. I have to attend a relative's engagement party in the morning. Qin Xiaolong felt confident and naturally did not refuse. It's settled then. Mu Qiaotong quickly confirmed the arrangement, fully convinced that Qin Xiaolong had no chance of outsmarting her. After discussing a bit more, they realized it was past 7 o'clock, and Mu Qiaotong bid farewell to Qin Xiaolong. The next day, Qin Xiaolong woke up early, freshened up, and was about to head up the mountain to feed the fish when he encountered Lu Xiangxiao, who was pushing her bicycle toward him. Chapter 84. The engagement party sister Xiangxiao, heading to town to sell tofu again? Qin Xiaolong greeted Lu Xiangxiao actively. Yes, there's no harm in earning a little on my day off, Lu Xiangxiao replied with a smile. She was a primary school teacher in the village, without a formal position, essentially working as a temporary worker, earning a little over 1,000 a month. With the holidays and no teaching duties, she barely scraped by with 800 a month, so she often made tofu to sell in town. Xiaolong, I just made this tofu this morning. Would you like to try a piece? Lu Xiangxiao offered. I don't want this tofu. I want to taste sister's tofu, Qin Xiaolong joked. Certainly. Here is the refined and elevated version of your text in English. All right. Come to my house tonight. I shall ensure you have your fill. Lu Xiangxiao playfully tossed a flirtatious glance. Ever since Qin Xiaolong had rescued her, she had harbored thoughts of a more intimate connection, but upon the arrival of her menstrual cycle, those notions had been quashed. Now, she half-jokingly expressed her genuine feelings. Very well. I shall await you. I will definitely come to find you. Qin Xiaolong responded without hesitation. You said it. Whoever fails to show up is a little dog. Lu Xiangxiao laughed, her eyes sparkling. Agreed, Qin Xiaolong replied readily. After a moment's thought, he added, Sister Xiangxiao, allow me to drive you to town. Riding a bicycle must be exhausting. No need, my tofu hardly sells for much. It likely won't even cover your fuel costs. Lu Xiangxiao declined his kind offer, wishing not to impose. Do not be so formal. Wait here. I will fetch my car, Qin Xiaolong insisted, not granting her the chance to refuse. Soon, he returned with his vehicle. This was where the advantages of his Wuling Hongguang shone. He effortlessly loaded Lu Xiangxiao's bicycle and tofu into the car. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the town's market. Sister Xiangxiao, I must head to the city afterward, so I won't be able to drive you back, Qin Xiaolong informed her. That's all right. I have my bicycle, I can ride it back, Lu Xiangxiao replied nonchalantly. Then it is settled. Farewell. After bidding farewell to Lu Xiangxiao, Qin Xiaolong hurried back to the village. He finished feeding the dragon fish by 8, and his cousin's engagement banquet was set to commence at 11, allowing him ample time. Wow, Mom, you look incredibly fashionable today. I almost thought a wealthy lady had come to our home. Qin Xiaolong teased upon seeing his mother, who had dressed elegantly. Enough of that. Hurry and change your clothes, or you'll be late, Liang Jing retorted with a bemused glance. For the engagement banquet, she had gone to town the previous day to get a haircut and purchase a new outfit. Rest assured, I won't be late, Qin Xiaolong replied, first washing his hair and then changing into fresh attire. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and after grooming himself, he appeared no different from the affluent young man of the city, exuding charm and elegance. Afterward, Qin Xiaolong drove his wooling vehicle into the city, while his father remained behind to work on the farm. Upon reaching the city, he first stopped at a CAF to pick up his sister, then proceeded to the venue of the engagement banquet, the Longting Grand Hotel. Su Yafu's establishment catered to high-end clientele. He had previously perused the menu and noted that even the simplest vegetable dish cost nearly 100 yuan, making a meal here likely to cost at least 1,000 or two. However, his uncle, Qin Lie, had been a millionaire for several years, and given the family's tendency to show off, it was unsurprising that they chose this venue for the engagement. After parking, Qin Xiaolong guided his mother and sister into the hotel. Shortly thereafter, the elevator doors opened, revealing Su Yafu stepping out. "Oh, Xiaolong, what brings you here?" Su Yafu asked, momentarily surprised, as she instinctively thought he was there to see her. "I'm here to attend a relative's engagement banquet," Qin Xiaolong smiled. "Engagement banquet? Is it on the 4th floor?" Su Yafu inquired, as she recalled that the hotel had only one engagement banquet today on that floor. "Indeed," Qin Xiaolong affirmed, then turned to his mother, saying, "Mom, Qin Xue, allow me to introduce you. This is Su Yafu, the owner of Longting Hotel, a true affluent lady." "Hello, Su boss." Liang Jing greeted her promptly. "Oh, please don't listen to Xiaolong's nonsense. I merely run a small restaurant and hardly make much," Su Yafu modestly replied. "Su Jia, Mr. Zhao is waiting for you," a young woman beside her softly reminded. "Understood," Su Yafu responded lightly, then turned to Qin Xiaolong. "I apologize, but I must attend to a client. We shall chat later." "Of course, take care of your business." Qin Xiaolong understood her busy schedule and did not wish to delay her. After watching Su Yafu depart, Qin Xiaolong and his family entered the elevator. "Brother, that Su boss is both beautiful and graceful. She exudes such a strong aura, almost like a queen," Qin Xianxue couldn't help but remark. "She is indeed a prominent figure. Her presence is naturally commanding. But you, my sister, are no less. You are a little fairy in your own right," Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. While Su Yafu possessed an air of elegance and charm that surpassed his sister in both stature and beauty. It is said that a girl changes greatly by 18, and in a few years his sister would undoubtedly blossom into her own. As they conversed, the elevator doors opened, and the trio stepped out, heading left. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they turned left again, arriving at the banquet hall. A wedding sign stood before them, showcasing the photographs of a couple. The woman was none other than Qin Xiaolong's cousin, Qin Xiaolong, while the man was evidently her fiancé. Standing beside the wedding sign was his uncle's family. "Lie, congratulations," Liang Jing greeted with a smile, stepping forward. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Qin Lie replied cheerfully. "Lie, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please do not think it insufficient," Liang Jing said, promptly handing over the prepared monetary gift. "Sister-in-law, your presence alone brings me great joy," Qin Lie responded with feigned sincerity, passing the money to a man nearby tasked with recording the gifts. "Old Lu, please note this is from my elder brother's family. Write down Qin Fugue." The man glanced at the money before noting, "Qin Fugue, 500. Everyone appears so well dressed. Yet they only gave 500. What a paltry sum," Qin Xiaolong derisively remarked, not hiding her disdain. "What's wrong with 500? Is 500 not money?" Qin Xiaolong stepped forward to challenge her. His uncle was notoriously stingy. He felt 500 was generous, and had it not been for his mother's insistence, he would have only given 100. "Ha! Why not take a look at the gift ledger? Is there anyone who has given less than 1,000? It's baffling how you can summon the audacity to present 500 and to send 3 people with a 500 gift. You truly have some nerve. Qin Xiaolong scoffed. No matter how thick my skin is, it pales in comparison to your family's. Ungrateful wretches. Qin Xiaolong retorted without reservation. You insolent brat. Speak to me with respect, or don't blame me for being unkind. Qin Xiaolong's fiancée, Song Mingkai, arrogantly pointed at Qin Xiaolong. And who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Qin Xiaolong believed in the principle of treating others with the respect they afforded him. Since this family had shown him none, he saw no reason to spare them. You. Song Mingkai was infuriated, but before he could respond, Qin Xiaolong interjected. Looking to her father, Dad, did you hear what this filthy peasant just said? He is clearly here to cause trouble. You should send him away. All right, Xiaolong. Let us keep the peace today. It is a joyous occasion for our family, Qin Liye replied, his demeanor noticeably chilling. Sister-in-law, please proceed inside. There are empty seats available. He continued, maintaining a polite facade despite his irritation. Understood. Liang Jing nodded and ushered Qin Xiaolong and Qin Xinshu into the hall. This family truly embodies the depths of poverty. As the saying goes, desolate mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk. You should never have invited them, Zhang Wan. The wife of Qin Liye remarked darkly as she gazed at Qin Xiaolong's retreating figure. All right, this is the last time. I shall no longer associate with them. Qin Liye declared. It should have been done long ago. What use are these impoverished relatives other than borrowing money from us? They bring nothing but misfortune. At that moment, a man and a woman entered the room. These two were Zhang Wan's brother and sister-in-law, and upon their arrival, the demeanor of Qin Liye's family underwent a complete transformation. In the banquet hall, there were 5 tables arranged, with 4 surrounding a central one, resembling the configuration of stars encircling the moon. The central table was evidently occupied by Qin Liye's family, while Qin Xiaolong and his companions settled at one of the tables on the left. Several acquaintances of Qin Xiaolong were also present at this table, all sharing the same surname, including his miserly aunt, Wang Mei. However, their connections were merely nominal, less intimate than that of neighbors, and, after exchanging simple greetings, they fell silent. Before long, Qin Liye entered with his daughter, son-in-law, and brother-in-law. As anticipated, Qin Liye soon began to boast about how exceptional his prospective son-in-law was, and the surrounding compliments greatly satisfied his vanity. However, Qin Xiaolong paid no heed to Qin Liye's flattery, choosing instead to indulge in the meal before him, which held far more allure. Yet, as the winds stir, so too did Qin Xiaolong turn her attention towards Qin Xiaolong. Look at my cousin. He eats like a famished ghost, devouring his food greedily, she mockingly remarked. Xiaolong, that's an unfair statement. A person of his impoverished standing likely will never experience such a lavish feast again, so it is only natural for him to eat ravenously. Song Mingkai chimed in with a sneer, then directed his words at Qin Xiaolong. Boy, do you realize this table of dishes costs 8,800? Eat up. When you return to the village, you can boast about this for years. My heavens, 8,800 for this meal? That's exorbitant. Wang Mei and others gasped in astonishment. 8,800 is nothing. Whenever our family dines out, we easily spend several thousand, Qin Liye hastily boasted. In truth, he felt a pang of regret for booking the engagement banquet at Longting Restaurant, yet witnessing the admiration in others' eyes made the expenditure seem worthwhile. My father is absolutely right. Several thousand is indeed not a significant amount nowadays. My fiancé bought me a purse that costs several tens of thousands. Look, it's the latest limited edition LV. Isn't it beautiful? Qin Xiaolong continued to flaunt her possessions. Liye, you truly are impressive, building your success from the ground up and securing such a remarkable son-in-law. Compared to you, we are indeed like beggars, Wang Mei said enviously. Sister-in-law, please don't say that. I'm merely fortunate, and besides, your Junjun has found a job now. Your life will surely not be worse than ours. Qin Liye feigned humility. By the way, my fiancé just paid in full for a BMW X7, 120,000, the one parked at the entrance. I estimate that you, Qin Xiaolong, would never even be able to afford a wheel of it. Qin Xiaolong continued to belittle Qin Xiaolong. It's just a worthless BMW. Does she really think it's a luxury car? Qin Xiaolong retorted disdainfully. If he wished, he too could afford a BMW. Oh, you're quite bold. I wonder what you drive? Qin Xiaolong taunted. His vehicle is a Wuling Hongguang. Wang Mei interjected before Qin Xiaolong could respond. Wow, you can even afford a Wuling Hongguang? It seems I truly underestimated you. My Minkai is not as fortunate. He merely holds a position at a small Fortune 500 company, where he can only afford a BMW worth over 100,000 and a villa worth over 500,000. He even promised to buy me a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg when we marry. I suppose those gifts wouldn't impress you, would they? Qin Xiaolong's words dripped with sarcasm and disdain. Of course, these things mean nothing to me. But I imagine those 2 silicone lumps of yours must be quite costly. I doubt I could afford them, even if I liquidated all my assets. Qin Xiaolong replied with a playful smirk. Qin Xiaolong, clad in a low-cut outfit that swayed as she walked, was easily discernible to Qin Xiaolong, a seasoned observer, as having undergone augmentation. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Xiaolong's expression darkened. Having always felt self-conscious about her modest bust, she spent over 100,000 to enhance it, a secret known only to her parents, and certainly not to her fiancé, making it impossible for her to admit. Chapter 86. Serving the dishes, it is entirely normal to enhance one's figure. There is no shame in it. However, I am quite curious. Don't you find it exhausting to run around each day with 2 lumps of silicone? Silicone girl? Qin Xiaolong continued to tease. Shut your mouth. If you dare speak such nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Upon hearing herself referred to as silicone girl, Qin Xiaolong erupted with fury, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Oh dear, getting worked up, are we? The silicone girl may not have a large bust, but her temper is certainly substantial, Qin Xiaolong quipped with a grin. You. Qin Xiaolong was rendered speechless with rage. Xiaolong, don't be upset. Let me handle this, Song Minkai, taken aback by the revelation of his fiancée's enhancements, was determined to defend her honor against ridicule. Qin Xiaolong apologized to Xiaolong immediately. Song Minkai commanded coldly. Who do you think you are? Just because you demand an apology, I should comply? Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile, unaware of your own insignificance. Song Minkai's eyes flashed with cold fury as he prepared to take action against Qin Xiaolong. Just then, the banquet hall doors swung open and 10 elegantly dressed female waitstaff entered, their figures captivating. The first 5 carried platters of king crab, while the latter 5 bore caviar and salmon jelly. Upon entering, the waitstaff placed the dishes on the 5 tables. Hey, hold on a moment. Did you make a mistake? We didn't order these dishes. Zhang Wan quickly called to one of the waitresses. While arranging the banquet, she had reviewed the menu and distinctly remembered that the king crab cost 6,800, while the caviar and salmon jelly was a staggering 12,000. Such luxuriously priced dishes were beyond the means of families like theirs. There has been no mistake. These are complimentary gifts from our boss, 1 steamed king crab and 1 caviar salmon jelly. We hope you enjoy them, the waitress replied with a smile. Complimentary? Your boss is incredibly generous. Zhang Wan was momentarily taken aback. Their total expenditure for the engagement banquet amounted to just over 40,000. Yet the king crab and caviar salmon jelly alone exceeded 80,000. Our boss mentioned that she has a friend here, so she specifically instructed the kitchen to add these 2 dishes for you. If you require anything else, please do not hesitate to ask. We will do our utmost to accommodate, the waitress explained briefly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wan quickly turned her gaze to Song Minkai. Minkai, you previously mentioned that you have a friend at Longting Restaurant. It turns out your friend is the owner. You truly are quite low-key. And Zhang Song Minkai began to clarify, but before he could finish, Qin Xiaolong seized his arm, exclaiming, Darling, you are amazing. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. This is hardly a matter of significance. Our esteemed proprietor at Longting is a good friend of mine. He had initially offered to waive the bill, but I declined his generosity. To my surprise, he sent us 2 additional dishes. In truth, Song Minkai has no acquaintances at Longting, yet to satisfy his own vanity, he decided to go along with the charade. Song Minkai, do you know who the owner of Longting is? Qin Xiaolong inquired, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Others may have been oblivious, but he was certain that Su Yafu had sent extra dishes to each table out of respect for him. And it had nothing to do with Song Mingkai. Of course I know. He is my friend. How could I not? Song Mingkai retorted with an air of arrogance. Then tell me, what is her name? Qin Xiaolong pressed. What her name is has nothing to do with you. Just eat your meal, and remember to pack some leftovers for later. You can consider it an early celebration of the new year, Song Mingkai coldly replied, wishing to avoid further discussion that might expose his pretense. Ignore that pauper. He isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. Qin Xiaolong interjected immediately. Exactly. Conversing with such a peasant diminishes our stature, Zhang Wan chimed in. Mingkai, come let me toast to you. Don't forget your uncle when you find ways to make money in the future. Qin Lie's demeanor toward Song Mingkai had noticeably softened, even taking on a somewhat ingratiating tone. Uncle, your words are a bit too formal. We are family now, so feel free to ask for anything, Song Mingkai replied with a smile. Good. With your assurance. I am at ease. Qin Lie beamed, his smile growing even broader. The other guests joined in flattering Song Mingkai, while Qin Xiaolong was treated as if he were invisible. However, Qin Xiaolong was determined not to let him off the hook, remarking, Qin Xiaolong, chew slowly, don't choke. If I choke, so be it. Death is an inevitable part of life. Whether early or late, it is still death. If I die with a full stomach, it would not be a life wasted. Qin Xiaolong calmly replied, directing his attention to his mother and sister. Mom, Qinxua, you must try this caviar salmon jelly. It is truly delightful. Liang Jing and Qin Xinxue were not as composed as Qin Xiaolong. Under the mocking gazes of the others, they felt as if they were on pins and needles. Xiaolong, should we leave? Liang Jing suggested, unable to contain her discomfort. Why rush? It won't hurt to fill our stomachs before we depart. Qin Xiaolong chuckled. What a family of paupers, just like pigs, only knowing how to eat. They can go eat dung for all I care. Qin Xiaolong's words had turned sharply acidic, no longer considering Qin Xiaolong's family as relatives. Qin Xiaolong, I'm trying to save face for you. Don't overstep. Today marked Qin Xiaolong's engagement, and Qin Xiaolong wished to avoid a confrontation, but her persistent provocations had nearly reached his limit. Save face. Huh, you are truly shameless. Do you believe my husband could have you expelled from Lin City with a mere word? Qin Xiaolong scoffed disdainfully. Who would be expelled? At that moment, a melodious voice chimed in. Entering was Su Yafu, clad in a form-fitting dress, exuding an aura of otherworldly beauty, like a beacon in the night sky. Her presence captured the attention of everyone in the room. Her flawless visage, long legs, and voluptuous figure left women feeling inferior and men drooling. Even Qin Xiaolong, having witnessed many sights unseen by others, felt a flutter of unease in his heart at that moment. Chapter 87. The Golden Son-in-Law is a fraud. What a ravenous enchantress, Qin Xiaolong thought, swallowing hard and taking a deep breath as he approached Su Yafu. Sister Su, have you completed your tasks? Yes, all done, otherwise I wouldn't have the time to visit you. Su Yafu replied with a radiant smile that bewitched those around her. Her laughter was an intoxicating melody, captivating the audience. Xiaolong, I heard someone mention causing trouble at your relative's engagement party. What is happening? Su Yafu continued her inquiry. No trouble. That remark was made by my dear cousin. Qin Xiaolong replied with self-deprecating humor. To you? What transpired? Su Yafu asked, curiosity alighting her features. What else? She looks down on us poor folk. Thankfully, you arrived in time. Otherwise, my cousin would have likely told me to leave, Qin Xiaolong remarked with a wry smile. Su Yafu, possessing keen insight, quickly grasped the situation. Ah, so your relationship with your relatives isn't particularly cordial. Had I known, I wouldn't have sent dishes over. Su Yafu's extravagant gesture of sending thousands of dollars worth of food was purely for Qin Xiaolong's sake, as she was unfamiliar with Qin Lie's family and Song Mingkai. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong turned to Song Mingkai and asked, Do you know who this stunning lady is? She is the owner of Longting. You claim to be friends with Sister Su. Why have you not introduced yourself? Song Mingkai had merely boasted earlier, never expecting Su Yafu to actually appear before him. Yet, for the sake of maintaining his facade, he responded, If you say she is the owner, then she must be. Who knows if she is merely an actress you hired? Rest assured, I could never afford to hire a wealthy woman like Sister Su. Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin. Xiaolong, I think I have seen this person before on the pedestrian street, though I recall she was with another girl, and it seems she was pregnant. Su Yafu reflected after scrutinizing Song Mingkai. Are you certain? Qin Xiaolong pressed. It was just a week ago. I remember it clearly. This man was pleading with the girl to have an abortion, but she refused, leading to a heated argument. Su Yafu recounted swiftly. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong's gaze shifted to Qin Xiaomon. Xiaomon, could it be that your fiancé is indeed two-timing? Mingkai, is there any truth to what she is saying? Qin Xiaomon confronted Song Mingkai directly, ignoring Qin Xiaolong. Xiaomon, please don't let them sow discord. You are my only girlfriend, Song Mingkai desperately denied. Little sister, I suggest you check his WeChat to see if he has been flirting with other women. Then you will know if he is a scoundrel. Su Yafu said with a mischievous glint in her eye. Hand me your phone. Qin Xiaomon promptly accepted Su Yafu's suggestion. Xiaomon, I swear I am not lying. Why don't you trust me? Song Mingkai feigned innocence. If you want me to believe you, hand over your phone. Qin Xiaomon insisted. Doubts about Song Mingkai had begun to creep into her mind, as he had always refused to let her see his phone, claiming it contained sensitive business secrets. Previously, she had overlooked this in the throes of infatuation, but now it seemed highly suspicious. Xiaomon, you would rather trust a stranger than me? You are truly breaking my heart. Perhaps we should part ways for a few days, Song Mingkai declared, standing to leave. Why the rush? Let's clarify things before you go, Qin Xiaolong interjected with a smile. Blocking his path. Get out of my way. Song Mingkai shouted angrily, intending to strike, but Qin Xiaolong swiftly restrained him, pinning him against the table. He then seized Song Mingkai's phone, forcibly unlocked it using his fingerprint, and opened WeChat. The chat list was filled entirely with girls, and the contents were utterly disgraceful. I thought you were merely juggling two relationships, but it turns out you are simultaneously entangled with 7 or 8. Even a sea king would be a mere apprentice compared to you, Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, having glanced at the chat history. He then handed the phone to Qin Xiaomon. Take a look at your fiancé's remarkable qualities. I'm truly outclassed. Upon seeing the screen, Qin Xiaomon's expression darkened ominously. Song Mingkai, explain yourself. What is the meaning of these women? She demanded, her voice laced with fury. Xiaomon, please don't be angry. I'm just playing around with them. My heart belongs solely to you. Song Mingkai replied, flustered. Playing around? Do you take me for a fool? Qin Xiaomon retorted, clicking on a voice message from one of the girls. Mingkai, I've chosen names for our baby. If it's a girl, she'll be called Song Xinyue. If it's a boy, Song Mingsheng. What do you think? Xiaomon, let me explain. It's not as you think. This woman is my ex-girlfriend. We broke up ages ago, but she just one T let go. I promised to cut all ties with her from now on. Song Mingkai scrambled for excuses, hoping to evade the situation. Enough with the excuses. If I'm not mistaken, you're the type who uses the guise of romance to swindle money from girls. Aren't you? Qin Xiaolong scoffed. There had been reports online about a man dating multiple women to commit fraud, and Song Mingkai bore an uncanny resemblance to that description. That's nonsense. I'm nothing like that. Song Mingkai vehemently denied. A stubborn duck, Qin Xiaolong sneered, suddenly digging his fingers into Song Mingkai's spine. Ah! The indescribable pain forced a scream from Song Mingkai. Under Qin Xiaolong's relentless pressure, he crumbled within 2 minutes. Please, let me go. I'll tell you everything. I'm just a pathetic fraud. I'm not a corporate executive, and I have no money. By this point, Song Mingkai had ceased all pretense. Then where did the money for the car you bought come from? Qin Xiaomon interrogated, brow furrowed. I rented it, he replied. And the property deed for the villa? The deed is fake. I pay to have it forged. The revelation of the truth left Qin Xiaomon feeling faint, nearly collapsing. Before this moment, she had believed Song Mingkai to be a handsome, wealthy, and devoted heir. To discover that his identity was fabricated, that the luxury car was rented, and that the property deed was counterfeit, along with the fact that he was a notorious philanderer, was akin to a thunderbolt striking her. Song Mingkai, you are a scoundrel. Qin Xiaomon spat, her heart seething with rage. Who would have thought that my uncle's golden son-in-law was actually a con artist? Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. It appears Xiaomon's marriage is doomed, Qin Xiaolong said with a smirk, relishing the irony. Prior to this, Qin Liye had boasted endlessly, only for it to be revealed that Song Minkai was a fraud, resulting in a complete loss of face for them. "Shut your mouth." Qin Liye snapped, his face contorted in anger. "Uncle, don't take your frustration out on me. It wasn't Timmy who deceived you," Qin Xiaolong replied cheerfully. Just then, Qin Xiaolong seemed to remember something and seized Song Minkai's collar. "What about the 200,000 you borrowed from me?" "I've spent it all," Song Minkai replied sheepishly. "Spent it all? That was 200,000. How would you have spent it?" Qin Xiaolong asked through gritted teeth. "I lost several thousand playing cards. Then went on a trip with you, which cost several thousand more, plus various other expenses. So, it's all gone," he explained. In his quest to maintain the image of a wealthy heir, Song Minkai had been lavish with his spending, yet all his money had been swindled from various girlfriends. Even if Su Yafu had not exposed him today, it wouldn't be long before his financial indiscretions came to light. "I'll beat you to a pulp, you scoundrel," Qin Xiaolong shouted, her fury boiling over as she unleashed a flurry of punches upon Song Minkai. Qin Liye and his wife, along with Qin Xiaolong's brother, soon joined in. "Be careful, don't kill him." Qin Xiaolong stepped back to watch the spectacle unfold, not intervening. His uncle had thrown a lavish banquet today merely to flaunt, and now the golden son-in-law was revealed to be a fraud, leaving Qin Xiaolong defrauded of both money and affection. Yet, Qin Xiaolong felt no sympathy for them. After all, as the saying goes, those who are pitiful must also have their faults. This family was far from innocent. Their financial ruin brought him a sense of joy, sparing him from future displays of arrogance. To liven up the engagement party, Qin Xiaolong called the police. "Uncle, I've already reported it. No need to thank me. I'll take my leave now." With that, he prepared to exit. "You can't leave. You must compensate us for our losses." Fan Huan suddenly grabbed Qin Xiaolong. "Huh? You want me to compensate you? What kind of joke is this?" He replied, bewildered. "Because of you, my son-in-law has turned into a fraud, and my daughter's engagement party is ruined. You must cover all expenses today, and you owe us for emotional damages." Fan Huan said, as though Qin Xiaolong were the villain of the piece. "Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death so you can inherit my credit line?" Qin Xiaolong chuckled incredulously. It was Song Minkai who had swindled the Qin Liye family, and he had merely exposed the truth, helping them avert further losses. Yet Zhang Wan placed the blame entirely on him, demanding compensation for emotional distress. What a master of a logic she was. "I don't care. You must compensate us. Or you want to leave here today." Zhang Wan tightened her grip on Qin Xiaolong's shirt, her demeanor unyielding. "Let go of me, or I'll retaliate," he warned, his expression cooling. He had no desire to argue with such a shameless woman. "If you dare hit me, I'll just lie on the ground and not get up. Then you'll be in trouble." Fan Huan retorted confidently. Seeing her brazen demeanor, Qin Xiaolong could only laugh in exasperation. However, before he could take action, Su Yafu stepped forward and slapped Zhang Wan across the face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed through the room. "Listen closely, aim Suavu, the owner of this Dragon Court restaurant. Do not cause a scene in my establishment, or I assure you, you will regret it," she declared, pointing at Zhang Wan. In that moment, she resembled a commanding queen, exuding authority. Although Zhang Wan's family had some wealth, they dared not provoke someone of Su Yafu's stature, especially with her imposing presence at that moment, which left them trembling in fear, unable to utter a word. "Come on, Xiaolong, let us go sit in my office for a while." After asserting her dominance over Zhang Wan, Su Yafu led Qin Xiaolong away, while Qin Liye remained silent throughout the ordeal. "Sister Su, you were incredibly imposing just now. I must say, well done," Qin Xiaolong praised as they entered her office, giving her a thumbs up. "Dealing with shameless rascals requires a firm hand. Otherwise, they will only become more brazen," Su Yafu smiled. Although the principle of business emphasizes that harmony brings wealth, there are times when one must act decisively without hesitation. Regrettably, in that moment, they should have been made to compensate for the dishes. Qin Xiaolong sighed. "It's nothing, just a few tens of thousands. I wouldn't even bat an eye." Su Yafu replied nonchalantly. After chatting for another 10 minutes, Qin Xiaolong took his leave. At 3 in the afternoon, Mu Qiutong sent 1,000 golden thread orchid seedlings to Qin Xiaolong, who promptly hired villagers to transplant them into a shaded area of his farm. By the time he finished, night had already fallen. Having enjoyed a lavish meal of fish and meat at noon, they settled for a simple bowl of clear soup noodles for dinner. Not 10 minutes after finishing, Qin Xiaolong received a WeChat message from Lu Xiangxiao. Xiaolong, have you eaten? Not yet. I'm waiting to savor your tofu. Qin Xiaolong quickly replied, adding a mischievous smiley. Then come over. I just finished bathing, and I smell delightful. Lu Xiangxiao responded promptly. Before Qin Xiaolong could reply, she sent a selfie. In the photo, she appeared radiant and fresh, resembling a beautiful lotus emerging from the water. Her delicate figure accentuated by a sheer nightgown that left little to the imagination, igniting a fire within Qin Xiaolong. Wait a moment. I'm on my way, he texted back, feeling the heat of anticipation. On the street, many villagers without air conditioning were enjoying the cool evening air. To avoid gossip, Qin Xiaolong took a roundabout route to Lu Xiangxiao's home. Making sure no one was around, he gently pushed the door open and entered, locking it behind him. Inside the bedroom, Lu Xiangxiao was folding freshly dried clothes, unaware of Qin Xiaolong's silent approach. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around her waist. She gasped, startled. Don't scream, it's me, he reassured her. Recognizing his familiar voice, she relaxed, playfully scolding him. You naughty boy, you nearly scared me to death. Hey, I just wanted to surprise you. Qin Xiaolong chuckled. More like a scare, she retorted, her feigned annoyance only deepening his desire. Ahem, Xiangxiao. How much tofu did you sell today? He asked, feeling shy to state his true intentions directly. Over 200. I should net about 100, she replied. That's decent profit. Maybe I'll learn to make tofu with you one day, he joked. Forget it, making tofu is exhausting. You have to get up at 2 or 3 in the morning just to earn a meager income. How many people in our village still do this? Lu Xiangxiao waved her hand dismissively. If not for financial strain, she wouldn't have taken on such labor. True, Qin Xiaolong agreed. My mother also makes tofu, but it's grueling work, harder than farming. Xiaolong, you didn't come here late at night just to discuss tofu, did you? Lu Xiangxiao asked, tapping her fingers. Of course not. I wish to delve deeper into the nuances of life with you, he replied with a roguish grin. Well, what are you waiting for? She shot him a glance, clearly eager. With that, Qin Xiaolong no longer pretended to be a gentleman and embraced the enchanting woman before him. Lu Xiangxiao seemed even more impatient, wrapping her arms around his neck. As the saying goes, a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold, and he wasted no time taking her into the room. Just as they were about to succumb to their desires, Lu Xiangxiao suddenly halted him. What's wrong, Xiangxiao? Are you having second thoughts? He asked, nearly at his limit. He would never impose himself against her will. No, I've been waiting for this day. But don't forget this, she said, pulling a small raincoat from beneath her pillow. For 2 years, she had been alone, yearning for a man to cherish her. And that man was Qin Xiaolong. Xiangxiao, you really thought ahead, he teased, a smile spreading across his face. Enough talk, let us get down to business, she chided. Her impatience evident. As you command, he replied with a chuckle, showering her with affection. At 11 o'clock, tranquility returned to the world. Qin Xiaolong was drenched in sweat, not from weakness, but due to the stifling heat of Lu Xiangxiao's room, where the lone fan offered little relief. After their intimate encounter, her skin glowed with a rosy hue. Xiangxiao, I'll buy you an air conditioner tomorrow. It's too hot in here, he said, wiping his brow with a tissue. No need. Air conditioners are expensive and waste electricity. Don't spend that money, she replied, unwilling to part with the thousands it would cost. What's a few thousand? It's nothing to me. I'll have someone install it tomorrow, he asserted, determined not to sweat profusely on future visits. Then I thank you in advance. Lu Xiangxiao conceded, seeing his sincerity. Hey, you're mine now, so don't be polite, he joked. Qin Xiaolong then took out his phone and transferred 2,000 yuan to her. Xiangxiao, I've sent you 2,000. Use it as you see fit and let me know when you need more. That is not right. I can't spend your money, she protested, attempting to return the funds. Xiangxiao, please accept it. This is the least I can do. I won't let you suffer anymore, he insisted earnestly. Xiaolong, do you think I'm with you for your money? She asked. Of course I know you're not. I just want to alleviate your burdens. If you're weary, it pains me, he replied with a gentle smile. Though he didn't utter any sweet nothings, His words brought tears to Lu Xianxiao's eyes. After all these years, no one had truly cared for her well-being except Qin Xiaolong. Rest assured, I won't demand anything from you. As long as you hold a place for me in your heart, I'll be content. She gazed at him with longing. She understood that, as a widow, she was unworthy of him, never daring to dream of claiming him for herself. For her, the mere moment of being his was enough to bring her happiness. The following day, at 4 a.m, Qin Xiaolong quietly left Lu Xianxiao's home. Rather than heading straight home, he ascended the mountain to the plot where the golden thread orchids were planted. With dawn still far off, he activated his secret technique, the sweet dew method. Under its influence, the ethereal energies of nature began to converge rapidly at his location. Descend, Qin Xiaolong commanded, and a mist imbued with spiritual essence cascaded down onto the golden thread orchids. Due to their recent transplantation yesterday afternoon, the golden thread orchids appeared somewhat wilted. However, after absorbing the ethereal mist infused with spiritual energy, each orchid instantly became vibrant and began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. Alas, the spiritual essence in the mist was extremely sparse. Within just a few minutes, their growth nearly came to a halt. Nonetheless, their size had increased by a third, effectively shortening their growth cycle by at least 10 to 15 days. Indeed, the Guanyin secret technique proved to be remarkably effective. Although Qin Xiaolong had anticipated this outcome, he was still somewhat astonished by the results. According to his estimates, if he performed the Guanyin technique daily, these golden thread orchids would mature within half a month. This undoubtedly represented a newfound shortcut to wealth. Given time, it would not be an exaggeration to dream of becoming a local magnate, if not wealthier than nations. Of course, Qin Xiaolong was not one to be content with mere local prominence. His aspirations reached for the vast expanse of the starry sea. For now, he aimed to develop discreetly, to avoid drawing undue attention and incurring hidden dangers, to prevent others from discovering his ability to accelerate plant growth. Qin Xiaolong hastily returned to the village after concluding his practice. Before long, he arrived at Yang Daju's home. "Ah, Daju, you're up quite early today," Qin Xiaolong remarked, having expected Yang Daju to still be asleep, only to find him sharpening a butcher's knife. "There's a family in Shishui village preparing to slaughter a cow, and my father and I are about to head out. Do you need something?" Yang Dazhu replied. His father, Yang Jinsheng, was a well-known butcher in the area, sought after for any festive occasions that required livestock to be slaughtered, with Yang Dazhu mainly assisting him. "I was thinking of taking you to meet Xiao Zui today for a blind date, but since you're so busy, we can postpone," Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. Last night, Lu Xianxiao had informed him that her cousin, Lu Xiaozui, had agreed to meet Yang Dazhu. Upon hearing this, Yang Dazhu rushed to Qin Xiaolong's side, his face filled with eagerness. "Xiaolong, you're not pulling my leg, right? Xiaozui really agreed to go on a date with me?" "Of course not. Do you think I have nothing better to do this early in the morning?" Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes in response. In truth, he could have simply called Yang Dazhu to convey the news, but since he was passing by, he decided to inform him in person. I didn't mean it that way." Yang Dazhu chuckled sheepishly, then turned to his father. "Dad, I'm going on a blind date later, so I want to be going with you to slaughter the cow." All right. Your matters take precedence," Yang Jinsheng replied. With one son and one daughter, and his daughter already married off, his primary concern was finding a suitable bride for his son to carry on the family legacy. "By the way, Xiaolong, did Xiao Zui mention where we'd be meeting?" Yang Dazhu inquired, suppressing his excitement. "She didn't specify, but I've arranged for you to meet at the Shangyun Hotel in town at 10 this morning. It's your first meeting, so we must make it formal. We can't let her think less of you," Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. The Shangyun Hotel was the finest establishment in Wuyang town, where prominent families often held their affairs. "Thank you, Xiaolong. You're truly a good friend. If we hit it off, I'll have you as my best man." Yang Dazhu expressed his gratitude eagerly. "We're not even at that stage yet. Let us wait until you actually win over Xiao Zui," Qin Xiaolong chuckled in response. Yang Dazhu was a straightforward fellow, lacking the eloquence that many young women preferred in their suitors. It remained to be seen whether Lu Xiaozui would take a liking to him. However, Qin Xiaolong had already resolved to do his utmost to bring the two together, even considering the use of financial means, if necessary, to ensure Yang Dezhu left a good impression on Lu Xiaozue. Qin Xiaolong took him shopping for a new outfit and even arranged for a haircut after delivering goods to the Longting restaurant. Not bad. You're finally looking presentable, Qin Xiaolong teased. Yet, Yang Dezhu was not in the mood for banter. Instead, he nervously asked Xiaolong, "What should I say when I meet Xiaozue?" "Just say whatever comes to mind. It's not your first blind date, is it? Why ask me?" Qin Xiaolong responded with a roll of his eyes. "My past blind dates were just to appease my parents, but this time it's different. I genuinely like Xiaozue, and I don't want to mess it up." Yang Dezhu replied, "Somohat bashfuli. Just tell Xiaozue you're attracted to her, and if she is willing to marry you, you'll make her happy every day." Qin Xiaolong teased with a grin. "Seriously, stop joking around," Yang Dezhu said, his face darkening. "Why is what I said untrue? You've never even spoken to Xiaozue, yet you claim to like her. Isn't that just lust?" Qin Xiaolong chuckled. Fine, you're right. I'm just being superficial. Help me think of ways to win her over as my wife," Yang Dezhu said, his expression turning sour as he ceased to argue further. "That is simple. Just get her a bottle of magic water, and once you've consummated the relationship, she'll have no choice but to marry you," Qin Xiaolong continued to jest. "If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore," Yang Dezhu retorted, his face as dark as a pot bottom. "All right, I'll stop joking." After you meet her, Qin Xiaolong proceeded to share some dating advice with Yang Dezhu, along with insights Lu Xiangxiao had shared regarding Lu Xiaozue's preferences. With this guidance, Yang Dezhu felt considerably more confident. Checking the time, they realized it was getting late, and they hurried to secure a table at the Shangyun Hotel. Though they had agreed to meet at 10, it wasn't until 1:30 that Lu Xiangxiao arrived with Lu Xiaozue and to Qin Xiaolong as surprise, accompanied by a group of relatives. "Xiaolong, I'm so sorry. Xiaozue's family had some matters to attend to, and it delayed us. Did you have to wait long?" Lu Xiangxiao apologized profusely. "It's all right. We only waited half an hour. It's no trouble at all," Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile, not one to be overly concerned. Sister Xiangxiao, are these people with you?" Qin Xiaolong glanced at the group behind them, initially expecting it to be just Lu Xiangxiao and Lu Xiaozue, but it appeared they had brought along numerous relatives. "Let me introduce everyone. This is Xiaozue's father and mother, her uncle and aunt, her second aunt, and her younger brother. They wanted to see what Dezhu was like, so they came along," Lu Xiangxiao explained, a bit embarrassed. "We have quite a few people today. You don't mind, do you? If you do, we can leave right now," Lu Xiaozue's brother, Lu Honghua, said, glancing at Qin Xiaolong. "Not at all. The more, the merrier. Let us head inside and chat," Qin Xiaolong said warmly, eager to ensure the blind date went smoothly. Before long, the group entered the private room at the Shangyun restaurant. Once seated, Qin Xiaolong discreetly nudged Yang Dezhu, who quickly passed the menu to Lu Xiaozue. "Xiaozue, feel free to order whatever you like. It's on me," Yang Dezhu said, feigning nonchalance. "Why don't you order?" Lu Xiaozue suggested modestly. "It's fine. You order. There is no need to be polite," Yang Dezhu maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. "Sister, if you're not going to order, give me the menu. I'll order for our second aunt," Lu Honghua interjected, reaching for the menu. "All right then. Just don't order too much," Lu Xiaozue conceded. Lu Xiaozue pondered for a moment before handing the menu to Lu Honghua. "1 braised pork ribs, 1 steamed lobster, 1 turtle soup, and let us have." Lu Honghua perused the menu, ordering all the more expensive dishes. "By the way, do you have Maodai? Let's try a bottle." Lu Honghua's audacity was astonishing. It was one thing to order the pricier dishes, but wanting to drink Maodai was somewhat excessive. After all, today was merely a casual meeting between Yang Dezhu and Lu Xiaozue, and whether they would develop a relationship was still uncertain. Not only did the woman's family arrive in droves, but they also ordered an abundance of dishes and even sought to indulge in Maodai, clearly viewing Yang Dezhu as an easy target. However, before Qin Xiaolong could voice his thoughts, Lu Xiaozue interrupted Lu Honghua. "Xiaohua, who allowed you to order Maodai? Can we afford that wine?" Earlier, Yang Dezhu had suggested they order freely. Lu Honghua retorted defiantly, "That was just politeness. Don't push it too far." Lu Xiaozue frowned, clearly still possessing a sense of propriety. It's fine, it's fine. If you want to drink Mao Tai, let us have a bottle. It was worth noting that Yang Dezhu had never tasted Mao Tai in his life, but in his desire to please the fair maiden, he pushed aside his reservations. Sir, our Feiqian Mao Tai is rather expensive, priced at 3,800. Are you sure you want it? The waiter inquired once more. Yang Dezhu was taken aback. A bottle of wine costing almost 4,000 was beyond his expectations, as he had anticipated a price around 1 or 2,000. Our Feiqian Mao Tai is sourced from local resellers, thus the price is elevated. But rest assured, our wines are genuine, and we guarantee tenfold compensation for any counterfeit. The waiter assured him. All right then, let us have a bottle. Yang Dezhu felt a pang of regret, but having made his decision, he couldn't backtrack without risking Lu Xiaozui's family's contempt. Very well, I shall have the kitchen prepare your dishes. With that, the waiter departed with the menu. Dezhu, I heard from Xiangxiao that your father is the butcher Yang Zhensheng, correct? In the lull before the food arrived, Lu Xiaozui's second aunt, Lu Li, initiated her inquiry. Yes, my father is indeed Yang Zhensheng, Yang Dezhu affirmed with a nod. Your father must have earned quite a bit over the years. Lu Li continued. Earned? Not really. That work isn't consistent. It's just a side hustle. When there's no work, my father primarily farms at home, Yang Dezhu replied earnestly. If you were to marry, would your father buy you a house in the city? Lu Xiaozui's aunt posed another question. He wouldn't be able to. My father isn't that wealthy. Yang Dezhu shook his head. Dezhu, what do you do for work now, and how much do you earn monthly? Lu Li asked another question. Dezhu currently helps me with deliveries. I pay him 20,000 a month, Qin Xiaolong interjected. Really? What kind of deliveries can you make to earn 20,000 a month? Lu Li asked incredulously. In the city, 20,000 might not be remarkable, but in the countryside, earning such an amount monthly was indeed impressive. I am a supplier for Longting Restaurant. Qin Xiaolong briefly explained to Lu Li. And upon realizing he was not boasting, Lu Xiangxiao's family became notably more cordial towards Yang Dezhu. Qin Xiaolong was well aware of the influence of financial capability, yet he chose not to reveal this truth. After finishing their meal, Qin Xiaolong found an excuse to go downstairs and settle the bill. Upon receiving the receipt, he was genuinely shocked. Their meal had cost 5,600. However, he quickly recalled that the Mao Tai alone was 3,800, leaving only 1,800 for the food. Even so, such an expenditure was still quite significant. Most critically, since he was driving, he had not touched a drop of alcohol, leaving the entire bottle of Mao Tai for Lu Xiaozui's family. Fortunately, Lu Xiaozui seemed to hold a favorable impression of Yang Dezhu. They conversed extensively and even exchanged WeChat IDs. Or else this meal would have been a complete loss. Upon returning to the private room, Lu Xiaozui's relatives had already packed up the leftover food. Xiaolong, has the bill been settled? Yang Dezhu inquired. Yes, Qin Xiaolong replied while subtly signaling Yang Dezhu, who then mustered the courage to suggest, Xiaozui, it's still early. How about I take you into the city for a stroll? I want to go too. Before Lu Xiaozui could respond, her brother Lu Honghua hastily interjected, showing a complete lack of awareness. Brother, your sister is going to bond with Dezhu. Don't be a third wheel, Qin Xiaolong quickly advised Lu Honghua. No way. I'm going. What if Yang Dezhu turns out to be a wolf in sheep-esque clothing? Lu Honghua insisted, providing a rather flimsy excuse. Don't worry. Dezhu is not that kind of person, Qin Xiaolong reassured him. If I don't believe that, either I go with you, or I'll take my sister home. Lu Honghua insisted stubbornly. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong felt an urge to kick the lad, but for the sake of Yang Dezhu, he ultimately restrained himself. Brother, here's 100 yuan. Take it and go to an internet CAF to play, and don't disturb your sister, Qin Xiaolong suggested, handing Lu Honghua the money. 100 isn't enough. You should at least give 500, Lu Honghua replied, his face twisted in disdain. Seeing the boy's greed, Qin Xiaolong felt an even stronger urge to discipline him. Nonetheless, for Yang Dezhu's happiness, he held back. 500 it is, take it and enjoy. Upon seeing the 500 yuan, Lu Honghua's face lit up with joy. Mom, you guys head back to the village. I'm off to play, he exclaimed before darting away. Brother, you're quite generous. Next time, I'll get you a set of donkey whips. I'm off. Yang Dazhu said to Qin Xiaolong before leading Lu Xiaozue into the city. Qin Xiaolong didn't rush home. Instead, he ventured into a nearby lingerie shop that appeared decently furnished. Handsome, buying lingerie for your wife? The female owner greeted him eagerly upon his arrival. Not for my wife, but for a friend, Qin Xiaolong replied, somewhat embarrassed. Having noticed that Lu Xiangxiao's lingerie was faded and still not replaced during their previous encounter, he thought to buy her a couple of new sets. Oh, I see. The owner smiled and promptly pointed to a set of lingerie. This is this year's new style. It's selling like hotcakes. What do you think? Would you like to get a set? One black and one purple, please. Qin Xiaolong replied, opting for convenience over selection. What size do you need? The owner inquired next. Qin Xiaolong recalled the feel from their previous encounter and responded, 36E. Got it. After confirming the size, the owner quickly packaged 2 new sets for Qin Xiaolong. That LLB 320 in total. Cash or we chat? She asked. One moment. I'd like to ask if you have any clothing that enhances intimacy? Qin Xiaolong quietly inquired. He had seen various types of attire in numerous domestic films and was curious to experience that ambience. I don't have any here, but my husband does. Follow me, the owner replied, leading Qin Xiaolong next door. It was only then that he noticed it was an adult shop. Honey, this handsome guy wants to buy some pretty little outfits. Can you recommend a few? She instructed her husband. Sure, the male owner responded, quickly retrieving several uniquely designed outfits from shelves. Brother, these are our store's new arrivals. See which ones you like. On the outer packaging, there were images of models wearing the clothing, which caught Qin Xiaolong's eye. He decided to purchase all the sets. Brother, I have an imported miracle drug from America. Do you want it? Just one pill guarantees you'll go 7 or 8 times in a night. The male shopkeeper leaned in to promote his wares. No, thank you. Qin Xiaolong replied. As his own prowess was already unmatched, he had no need for such things. After making his purchase, he bought some fruit and drove back to Taoyuan village. As he passed the village committee, he noticed a gathering of villagers and a luxury Alford parked nearby, clearly not belonging to the village. Curious, he parked his car and approached. Suga, what's going on? He inquired of a fellow villager. A female internet celebrity has come to our village, looking for a guide, offering 1,000 yuan a day for the service, Zhang Su responded. Intrigued, Qin Xiaolong squeezed into the crowd. Wow, she is a stunning beauty, he thought, captivated by the internet celebrity before him. Unlike the typical surgically enhanced influencers, the girl named Bao was truly beautiful. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with cascading hair like a waterfall and eyes that sparkled like clear springs, exuding an air of noble elegance. Her skin was as smooth as if bathed in milk, complemented by delicate rosy lips, making her resemble a goddess from ancient paintings, exquisite and enchanting. Despite her youth, her figure was remarkable, perfectly embodying the ideal image of femininity that many men fantasize about. As Qin Xiaolong admired her beauty, Chen Guangfu suddenly called out, Xiaolong, come here. After Qin Xiaolong approached, Chen Guangfu continued, let me introduce you. This is Miss Bao. This is Qin Xiaolong, the most formidable among our village's youth. I assure you, he meets all your requirements. Is he capable? I need someone skilled in wilderness survival. Bao questioned skeptically, glancing at Qin Xiaolong. The other villagers appeared rugged and unkempt, their skin tanned and clothes dirty. In contrast, Qin Xiaolong had fair skin and an impressive demeanor, resembling a city dandy, which made her doubtful of his survival skills. Believe me, I'm not exaggerating. In Taoyuan village, I am renowned as the ultimate wilderness king. I consider myself second to none, Qin Xiaolong proclaimed with pride. Having foraged for herbs since adolescence, he was well versed in the plants and animals of the mountains and had honed his survival skills to perfection. Even without food, he could thrive comfortably. Rest assured, Xiaolong is indeed your ideal choice for a guide. He is worth at least 10 others, Chen Guangfu added, praising him. All right then, it's settled. You'll join us in the mountains later. I plan to film a 3-day wilderness survival program, and you will be responsible for guiding us, finding food, and ensuring our safety, 1,000 yuan a day. Bao, unfamiliar with Qin Xiaolong, accepted without further hesitation. However, if you wanted to double as a bodyguard, it will cost at least 3,000 yuan a day. Otherwise, I won't do it, Qin Xiaolong stipulated immediately. Hey, don't push your luck. Do you know who our Bauer is? She's a super influencer with millions of followers. It's an honor for you to be her bodyguard. Bei Wei has Mendia. Dai Wei looked down on Qin Xiaolong, as if bestowing such a position upon him was a tremendous favor. Apologies, but even if a top celebrity wanted to hire me, they would still have to pay. I have no time for free work, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. His willingness to guide Bao was less about the money and more about gaining insight into the influencer and streaming industry. Such opportunities to engage with top influencers were rare. Otherwise, he might not have accepted even 5,000. Xiaolong's price is a bit steep, but I believe he is worth it. You may not realize the dangers of the mountains. Venomous snakes, wild boars, and wolves abound. If you choose someone unfamiliar with the terrain, you could face life-threatening situations, and no amount of money will help then, Chen Guangfu interjected, supporting Qin Xiaolong. Previously, he would not have cared about Qin Xiaolong's affairs, but now that he had agreed to let Qin Xiaolong date his daughter, he hoped to see him earn more for a better future for her. Bao, don't listen to him. For 3,000 a day, we could hire 2 professional bodyguards in the city, Dai Wei retorted, unwilling to spend so much on a farmer. Fine, 3,000 it is. As long as the program goes well, we won't worry about recouping the costs, Bao declared, unconcerned about the expense. For her, safety was paramount, and she regarded it as an investment in peace of mind. Moreover, her streaming work was far more lucrative. 3,000 was a trivial amount. Seeing that Bao had acquiesced, Dai Wei ceased his objections. Miss, wait for me here. I'll change into some appropriate clothing, Qin Xiaolong said before driving away. His first stop was Lu Xiangxiao's home, where she was washing clothes in the yard. Hey Xiaolong, what brings you here? Lu Xiangxiao turned, surprised to see him. Sister Xiangxiao, I bought you 2 sets of lingerie. Let me know if you like them, Qin Xiaolong stated directly. Why would you buy me such intimate clothing? What if they don't fit? Lu Xiangxiao feigned reproach, though her heart brimmed with sweetness. Don't worry, I know your size perfectly, Qin Xiaolong smirked, gesturing playfully. You naughty boy. Lu Xiangxiao shot him a playful glare, quickly rinsing her hands before taking the lingerie inside. Given their previous night of honesty, she was unafraid to change in front of him, slipping into the new lingerie right before his eyes. You really know how to choose. They fit perfectly and feel great, she remarked, having previously worn cheap, ill-fitting items. The branded lingerie Qin Xiaolong bought her felt entirely different. Here, try this one too, he said, pulling out another bag containing provocative attire. Though Lu Xiangxiao was a rural woman, she was no stranger to the ways of the world and immediately understood the purpose of the outfit. I want to wear that. It's too embarrassing, she blushed, feeling quite modest. Embarrassing? In the city, women wear such things for special occasions. They enhance intimate moments, Qin Xiaolong insisted earnestly. How about I wear it for you tonight? Lu Xiangxiao suggested shyly, biting her lip. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Although she felt uneasy about the outfit, she was willing to fulfill Qin Xiaolong's desires, wanting to see him happy. This evening, I am unable to come. I have to accompany an internet celebrity up the mountain. Qin Xiaolong briefly informed Lu Xiangxiao about his role as a guide for Bauer. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangxiao felt a tinge of disappointment, as she had hoped Qin Xiaolong would assist her with cultivating her farmland that night. However, she was not the type of woman to be unreasonable and certainly would not impede Qin Xiaolong. All right, you attend to your matters, and when you find the time, come over and I'll show you, Lu Xiangxiao replied understandingly. Then you must patiently await my return, Qin Xiaolong said, giving her a gentle kiss before heading home. At 3 in the afternoon, Qin Xiaolong set off with Bauer toward the mountain. Their party consisted of 5 individuals. Besides Bauer, there were her manager Dai Wei, assistant He Liping, and the driver and porter, Xiao Chun. As per Bauer's request, they needed to find a picturesque spot near a water source with a cave to set up camp, as she intended to stay in the wild for the next 3 days and live stream continuously. Qin Xiaolong was intimately familiar with Wulong Mountain and recalled a location approximately 5 kilometers from the foot of the mountain that met her criteria. If he were alone, he could cover that distance in just over 10 minutes. However, since the others were city dwellers unaccustomed to such hardships, They needed to pause for rest after every few hundred meters. After 2 hours of trudging along the rugged trail, they finally arrived. How about this location? It should meet your requirements, Qin Xiaolong suggested, pointing toward a valley ahead. The valley was lush with verdant trees, dotted with wildflowers, and a gentle stream meandered through it, creating a scene reminiscent of a paradise. This place is even better than I imagined, Bauer exclaimed, thoroughly pleased with Qin Xiaolong's choice. He led her and the others into the valley, where they arrived at the entrance of a cave that appeared to have once served as a den for wild boars, though it had clearly been abandoned for some time. After tidying up the cave, it became their base camp, spacious enough to accommodate them comfortably. Stay put in the cave and don't wander off. I'm going to hunt, Qin Xiaolong instructed Bauer before preparing to leave. Wait a moment, Xiaolong. I want to join you. I'd like to live stream your hunting process, Bauer insisted eagerly. Very well, Qin Xiaolong replied reluctantly, knowing she was his employer. Bauer then took out her phone and began a live stream. Dear family, I am your most adorable Bauer. Tonight, we will commence a 3-day wilderness survival program. First, allow me to introduce you to the first wild king of Taoyuan village, Qin Xiaolong. Xiaolong, greet everyone, she said, directing the camera at him. Hello, everyone. I am Qin Xiaolong, he responded perfunctorily before walking into the woods. Bauer, undeterred, followed closely behind, continuing her live stream. I am currently at Wulong Mountain, where the scenery is breathtaking, with clear waters and fragrant flowers. Xiaolong is on a hunting expedition, and you can all guess what type of game he will catch first. As the comments flooded in, Bauer addressed the viewers. I saw someone suggest this is scripted. That person must not know me well. I pride myself on authenticity in my live streams. I would never fabricate anything. If you don't believe me, feel free to follow me closely, and you will see whether I am acting. Having grown accustomed to the critiques that came with her online presence, Bauer confidently continued. Look now, everyone. It seems Xiaolong has spotted something, she exclaimed, rushing toward him. At that moment, Qin Xiaolong was digging at the entrance of a burrow. Just as Bauer approached, he suddenly pulled his hand out, and a sharp squeaking sound echoed as a plump rat appeared before them. Bauer shrieked, instinctively stepping back in shock. Qin Xiaolong, why are you catching a rat? She asked, her face contorted in disgust. Of course, it's for dinner, he replied matter-of-factly. You expect us to eat a rat? Is that even edible? She questioned incredulously. Let me clarify. This is not just any rat. It's a bamboo rat. Not only is it edible, but it is also quite delicious, especially when roasted. It will make even the neighbor's child drool, Qin Xiaolong explained with a smile. He continued, bamboo rats are fundamentally different from common rats. They live in the forest, feeding on bamboo, and carry very few bacteria. Their meat is tender and flavorful, far surpassing that of pork. After glancing at the barrage of comments in the live stream, Bauer noticed that many fans recognized the bamboo rat and confirmed its edibility, which eased her concern somewhat. Qin Xiaolong then swung a stick, swiftly dispatching the bamboo rat. Here, take this, and let us see if I can catch a few more, he said, handing the deceased bamboo rat to Bauer. Weighing approximately 2 kilograms, it was a considerable size, yet insufficient to feed 5 people. He needed to secure more game. Don't make me hold it. I'm scared, Bauer admitted, her face pale with fear. What is there to be afraid of? It's already dead. Just take it, Qin Xiaolong urged in a commanding tone. After hesitating, Bauer gingerly grasped the bamboo rat by its tail. Qin Xiaolong ventured further into the bamboo forest, continuing his search. He soon discovered several more bamboo rat burrows, but they appeared unoccupied. Perhaps the rats were visiting relatives elsewhere. Just as he was about to leave, he stumbled upon a few withered bamboo stalks and halted. Taking out his machete, he severed a stalk, and a multitude of white, wriggling worms tumbled out. Picking up a few of the squirming creatures, he turned to Bauer. Do you know what these are? Could they be maggots? Bauer tentatively inquired, unfamiliar with the peculiar sight before her. You're halfway correct. These are bamboo maggots, also known as bamboo larvae. They're a high-protein delicacy. What do you say? Would you like to try some? Qin Xiaolong asked with a grin. Bamboo maggots are the larvae of the bamboo borer, causing significant damage to bamboo forests. Yet they are considered a rare culinary treat. In his youth, Qin Xiaolong often sought out bamboo maggots to fry, relishing their delightful flavor, which adults also appreciated as a snack with alcohol. You want me to eat maggots? Can it be eaten raw? Bauer asked, her brow furrowed in distaste. I assure you, these are bamboo maggots, a high-protein delicacy. Of course, they are edible. If you don't believe me, I will eat some right now, Qin Xiaolong said with a chuckle, popping two into his mouth. Observing him consume the bamboo maggots right before her eyes, Bauer finally lifted one, showing it to the camera. Dear family, see this? It's a bamboo maggot, and I am about to eat it raw. If anyone wishes to support me, feel free to send gifts. As a savvy internet celebrity, Bauer understood that her audience was particularly drawn to such intriguing activities, and soon, numerous fans began showering her with gifts in the live stream. In a brief span of less than a minute, Bauer received gifts exceeding 3,000 yuan, a testament to the generosity of her family. Grateful, she indulged in the offerings. Unlike the typical girlish affectations, Bauer bravely placed a bamboo grub in her mouth, expecting it to be difficult to swallow. To her surprise, the grub exuded a subtle fragrance of bamboo, accompanied by a creamy flavor that was quite delightful. Witnessing Bauer actually consume the bamboo grub sent the live stream into a frenzy, with viewers flooding the chat with comments. Bauer remarked, I find a bamboo grub quite palatable. It's certainly better than the silkworm pupae I have tasted before. Qin Xiaolong added, eating bamboo grubs raw is mediocre at best. They're best fried. Unfortunately, we lack the means for that. I shall roast them when we return to the camp. He busied himself collecting the bamboo grubs from the dried bamboo, while also searching the surroundings. Though he failed to catch any prey, he did discover some wild yam and a few berries. With nightfall fully upon them, they decided it was prudent to return to the camp for safety. With bamboo grubs, bamboo rats, and wild fruit, can't you procure something more suitable for consumption? Are these even fit for human consumption? Dai Wei expressed his discontent upon seeing the food Qin Xiaolong had gathered. This is wilderness survival. It's not a vacation. Having something to eat is a blessing, and no one is forcing you to partake, Qin Xiaolong replied coolly. How dare you speak to me like that? Dai Wei retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Xiaolong. Don't point at me. Listen closely. Our relationship is merely one of temporary employment. If you rile me, I may simply walk away, Qin Xiaolong countered, standing his ground. Dai Wei had always maintained a haughty demeanor, starkly contrasting with Bauer's approachable nature, which he found unappealing. Enough, Wei. Qin Xiaolong is right. We are here to produce a show. Let us not nitpick, Bauer interjected, grateful for Qin Xiaolong's efforts, knowing she would surely face hunger if left to her own devices. I'll give you face today and choose not to engage, Dai Wei huffed, ultimately opting for peace. Qin Xiaolong disregarded Dai Wei entirely and walked to the stream to clean the bamboo rat. For the sake of the show, they had brought no food or cooking utensils. But as a native of the countryside, Qin Xiaolong found this no challenge. He ignited a campfire using a fire drill technique and roasted the bamboo rat over the flames, fashioning makeshift bowls and chopsticks from bamboo. Half an hour later, the bamboo rat was perfectly cooked. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Dai Wei, who had previously dismissed the rat, to swallow hard. Is it ready? Please give me a piece to taste, he urged impatiently. Didn't you claim it was unfit for human consumption? Why do you wish to eat it now? Qin Xiaolong replied coldly. Dai Wei, who prided himself on being finicky, had previously indulged in half of the wild fruit while refusing to help collect firewood, instead lounging idly. I wasn't hungry before, but now I am. Hurry and serve me. Having gone without food for a considerable time, Dai Wei's stomach began to grumble, and he was no longer in a position to be choosy. Xiaolong, could you distribute the bamboo rat among us? I'm hungry too, Bauer chimed in, wishing to maintain harmony within the group, as they were, after all, a team. Seeing Bauer speak up, Qin Xiaolong was inclined to be generous. He placed the roasted bamboo rat on a clean stone slab, giving the two meatiest hind legs to Bauer and her assistant, he liping, while the forelegs went to Xiao Chun, leaving Dai Wei with the bony remnants. Xiaolong, aren't you going to eat? Bauer inquired, noticing he had left nothing for himself. You are city dwellers and need proper nutrition. I am just a farmer. I'll manage with some roasted yam later, Qin Xiaolong said with noble selflessness. After 2 hours of trekking down from the mountain, they arrived at the camp. However, Qin Xiaolong could have returned in a mere 10 minutes had he chosen to do so. He had already resolved to sneak back down later for a more satisfying meal, deeming the bamboo rat meat unnecessary to contest for. Bayer was deeply moved by Qin Xiaolong's words. That one tea do, you exerted the most effort today. You must eat some meat. I'll have the roasted yam. She insisted, giving him the portion she had received. Please, don't be formal. I can survive on one less meal, Qin Xiaolong replied, pleasantly surprised by Bayer's kindness, which greatly enhanced his regard for her. Despite Bayer's insistence, she eventually kept the bamboo rat meat for herself. After finishing the meat, they each shared several bamboo grubs and 2 pieces of roasted yam, leaving them only partially satisfied. In this wilderness, no one complained except Dai Wei. Does anyone wish for hot water? Qin Xiaolong inquired post-dinner. But we have no pot. How can we heat water? Bayer asked, puzzled. Who said we need a pot to boil water? Qin Xiaolong smiled, promptly gathering materials. He cut a section of bamboo, filled it with spring water, and placed it over the charcoal fire. Due to the moisture within the bamboo, the water heated effectively, allowing Bayer and the others to enjoy hot water. Xiaolong, you're truly remarkable. Hiring you was an excellent decision, Bayer exclaimed, having initially worried about his wilderness survival skills. After spending the day with him, she realized he was a resourceful individual, seemingly capable of anything. Of course. Would I let you spend money frivolously? Qin Xiaolong replied with a hint of pride. By the way, Xiaolong, I wish to wash up by the stream. Could you assist me with the live broadcast for a while? Bayer hesitated before asking, feeling grimy from the day's exertions. I can manage a live broadcast for you. Dai Wei immediately interjected. Perhaps you should refrain. Your broadcasting style is not well received. If you were to take over, the audience might vanish, Bayer tactfully suggested, aware that Dai Wei's arrogance and temper had alienated the viewers, many of whom had urged her to switch agents. However, she had endured due to contractual obligations. Fine, if I can't broadcast, I'll take the opportunity for a nap. Dai Wei retorted, reclining on the hay once more. Xiaolong, can you help me with the live broadcast? Bayer asked again. I can, but I fear your fans might not approve, Qin Xiaolong replied. Everyone, I'm heading to the stream for a wash. Otherwise, I'll smell unpleasant. For now, I'll leave the live broadcast in the capable hands of Xiaolong. Please interact with him generously, Bayer announced to her viewers. In a live stream, a flurry of comments erupted from eager viewers, clamoring to see Bayer bathe. She responded with a mix of exasperation and humor. I would love to broadcast, but the platform forbids it. You wouldn't want my account to be suspended, would you? So, it's settled. Xiaolong will assist with the broadcast, and I'll return shortly. Xiaolong, you must not peek. If I discover anyone spying, I shall come back and gouge out their eyes, Bayer declared playfully, before heading to the stream with He Liping. Chapter 96. The Master of Skills. Hello everyone. I am the substitute broadcaster, Qin Xiaolong. Remember to follow Bayer if you haven't already. Due to having previously watched the live stream, Qin Xiaolong was remarkably composed at this moment. It was only then that he discovered that the number of followers in Bao Bao's live stream had astonishingly surpassed 3 million, with a heat rating reaching 5 million. This positioned her among the top streamers on the entire Shark Live platform. He clicked on Bao Bao's donation leaderboard for a quick glance. Goodness. The top gift on the daily donation list converted to cash amounted to over 20,000. Even the 10th place garnered more than 2,000. The total for the top 10 undoubtedly exceeded 80,000. No wonder people nowadays aspire to become internet celebrities. The top influencers truly rake in wealth. Qin Xiaolong could not help but marvel inwardly. Bro, if you go live streaming Bao Bao taking a bath, I'll send you a rocket. A rocket? That's nothing. If you dare to stream it, I'll send a spaceship. Hurry up. I've already taken off my pants. I need to see Bao Bao. In a live stream, a multitude of netizens urged Qin Xiaolong on. Bro, I would love to provide some entertainment for you all, but if I actually go live, I might end up being invited to the police station for tea, he replied, suppressing his amusement. Everyone was aware of the unspoken thoughts among the men, and Qin Xiaolong was no exception. However, live streaming a bath was illegal, and he certainly would not be foolish enough to engage in such an act. If you don't stream it, I'm leaving. I came to see beautiful women, not to watch you, a big man. As it became clear that witnessing Bao Bao's bath was a lost cause, These old lechers began to threaten to leave. Hold on, everyone. While we can't stream a bath, how about I perform one-finger push-ups instead? Qin Xiaolong quickly attempted to retain the audience's attention. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream immediately became intrigued, flooding the chat with requests for him to perform. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaolong set up his phone and began executing push-ups with a single finger. Wow, impressive! His astonishing ability left many in awe, as most people struggle with one-handed push-ups, let alone one-finger push-ups. For Qin Xiaolong, however, it was merely child's play. Bro, do a chest smash with a rock, and I'll send you a rocket right away. A voice in the live stream called out. While he had no issue with a chest smash, he lacked a hammer at that moment. I'll perform that once I return to the village. For now, let me show you how to break a stone with my hand. With that, Qin Xiaolong scanned the area and found a flat pebble about the size of two of his fists. Brothers, take a look. This is a real stone, not a prop. He struck the stone, producing a crisp sound. He then placed the stone on a rock to let it hang half in the air, took a deep breath, concentrated all his strength in his palm, and struck down fiercely. Crack! With a sharp sound, the stone shattered into two pieces. Wow, that's incredible. If that fist landed on someone, they'd be done for. Brothers, quickly stew me, so I can gain strength. The live stream erupted with excitement at Qin Xiaolong's display of prowess. Without needing to ask, many viewers began to shower him with gifts. Some even sent treasure maps. Wow. Thank you to the viewer with the ID Don T. Let the country fall for gifting the treasure map. It's worth noting that a treasure map costs 5,000. Qin Xiaolong was genuinely astonished that someone would gift him such a thing. This gift was specially for you. Later, tell Bao Bao to convert it for you. Don't let the country fall commented in the chat. All right, thank you, boss. Qin Xiaolong quickly expressed his gratitude. In a live stream, many guild accounts acted like tycoons to increase the streamer's popularity by showering gifts. However, gifts from such accounts could not be converted into cash. Nevertheless, from Don't Let the Country Fall's words, it was clear he was a genuine, wealthy individual. Do you have any more special skills? Perform a few more. U1T lack for gifts. Don't let the country fall, urged again. Absolutely, don't worry, boss. Qin Xiaolong initially intended to liven up the atmosphere, but seeing that a wealthy viewer enjoyed his performance and gifted him, he suddenly felt inspired to continue entertaining. Next, Qin Xiaolong displayed a series of impressive feats, including walking on his hands, retrieving a coin from fire, and balancing a knife on his throat. Many assumed he would perform hard qigong, but in reality, it was merely an application of strength, effortless for him. These performances not only garnered unanimous praise from the audience, but also resulted in numerous gifts. Though Qin Xiaolong did not tally the total, it certainly exceeded 40,000, with Don't Let the Country Fall alone contributing over 20,000. This realization left Qin Xiaolong astounded. Indeed, the lives of the affluent were lavish. If it were him, he would undoubtedly be a frugal viewer, never spending even a dime on gifts. Throughout Qin Xiaolong's interactions, the live stream's popularity surged, ultimately reaching 8 million. He even mused that he could potentially make a living as an internet celebrity in the future. After a while, Bao Bao and he Liping returned from their bath. Oh my God, Xiaolong, what have you done? How did you accumulate so many gifts? Bao Bao initially feared that the audience would leave after her departure, but to her surprise, there were even more viewers than during her own stream, and the gifts had significantly increased. Hee, I just showcased some skills, and they enjoyed it, so they sent me some gifts. By the way, several bosses sent you private messages. Take a look. As Qin Xiaolong spoke, he handed his phone back to Bao Bao. She glanced at the private messages, which were largely similar, all stating that the gifts were specifically for Qin Xiaolong, asking Bao Bao to convert them for him. Don't worry. Once I tally everything, I'll ensure you receive all the gift money, Bao Bao assured him solemnly. This is your live stream. The gift money belongs to you. Why should it go to him? Dai Wei was the first to voice his opposition upon hearing this. Those big bosses specifically stated that these gifts were for Xiaolong. So of course, they should go to him. Otherwise, if the big bosses get upset, who would still watch my live stream? Bao Bao argued fiercely. Despite his reluctance to part with the money, Dai Wei understood Bao Bao was speaking the truth. Those wealthy patrons in the live stream were certainly not to be trifled with, so he could only acquiesce for the time being. However, He had already devised a plan to find a way to withhold the money after the 3-day program concluded. Following this, Bao Bao resumed her live streaming. One must admit, Bao Bao was indeed a treasure. She could easily rely on her looks, yet she chose to showcase her talents instead. She excelled in singing and dancing, her voice akin to celestial music, which helped Qin Xiaolong grasp why Bao Bao was so popular. If he were a typical homebody, he would undoubtedly enjoy watching a goddess like her live stream. As the night deepened, Bao Bao bid farewell to her audience, stating, "Family, it's quite late now. It's time for Bao Bao to sleep. Good night, love you all." After saying her goodbyes, she lay down in her sleeping bag. However, her phone remained on, plugged into a power bank beside her, live streaming her process of sleeping. Were it any other streamer, the audience would likely have left long ago. But Bao Bao's live stream maintained its high popularity. Numerous netizens continued to flood the chat with playful comments, imagining Bao Bao as their wife, accompanying them to sleep, with some even arguing over who would claim her. Watching the peculiar comments in the live stream, Qin Xiaolong nearly burst out laughing. He discovered that reading the comments could be more entertaining than watching the live stream itself. Time flew by, and by 1 o'clock in the morning, seeing that Bao Bao and the others had fallen asleep, Qin Xiaolong quietly slipped out of the cave. Under the night sky, he swiftly made his way home, taking merely a few minutes. Anticipating Qin Xiaolong's return, Liang Jing had prepared a chicken in the kitchen. He heated the chicken and savored a delightful meal. As the old saying goes, when one is well fed, they contemplate carnal desires. When one is hungry and cold, they develop a thieving heart. Originally, Qin Xiaolong intended to eat before heading to the farm to hasten the growth of the golden thread lotus. But after indulging in a satisfying meal, some rather unwholesome thoughts began to surface. He first messaged Wu Jinlian, but received no reply, clearly indicating she was asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, he sent a message to Lu Xiangxiao instead. He had initially harbored little hope, yet to his surprise, Lu Xiangxiao replied within a minute. Qin Xiaolong quickly dialed her on WeChat. "Sister Xiangxiao, are you still awake?" "Not yet. I don't know what's wrong. I just can't seem to fall asleep. I'm still watching a drama," Lu Xiangxiao responded. "Hee hee, could it be that you can't sleep because you're thinking of me?" Qin Xiaolong chuckled. "Yes, I can't stop thinking about you. When will that naughty boy come over? I want you to keep me company while I sleep." Though Lu Xiangxiao was not one to be shameless, she showed no hesitation in revealing her true feelings in front of Qin Xiaolong. "Don't worry, I'm on my way. Just leave the door unlocked for me." Qin Xiaolong, always eager to help others, felt compelled to fulfill her request. "Is this for real? You're not tricking me, are you?" Lu Xiangxiao questioned, unable to suppress her skepticism. "Rest assured, I would never deceive you. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Qin Xiaolong swiftly made his way to Lu Xiangxiao's home. The door was indeed slightly ajar. He pushed it open, locked it behind him, and hurried into her bedroom. "Xiaolong, didn't you go up the mountain with that internet celebrity? How come you're back so soon?" Lu Xiangxiao asked, astonished. "As soon as I heard you say you missed me, I flew right back." "Sister Xiangxiao, aren't you touched?" Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin. "Oh, I am utterly moved," Lu Xiangxiao said with a slight smile, feigning innocence. "Don't just be moved. What about the outfits I bought for you? Put them on so I can admire you." Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. "Close your eyes first. I'll change," Lu Xiangxiao replied. "Why should I close my eyes? I've seen it all before." Qin Xiaolong had explored the mysteries of life with Lu Xiangxiao just the day before, and there were no secrets left between them. "Oh, I just want to give you a surprise," Lu Xiangxiao pouted playfully. All right, I'll close my eyes now." Understanding her intent, Qin Xiaolong complied. Lu Xiangxiao retrieved several alluring outfits from the bottom of her wardrobe and donned a black lace ensemble. "Okay, you can open your eyes now." At the sound of her voice, Qin Xiaolong opened his eyes. In an instant, his heart raced, and he felt a surge of blood. Lu Xiangxiao, now clad in her new attire, resembled an enchanting fox spirit, exuding femininity and charm. With a hint of bashfulness on her face, she looked utterly irresistible, stirring a longing within him to embrace and cherish her. Although Qin Xiaolong had intended to request Lu Xiangxiao to try on several outfits, his thoughts had shifted, and he was soon lost in a tender moment with her. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, an hour had elapsed. After covering the languid Lu Xiangxiao with a light summer blanket, Qin Xiaolong rose and headed to the farm. As it was the dead of night, the mountains were deserted, allowing him to freely employ his secret technique to nourish the wandering spiritual energy of the land, rejuvenating the golden-threaded orchids. After nurturing them again, the orchids flourished with vitality, showing remarkable growth. Once he completed his tasks, Qin Xiaolong hurried back to the cave. Noticing that Bao and the others were still asleep, he found a vacant spot and lay down. The next morning, Qin Xiaolong woke early and began searching for food nearby. Upon his return, a sudden scream echoed from a cave. Uncertain of the cause, he rushed back as quickly as he could. "Xiaolong, hurry, there's a scorpion," Bao exclaimed, frozen in place. Terror etched across her face. Qin Xiaolong glanced at her and quickly spotted the scorpion near her collar. "Don't move," he instructed, then swiftly approached, blowing gently at the scorpion. Its tail curled up immediately, allowing him to seize it. "You scare me." "Thank goodness you were here." Bao breathed a sigh of relief, her heart racing. "This scorpion isn't highly toxic. Even if it stings, you'll only feel pain for a few days. It's not lethal." Qin Xiaolong reassured her with a smile. Having encountered many such scorpions in the countryside, he was familiar with their sting. "A few days of pain? I can't bear even a few hours." "Please dispose of it quickly," Bao replied, her face pale with fear. "All right," Qin Xiaolong said, removing the scorpion's stinger before tossing it into the charcoal fire. Soon, the scorpion was roasted to perfection, and Qin Xiaolong popped it into his mouth. "You dare eat scorpions? You truly are something else," Bao marveled, her admiration evident. "What a joke. He is clearly just a wild man." Dai Wei scolded. "You can't expect wisdom from a fool," Qin Xiaolong retorted without hesitation, refusing to indulge the man. "Who are you calling a dog?" Dai Wei's expression darkened. "Of course, I'm talking about you. If you can't even figure that out, you must be a foolish dog." Qin Xiaolong smirked, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Brother Wei, Xiaolong, please, let's not quarrel. Save some energy for hunting later, shall we?" Seeing that the two were about to escalate their conflict, Bao quickly intervened as a peacemaker. With Bao stepping in, Qin Xiaolong decided to relent and not press the issue further. Dai Wei seemed poised to speak again, but upon noticing Bao's frown, he ultimately swallowed his words. "Bao, I gathered some wild fruits this morning. You can have them to fill your stomach," Qin Xiaolong said, distributing the fruits to Bao and the others. Each received 2, just enough to stave off hunger. "Wei Gu, you, Leping, and Xiaochen will form one group, mainly responsible for gathering wild fruits and firewood. Xiaolong and I will form another group to go hunting, aiming for a hearty meal by noon. Bao assigned tasks after they finished the fruits. "I want to team up with you," Dai Wei immediately piped up. Bao, being an attractive beauty, was someone he wished to be close to, hoping for a chance to impress her. "No, I need to live stream Xiaolong's hunting. You should pair with Xiaochun," Bao replied. "All right, it's settled then. Let's head out for hunting. You all should get to work." With that, Bao and Qin Xiaolong ventured into the forest. "Brother Wei, when are we going to gather firewood?" Xiaochen asked Dai Wei. "You all go ahead. I'm taking a nap," Dai Wei replied, feeling lazy after not having eaten enough the previous night and this morning. Xiaochen, merely a driver, dare not protest, and took Leping to gather firewood. After wandering in the forest for over 2 hours, Qin Xiaolong successfully hunted a wild chicken and a hare. Enough for their lunch. On the way back, he discovered a patch of wild grapevines and picked 6 or 7 pounds of sweet and sour grapes. Upon returning to their camp, he found Xiaochen chatting with Leping, but Dai Wei was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Brother Wei?" Bao inquired with concern. "He went to relieve himself," Xiaochen replied. "That lazy bum. Forget about him. Everyone come and enjoy these grapes. They are delicious," Bao exclaimed, presenting the washed grapes. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolong cleaned the hare and wild chicken, preparing to roast them over the fire. "Watch the hare and chicken carefully. Don't burn them. I'm going to scout the mountains again to see if I can hunt more prey. So you want to go hungry," he told Bao, with Bayer's presence slowing their pace significantly. Had he been alone, he would have surely captured more than just 2 prey in half a day. "All right then, do be careful," he said. Exhausted after running for quite some time, Bayer decided not to follow any longer. A few minutes after Qin Xiaolong's departure, Dai Wei finally returned. "Wei Yi, Why did you take so long in the restroom? I almost thought you fell into the latrine, Bayer teased with a smile. Oomph. Did you think I merely went to the toilet? I went out to find food for you all, Dai Wei replied proudly, laying his clothes on the ground, revealing several mud-covered spherical objects wrapped within. See this? This is my harvest from half a day. What is this? Bayer asked, perplexed. This is taro, which I painstakingly unearthed. Xiao Chun, Li Ping, you two should learn from me and not be so lazy, understand? Dai Wei declared with an air of arrogance. Hearing a person who had slept for half the day chastise them for laziness made Xiao Chun feel uncomfortable, but he had to bow his head under the eaves, relying on Dai Wei for his salary and unwilling to confront him. Wei Go, how do we eat this taro? Bayer inquired further. Just roast it over the fire until it's cooked, Dai Wei instructed, tossing half of the taro into the charcoal. All right, keep an eye on it. I'm going to lie down for a bit. With that, he reclined once more. Once the wild rabbit and wild chicken were roasted, Dai Wei crawled over when no one called him. This roasted chicken smells delightful. Without hesitation, he began to devour the chicken. Wei Go, Xiaolong hasn't returned yet. Can we wait for him to eat? Bayer said, somewhat displeased. Who knows when he will return? By the time he gets back, we will be starving. Come on, let us eat first. Dai Wei insisted, tearing off a leg of the roasted chicken and handing it to Bayer. Eat up. That fellow is a wild man. He definitely won't be starving. Sister Bayer, let us eat first. We can leave some for Qin Xiaolong, Xiao Chun added, already feeling famished. Fine. Let us save the rabbit for him. He has worked the hardest, and I don't want him to eat the leftovers, Bayer conceded. Thus, they divided the roasted chicken among themselves. However, having skipped 2 meals, it was hardly enough, and they also shared the wild rabbit. Bayer felt quite irritated, but understood that everyone was genuinely hungry, so she refrained from expressing her anger, hoping that Qin Xiaolong would return with more prey. Bayer, come here. Try this delicious roasted taro, Dai Wei said, approaching her with a roasted piece, eager to please. I won't eat it. Let us save it for Xiaolong, Bayer replied. No way. I specially roasted this for you. If you don't eat, it will be embarrassing for me. Just eat, even if it's just half. Dai Wei continued to persuade her. Unable to refuse, Bayer reluctantly accepted a piece. Xiao Chun, Li Ping, you should eat too. Fill your stomach so we can work harder this afternoon. After saying this, Dai Wei began to wolf down a piece of taro. Suddenly, as Bayer was eating her piece, she felt her mouth start to tingle, her tongue itch, and a wave of intense nausea surged in her stomach. Ugh! Unable to hold back, she vomited everything she had just eaten. At the same time, Dai Wei and the others experienced similar reactions. Bor, not nave, quickly realized they were suffering from food poisoning. Everyone, quickly throw away the taro. It's poisonous. Bayer warned, her nausea intensifying along with a powerful dizziness, making it difficult to breathe. Without delay, she dialed Qin Xiaolong's number, enduring her discomfort. Xiaolong, help! Help us! Ugh! Her tongue felt numb, making her words slurred. Chapter 99. The shameless Dai Wei, Qin Xiaolong couldn't quite make out what Bayer was saying, but he immediately sensed something was amiss. Fortunately, he was only a few hundred meters from the cave, and he sprinted back. Inside the cave, Bayer and the others were retching violently, leaving a foul mess on the ground that smelled intensely sour. Bayer, what happened to you all? Qin Xiaolong quickly helped Bayer up and inquired. Taro is poisonous, Bayer managed to say with her numb mouth, pointing to the taro on the ground. Qin Xiaolong glanced at the taro, and his expression changed dramatically. This is not taro. It's dripping water guanine. You truly are reckless. He quickly comprehended that they had mistaken the toxic plant for taro, leading to their food poisoning. In a state of urgency, Qin Xiaolong wasted no time, quickly inducing vomiting by helping each of them clear their throats. After they expelled the contents of their stomachs, Qin Xiaolong prepared a mixture of herbal ash water and administered it to them until their conditions stabilized somewhat. However, this was insufficient. He hurried outside to gather herbs like bracken and other detoxifying plants. He crushed them together, extracted the juice, and made each of them drink a cup. Gradually, the pale faces of Bayer and her companions regained a hint of color, and their senses returned. Bayer, who brought in the dripping water guanine? Qin Xiaolong asked, turning to her. It was Wei Go, He said it was taro and made us eat it. Who would have known we would get poisoned right after? Bayer replied, still shaken. You fool. That is called dripping water guanine, not taro. It's highly toxic. It's not that I fear a formidable opponent, but I do dread having incompetent teammates. If I hadn't returned in time, you all would have perished here. Qin Xiaolong, who had never liked Dai Wei, seized the opportunity to scold him mercilessly. But it looks just like taro. Dai Wei protested. Looks like taro? If you don't recognize it, then don't pretend to know. If you want to die, that's your choice, but don't drag Bayer and the others down with you. Qin Xiaolong reprimanded again. While dripping water guanine resembles taro, it is extremely poisonous, causing severe nausea, diarrhea, and in extreme cases, even cardiac arrest and death. Realizing he was in the wrong, Dai Wei no longer dared to argue. After venting his frustration, Qin Xiaolong prepared more herbal water for Bayer and her group to drink. By evening, after resting for half the day, their health had mostly returned to normal. Viewers in the live stream, aware of Bayer's food poisoning, felt immense sympathy for her, showering her with gifts that totaled over 100,000 within an afternoon. Watching Bayer effortlessly earn money while lying down, Qin Xiaolong felt envious. He now understood why so many people were eager to become internet celebrities. The money was astonishingly easy to make. If he hadn't had other ways to earn, he might have considered joining the ranks of influencers himself, having saved Bayer and the others. Qin Xiaolong naturally became the leader of this small team over the next 2 days, dictating their actions. Even though Dai Wei was displeased, he did not show it outwardly. As their 3 days of live streaming drew to a close, they returned to Taiyuan Village before nightfall. Why did you only transfer me 20,000? After cashing in the gifts from those bosses over the last 3 days, it should be at least 30,000. Qin Xiaolong immediately questioned Dai Wei upon seeing the amount transferred. You, an ignorant farmer earning 20,000 in 3 days, still find it insufficient? Truly insatiable. Dai Wei retorted coldly. While on the mountain, he had relied on Qin Xiaolong, but now that they were back down, he felt he was the one in charge. That money rightfully belongs to me. Not a single cent less. Qin Xiaolong declared with an unwavering attitude. He genuinely did not anticipate that this Dai Wei could be so shameless, stooping to rob him of his tips. Had he known, he would have refrained from rescuing this ungrateful wretch. I simply want to give it to you. What can you do about it? Dai Wei retorted, brimming with arrogance. Not give it. Do you believe I can ensure you never leave Taiyuan Village? A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Xiaolong's eyes as he prepared to teach Dai Wei a lesson, just as Bayer arrived, freshly dressed. What is the matter, Xiaolong? Why are you two quarreling again? Bayer inquired hastily. This scoundrel only gave me 20,000 yuan. How do you propose we resolve this? Qin Xiaolong stated bluntly. Bayer, how could you act this way? Didn't I just ask you to transfer 42,000 to Xiaolong? Bayer asked, her face filled with indignation. She had carefully calculated on her way down the mountain. The gift money combined with the 9,000 yuan salary totaled over 41,000. She had rounded it to 42, never expecting Dai Wei would withhold half. Because of this fool's negligence, we nearly lost our lives on the mountain, and for the past 3 days, I've been unable to eat or sleep properly. The remaining 22,000 should be considered our compensation for mental distress. Dai Wei shamelessly replied. How can you be so brazen? Qin Xiaolong exclaimed in anger, realizing for the first time the depths of human shamelessness. Wei Ge, let me say this one last time. Transfer the money to Xiaolong immediately, or I will have no choice but to request a change of agents from the company. Bayer was equally disgusted by Dai Wei's audacity. Had it not been for the need to calculate the gift money through him, she would have transferred the funds to Qin Xiaolong herself long ago. Bayer, how dare you speak to me like this? Have you forgotten who made you famous? Dai Wei's expression turned cold. Wei Ge, you should be well aware of how little your role is in my rise to fame. There is no need to spell it out. Bayer replied coolly. Her success stemmed solely from her hard work and multifaceted talents, rendering Dai Wei's contributions negligible. Well, you've grown wings and dare to speak to me this way. I could truly raised a thankless wretch. Dai Wei, enraged yet mocking, could not believe Bayer would turn against him for Qin Xiaolong. Wei Ge, just transfer the money. I'm doing this for your own good. If Xiaolong becomes enraged, I cannot promise to restrain him. Bayer continued. She had long considered switching agents, and now that she had fallen out with Dai Wei, there was no need for her to grovel. If you refuse to transfer it, consider it my medical expenses for your sake. Qin Xiaolong smirked, revealing a devious smile, as he clenched his fists, producing a series of crackling sounds. Chapter 100. Lend me 100,000. Upon seeing the sinister smile on Qin Xiaolong's face, an inexplicable chill ran down Dai Wei's spine. He knew all too well that if Qin Xiaolong truly decided to take action against him, the one to suffer would undoubtedly be himself. After weighing his options, Dai Wei ultimately relented. It's just 20,000. Consider it a reward from me. Dai Wei snorted coldly and transferred 22,000 to Qin Xiaolong. Now get lost. If you keep whining in front of me, I might just beat you to a point where your mother wouldn't recognize you. Qin Xiaolong scoffed disdainfully. Dai Wei shot Qin Xiaolong a resentful glance. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately, he chose silence and turned to leave towards his luxurious vehicle. Xiaolong, don't stoop to Dai Wei's level. That's just who he is. Sometimes I don't even want to acknowledge him. After Dai Wei departed, Bayer vented to Qin Xiaolong. Rest assured, I would never lower myself to engage with a person like him. Qin Xiaolong waved his hand dismissively. By the way, may I ask how the tips from your live streams are distributed? Is it true what they say online, that the money from the affluent is returned in full, while the common folk contributions are divided 3-7? Qin Xiaolong shifted the conversation, voicing his curiosity. To put it simply, every major streamer has a backing, and these sponsors essentially act as puppeteers, inflating the streamer's popularity to encourage ordinary viewers to contribute. In my live stream, the top donor is actually our guild's boss. He has contributed over $1 million, yet I receive none of it. They deduct it from my salary. Then, the money from ordinary viewers must be split with the platform and the agency, and after taxes, 100 yuan ends up being around 20. Having spent the past few days together, Bayer had come to regard Qin Xiaolong as a friend, which is why she divulged these industry secrets. If it were anyone else, she certainly wouldn't have shared, to avoid unnecessary complications. You only received 20 out of 100? That is outrageous. Qin Xiaolong responded, astonished. There's no choice. I was a novice streamer and signed a predatory contract, essentially working for the agency. However, I've finally made it through, and when I sign my next contract, my revenue share will at least double. Otherwise, I'd simply switch jobs. Bayer smiled. So, does that mean you overpaid me for the tips? Qin Xiaolong inquired next. It's nothing. You saved my life, so it's only right I give you a bit more. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be alive to spend it. Bayer replied nonchalantly. To her, Qin Xiaolong was her savior, and given how well he had treated her during their time on the mountain, it was entirely reasonable to reward him generously. Compared to him, Dai Wei is utterly deplorable. Qin Xiaolong could not help but lament. Don't even mention him. He is the epitome of selfishness, completely devoid of gratitude. Bayer echoed with disdain when discussing Dai Wei. Bayer, yeah, we're ready to depart. The assistant, he Liping, called out to Bayer. Understood, Bayer replied, then turned to bid farewell to Qin Xiaolong. I must be off now. May we meet again by fate. Indeed, may we cross paths again, and I wish you swift success as the queen of shark live streaming. Qin Xiaolong responded. I appreciate your kind words. Bayer smiled in reply before departing from Taoyuan village. I was wondering why you hadn't sought me out these past few days. Turns out you've forgotten your old love for a new flame. Just then, a teasing voice came from behind Qin Xiaolong. He turned to find it was Wu Jinlian. Jinlian Jia, please don't jest. Bayer and I are merely friends. Qin Xiaolong quickly clarified. Is that so? You little rascal, what mischief are you hiding? Didn't you get close to her while on the mountain? Wu Jinlian asked with a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. Close? We were live streaming 24 hours a day. How could that be possible? Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes. Oh, so there was simply no opportunity. No wonder you looked so wistful when she left. But that girl is indeed stunning. If I were a man, I would certainly want to be with her. Wu Jinlian continued to tease. Yin Yan Ye. Let us refrain from such jokes, shall we? Qin Xiaolong replied, somewhat exasperated. Ha ha. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Wu Jinlian chuckled. then glanced around to ensure no one else was present before leaning in closer to Qin Xiaolong and whispering, "Come to my house tonight. It's time to settle our dues." "Sure, I'll make sure to satisfy you tonight." Qin Xiaolong smiled. "Then it's settled. I'll head home for a shower first, and I'll be waiting for you." Wu Jinlian threw him a flirtatious wink before leaving with a satisfied expression. Instead of rushing home, Qin Xiaolong first stopped by the village supermarket to buy a few bottles of chilled beer. Upon returning home, he discovered guests had arrived. The couple Zhao Likun and Lu Pei from the village. On the table were 2 bottles of white liquor and 2 packs of golden leaf cigarettes, clearly brought by Zhao Liqiu and his wife. Qin Xiaolong was quite familiar with this couple, notorious for their laziness and half-hearted efforts, often fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2. They were notoriously stingy. Yet today they brought gifts to his home, evoking in him the sensation of a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. "Xiaolong, you've returned just in time. Your uncle Liqiu wishes to borrow some money from us. What do you think?" Qin Fugui hastily informed Qin Xiaolong. "Borrow money for what?" Qin Xiaolong inquired. "Xiaolong, I intend to rent a storefront in the city to start a small business, but I lack the funds. Could you lend me a bit? I promise to repay you double once I strike it rich," Zhao Liqiu said, his face plastered with ingratiation. Previously, when Qin Xiaolong's family was poor, Zhao Liqiu would hardly acknowledge him. But now that Xiaolong had risen from humble beginnings to prosperity, the villagers were well aware of his newfound wealth. And Zhao Liqiu dared not act as he once did. "Uncle Liqiu, it's not that I think poorly of you, but do you even have a knack for business? If you venture in a trade, you're likely to lose everything," Qin Xiaolong jested. Zhao Liqiu had only completed junior high and was inept even at farming. His idle lifestyle led Xiaolong to doubt his ability to succeed in business. "Rest assured, I have a relative who is involved in the aquatic trade. With his guidance, I will surely profit," Zhao Liqiu insisted confidently. "How much do you wish to borrow, Uncle Liqiu?" Qin Xiaolong asked, taking a bite of an apple from the table. "Not much, just 100,000, Zhao Liqiu replied, bending slightly in a servile manner. "Do you take me for a bank? How could I possibly provide you with 100,000? Qin Xiaolong retorted, irritation creeping into his tone. He had anticipated that Zhao Liqiu would only request 1,000 or 2,000, something he might consider lending out of neighborly goodwill. Yet, the audacity of 100,000 took him aback. "Xiaolong, stop pretending to be poor. Everyone knows you're quite wealthy now. 100,000 is merely a drop in the bucket for you," Zhao Liqiu continued to flatter. "Uncle Liqiu, you're mistaken. 100,000 is indeed a substantial sum for me, and I cannot part with it," Qin Xiaolong replied coolly. Truth be told, he could afford even 1,000,000, but the identity of the borrower mattered greatly. If it had been Yang Dezhu or Chen Xiaoyu seeking a loan, he would have readily extended his help. However, Zhao Liqiu was not a close acquaintance, and the prospect of lending such an amount to someone with whom he had no rapport was utterly absurd. Moreover, to speak candidly, Zhao Liqiu was a leech living off others, and lending him money would likely result in a complete loss. "I've heard you lent over 1,000,000 to the village chief and covered the funeral expenses for Wang Lanji's daughter. Yet when your uncle merely asks for 100,000, you hesitate. Isn't that a bit unkind?" Seeing that Qin Xiaolong was unwilling to lend him money, Zhao Liqiu's demeanor turned noticeably frosty. "Exactly. You're so well off. What is the harm in lending us a little? Liu Bei ikaimdin. Just because I have money does not mean I should lend it to you. What kind of thieving logic is that?" Qin Xiaolong retorted with a cold smile. His wealth was hard-earned, not simply a windfall. Yet, to Zhao Liqiu and his wife, the idea that he wouldn't lend them money seemed almost criminal. Their words were utterly ridiculous. "Xiaolong, stop with the nonsense and just tell me whether you'll lend the money," Zhao Liqiu snapped impatiently. "I will not lend it." Qin Xiaolong decisively refused. "Fine, you're just a nouveau riche. Don't get too full of yourself. You're far from being on par with Chindapeo. You'll end up broke sooner or later." Upon hearing that Qin Xiaolong wouldn't lend him money, Zhao Liqiu transformed, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Are you finished? If you are, take your things and leave." Qin Xiaolong's expression darkened. Had Zhao Liqiu approached him respectfully, he might have considered lending 2,000 or 3,000. But given the contemptuous attitude, he felt no obligation to hold back his disdain. "All right, You think you're so impressive. Just remember not to come to me when you need help in the future. Zhao Liqiu, aware of Qin Xiaolong's temperament, took his wife and left to avoid further confrontation. Well, today we've certainly offended Zhao Liqiu, Liang Jing's side. So what if we did? If he is offended, we simply won't associate with him anymore. Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly, deeming such individuals unworthy of friendship. I believe Xiaolong is right. We help those in need, but do not support the lazy. Our son has worked hard for his money. We cannot lend it to such idlers, or everyone in the village will come knocking on our door. Qin Fuguei expressed his opinion. When someone faces hardship, it's only natural to assist them with a little loan. But Zhao Liqiu, over 30 years old, does nothing but leech off his family. Helping someone like him will earn you nothing but ingratitude. Enough about him. Let us eat. Is dinner ready? Qin Xiaolong prompted, shifting the topic. It's ready. I'll go fetch the dishes, Liang Jing replied and hurried to the kitchen. After dinner, Qin Xiaolong went to the mountains to use the secret technique of Guanyin to cultivate the golden thread lotus once more before heading to Wu Jinlian's place. By that time, Wu Jinlian had finished bathing, her skin fragrant and silky. They bypassed pleasantries and got straight to the point. Wu Jinlian was 2 years older than Lu Xiangxiao, but she was well-preserved, akin to the alluring city women. Most importantly, Wu Jinlian was far more experienced than Lu Xiangxiao. With a mere lift of his hand, she anticipated his next move. The night unfolded in sheer delight. The following morning, Qin Xiaolong rose early to deliver ingredients to the Longting restaurant with Yang Dezhu. However, instead of rushing back, he chose to wait outside Su Yafu's office. Half an hour later, she finally appeared. Speak up. What is so urgent that you needed me here so early? If you can't provide a satisfactory explanation, just see how I deal with you, Su Yafu said as she ushered Qin Xiaolong into her office. She had been out socializing the previous night and hadn't slept until after 2 in the morning. Originally, she had planned to sleep until 8, but Qin Xiaolong's call had roused her. Sister Su, look at this, Qin Xiaolong said, lifting a piece of tattered cloth from a bamboo basket, revealing several vegetables underneath. Romaine lettuce, cucumber, tomato. You call me here just to show me this? Su Yafu asked, her expression one of disbelief. Indeed, Qin Xiaolong affirmed with utmost seriousness. Do you believe I will strangle you? Su Yafu feigned anger, suspecting Qin Xiaolong was merely playing a prank. Sister Su, before you strangle me, could you at least try my cucumber? Qin Xiaolong replied, remarkably calm. What do you mean? Su Yafu guidi fasid. Just taste it, and I assure you, you want to harm me. You'll love me instead. Qin Xiaolong smirked, feigning an air of mystery. Su Yafu, familiar with Qin Xiaolong, sensed something unusual about the cucumber, leading her to believe he wouldn't act this way without reason. Did you wash this cucumber? She asked after picking it up. I did, Qin Xiaolong confirmed. Hearing this, Su Yafu hesitated no longer. She took a bite. Initially, she detected nothing unusual, but after chewing a few times, her expression shifted dramatically. She had no inkling that this seemingly ordinary cucumber would be extraordinarily delicious, crisp and sweet, far surpassing the flavors of those expensive fruit cucumbers. Most importantly, as she swallowed it, a warm sensation spread through her limbs, instantly dissipating the fatigue brought on by her lack of sleep, revitalizing her entirely. It felt as if she had just been invigorated by a potent tonic. Chapter 102. Reward well. Do you taste any difference? Qin Xiaolong inquired with a cheerful smile. Xiaolong, where did you get this cucumber? Why is it so delectable? And why do I feel so rejuvenated after eating it? Su Yafu couldn't contain her curiosity. Though she had eaten cucumbers before, she had never encountered one with such exquisite flavor. I put a tremendous amount of effort into cultivating these myself. The tomatoes, lettuce, and water spinach are also far superior to ordinary vegetables. Particularly, their nutritional value is elevated. Regular consumption can enhance beauty and promote longevity, Qin Xiaolong replied proudly. In truth, these vegetables were cultivated through a secret technique, infused with a trace of spiritual energy, making their taste exponentially richer than regular vegetables. This spiritual energy nourished the body. Thus, the claims of beauty enhancement and longevity were far from mere words. Su Yafu eagerly sampled the tomatoes, and as expected, their taste was unparalleled, tart yet sweet, with juices that flowed like nectar, leaving an indelible aftertaste. Xiaolong, are you trying to sell me these vegetables? She asked hastily. Of course not. I merely wanted you to taste them, then sell them to your competitors so that I can see your business crumble. When Sister Su is destitute, I can take you home as my warm bed servant. Qin Xiaolong replied with a mischievous grin. You brat, say that again, and I swear I'll strangle you. Su Yafu exclaimed, glaring as she playfully grasped his neck. Ah, Sister Su, I can't take it anymore. Qin Xiaolong closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Xiaolong, what is wrong? Don't scare me. Su Yafu panicked upon seeing him suddenly fall. She had only been pretending. She hadn't exerted any real force. Sister, I need mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Hurry. Qin Xiaolong opened one eye and said. At his words, Su Yafu snapped back to reality. You little rascal. How dare you play tricks on me? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. She retorted fiercely, pinching his side. Ouch, that hurts. Sister, please let go. Qin Xiaolong grimaced in pain. Now, will you dare to mess with me again? Su Yafu asked sternly. I want tea, I promise. Qin Xiaolong quickly conceded. You've learned your lesson. Su Yafu huffed and finally released him. Sister, you're too cruel. Look, you've turned my skin red, Qin Xiaolong said, lifting his shirt in a pitiful manner. What about it? Should I get a rub? Su Yafu asked with a sly smile. No. Qin Xiaolong hastily refused, not wanting to endure any further torment. Don't be shy. I was too rough. Let me help you, Su Yafu offered eagerly. Thinking she was about to strike again, Qin Xiaolong was surprised when she actually began to massage him gently. How does it feel now? Is it more comfortable? Su Yafu asked with a smile. Yes, quite comfortable. Qin Xiaolong nodded. Let us discuss something. Can you supply those vegetables exclusively to my restaurant? Su Yafu shifted the conversation. Absolutely. No one else will get a single leaf from me. Qin Xiaolong replied emphatically. In truth, he had come to propose a collaboration with Su Yafu, and his earlier jest was merely for fun. Good boy, I adore you. Su Yafu beamed at his commitment. As a savvy businesswoman, she recognized the immense value of the vegetables Qin Xiaolong provided. Once served at the table, they would be in high demand, ensuring the prosperity of their establishment, potentially elevating it to the pinnacle of the culinary scene in Lin City. Sister, since I've supplied you exclusively, can I expect a little reward? Qin Xiaolong asked with a smile. What kind of reward do you desire? Su Yafu countered bluffily. I'm indifferent. It all depends on what sister decides, Qin Xiaolong replied. Then I shall grant you a special reward, Su Yafu said with a slight smile, leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek. How is that for a reward? Very satisfactory. Qin Xiaolong nodded eagerly. He hadn't genuinely expected a reward, and her kiss was a delightful surprise. You little rascal. Don't think I don't see through your schemes. Are you hoping for something more from me? Su Yafu teased, tapping his forehead playfully. Of course not. How could I be that kind of person? Qin Xiaolong proclaimed with feigned righteousness. Enough pretending in front of me. You're clearly not the innocent type. Yeah, I find myself rather fond of you, Su Yafu remarked, gazing at him with a knowing smile. Qin Xiaolong exuded a roguish charm that captivated her, even as a woman of the world. That's the way it goes. Bad boys are irresistible to women, Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin. All right, don't be so cheeky with me. I'm no Navi girl. Your flattery won't work on me. However, as long as you supply me with vegetables, who knows? If I'm in a good mood someday, I might just indulge your naughty thoughts, Su Yafu said with a playful glimmer in her eye. She understood well how to capture a man's heart, and this agreement would ensure Qin Xiaolong's exclusive supply of these special vegetables to her restaurant. Of course, her fondness for him was genuine. If fate allowed, they might explore a deeper relationship. After all, regardless of her prowess, she was still a woman who desired a partner to lean on, rather than shouldering everything alone. Rest assured, sister, your words will be my command. If you tell me to go east, I shall not go west. If you tell me to go north, I shall not go south, Qin Xiaolong declared earnestly. Chapter 103. Encountering a dog, Su Yafu was a paragon of femininity, her mature allure capable of ensnaring any man, and Qin Xiaolong was no exception. Thus, he was particularly attentive, dreaming of the day they might share a romantic evening together. You little rascal, I'm growing increasingly fond of your charming tongue. You truly know how to make someone smile, Su Yafu said playfully, gazing at him with a feigned pout. Besides my words, I possess even greater talents. Would you like to test them, sister? Qin Xiaolong replied with a wicked grin. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll ensure to put you to the test and see if I can drain you dry. Su Yafu torti unieding. It is often said that while beautiful appearances may be commonplace, captivating souls are rare gems. Qin Xiaolong belongs to the latter category. His engaging personality brings a sense of ease and joy to Su Yafu. Were it anyone else making such jokes, she would have severed ties without a second thought. By the way, have you eaten yet? Come, let me treat you to breakfast. With a change of tone, Su Yafu led Qin Xiaolong downstairs. Since the Lonting restaurant does not serve breakfast, the two opted for a nearby breakfast shop. After satisfying their hunger, Su Yafu took the initiative. Xiaolong, do you have time later? Would you accompany me for some shopping? With a beauty inviting him, how could Qin Xiaolong refuse? He readily agreed. Soon, he found himself in Su Yafu's BMW, heading to the Xindu Hui pedestrian street. Located in the prime area of Linsheng, this shopping haven is indeed a treasure trove, where a modest 20-square-meter shop can command a monthly rent of several thousand. Despite the steep prices, the area is bustling with shops, offering everything from high-end luxury brands like Gucci and LV to affordable apparel. It is no exaggeration to call it a shopping paradise. Even at just past 8 in the morning, the streets were teeming with people. Under Su Yafu's guidance, they entered a clothing store named Li Ren. Hello, Sister Su. The staff greeted her, clearly familiar with her presence. Have you received any new styles recently? Su Yafu inquired of one of the sales associates. We have, Sister Su. Please follow me. The sales associate quickly led her to the back of the store, pointing to a rack of newly arrived garments. Sister Su, these are our latest styles. I wonder if you might like them? This purple dress is lovely. Please fetch me one to try on. Su Yafu indicated a strapless dress. Certainly, the associate replied, hurriedly retrieving an appropriate size. After changing into the dress in the fitting room and admiring herself in the mirror, she turned to Qin Xiaolong and asked Xiaolong, how does this dress look on me? Beautiful, absolutely stunning. I feel as if I could bow at your feet, Qin Xiaolong praised without reservation. Su Yafu, already an exquisite beauty, appeared even more regal and elegant in the strapless dress, her shoulders gracefully exposed and her long legs accentuated, making her allure irresistible. It's safe to say that not just ordinary men, but even ascetic monks would find it hard to maintain their vows in her presence. Have you coated your tongue in honey today? You truly know how to flatter, Su Yafu responded, delighted by his words. Sister, I speak only the truth. If you don't believe me, ask this lovely sales associate. Qin Xiaolong gestured to the attendant. Sister Su, this handsome gentleman is absolutely right. This dress complements your aura perfectly. You look like a celestial being, truly a rare beauty in our Linsheng. The sales associate chimed in, her compliments making Su Yafu beam with joy. Very well. I'll take this one. Please wrap it up for me. Having already taken a liking to the dress and bolstered by Qin Xiaolong's praise, Su Yafu made her decision without hesitation. Sister, this dress is priced at 16,800 and is non-negotiable. Is that acceptable for you? The sales associate reminded her. Lu, this isn't my first time shopping here. Do you think I'm short on cash? Su Yafu replied with a playful smirk. My apologies, Sister Su. I won't irritate you further. I'll wrap it up right away, the associate said, rushing to the register. Wait a moment, Su Yafu called out, pointing to a black bodycon dress. I quite like this one as well. Please fetch me one to try. The associate quickly brought her a fitting size. As Su Yafu emerged in the bodycon dress, Qin Xiaolong instinctively swallowed hard. At that moment, she resembled a breathtaking enchantress from an anime. Her alluring curves showcased perfectly, leaving him spellbound. Well, what do you think? Is it to your liking? She asked alluringly, seemingly ready to ensnare his soul. Yes, it looks wonderful, he replied, his throat dry. Now, he was convinced that Su Yafu was indeed a reincarnation of a beguiling beauty, for his usual composure was utterly compromised. Since you say it looks good, I shall buy it, Su Yafu declared, beaming. The associate calculated the total, 27,000 for the two dresses, a sum that felt akin to robbery. However, Su Yafu only cared about her own preferences. The price was of no concern to her. After settling the bill, she intended to purchase a pair of shoes when suddenly a bulldog charged toward her. Woof, woof. The bulldog barked wildly, its fierce demeanor sending Su Yafu into a panic. Instinctively, she stepped back and stumbled over a step, landing on the ground. Get away! Qin Xiaolong kicked the bulldog aside and quickly helped Su Yafu to her feet. Sister, are you all right? He asked with concern. I'm fine. Just startled, Su Yafu replied, shaking her head. At that moment, a plump middle-aged woman rushed over to the now whimpering bulldog, picking it up. Don't be afraid, Lele. Don't be afraid. After calming the dog, she turned her attention to Qin Xiaolong. You little beggar, do you have a death wish for daring to kick my Lele? The woman snarled, her eyes filled with venomous fury. Did you not see that your dog bit me first? I showed restraint by not kicking it harder. Qin Xiaolong retorted, unyielding in the face of her hostility. How dare you? Our Lele is a purebred German bulldog, far more valuable than a little beggar like you. If you don't kneel and apologize to Lele today, I want to let this go. The woman replied arrogantly. Huh, you treat a mere dog like royalty. It's utterly laughable, Qin Xiaolong scoffed. This woman, who walked her dog without a leash and nearly caused Su Yafu harm, expected an apology from him. It was absurd. Do you apologize or not? The woman demanded. I'll apologize to your mother. Qin Xiaolong shot back coldly. Fine, if you have the guts, don't leave. I'll call someone to deal with you. I have plenty of money. Getting rid of you is as easy as disposing of a dog. The woman threatened, taking out her phone. Excuse me, your dog bit me first, and you refuse to apologize while demanding one from us. Is there any reason to be reasonable here? Su Yafu argued firmly. Sister, why waste your breath on such a shrew? Let her call whomever she likes. I'll handle whatever comes our way, Qin Xiaolong said disdainfully. This woman, arrogant due to her wealth, was about to learn a lesson in humility. Keep boasting, you'll regret it soon enough. The woman shot him a fierce glare before dialing a number. Honey, I'm at Xindu Hui, and a little beggar is bullying me. Hurry and bring someone to avenge me. Which location? Next to the Huayuan clothing store at Xindu Hui. Get here quickly. All right, I'm on my way. After hanging up the phone, the stout woman pointed at Qin Xiaolong once more, exclaiming, You little rascal, don't even think about escaping. Just wait until my husband arrives. He will deal with you. Rest assured, whoever runs will be the one to suffer. Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. From a young age, he had been a little tyrant, and after receiving the immortal's legacy, his power surged immensely. To him, the usual street thugs appeared as mere trifles, hardly worth his attention. Xiaolong, should I call for some support? To avoid being at a disadvantage later, Su Yafu whispered to him. No need, sister. Just wait and enjoy the show. Qin Xiaolong replied confidently, eager for more challengers to hone his skills. Su Yafu recognized that Qin Xiaolong was not one to boast, and seeing his certainty, she refrained from calling anyone. To pass the time, Qin Xiaolong accompanied Su Yafu into a nearby shoe store to buy her a pair of shoes. After purchasing them, 10 more minutes elapsed when a group of men aggressively blocked the entrance to the shoe store. Husband, that little rascal bullied me. Liu Qiuying, the stout woman, pointed with venomous intent at Qin Xiaolong, who was sitting there sipping milk tea. You scoundrel, come here and apologize to my wife immediately. Lu Hongliang bellowed arrogantly. Lu Hongliang. At that moment, Su Yafu turned around, instantly recognizing the man before her. Su Yafu, what are you doing here? Lu Hongliang was equally astonished. I thought this woman seemed somewhat familiar. Turns out she's your wife. Su Yafu initially believed the woman's husband was someone of great significance. But upon realizing it was Lu Hongliang, her tension eased considerably. Lu Hongliang, your wife's dog nearly bit me. Yet you expect us to apologize to your family's dog. How do you propose we resolve this? Su Yafu asked, a smirk playing on her lips. Lu Hongliang had not anticipated that this matter involved Su Yafu, and his expression shifted from surprise to consternation. Husband, why are you dazed? Hurry and teach that little vixen and that rascal a lesson. Liu Qiuying hissed angrily. Wife, let's just let this go. Lu Hongliang urged Liu Qiuying. Let go. Absolutely not. That little brat just broke our Lele's leg. Liu Qiuying retorted sharply. Wife, Su Yafu knows many influential people. If this escalates, we will be the ones to suffer. Trust me, let's let it go today, Lu Hongliang insisted. If it were anyone else, he would have acted without hesitation. But Su Yafu was no ordinary character. Her extensive connections made Lu Hongliang wary. No, we cannot just let this slide. Otherwise, won't others think our family is easy to bully? Liu Qiuying was a shrew, failing to grasp the situation. I said let it go. Come home with me. Lu Hongliang's brow furrowed, his tone turning stern. Liu Qiuying felt a sense of injustice, but, witnessing her husband's anger, dare not speak further. Just as Lu Hongliang prepared to leave, Su Yafu's voice pierced the air once more. Mr. Lu, you all haven't apologized to me yet. And you think you could just walk away? Is that not a blatant disregard for me, Su Yafu? Su Yafu, do not push your luck, Lu Hongliang replied, his face darkening. Push my luck? Huh. It is clearly your wife who is overstepping. Su Yafu declared boldly. Let me make this clear. If you do not apologize today, I will pursue this matter with your family relentlessly. We will be in an impasse. Su Yafu's demeanor shifted from delicate to commanding, exuding an aura of dominance. Hearing her words, Lu Hongliang clenched his fists. He longed to confront Su Yafu, yet reason ultimately triumphed over rage. Wife, apologize, Lu Hongliang directed Liu Qiuying. Apologize? Impossible. Liu Qiuying was a proud woman, and she could not bring herself to apologize in front of so many. I demand you apologize. Do not make me repeat myself. Lu Hongliang's face darkened further, his voice imbued with authority. This was the first time Liu Qiuying had witnessed her husband speak to her in such a manner, and she felt utterly wronged. Yet she was not foolish. She understood that if it were not for Su Yafu's formidable background, her husband would never have asked her to endure such humiliation. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Eventually, Liu Qiuying yielded. Today, I will not hold this against you. But keep a close eye on your dog, or it will surely meet a dire fate, Su Yafu replied coldly. She was not one to harbor grudges. Hence she chose not to press further. Killing it would be better. We could feast on dog meat then, Qin Xiaolong interjected with a grin. Lu Hongliang shot Qin Xiaolong a frosty glare before shifting his attention back to Su Yafu. Su Yafu, our paths have crossed today. I will remember this matter. No witties. I shall not forget it either, Su Yafu responded calmly. Wife, let us depart. Lu Hongliang, having come to flaunt his power, found himself humiliated instead, and he had no face left to stay. He left with his wife and their entourage. Sister Su, who was that guy? He sure knows how to show off. Qin Xiaolong inquired curiously. His name is Lu Hongliang, the owner of the Kai's Hotel, worth nearly 100 million. He is quite the tycoon, Su Yafu explained succinctly. Oh, he is in the same line of work as you. Now that we've offended him today, won't he seek revenge later? Qin Xiaolong remarked. The Kai's Hotel is merely 2 streets away from our Longting restaurant. Since we opened, we've taken a lot of his business. I've already made an enemy of him. So today's incident changes nothing, Su Yafu replied nonchalantly. To be honest, I've always wanted to take over the Kai's Hotel. Whether that dream comes true depends entirely on you. Despite being a woman, Su Yafu harbored great ambition. Her goal was to become a formidable queen of the business world. Sister, you overestimate my capabilities. I'm just a simple farmer. How can I assist you? Qin Xiaolong feigned self-deprecation. In the past, you couldn't help me. But now that you have those delicious vegetables you've cultivated, things are different. As long as you provide vegetables continuously, swallowing the Kai's Hotel won't be a challenge. Su Yafu said with a smile. As the saying goes, business rivals are enemies, and the more prosperous their Longting restaurant became, the more the Kai's Hotel's business dwindled. Especially with the vegetable supplied by Qin Xiaolong, she felt emboldened to rise above the competition. Once she devoured the Kai's, she aimed to reshape the culinary landscape of Lin City. Rest assured, sister, I will ensure a steady supply of vegetables. I wish for your dreams to come true soon, Qin Xiaolong replied earnestly. Good, then I promise you this. Once I consume the Kai's, I will grant you a wish. You can ask me to do anything, Su Yafu said with a smile. As the old adage states, if you want the horse to run, you must feed it. The promise she made to Qin Xiaolong was akin to feeding him grass. She believed that if Qin Xiaolong desired her, he would certainly do his utmost to assist her. Sister, do you mean what you say? Qin Xiaolong's eyes lit up. Of course, although I am but a woman, I have never been one to break my word. Well then, I shall await the day when sister will be my warm bedmate, Qin Xiaolong said with a mischievous grin. We'll discuss that when the time comes, Su Yafa replied, her smile radiant. Truth be told, she genuinely liked Qin Xiaolong. Being with him made her feel as if she had rediscovered her first love. Yet she was acutely aware that men were often ungrateful. They tended to undervalue what came easily to them. Thus, she made such an agreement with Qin Xiaolong. One reason was to test him, and the other was to eliminate her competition, a perfect twofold achievement. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? Come on, Xiaolong. Let me buy you a new outfit for Qiu Tong's birthday party. You can't appear so shabby anymore, Su Yafa said, shifting the topic. Qiu Tong's birthday party? When is it? Qin Xiaolong asked, momentarily taken aback. In 3 days. Didn't Tishi tell you? Su Yafa replied. No, I had no idea about it at all. Qin Xiaolong shook his head. She probably forgot to mention it to you. You're her friend. She wouldn't overlook inviting you to her birthday, Su Yafu reassured him. Since Su Yafa met Qin Xiaolong through Mu Qiu Tong, she was confident that Qin Xiaolong would indeed receive an invitation. Let us hope so, Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly, not particularly concerned about whether he would be invited or not. After all, it wasn't an event he felt compelled to attend. Let us go. I'll get you some clothes. Soon after, Su Yafa led Qin Xiaolong into a men's clothing store, spending over 20,000 on a designer outfit for him. Although it wasn't his own money, Qin Xiaolong felt a twinge of regret. He doubted he had ever spent that much on clothes throughout his life. Noticing the time, he suggested treating Su Yafu to dinner. She mentioned a restaurant called Red Rose, famous for its delicious dishes, and they drove there together. After parking, just as they were about to enter the restaurant, Qin Xiaolong suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned and was momentarily stunned. Before him stood a striking girl, heavily made up and dressed provocatively. Her skirt was so short it seemed it could barely contain itself, a stark contrast to his own attire. The girl was none other than Meng Yun, the recognized school beauty from their high school days. Once a goddess to many, known for her pure and sweet appearance and her remarkable talent in music, particularly her skill with the flute, Qin Xiaolong had once been infatuated with her. However, seeing her now, the innocence had vanished, replaced by a worldly demeanor. Qin Xiaolong, is that really you? I almost didn't recognize you, Meng Yun said with a smirk, her smile wide. What a coincidence to run into you here. It's been 3 years, hasn't it? Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. In high school, he would have been ecstatic to converse with her, but now he remained remarkably calm, as if he were merely encountering a stranger. Yes, it has been 3 years. I remember you were quite the unsophisticated country bumpkin back then. I never imagined you'd turn out this well and find such a beautiful girlfriend. You must have struck gold, she added, casting a glance at Su Yafu, her voice laced with jealousy. She is not my girlfriend. We're just friends. Qin Xiaolong clarified hastily. Just friends, yet you're at a couple-S restaurant? Oh, I see. I thought you were doing well. But it seems you've stooped to living off others, she remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I have to eat soft food for my stomach issues. Qin Xiaolong replied with a faint smile, uninterested in her jabs. How proud you are to be a freeloader. Have you no shame? Meng Yun scoffed. What I do with my dignity is none of your concern. Compared to you, I believe I maintain a fair amount of it. At least I'm not like a public bus, available for anyone to board, Qin Xiaolong retorted, his patience wearing thin. Who are you calling a bus? She shot back, her expression turning icy. Whoever it applies to knows, he replied coldly. Meng Yun, once celebrated as the school beauty, had fallen from grace after high school, reportedly changing boyfriends as frequently as she changed clothes. The rumors of her descent into a life of promiscuity and scandal were well known. Qin Xiaolong had initially doubted these tales, but seeing her now, he feared they might hold truth. At that moment, a short, unimpressive-looking man approached. Meng Yun, who is this? He asked, glancing at Qin Xiaolong. Wengo, you arrived just in time. This guy was once a suitor of mine. After I rejected him, he harbored resentment and has been slandering my reputation in our class group. You must help me, Meng Yun exclaimed, clutching Liu Bowen's arm, feigning vulnerability. You think I would ruin your reputation? He Mingyun, do you really believe you're that special? Qin Xiaolong laughed derisively. Last year, you were the one who claimed I was a promiscuous woman in the group chat. Weren't you? He Mingyun accused him fiercely. That was merely a relay of your ex-boyfriend's words, not my own, Qin Xiaolong said, feeling a bit sheepish. During a drunken conversation at a gathering, he had indeed repeated what he had heard, but he had long forgotten the incident. Stop making excuses. You and your friends are all scoundrels. He Mingyun snapped. Finally, Qin Xiaolong understood her hostility. It stemmed from that past incident. He had initially considered apologizing, but her harsh words extinguished any lingering regret. Mingyun, I've already stated that I was merely repeating what your ex-boyfriend said. If you're angry, take it up with him. You know better than anyone if those accusations are true, he replied, his demeanor cold. Do you dare challenge me? I'll tear your mouth apart. She shouted, her anger palpable. Though she lived a reckless life, she would not tolerate anyone speaking of it openly. Oh, we have the illustrious school beauty here, unafraid to engage in any scandal, Qin Xiaolong said, a smirk playing on his lips, alluding to her past. Indeed. Did you not say you favored charming and debonair gentlemen like Shiga? This fellow seems to fall quite short in comparison, Qin Xiaolong remarked. Casting another glance at the diminutive Lu Bowen, he remembered how he Mingyun had once expressed her admiration for the suave Shigu, rather than for someone like Qin Xiaolong, whom she deemed a mere loser. Yet, here she was, dating an unattractive fellow like Lu Bowen. Qin Xiaolong could hardly believe in their genuine affection. He suspected it was merely the allure of wealth at play. After all, he Mingyun had long transitioned from a pure maiden to a materialistic woman. If this short and stocky chap lacked sufficient riches, he likely wouldn't even qualify to lick the soles of her shoes. Vian Yi, this scoundrel mocked me upon our first meeting. You must intervene. As Qin Xiaolong unveiled her past, he Mingyun feigned a pitiful demeanor, leaning into Lu Bowen's arm. Mingyun, fret not. I shall handle him, Lu Bowen declared, transforming into a gallant protector. He pointed menacingly at Qin Xiaolong, demanding, you little rascal, apologize to Mingyun at once. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, let's not dwell on it, esteemed campus beauty, Qin Xiaolong replied, eager to end the pointless squabble. At least you recognize your place, now? Be gone. Lu Bowen mistook Qin Xiaolong's acquiescence for submission and grew increasingly arrogant. Sister Sue, let us hasten to dine. I feel as though I'm starving. Qin Xiaolong turned to Su Yafu. Certainly, she nodded, naturally linking her arm with his as they entered the Red Rose restaurant, appearing like a couple. Observing Su Yafu's alluring figure, Lu Bowen swallowed hard, allowing his imagination to wander. Look at you, your eyes are about to pop out. He Mingyun twisted Lu Bowen's arm in irritation. I was merely glancing. That woman pales in comparison to your beauty. Lu Bowen quickly backpedaled, attempting to placate her. However, He Mingyun was not swayed. Oh, do you think I'm unaware of your thoughts? Men are all the same, untrustworthy. She retorted coldly. My dear, do not be upset. All other women are mere trivialities in my eyes. My heart is forever yours, Lu Bowen professed earnestly. If you truly love me, then purchase that limited edition Patek Philippe watch I admired this morning. He Mingyun seized her opportunity. That watch costs over 500,000. It's too extravagant. What if I bought you something from a different brand instead? Lu Bowen responded with a rueful smile. Though his family had some wealth, he found such an expense daunting. If you cannot even buy me that watch, how can you claim to love me? You've utterly disappointed me. Let us part ways. With that, she turned to leave, perfectly embodying the archetype of a manipulative flower. Wait, my dear, I was mistaken. I will buy it for you. Lu Bowen conceded, desperate to retain her affection. He had worked hard to win her heart and was unwilling to let it slip away. I knew you were the most caring. Thank you, Wenge. When Lu Bowen agreed to purchase the coveted watch, He Mingyun's expression brightened, and she graciously bestowed a kiss upon him. Mingyun, if I buy you this watch, will you consent to my proposal? Lu Bowen asked, his earnestness palpable. He Mingyun, motivated solely by his wealth, had no intention of reciprocating his feelings. Despite his multiple declarations of wanting to marry her, she had always turned him down. Wenge, I've told you to let me think it over. Rest assured, I will eventually belong to you, she reassured him, employing her alluring charm to lead him along. In the Red Rose restaurant, After placing their orders, Qin Xiaolong remarked, "Sister Su, why did you not inform me this was a couple's restaurant? What's the matter? Is it embarrassing to dine here with me?" Suyafu smiled radiantly. "Not at all. I merely feared it might lead to misunderstandings that could tarnish your reputation," Qin Xiaolong clarified quickly. "Don't worry. Let them say what they wish." "I care not," Su Yafu replied, effortlessly living life on her own terms, unconcerned with others' opinions. "By the way, Xiaolong, what is your relationship with that girl? It seems you share quite a story." "What story? We are merely ordinary classmates." Qin Xiaolong disclosed the details of his past with He Mengyun without reservation. That He Mengyun truly lacks discernment, missing out on someone as promising as you. She will surely regret it in the future, Su Yafu remarked with a smile. She had a keen eye for recognizing potential, understanding that Qin Xiaolong was a latent dragon, destined to soar high in the right circumstances. Let her regret. Even if she were to pursue me, I would not glance her way. Qin Xiaolong chuckled. Years prior, when he had confessed to He Mengyun, she had looked down upon him, mocking him as a mere pauper. But now, the tables had turned. The deity had fallen from grace, while he had risen to prominence. He had no lingering feelings for her, especially since she epitomized the type of woman he despised. Quite right. Such a woman is unworthy of you. Su Yafu agreed with a smile. Now let us enjoy our meal. To avoid dampening their dining experience, Qin Xiaolong promptly shifted the conversation. The cuisine at the Red Rose restaurant was quite exquisite, though the portion sizes left much to be desired. After finishing their 10 dishes, he still felt only partially satisfied. Consequently, after departing, he purchased a hand-grabbed pancake from a roadside vendor. Sister Su, I shall take my leave now and aim to deliver the first batch of vegetables the day after tomorrow. Outside the Dragon Court restaurant, Qin Xiaolong bid farewell to Su Yafu. Very well. I shall await your good news, she replied, fully aware of the substantial economic potential those vegetables represented. She could envision the Dragon Court restaurant dominating the culinary scene in Lin City in the near future. As Qin Xiaolong drove into Wuyang town, he coincidentally encountered Yang Daju riding a motorcycle with Lu Xiaocui. "Daju, where are you headed?" Qin Xiaolong inquired after halting his vehicle. "Xiaocui has a bit of stomach ache, and I'm taking her to the town clinic," Yang Daju explained. "What clinic? Allow me to take a look at her," Qin Xiaolong offered. "Can you manage it?" Yang Daju questioned skeptically. "Hey, do you doubt my abilities? Even if Hua Tuo himself were present, he could not surpass me," Qin Xiaolong replied with unabashed confidence. "Xiaocui, why not let Xiaolong examine you? If he cannot help, we can go to the hospital to avoid unnecessary expenses," Yang Daju suggested, though still harboring some doubts. Having grown up with Qin Xiaolong, he believed he would not lead him astray. Lu Xiaocui nodded and approached Qin Xiaolong. After taking her pulse and inquiring about her symptoms, he quickly diagnosed her with acute gastroenteritis. Following this, Qin Xiaolong performed a massage, and Lu Xiaocui soon felt relief. "Xiaolong, your medical skills are remarkable. They work even better than medicine," Lu Xiaocui exclaimed in astonishment. "I had informed you earlier that my skills surpass even those of Hua Ta. However, for now, I shall merely alleviate your pain temporarily. Later, upon returning home, I shall prepare some herbal remedies for you to consume over several days. And I assure you, your ailments will be cured." Qin Xiaolong spoke with unwavering confidence. At that moment, Lu Xiaocui held no doubts about Qin Xiaolong's abilities and promptly expressed her gratitude once more. Upon returning home, just as Qin Xiaolong was about to gather herbs for Lu Xiaocui, he discovered that they had an unexpected visitor. The individual was unfamiliar to Qin Xiaolong, clearly not from their village. Uncle Jiaming, what brings you here?" To Qin Xiaolong's surprise, Lu Xiaocui appeared to know the person. "I came to discuss some matters with Qin Xiaolong," Zhou Jiaming replied, then turned his gaze toward Qin Xiaolong. "Young man, you must be Qin Xiaolong, correct? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Jiaming from Wagga Village. I have heard that you have been supplying pork to the taverns in the city. I wonder if you have any interest in black pork?" "Indeed, I do. From your words, it seems you wish to sell me black pork?" Qin Xiaolong responded with a smile. "Exactly. I have raised nearly 100 black pigs at home, investing several $100,000 in the process. Yet I have been unable to sell them. This predicament has caused me great distress, and my wife has been incessantly threatening to divorce me. I find myself at my wit's end, which is why I sought you out. If you can assist me in selling these black pigs, I assure you, you will receive a generous reward. Zhou Jianming did not hesitate, directly stating his intentions.